Chapter 601, A Sudden Turn of Events 9. Upon hearing this question, everyone stopped the questions that were on the tips of their tongues. Although they had learned about Quan Xingnan's family background from the victims' families, they still found it somewhat hard to believe. Secretary Yuan's surname is Yuan, but hers is Quan. Especially the reporters from Shanghai, who had personally witnessed her holding the victimized children without any concern for dirt, comforting them softly and gently, nothing like a noble young lady from a prestigious family. Now that someone had asked, they immediately pricked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word. Quan Xingnan remained composed and said leisurely, "No one can choose their own origins. I was fortunate to be born into an excellent family. But what does my background have to do with my charitable work? In fact, my background and upbringing have motivated me to engage in charity. My father is wholeheartedly dedicated to serving the country and the people, and my mother has vowed to help others. That is why my foundation was established. My background can provide protection for the foundation, which is a good thing. It allows me to help more people and assist those in need without any worries." She smiled and continued, "That's right. My father is indeed Deputy Provincial Party Secretary Yuan. Because my father works in Jinling, my foundation was established there." Boom. The room instantly erupted. She admitted it. She admitted it. Her frank and open admission of her identity left others at a loss for words. She was right. Having her family to protect the foundation was a good thing. The foundation had not become a place for others to seek fame, and no one dared to covet its substantial funds. The people, as a result, received the greatest benefits. If she didn't have such a background or such connections, how could she protect the foundation? How could she gain access to advanced medical equipment? And how could she ensure that the donations she made weren't embezzled by those below? So, having such a family background was a good thing, a very good thing. Many people thought this way, but not everyone did. Someone pointedly asked, "Miss Quan, may I ask if you do these things because you genuinely want to help people or because you want to bring glory to your family?" Hearing this question, many frowned. Bring glory? Unless you're a super wealthy individual, who would be willing to spend billions just for glory? Even many wealthy people wouldn't be willing to do that, right? Most philanthropists who are willing to engage in charity choose to do so publicly, wishing for the whole world to know about their compassion. But what about Quan Xingnan? 7 years. The foundation had been established for 7 years. Although it wasn't entirely unknown, it had never been publicly flaunted. The reason for holding this press conference was clearly stated, to spread the word through the reporters so that all families with missing children would know about it and seek help. Quan Xingnan wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, "Before I established the foundation, my father was already the deputy secretary of the Jinling Municipal Party Committee and the mayor of Jinling. His reputation for caring for the people like his own children was well known. What glory could a child like me add to that? It is I who engage in charity, not him. Since establishing the foundation, may I ask what benefits it has brought to my father?" Yuan Ziyuan's promotions were earned step by step through his practical service to the people. Even though the Quan Xingnan Foundation is now at the peak of its fame, no one has praised Yuan Ziyuan excessively because of it. All I know is that by engaging in charity, establishing this foundation, and helping everyone in need, I have not brought shame to my elders and have not failed their teachings. Chapter 602, A Sudden Turn of Events 10. Then, may I ask, Miss Quan, why is your surname Quan and not the same as Secretary Yuan's surname, Yuan? I've heard that Secretary Yuan has a son. As a public servant, is it permissible to exploit loopholes in the family planning policy and have a second child? The reporter pressed on relentlessly. Quan Xingnan glanced at him. Quan Xingnan knew that since she had decided to go public, many things needed to be clarified from the outset to avoid complications later. She took an elegant sip of water and said, "My parents never intended to exploit any legal loopholes. My surname is Quan, which is the current surname of my adoptive mother. I also have an older brother, who is also a child adopted by my adoptive mother." This statement caused an uproar. Did this mean she was not legally Yuan Ziyuan's daughter? Many people voiced their questions. Quan Xingnan briefly explained her background. She made no mention of the actions of Zhang Hui and her daughter, only stating that she had been switched at birth in the hospital, leading to her separation from her parents. She was reunited with them 7 years later, which is why she still regarded her adoptive mother as her mother and retained the surname Quan. She expressed her hope to help more children separated from their parents to find them. Many were deeply moved upon hearing this. No wonder she was willing to engage in charity work, help others, and even give up her studies to crack major human trafficking cases. So that was the reason. So she hadn't grown up in a wealthy family from childhood. Even after recognizing her biological parents, she did not abandon her adoptive mother. It must be this very character that allows her to consistently engage in charitable work, right? Alright, questions about me end here. Please focus on the future development of our foundation. You may offer any suggestions beneficial to the Foundation's growth, and we will humbly accept them. Next, I will announce the second matter for today. Starting from today, our Foundation will accept donations from all parties. Quan Xing'an smiled and said, I believe you have all done your research. Over the past 7 years, apart from an initial donation of 280,000 from an older brother, we have never accepted a single cent from outsiders. Many people had more questions. Miss Quan, why didn't you accept donations before? Miss Quan, may I ask why you have decided to accept donations now? Is it because the Foundation's development funds are insufficient? Quan Xing'an continued to answer each question methodically, without the slightest hint of impatience. She said, the Foundation has developed to this point, establishing various projects. With my personal income, there is no question about sustaining the Foundation's operations. However, after experiencing this case, I have come to understand that there are far too many people in the world who need help. I cannot refuse the assistance of other kind-hearted individuals simply because of my previous plans. At this point, she looked at everyone present and stated solemnly, our Foundation has already helped many people. If we had accepted donations from the beginning, perhaps we could have helped even more. Many hands make light work. In the future, with everyone's kindness, I believe the Foundation will develop even better and help even more people. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause. Someone asked what the final matter was. Quan Xing'an smiled and said, the third matter is that our Foundation will collaborate with Mr. Bai Ruoxuan's investment company. We will appoint Mr. Bai as our Foundation's financial advisor to manage some of the Foundation's investment funds, hoping to generate more capital to help others. This was quite normal. Many foundations have investment projects. Otherwise, they would simply be depleting their resources. Chapter 603, A Sudden Turn of Events 11. Upon hearing Quan Xing'an's words, they all turned their gaze towards Bai Ruoxuan. Bai Ruoxuan stated straightforwardly, Miss Quan has done me a great kindness. She once divined my mother's life-threatening calamity and helped her resolve it. She is my benefactor. Therefore, for all these years, I have been in charge of the financial management projects for the Foundation. This was true in the past, and it will remain so in the future. For any investment project of the Quan Xing'an Foundation, I will not take a single cent in commission. Wow! Could Quan Xing'an really be that formidable? But looking at Bai Ruoxuan, he didn't seem to be joking. Bai Ruoxuan chuckled lightly, I am not lying. If I hadn't met Miss Quan, I wouldn't be sitting here speaking with all of you today. After losing my mother, I would have been left with nothing, so destitute that I couldn't even find a job. All of this is because of Miss Quan. My mother's life-threatening calamity was resolved. She built the vast Bai enterprise, and I, too, have established my own investment company. The reporters immediately bombarded Bai Ruoxuan with numerous questions, all of which he answered satisfactorily. Finally, having run out of questions, they gradually quieted down. Looking at the young girl sitting above, she was just as composed and elegant as when she first entered. She sipped water, her hand the same color as the white porcelain cup, crystalline like jade, yet unable to conceal her commanding presence, a presence that seemed to dominate the world. Xue Xiaojun was over 40, and Bai Ruoxuan was also an adult. Both were successful in their careers, yet they appeared dim and lackluster beside the young girl. This press conference clearly belonged to this young girl. Every question revolved around her. Everyone originally wanted to know how she had used the divination fees she earned to establish the Foundation, develop it to its current state, and amass such extensive connections. Now, from Bai Ruoxuan, they seemed to understand the source of those connections. Her abilities. Her practice of reading faces for others, helping them avert disasters, and resolving their difficulties destined her to possess connections surpassing even those of her parents. Who wouldn't want to know if there are calamities in their future? Who wouldn't want to live a long life? She was not yet 15, yet she could earn the funds needed to sustain the Foundation's operations. Given time, would there even be a need for their speculation? However, it couldn't rely solely on her divination fees, could it? She mentioned investments. What projects had she invested in? Some astute reporters wanted to ask, but as many others had already finished their questions, just as they were about to speak, a reporter with a strong Hong Kong accent suddenly asked, Miss Quan, may I ask about the origin of the hairpin in your hair? Quan Xing'an, who had keen hearing and sight, and had enveloped the entire venue with her spiritual sense upon entering, had long overheard the whispers of those two Hong Kong reporters. She smiled and parted her lips. Are you asking if this hairpin comes from the elderly lady of the Hua group? The two reporters were stunned. How did she know? Seeing their expressions, others were astonished, thinking, could she really possess divine foresight? Quan Xing'an smiled playfully. You can wait until tonight to ask Mr. Hua Xuedong, the chairman of the Hua group. I believe he will give you a reasonable answer. Xue Xiaojun said, all right, today's press conference ends here. The three of them stood up together and gave a slight bow. Then, Xue Xiaojun and Bai Ruoxuan escorted Quan Xing'an out. Several sharp-eyed Hong Kong reporters were surprised to discover that several bodyguards had already arrived in the hall at some point, escorting Quan Shengnan safely away. Those bodyguards were the ones always by Hu Xuedong's side. Could it be that Hu Xuedong had already arrived? They excitedly rubbed their hands together, preparing to continue their questioning at the evening event, determined to get a major headline. But when they saw someone chase after her, pushing their way right in front of Quan Shengnan as if trying to continue the interview, they anxiously hurried over. However, before they could reach her, a sudden turn of events occurred. Chapter 604, A Sudden Turn of Events 12. A reporter raised the camera equipment in his hand and hurled it at Quan Shengnan's head. When Quan Shengnan walked out the door, several reporters felt unsatisfied and chased after her for interviews. Pushing and shoving each other, they swarmed forward like a hive. Several bodyguards, relying on their burly builds, actually surrounded Quan Shengnan, shielding her behind them and preventing the reporters from touching her. Xue Xiaojun, who was behind them, quickly dispatched some staff members who had followed to the press conference to help. Who would have thought that one reporter would be so unexpected? Seeing that he truly couldn't push through, he actually lifted his camera equipment and threw it, attempting to bypass the bodyguards and hit his target, Quan Shengnan. Witnessing the scene, the reporters present all turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. How insane! Was he so impatient from not getting an interview that he resorted to throwing things? Fortunately, the bodyguards were highly capable. These bodyguards were all professionals hired long-term by the Hu Group, with annual salaries of $1 million. They possessed the world's most agile skills, the most precise marksmanship, and their cunning and methods were all first-rate. It could be said that even genuine soldiers, mercenaries, or assassins might not necessarily surpass them. Was this reporter simply impatient, or was it intentional? They leaned toward the latter because they saw the hatred in his eyes. They had been sent by Hu Xuedong to protect Quan Shengnan, primarily because Hu Xuedong felt the press conference would be crowded and chaotic. He was afraid someone might injure Quan Shengnan in their eagerness for an interview, and also feared that someone with sinister intentions at the press conference might attempt to harm her. After all, her actions in Greater Shanghai had indeed damaged the interests of many people, so he ordered the bodyguards to remain highly vigilant. Hu Xuedong might not have Quan Shengnan's ability for divine foresight, but his judgment of people's hearts was the most accurate. Therefore, these bodyguards were extremely cautious. Faced with this sudden turn of events, their expressions remained very calm. One bodyguard reached out and lightly deflected the camera equipment, sending it flying back toward the reporter who had thrown it. The other bodyguards protected Quan Shengnan, their gazes highly alert. Many reporters were crowded together. If the equipment fell, they felt it would surely hit them, so upon seeing this, they all quickly retreated. Only that resentful reporter did not retreat but instead pressed forward. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was subdued by a bodyguard. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free, and he shouted angrily. Others who saw the scene were instantly stunned. What was going on? Wasn't this the Foundation's press conference? Who had Quan Shengnan offended that someone would attack her? Camera flashes immediately lit up. This was the biggest highlight of the press conference. Whether it was Quan Shengnan's young age or her high status, it was far less sensational than her being attacked at the press conference. Noticing there were no further attacks, but more and more reporters attempting to crowd forward, the bodyguard restraining the reporter exchanged a glance with his colleagues. The latter immediately escorted Quan Shengnan away. Quan Shengnan had stood calmly all along, without a trace of panic on her face. As she stepped away, she calmly instructed, "Call Captain Meng Haoren and ask him to come for the interrogation. I believe this can add another achievement to his record." Hearing this, the reporter's eyes immediately lit up. Did this mean Quan Shengnan already knew the reason? They hurriedly tried to chase after her but were blocked by hotel staff who had received the news and rushed over. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Quan Shengnan, under the protection of her bodyguards, unhurriedly went upstairs. As elegant as ever, as composed as ever, completely unaffected. Chapter 605, The Ripples Continue 1. Upon receiving the news, the general manager of the Hua Hotel felt utterly devastated, wishing he could tear the reporter apart. He immediately notified Hu Xuedong, who had left the hotel for work after the press conference, and hurried to the scene while calling the police on the way. Mr. Hua had repeatedly emphasized the importance of handling the press conference and charity gala flawlessly, even sending the public relations manager from the headquarters to oversee every detail. Who would have thought that right after the press conference, the main guest, Miss Quan, would be attacked by a reporter? If this wasn't handled properly, how could he ever face Mr. Hua? Moreover, given Miss Quan's family background, he would also have to answer to Secretary Yuan and his wife. The only silver lining was that they had inspected every reporter's equipment upon entry into the press conference hall, prohibiting any controlled items such as knives. Additionally, Mr. Hua's bodyguards were highly skilled, the reporter was subdued before he could get close, and the hotel security quickly stepped in, preventing any further chaos. The incident itself had already drawn significant attention, and the police arrived swiftly. Meng Haoren led his team to the scene first, his face filled with anger as he took the assailant reporter from the bodyguards. In Jinling, they had such a young philanthropist who had dedicated herself to serving the people for 7 years without seeking attention. Now, as she stepped into the media spotlight for the first time to help more families who had lost their children, someone dared to cause trouble. It was simply asking for trouble. The news quickly leaked, alarming Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue, who hurriedly called Quan Xingnan. Only after confirming she was safe did they breathe a sigh of relief. By the time Quan Xingnan returned to her room, she had already received 3 or 4 calls. All of them were from people concerned about her well-being. News truly traveled fast. After finishing her conversations with He Deming and Arthur, and hanging up He Deming's call, Quan Xingnan barely had time to catch her breath when the door suddenly burst open, revealing the most familiar person. Hua Xuedong, who had left for work when Quan Xingnan attended the press conference. He looked disheveled. Quan Xingnan had never seen him in such a state. He must have rushed over in a hurry. Though his face wasn't flushed and his breathing wasn't labored, his usually neatly styled hair was tousled by the wind. His scarf and gloves were nowhere to be seen, perhaps he had forgotten to wear them in his haste. His overcoat was haphazardly thrown on, with one button even fastened incorrectly, a far cry from his usual clean and polished appearance. The force with which he opened the door was so great that it slammed against the wall and bounced back rapidly. Be careful. Quan Xingnan stood up, exclaiming in alarm. A bodyguard behind Hua Xuedong swiftly blocked the door, while Hua Xuedong strode toward Quan Xingnan. The bodyguards originally stationed by Quan Xingnan's side quickly stepped aside to make way. Nan, are you alright? Were you hurt? As he approached Quan Xingnan, Hua Xuedong's eyes anxiously scanned her from head to toe. Only when he saw no trace of injury did he relax slightly. I'm fine. Your bodyguards were very responsible and shielded me, Quan Xingnan replied. Seeing the unmistakable fear in Hua Xuedong's eyes, she quickly took his hand and placed it against her cheek. Fourth brother, I'm really fine. Look, I'm standing right here, perfectly safe. Hua Xuedong pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her so fiercely it felt as though he wanted to meld her into his very being. The bodyguards, witnessing this, quietly retreated to the entrance hall, closing the door behind them to block any prying eyes. Chapter 606, The Aftermath continues too. Quan Xingnan could feel the fear and anxiety emanating from Hua Xuedong's heart. She stood on her tiptoes, reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, and rubbed her cheek against his chin. Fourth brother, I'm fine. A long time passed before Hua Xuedong's body finally relaxed, and he moved to the sofa. He didn't understand why he felt this way, as if he had almost lost her again, but he was grateful that Quan Xingnan was safe and sound. After a moment of silence, Hua Xuedong's face lost its usual warmth and kindness, replaced by an extremely serious expression as he called Meng Haoren. His voice was cold as he said, Captain Meng, I hope you can give us the best possible explanation. I won't accept any vague results meant to deceive us. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to let others intervene in this matter. Mr. Hua, rest assured, we will definitely give you a satisfactory outcome. Meng Haoren sighed. He hadn't even returned to the police station with the reporter when he received no fewer than 10 calls. All of them were from prominent figures in both political and business circles, demanding that this matter be thoroughly investigated. This clearly demonstrated Quan Xingnan's influence. Meng Haoren could almost foresee the number of people who would surround the police station demanding answers once he returned. The Quan Xingnan Foundation was established in Jinling, and the first beneficiaries were the people of Jinling. No one understood the foundation's unwavering commitment to helping others better than the locals. After the news broke about the human trafficking case in Shanghai, where Quan Xingnan and the foundation played a significant role, they felt a sense of pride and were eagerly anticipating the foundation's continued efforts. When this incident suddenly occurred, they were so furious they could have devoured that reporter. What spreads the fastest? Always information. Never underestimate any reporter. The variety of methods and speed at which they release information far exceed anyone's expectations. After hanging up the phone, Hua Xuedong's expression remained icy. Quan Xingnan kissed his chin. I believe Captain Meng will get to the bottom of it soon. Aren't you a divine fortune teller? Why didn't you foresee today's ordeal? Hua Xuedong's hand, resting on her, still trembled slightly. He couldn't help but tighten his grip, holding her close, unwilling to let go. Quan Xingnan didn't move and obediently explained, fortunes cannot be told for oneself. I've never been able to divine my own fate. You know that. Moreover, she didn't have the habit of using her clairvoyance every day to see her own future. especially since she couldn't see her own past or future. Trying to glimpse her own fate through the people around her was futile. For example, when Yen Xuelian had once come to her to divine her daughter's whereabouts, because she had approached her through her family, Quan Xingnan could see these future images through her family. But in certain matters related to herself, but not to others, even if others were present at the time, she might not necessarily see these future events through them. There was no helping it. Even the ways of heaven are imperfect, let alone anything else. Inherited legacies always have their flaws. Hua Xuedong frowned, his expression deeply displeased. You must never let anyone outside know that you cannot divine your own fate. Right now, many people are wary of your ability to see the past and future. Even if they want to do something to you, they wouldn't dare take the risk. If they find out you are powerless against your own destiny, they will have no reservations. From now on, no matter what events you attend or meetings you participate in, you must make thorough preparations in advance to ensure your absolute safety. Hua Xuedong felt he should assign Quan Xingnan several top-tier bodyguards to prevent anything like today's incident from happening again. She had stepped into the spotlight now. There was no point in hoping her future life would be as calm and peaceful as it was when she remained behind the scenes. Chapter 607. The Ripples Continue 3. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the full story behind the journalist's attack was uncovered that very afternoon. The reason was actually that Quan Xingnan had helped solve that major human trafficking case. It had been nearly 10 days since the incident, yet the ripples were still being felt. After the case was made public, the Jinling area took the lead in making decisions, and many places within the province saw actions taken in this regard. Any disabled beggars found in areas with high foot traffic were taken to the police station for detailed investigation. If it was discovered that they were victims of persecution, the authorities would immediately follow the clues, arrest the criminals behind them, and make proper arrangements for these beggars. The public, of course, applauded and enthusiastically supported these measures. And indeed, within just a few days, many criminals were apprehended. There were indeed people begging due to accidental disabilities, but their numbers were relatively small. The majority were still beggars who had been deliberately disabled. What Quan Xingnan could deduce was only related to the people and events connected to that batch of human traffickers. She couldn't deduce everything else. This, in turn, made the higher-ups even more furious, and they ordered a strict crackdown on this practice everywhere. Thus, starting from Greater Shanghai, Jinling, and Northern Jiangsu, the efforts radiated outward. Other provinces, not wanting to fall behind, responded one after another, vigorously launching campaigns against human trafficking and crime. Within just a few days, criminals were captured in various places, most of them human traffickers. The other half consisted of various underworld figures. The journalist's name was Su Lin. His girlfriend, Huang Fong, was part of a criminal gang behind the disabled beggars in Jinling. Huang Fong often dressed shabbily and took 2 disabled children, a boy and a girl, to beg along the streets, frequently moving around places with particularly high-foot traffic like the Jinling train station and bus stations. Every day, she could beg over 100 yuan, much more than what people with fixed salaries earned from regular jobs. After tasting the sweetness, Huang Fong became even more ruthless. The 2 children were already severely disabled, but after she inflicted further harm, their conditions became truly horrifying. She had once asked Su Lin to take photos of her and the children, weeping bitterly as she recounted her misfortunes. After these were published in newspapers and magazines, they garnered a large sum of donations from readers unaware of the truth. For this, Huang Feng even exchanged experiences with others engaged in similar activities. How to fabricate backgrounds, how to win people's sympathy, how to use makeup to alter appearances to avoid raising suspicions by appearing too often in the same place, and so on. She truly mastered a set of despicable skills. But no matter how skilled she was, she couldn't escape the long arm of the law. A few days ago, when she took the 2 children out to beg, she was caught red-handed. Not just her, but also other criminals she exposed. These criminals had always had supporters behind them. Without protection, how could they safely roam around begging in different areas? Every territory had people collecting protection money. Losing these roaming beggar ringleaders meant losing a large sum of money. Those collecting protection money were themselves involved in the underworld, each one ruthless and vicious, harboring deep hatred for Quan Xingnan, whom they saw as the root cause. They did consider secretly sending people to attack Quan Xingnan, but she rarely went out. Even when she did, she was always accompanied by many people and never went out at night. With no opportunity to strike, unwilling to give up, they found Su Lin. Su Lin was a journalist who usually worked very diligently, so it was easy for him to secure a spot at the press conference. This way, he could easily get close to Quan Xingnan. Where there is a substantial reward, there will be brave men. They promised Su Lin a large sum of money, and after he completed the task, they would let him flee far away, also promising to find a way to get Huang Fong out. Chapter 608. The Ripples Continue 4. Upon learning the truth, Quan Xingnan suddenly fell silent. She gave a bitter smile and said to Hu Xuedong, "Perhaps I still didn't consider things thoroughly enough. At the time, Montsang and I were only focused on blaming the police for their inaction, and I found it utterly detestable. Thinking about it now, besides not wanting to get involved, were they also afraid of those figures from the underworld? Most of those are vicious, desperate criminals. Black, white. The latter fearing retaliation from the former is truly an immense irony. In fact, many ordinary people see things clearly too. The reason they dare not report or call the police when encountering such matters is precisely this. Most of the beggar ringleaders are part of criminal gangs, largely connected to the underworld. When that batch of criminals was apprehended in Greater Shanghai, the reason no one investigated whether they had backing wasn't anything else, but because they themselves were from the underworld. It's understandable if ordinary citizens are afraid, but why are even those public officials, who are supposed to crack down on these criminal gangs, also afraid? Hu Xuedong hadn't gone out again today. Instead, he stayed in the hotel with Quan Xingnan, even handling his official business there. He was worried about Quan Xingnan and had even decided to accompany her to the evening event, going together and leaving together. "Don't say that," Hu Xuedong said gently after hearing Quan Xingnan's words. He was just thinking about how to comfort Quan Xingnan and not let her blame herself too much when he suddenly heard her say, "Tonight at the event, I must remind the public in front of the reporters, when reporting criminals who abuse children, be extremely careful and cautious. Don't leak any of your own information to avoid retaliation." Hu Xuedong smiled faintly. "You don't need to remind them. I believe after this incident is published in the papers, it will certainly alert the public. If even Quan Xingnan, the daughter of a provincial party committee deputy secretary, could be attacked in public, how could they not proceed with caution?" However, Hu Xuedong sighed. After this incident, those who were initially driven by righteous indignation have probably cooled down now. The result of cooling down is obvious. They no longer want to get involved. It was so difficult to rally the police and the public to work together to combat criminal activities, and then this happens. Quan Xingnan's delicate, exquisitely beautiful little face immediately scrunched up. "It's too hateful. Too hateful. Too hateful." Quan Xingnan clutched the pillow in her hands, her hatred for those criminal gangs growing even stronger. She didn't blame the public, as ordinary people have no one to rely on. Who would dare offend those desperate criminals? But must we really just watch them continue to act arrogantly? Hu Xuedong said softly, "After such an incident, how could the authorities possibly sit idle? Today it was you who was attacked, tomorrow it could be them. After all, everyone has contributed significantly to this matter. Are they just waiting for those people to retaliate? Don't worry. Based on my guess, they are definitely holding an emergency meeting right now, launching an anti-crime operation." Quan Xingnan sighed. "I understand. Understanding is one thing, hatred is another. It is precisely because of these troublemakers that many people dare not speak out despite their anger. What they do isn't limited to just this one thing. Collecting protection fees, are their targets only the beggar ringleaders? Impossible. The ones who suffer the most are still the ordinary people. Cracking down on crime? It can never be fully eradicated. This is reality. In the face of such massive gangs, the power of one individual is truly like an ant trying to shake a tree. Even if the state mobilizes police forces for a full-scale crackdown, it's impossible to eliminate them all. Wildfires cannot burn them all away. With the spring breeze, they grow again. There are far too many people unwilling to follow the right path. Eliminate one today and another will appear tomorrow." Chapter 609. The Ripples Continue 5. Amidst her sighs, Quan Xingnan suddenly widened her eyes, staring dumbfounded at a female ghost who had appeared before her. The ghost was very young, in her 20s. She had delicate eyebrows and eyes, somewhat resembling the Wuxi Dafu dolls that Quan Xingnan had collected several of. She must have died peacefully, as her face and body showed no unusual injuries or mutilations. First, she looked around nervously, taking in her surroundings, with Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, as well as the bodyguards. Then, she exclaimed joyfully, I really did it." Quan Xingnan asked curiously, "What did you do? How did you appear here?" "Out of thin air, truly out of thin air." She had seen it with her own eyes. Quan Xingnan was extremely curious. She had encountered many ghosts, but they had all drifted about aimlessly. She had never seen anything like this before. The female ghost looked at her in shock, stammering, You, oh no, Miss Quan, I saw you on TV. Can you see me? You came looking for me?" Quan Xingnan felt very surprised. Yes, I came looking for you." The female ghost was almost delirious with joy, so excited that she was somewhat incoherent, but she quickly said, "I was just fantasizing that you could see me and then help me. My dream came true." She had just appeared, and Quan Xingnan had already noticed her. She could see her. Nothing could make her happier than this. The female ghost patted her own face hard to calm herself down and said, I saw a report about you on TV, heard that you helped many children abused by traffickers. You are such a good person. I thought, how wonderful it would be if I could find you. I really hoped for your help. I never imagined that as I kept thinking and thinking, I would appear here. Quan Xingnan's heart stirred. This female ghost's appearance might be due to some kind of mental power. Human mental power often possesses mysterious abilities. For her to appear here, she must have emitted an extremely strong mental power. What is your name? What do you need from me? Quan Xingnan asked. What could have caused this female ghost to emit such mental power? Quan Xingnan felt very curious and hoped she could help her. The female ghost replied without hesitation, My name is Nan Guanyue. All right, Sister Nan Guanyue, what do you want me to do for you? Let me say up front, I won't do anything bad. It's not bad, it's not bad. You're a good person. I want to ask for your help. How could I ask you to do something bad? I just want to ask you to help my child, just like you helped those poor children. Help my child. By the end, the joy on Nan Guanyue's face had turned to sorrow, tears streaming from her eyes. Quan Xingnan immediately straightened her posture, her expression gradually turning serious. He Xuedong blocked the view of her face from the bodyguards, then gestured to them, and they quietly retreated, standing guard outside the door. Soon, only he and Quan Xingnan remained in the room, or perhaps, there was also something he couldn't see. He was very pleased with the trust Quan Xingnan placed in him. Because of trust, she was relaxed enough. Being relaxed, she naturally had no defenses against anything. Quan Xingnan suddenly realized He Xuedong was beside her. She quickly rubbed her cheeks vigorously, trying to erase the serious expression from her face as if it had never appeared, lest He Xuedong notice anything amiss. He Xuedong pulled her hand away. Don't abuse your face. I already know. Chapter 610. The Ripples Continue 6. I already know? I already know? I already know? Quan Xingnan was stunned. This sentence kept echoing in her mind. He Xuedong tapped her eyelids. Sometimes, your eyes betray you. When you're communicating with the void, remember not to look over there. You're too focused, I can easily notice. Business people are best at reading people. He navigates the business world with ease precisely because of his eyes, able to deduce everything from the slightest movement of others. He placed one hand on Quan Xingnan's eyelids and stroked his chin with the other. About 7 years ago, I began to sense that you could see things we ordinary people cannot. For example, ghosts. After returning to Hong Kong, he consulted many feng shui masters. Some said that after a person dies, deep resentment can easily form insha, a special magnetic field invisible to ordinary people, but detectable by feng shui masters. Some unearthed antiques also carry insha energy because they come from inauspicious burial sites. In feng shui, there are auspicious and inauspicious sites. Opposite to insha energy is auspicious energy. He Xuedong studied these matters thoroughly, but found such occurrences rare in Quan Xingnan's life. Later, he inquired about the yin-yang eyes. The feng shui masters explained that children have pure eyes and insufficient yang energy, making it easy for them to see ghosts, the magnetic fields formed by the lingering attachments of the deceased. As they grow older, their minds become more cluttered, their yang energy increases, and the yin-yang eyes gradually fade. However, some people retain their yin-yang eyes into adulthood, but often have very weak health. Based on Quan Xingnan's behavior, He Xuedong guessed part of the truth. Quan Xingnan herself was different from others, possessing unfathomable abilities. Adding the ability to see ghosts wasn't too strange. Quan Xingnan stared at him blankly. Was he the ghost instead? Cunning as a fox, clever as spirits and demons. Where in the mortal world could there be such an intelligent person? He could deduce the correct answer from the tiniest clues. Quan Xingnan was extremely annoyed. Ultimately, it was because she hadn't been careful enough. No, perhaps it wasn't carelessness. Around others, she had always been cautious enough. It was only around He Xuedong that she unconsciously let her guard down. Was it just because of their 7-year acquaintance in her past life? She hadn't been clear before, but now she understood. She had feelings for him too. These feelings were much stronger than she had imagined. Her small fists pounded He Xuedong's chest. Quan Xingnan said irritably, then why didn't you ever mention it? Were you enjoying the show every time? Nan, your memory really isn't great. I remember asking you 7 years ago in Jinling who you were talking to, and you denied it. He Xuedong took her smooth, jade-white hands in his, feeling quite innocent. Here he goes again, always putting on that innocent look. Who would know the cunning and shrewdness hidden in his bones? Quan Xingnan's almond-shaped eyes widened. He Xuedong kissed the back of her hand, his eyes smiling like spring. Quan Xingnan pouted, but didn't press further. He Xuedong particularly liked her like this. She was young but never unreasonable or demanding. Gently patting her small face, as pink, smooth, and soft as her hands, he said, "All right, attend to your important matters first. We have plenty of time to resolve things between us." Nan Guanyue, who had been weeping in the void, was already dumbfounded. She pointed a trembling finger at Quan Xingnan. "Miss Quan, does your family know you're having a puppy love?" Chapter 611. The Ripples Continue 7. Quan Xingnan nearly choked on her own saliva. Early love? This topic. She had been actively avoiding it, okay? Although her mental age wasn't young, her physical appearance was still youthful and tender. Her relationship with Hu Xuedong at this surface age didn't mean she supported dating at 14 or 15. Generally speaking, at 14 or 15, one's temperament isn't settled yet, making it impossible to take responsibility for oneself. Moreover, the future is full of unpredictable accidents. It's better to wait until adulthood at least. She was different. Her temperament was a given. Even so, she didn't dare let her parents know. If they found out, Hu Xuedong would definitely be the one to suffer. He was older and she was younger. They would surely blame him for corrupting a young girl. Quan Xingnan glanced mischievously at Hu Xuedong. If he ever made her angry, what are you thinking? I can sense your malice. Hu Xuedong added in his heart, a mischief without ill intent. She was too clear. Her eyes were clear, her thoughts pure. It wasn't that she was naive about the ways of the world. On the contrary, she saw through them but maintained this purity, which Hu Xuedong found rare. That's right. I harbor deep malice toward you. Quan Xingnan flicked her ponytail and turned to Nan Guanyue. Sorry, Sister Nan, for delaying your serious matter. Nan Guanyue shook her head. No, I just think the person beside you is too clever, actually knowing about your ability to see ghosts like us. Human hearts are hard to fathom. You must be prepared. Don't worry. I've long been on guard against anyone who knows I can see ghosts. I won't let them reveal this matter. Hearing this, Nan Guanyue found it strange. Then she clapped her hands. How could I forget? You're very capable. You're a master. So, what brings you to seek me, this master? Seeing you cry so sadly, it must not be a small matter. Tell me everything, and then I'll decide how to help you. Quan Xingnan didn't say she would definitely help, afraid the other might ask her to do something against her principles. She didn't help ghosts harm innocent people. That was her bottom line. Moreover, even when helping people, she would choose proper means. Nan Guanyue cautiously asked, Don't you have some charity gala tonight? Will this delay your time? Her voice was soft, filled with unease. The charity gala is important, but I didn't say your matter would delay it, did I? Don't worry. Tell me first so I have an idea. Then I'll make a detailed plan tonight and help you resolve it tomorrow. Hearing this, a look of gratitude appeared on Nan Guanyue's face, followed by grief. My name is Nan Guanyue. I was only 24 when I died, leaving behind a son named Pengping. Pengping is very cute with big eyes, long eyelashes, fair skin, like a little angel. Since he was little, everyone said he would grow up to be a handsome young man, attracting the admiration of many girls. Perhaps, before any girl could admire him, he might not survive. Tears streaming, Nan Guanyue recounted her son's tragic plight. Her husband was Jiang Mingxing, a low-level staff member in the Jinling city government. Even as a low-level staff member, he was still a public servant. Coming and going, Jiang Mingxing was the envy of many ordinary people. After Nan Guanyue died of illness, Jiang Mingxing remarried. All the tragedies stemmed from this woman. Chapter 612. The Ripples Continue 8. Wang Meizhen. This woman's name is Wang Meizhen. She is not a young girl, but a woman who is divorced from her husband. When she divorced, her daughter stayed with her, a little girl named Meng Meng. Wang Meizhen is very beautiful. She is certainly far less beautiful than Quan Xingnan, but compared to Nan Guanyue herself, she is 10 times more beautiful. She and Jiang Mingxing were introduced by someone, met, and quickly fell deeply in love. Nan Guanyue said through tears, after I died, if Mingxing remarried, I wouldn't blame him at all. He was only in his 20s, with a long life ahead of him. What I hate, what I resent, is his indulgence towards that woman. Wang Meizhen has a cheerful and lively personality. Outgoing people can always make many friends. She is skilled in singing and dancing and is a key member of an art troupe in Jinling. Within her circle of friends, she is very popular. Most people like her, appreciate her gentleness and beauty. Jiang Mingxing was captivated by her at first sight and launched a fervent pursuit. Within a few months, they registered for marriage. Jiang Mingxing has a son, and Wang Meizhen has a daughter. One widowed, one divorced. Forming a family should have been happy and harmonious. One son, one daughter, a family of 4. Having both a son and a daughter is good, isn't it? Yet, while everyone else got that good outcome, Pengping alone was plunged into a sea of suffering. Miss Quan, when you cracked that major case in Shanghai, you saw with your own eyes the miserable state of those children, right? I saw the photos in the newspapers and on TV. It was truly too horrible to look at. Quan Xingnan nodded and sighed. Yes, it was terrible, so tragic it was hard to bear. A look of ferocity appeared on Nan Guanyue's face as she hissed, my son, my Peng Ping, suffered just as terribly as they did. Just as terribly? Just as terribly? Quan Xingnan was instantly shocked. What kind of treatment must he have endured to be as miserable as those disabled beggar children? At this point, Nan Guanyue choked with sobs. Covering her face, she cried, Miss Quan, do you know what kind of life my son has lived since that woman married Jiang Mingxing? It's almost no different from those disabled beggar children. Truly no different. Not enough to eat, not warm enough to wear, beatings and scoldings were commonplace. Wang Meijian's gentleness was all an act for others to see. Whenever anything upset Wang Meijian, she would slap Peng Ping across the face. The 5-finger marks, clear imprints of 5 fingers, made this ghost, who clung to her son and refused to enter the cycle of reincarnation, feel as if her heart were being sliced by knives. If Peng Ping ate one more mouthful of rice, Wang Meijian would immediately pull a long face for Jiang Mingxing to see, muttering about how living expenses in the city were high now, how everything from food to clothing had to be bought with money, and how their 2 salaries alone couldn't support 2 children, and so on. Hearing such words, Jiang Mingxing, who doted on his wife, would immediately scold Peng Ping, telling him to eat less. Peng Ping was only 3 years old. What did he understand? A child can only grow if he eats enough and gets sufficient nutrition. But, seeing his new mother unhappy, seeing his father unhappy, he became too scared to ever eat more again. Nan Guanyue sobbed uncontrollably. Peng Ping is now so thin he's just skin and bones. He can only drink 1 bowl of porridge per meal. Sometimes he doesn't even get a full bowl. Just some watery broth with no rice grains. He doesn't dare reach for a steamed bun to eat, let alone dishes, fruits, or vegetables. That woman always places the dish plates where Peng Ping's chopsticks can't reach, and she locks up all the fruits. Jiang Mingxing is a government worker. Does he just stand by and watch his wife abuse his son like this? That's why they say, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. It's an eternal, unchanging truth. Chapter 613. The Ripples Continue 9. Looking at Nan Guanyu's face full of hatred, Quan Xingnan didn't know what to say. Although there are fathers who, even after remarrying, treat their children extremely well, there are also many who, after taking a new wife and under her pillow talk, gradually neglect the children from their previous marriage. Stepmothers mistreating the children of a former wife, such things are common occurrences at any time. Or perhaps they think it's just scolding and hitting, not something that will cause death. If even Cinderella in fairy tales face such treatment, how much more so in reality? Even in the information-rich internet age, aren't such incidents frequently exposed online? Nan Guanyu sobbed for a while, her eyes filled with hatred, turning slightly red. Miss Quan, tell me, is it really necessary to treat someone this way just because they're not your own flesh and blood? But I've seen many who aren't the biological parents yet treat children kindly. Why is Wang Meijian so cruel? Why is Jiang Mingxing also so cruel? No matter what, that's his own son. His only son. Could it really be that for the sake of beauty, he would disregard even his own son? Quan Xingnan, deep in thought, asked, since Wang Meijian treated your son this way, and you have been wandering as a ghost, have you heard the reason behind it? Nan Guanyu sneered. This she actually knew. It turned out that the reason for Wang Meijian's divorce was actually that she hadn't given birth to a son. No matter how much the country promotes gender equality, in the hearts and minds of many people, sons are still more important than daughters. Countless people violate the family planning policy just to have a son. Many give away or abandon their daughters in the pursuit of a son. Therefore, it's not at all strange for men to divorce their wives for giving birth to daughters instead of sons. There are many such people. Wang Meijian's ex-husband felt that his family was relatively wealthy and needed a son to inherit the property, but Wang Meijian had given birth to a daughter who was destined to marry out. Both her in-laws and her husband were very unhappy. Both Wang Meijian and her ex-husband held public positions and could not violate the national family planning policy, so they chose to divorce. The daughter was given to Wang Meijian to raise, and he married a young woman, preparing to try for a son. Because of this incident, Wang Meijian's mind became slightly twisted. She wanted a son, she also desired a son. She became almost crazed in her desire for a son. But she had a daughter and Jiang Mingxing had a son. According to family planning, the family they formed could not have another child. Unless one of the spouses had no children, then they could have another. Unwilling to harm her own daughter, Wang Meijian naturally chose to target Peng Ping. Once Peng Ping was gone, everything of Jiang Mingxing's would belong to her and her child. Quan Xingnan said in shock, so, Wang Meijian's abuse of your son wasn't just simple mistreatment, but an attempt to kill him? How vicious. Truly too vicious. Nan Guanyu nodded tearfully. It's because I know this that I'm so anxious. He's my only son. A son is a mother's heart and soul. I don't want anything to happen to him. She floated closer to Quan Xingnan and pleaded, Miss Quan, I beg you must save him, save him. She thought that since Quan Xingnan could help those people, she could surely help her son. She hoped desperately, constantly repeating her plea, and then a miracle occurred. She actually found Quan Xingnan. Not only that, she could also see herself. To be honest, Nan Guanyu had only dared to hope before. After all, how could people see ghosts? Heaven has eyes. Heaven has not cut short Pimping's life. Chapter 614. The Ripples Continue 10. Looking at Quan Xingnan, Nan Guanyue's eyes were filled with hope. Quan Xingnan did not disappoint her. She said seriously, since I know about this, I definitely won't ignore it. Sister Nan, don't worry. I'll attend the party tonight, but first, I'll send someone to investigate thoroughly. Then I'll find a way to save your son. Long-term child abuse. How is this behavior any different from those beggar ringleaders? Nan Guanyue was so moved that she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. By the way, Sister Nan, Jiang Mingxing allowed Wang Meijin to abuse your son like this. Didn't your in-laws or parents notice anything at all? Quan Xingnan suddenly voiced her doubt. In-laws? Parents? Nan Guanyue's face showed confusion, but then she reacted and said softly, Jiang Mingxing and I are both orphans. Quan Xingnan was taken aback and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Nan. I didn't know you were both. It's okay. I'm already dead, so what's there to hide? I never used to think I was unhappy, but now I suddenly resent my own parents too. I hate that they abandoned me. If they were here, if they cared about me as their daughter, they would have visited Pengping often and wouldn't have let him suffer. After saying this, Nan Guanyue added, however, I have a pair of godparents. Quan Xingnan blinked. My godparents were very good to me. After I died, they came to visit Pengping. Pengping told them he was in pain, but before they could react, Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin interrupted and changed the subject. After they left, Wang Meijin beat Pengping severely, leaving him covered in bruises. From then on, Pengping didn't dare tell my godparents about being beaten or starved anymore. That's despicable. Your son is only 3 years old, right? A 3-year-old child, how could anyone lay a hand on him? Nan Guanyue nodded sorrowfully. Yes, only 3 years old. And Wang Meijin has only been in the household for 3 months. 3 months, in just 3 months, Pengping ended up like this. As a mother, how could Nan Guanyue not feel heartbroken? Not only that, Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin never take Pengping out and never let him see anyone. When guests come to the house, Wang Meijin locks Pengping in his room. Oh, I forgot to mention, Pengping was moved out of his original room. His room was taken over by Meimeng, and now he lives on the balcony, with tattered bedding, like a dog's kennel. As Nan Guanyue spoke of her son's suffering, she broke down in tears. In the middle of winter, with snowflakes swirling outside, Pengping could only huddle under a blanket in a corner of the balcony, shivering. He has a father, yet he lives like a beggar. Even beggars can beg for a bowl of hot food, but he has nothing. He can only swallow his saliva, his eyes, made larger by his emaciation, staring enviously as the family of 3 happily eats chicken, duck, and fish around the table. Quan Xingnan suddenly stood up, furious. This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Hua Xuedong was startled. He stood up and placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, asking gently, what's going on? What has made you so angry? Quan Xingnan poured out the story of Nan Guanyue's son to him. Hua Xuedong had never imagined such a mysterious thing in the world, a ghost seeking help for someone among the living. He immediately said, don't rush. Just as you planned, let's first send someone to investigate thoroughly, find out their home address, and then figure out a way to expose this matter to the media. Only then can we truly change the child's fate. P.S. I don't dare stay up late writing. There are 2 more chapters to be updated before 8 p.m. Chapter 615. The Aftermath Continues 11. Quan Xingnan nodded. She had been thinking the same thing. Matters concerning real-life events required thorough preparation. Then, she heard Nan Guanyue whisper softly, Could you first find a way to secretly send some food to my Pengping? He's been locked on the balcony and hasn't eaten for 2 days. After saying this, Nan Guanyue quickly added, no one is at the Jiang house right now, you won't be discovered. The tears in her eyes seemed to form a vast ocean. Because Meimeng wanted to eat at the hotel, they took her out for a meal. Only Pengping is left at home, crying from hunger. The cruelest people were none other than Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin. To treat a child with such harshness, and to feel no shame about it. Quan Xingnan was only momentarily stunned before nodding without another word, turning to Hua Xuedong for help. There was no other way. She didn't have a single capable person at her disposal. It seemed she would need to focus on cultivating talent in this area in the future. Hua Xuedong pondered briefly, then called in a bodyguard from outside. Pointing to one of them, he said to Quan Xingnan, Alexander can handle this task. He is a top talent among mercenaries. He would gradually tell Quan Xingnan about the backgrounds of the people around him in the future. Alexander? Alexander? The protector and helper of mankind, truly living up to his name. Quan Xingnan smiled at Alexander. Alexander, I'll have to trouble you to handle this personally. Alexander replied respectfully, just give the order, Mississippi. Quan Xingnan asked Nan Guanyue for the address of the Jiang residence, carefully noted it on a slip of paper, and handed it to Alexander. Go quietly to this place and send some food to a little boy named Pengpeng who is being held on the balcony. Alexander took the slip of paper and, upon hearing this, couldn't help but pause in surprise. Hua Xueding sighed. It's just another tragedy. A little boy has been starving for a long time, and Nan can't bear it. Ask the hotel to prepare some easily digestible food like congee and bread, and also send him some food that can be easily hidden without being discovered or giving off a smell. Teach him to hide it secretly for now, to serve as his sustenance for the next day or two. He briefly explained Pengpeng's situation without mentioning Nan Guanyue's presence. Alexander understood, assuming Quan Xingnan had deduced it through her calculations. He sought out the hotel manager, filled a thermos with some congee, and took some steamed buns, bread slices, and vegetarian buns, carefully wrapping them up. The congee wasn't plain. It contained some Chinese medicinal herbs, which were beneficial for someone who hadn't eaten for a long time. Alexander considered everything very thoughtfully, and by the time he left, it was nearly evening. By the time he drove to the address written on the slip of paper, the sky had grown quite dark. Arriving at the building where the Jiang family lived, he walked to the back, surveyed the area, and chose a blind spot where he wouldn't be easily noticed. He easily climbed up to the second-floor balcony of the Jiang residence. The balcony was the kind not enclosed by glass windows. He nimbly flipped over the railing and crouched down, using the balcony as cover. This way, he wouldn't be spotted by anyone outside. On the balcony, aside from a pile of tattered bedding and clothes in the corner, there was also a worn-out table and a stool. Seeing this, a flash of anger crossed Alexander's eyes. If a mischievous child stepped on the table or stool, it would be easy for them to climb onto the balcony and fall. No, it should be said that this was exactly what Wang Meizhen had intended. However, Pengpeng was too frightened from the beatings to be mischievous, afraid of suffering further abuse. He was huddled in the corner, wrapped in a blanket, his large eyes filled with despair. When he saw Alexander, he showed no fear. Instead, he whispered softly, "Uncle, are you here to save me?" Chapter 616. The Aftermath continues 12. Nan Guanyue, who had returned with Alexander, was weeping uncontrollably. Alexander was unaware of Nan Guanyue's presence. He patted Pengpeng's head and asked, "Why do you say Uncle is here to save you?" Feeling the kindness emanating from Alexander, a glimmer of light flashed in Pengpeng's eyes. "Mommy used to tell me stories," she said. "When children in stories are in danger, a hero comes to save them. My tummy is so hungry now, and Uncle appeared, so Uncle is the hero." The mommy he referred to as naturally Nan Guanyue. Generally, children 2 or 3 years old don't remember things easily. However, Wang Meizhen's beatings made him remember the goodness of his biological mother even more, so he firmly remembered what Nan Guanyue had said before. "Pengpeng, Pengpeng, my Pengpeng." Nan Guanyue's heart ached so much she could barely breathe. Alexander nodded to the expectant Pengpeng and said softly, "Yes, Uncle is here to save Pengpeng." "Your name is Pengpeng, right?" "Pengpeng, Uncle wants to tell you, Uncle is your mommy's friend. I heard you've been hungry for a very, very long time. Uncle will bring you some food first, and soon, I will save you and take you out of here." Hearing there was food, Pengpeng immediately crawled out from the corner. Seeing his condition, the fury in Alexander's eyes burned even brighter. What did he see? A little boy, practically skin and bones, dressed in tattered clothes. They weren't even winter clothes, but thin autumn wear that hung loosely on his frame like rags. His emaciated body made his head and eyes appear disproportionately large. Alexander set down the food, lifted the child's clothes. His entire body was skeletal, without a trace of flesh, covered in bruises and scars. Burns, cuts, and marks clearly left by being struck with a stick. On his chest was a large patch of wrinkled skin. Alexander recognized it as a burn that had been left untreated, becoming like this. The shape of the burn suggested it was clearly caused by being splashed with something like hot soup or boiling water. Pengpeng shrank back, pitifully saying, "Uncle, I'm so cold. Where's the food?" Alexander snapped back to reality, lowered the child's clothes, picked up the thermos, poured the congee into the bowl he brought, gently blew on it, and only when it felt warm but not too hot did he hand it to him. "Drink slowly, don't rush." Alexander told him not to be impatient, but how could Pengpeng, who had been starving for 2 days, not be? He wolfed it down, finishing a bowl of congee in moments, then looked longingly at the thermos, his expression full of desire. Alexander stroked his cheek, handed him a piece of bread, and said gently, "Uncle will bring more later. You've been hungry for too long. You can't eat too much at once, or your stomach will hurt." Peng Ping patted his stomach. "Uncle, I'm actually full already. But I don't know if I'll see Uncle again. I'm so scared there won't be food later, so I wanted to eat a little more." It's rare for a 3-year-old child to express himself so clearly. He was obviously much smarter than the average 3-year-old, speaking very coherently. Even Alexander, who had fought his way through bloody storms, felt heartache hearing his words. Being full after just one bowl of congee meant his stomach, due to long-term abuse, had shrunk to a very, very small size. Alexander took back the piece of bread, wrapped it with the other food, and taught him to hide it in the corner, cover it with the bedding, not to let others find it, and to secretly eat a little when hungry. After eating, he must clean up all the crumbs. After giving these instructions, Alexander left amidst Peng Ping's reluctance. Alexander had originally wanted to buy him a hot water bottle, but fearing the child was too young and might be discovered, he could only reluctantly give up the idea. By the time he returned to the hotel, the charity gala had already begun. Chapter 617, Taking Action 1. After the events of the morning, the hotel's security arrangements for the charity gala were even more thorough. The red carpet spread out at the hotel entrance was now empty, as the charity gala inside had already begun. However, many people still gathered outside, drawn by the event's reputation, but they were held back by layers of security, unable to break through and disrupt the proceedings. Additionally, some security personnel patrolled the area. Alexander passed through multiple checkpoints and entered the main hall. The promotional video playing on stage was nearing its end. It mainly reviewed the Foundation's various projects over the past 7 years, showcasing the dramatic changes before and after the implementation of each project and the assistance provided. During the playback, no Foundation staff who had contributed appeared on stage to claim credit for themselves, let alone Quan Xingnan. Therefore, only the host provided a calm yet grateful narration. Below the stage, celebrities from all walks of life, except the political sphere, had gathered. On the periphery, journalists who had been waiting for a long time were frantically taking photos of their targets, their camera flashes flickering incessantly. From this, it was evident that the charity gala had been underway for quite some time. Alexander patiently waited until the video ended and the performances began. The Foundation's charity gala did not invite famous celebrities to perform. Instead, it featured an art troupe from a welfare institution. The troupe included professionals as well as some children from the welfare home who loved art and had studied it intensively. Some had been immersed in it for years, while others were just beginning their studies. Each performance was heartfelt, radiating a sense of happiness from within. For orphans, being able to learn the art performances they loved was a tremendous joy. Usually, they often performed at various welfare institutions and had even visited impoverished mountainous areas, bringing a splendid visual feast to those places. They were already very familiar and skilled with stage activities. This charity banquet was not about opulence or glamorous attire. It was filled with gratitude and warmth, revealing authenticity in its simplicity. When Alexander spotted Hu Xuedong among the celebrities from various fields, he was standing and talking with He Deming and Arthur. Arthur raised his wine glass, his emerald-like eyes gleaming charmingly, complimenting the red wine in his glass. "Terence, thank you so much for transferring those oil paintings to me. I absolutely adore them." After bringing them back to his country, one of the paintings became particularly beloved by Her Majesty the Queen. The Smith family gained significant prestige from this. "You should thank Nanan. You donated 10 cultural relics to our country, and Nanan felt very indebted because of it." Hu Xuedong wore his usual gentle and refined smile. Arthur widened his eyes. Had he been too self-assured? He had always thought Hu Xuedong transferred those oil paintings he particularly liked because of their friendship, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Was it true that without Annie, even offering 10 times the price wouldn't have secured them? He Deming chuckled softly. He glanced at Hu Xuedong's light blue tie and whispered with a low laugh, "Arthur, even if you've forgotten what happened in the US, looking here should make it clear." He Deming pointed at Hu Xuedong's tie, which was the same color as Quan Xingnan's attire. Light blue, a beautiful couple's color. Quan Xingnan wore a light blue cheongsam, elegant and refined, while Hu Xuedong wore a light blue tie, mature and scholarly. On it, dark blue bamboo leaf patterns shimmered faintly under the lights. The fabric was high-quality silk, and He Deming believed, if he wasn't mistaken, it was cut from the same piece of material. Chapter 618, Taking Action 2. "Heavens, Terence, you're corrupting a minor." Arthur's eyes were full of disapproval. In his eyes, Annie was just a little girl. Fortunately, he was aware of the potential impact and deliberately lowered his voice. He Deming chuckled softly, "Arthur, you have to trust Terence. He knows his limits." I believe he'll wait until Annie comes of age. With that, he turned to Huo Terrence, isn't that right? He had faith in Huo character. Besides, Quan Xingnan was not a naive or childish little girl. In any case, Huo had to consider the weight of Quan Xingnan's family. He wasn't a reckless young lad. He wouldn't act impulsively. Of course, I will patiently wait for Annie to grow up. Huo raised his glass towards him, as if thanking him for his trust. He Deming shook his head. I understand your desire to make your status known, but it's better to be cautious. There are many sharp-eyed and clear-minded people in the world, especially the paparazzi. Regardless of the truth, they'll report based on speculation first. It might not matter to you, but Annie is still young. However, the age gap between you is so large that no one would think of that. Don't worry, the news released by these media outlets will be filtered content. Understanding the influence of the Hu family in mainland China and Hong Kong, which could easily intervene before any media publication, He Deming nodded. Fortunately, Huo was nearly 30, while Quan Xingnan was a young girl in the prime of her youth. Almost no one would notice such a minor detail. Even if they saw their cheongsam and tie were the same color, no one would think of the word couple. The age difference was too great, and considering the generational ties through their father's friendships, they weren't even in the same generation. Many people knew about the close friendship between the Qin and Lin families. Huo was the youngest son of the Qin family, and Quan Xingnan was the granddaughter of the Lin family, cherished like a precious jewel. As the owner of the hotel, Huo accompanying her to receive tonight's guests didn't strike anyone as odd. Especially since an attack had occurred just that morning, it was only right for him to be cautious. Not seeing Lin Xiaoxue, Qi Hui and Bai Yun looked somewhat regretful and said with a smile, Nan, your father's position makes it inappropriate for him to attend such an occasion, but your mother could have come. Why didn't she? Lin Xiaoxue had ceased being a state public servant 7 or 8 years ago and was now pursuing business. Although her career was just beginning. With Quan Xingnan's substantial funds as capital, they believed she could quickly catch up and surpass many among them. Quan Xingnan said calmly, in such a setting, it's not suitable for my mother to appear. Even though she was no longer a state worker, she was the wife of a provincial deputy party secretary. Power always trumps money. If Lin Xiaoxue came here, she would undoubtedly be fawned over by the female companions of the guests, wife diplomacy after all. Doing so might give the foundation the impression of overshadowing the host, and it could also make outsiders think their foundation relied on power to solicit donations, which wouldn't sound good if spread. Better not to come. They had all considered this point. Bai Yun was about to say something when she suddenly saw an exceptionally handsome young man walking over, Nan, little sister. He was tall and slender with fair skin. His long eyebrows extended towards his temples, and his phoenix eyes held a smile. In his every movement, he resembled an orchid or a jade tree, refreshing to behold. He looked very young, at most 23 or 24 years old. Bai Yun had never seen such a handsome man before, aside from Huo. But Huo's imposing presence made it easy to overlook his exquisite features, shifting focus instead to his steady and reserved demeanor. This man, however, was stunning at first sight. Chapter 619, Taking Action 3. Quan Xingnan smiled, her lips parting. Brother Xingyang, you're here. I heard you opened another branch. Congratulations. Brother Xingyang? Oh, Brother Zhao Xingyang? Bai Yun was greatly startled and blurted out, Zhao Xingyang? You're Zhao Xingyang. Bai Yun's eyes widened in shock, a rare loss of composure for her. 7 years without seeing him, and now meeting again, it truly gave her a fright. Back then, how fat Zhao Xingyang was. So fat that he was the size of 2 ordinary people, his eyes squeezed into slits by the fat. No one had ever described him as handsome. Instead, people secretly mocked him. She often visited the compound, and even after old Bai passed away, she could still come and go, so she had naturally witnessed Zhao Xingyang's life from childhood to adulthood. But now, his lean frame couldn't conceal his robust build, and his handsome features carried no trace of effeminacy. They were clearly 2 different people, right? Seeing her astonished expression, Qi Hui covered her mouth and laughed. Didn't expect it, did you? Didn't expect the former fatty to become so slim. Once he lost weight, his beautiful features immediately stood out, making him handsome and dashing. We watched Xingyang undergo 3 years of hardship, slowly transforming into this. You haven't seen him for 7 years, so of course the change seems drastic at first glance. The change wasn't just ordinary, it was like night and day. Bai Yun pulled Zhao Xingyang aside, looking him up and down with admiration. I never expected it, truly never expected it. Xingyang, you've changed so much. If it weren't for Nan and Hui being here and mentioning your name, I definitely wouldn't have recognized you if I saw you. Aunt Bai, it's been a long time. How have you been? Zhao Xingyang was polite and refined, his demeanor and bearing outstanding. Now he had achieved success in both his studies and career. With accomplishments in both academics and business, he was confident and courteous, far from the person he used to be. Seeing me here, with a rosy complexion, how could I be anything but well? I'm perfectly fine. It's just that I've been in the capital all these years. How come I never saw you return? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so rude upon seeing you. Wei Dania doted on Zhao Zhengyang, and now that she was so advanced in age, it was impossible for Zhao Zhengyang not to return to the capital to show filial piety. Yet, she hadn't heard a thing about it. If Zhao Zhengyang appeared in their social circle looking like this, there was no way he could have gone unnoticed. Such a handsome man naturally attracted attention, especially since he used to be a big fatty. If he had appeared, it would surely have left people in the circle incredulous, and word would have spread far and wide. Zhao Zhengyang smiled faintly. I return every year. It's probably just fate that we haven't crossed paths, and bye. Aside from his grandmother, who in the Zhao family wanted him to interact with people in their social circle, every time he returned home, once he stepped through the door, there was no chance to go out again. They always found all sorts of excuses to keep him at home, accompanying his grandmother, always holding him back at home to prevent him from meeting and befriending people in their circle. As someone from their circle, he should naturally be making connections. A single thread doesn't make a cord, a lone tree doesn't make a forest. Connections were more important to them than academic achievements. Previously, due to his obesity, he was often excluded by people in the circle and never made a single close friend. Now that he had undergone such a dramatic change, it would be easy for him to make friends. Unfortunately, they didn't give him the chance. He had his own business to attend to and couldn't stay long in the capital without returning to Jinling. As for his grandfather, a faint chill passed through Zhao Zhengyang's heart. His grandfather had grown accustomed to doting on Zhao Jingwei. During the 7 years Zhao Zhengyang was away from the capital, his grandfather had already passed on everything in the Zhao family that could be inherited to Zhao Jingwei. He often introduced Zhao Jingwei to his old friends, former subordinates, and so on. Even though Zhao Zhengyang had now become outstanding enough to make his grandfather take notice, he wouldn't change his mind and choose Zhao Zhengyang instead, casting Zhao Jingwei aside like a worn-out shoe. Chapter 620, Taking Action 4. The Zhao family could only have one heir. From the very beginning, old Master Zhao had given up on Zhao Zhengyang and chosen Zhao Jingwei. He had nurtured Zhao Jingwei for many years and naturally wouldn't let him go to start over with Zhao Zhengyang. These inside details, Zhao Zhengyang would not share with Baiyun. Quan Xingnan was on good terms with him, especially since there was also a Li Yuxian involved, so she understood this very well. She smiled and said, Aunt Bai, you're a very busy person with countless responsibilities, and brother Zhengyang isn't idle either. Since he doesn't appear at public occasions in the compound, it's natural you wouldn't run into him. Baiyun was extremely intelligent and had experienced countless things. After a moment's thought, she quickly guessed part of the truth. In terms of appearance, Zhao Zhengyang now surpassed Zhao Jingwei tenfold. In terms of talent, over the past 7 years, Zhao Zhengyang had already obtained a diploma from a top-tier business school in the United States, while Zhao Jingwei was studying domestically, aiming for a higher degree, but had not yet graduated. In terms of ability, Zhao Zhengyang had assets worth at least nearly 10 million, and what about Zhao Jingwei? Still studying, with tuition and living expenses entirely supplied by the family. Apart from the good reputation Zhao Jingwei had gained earlier by being contrasted with Zhao Zhengyang's former foolish and obese image, and apart from the connections he had made within their social circle, currently, he fell short of Zhao Zhengyang in every other aspect. Generally speaking, if such an outstanding talent emerged in the Zhao family, they would have long shown him off, yet she hadn't heard anything. What did that signify? It signified that the Zhao family did not want Zhao Zhengyang's appearance to overshadow Zhao Jingwei. Therefore, they went to great lengths to prevent Zhao Zhengyang from appearing in their social circle. And those close to Zhao Zhengyang, like Quan Xingnan, her 6 cousins from her maternal uncle's family, the Qi family, and others, even though they knew Zhao Zhengyang was no longer his former self, wouldn't gossip about it within the circle. This led to no one in the circle being aware of Zhao Zhengyang's transformation, assuming instead that he was too ashamed to show his face in public. Baiyun secretly scoffed. The Zhao family underestimated Zhao Zhengyang too much. Without the Zhao family support, did Zhao Zhengyang lack connections within the circle? Ridiculous. The Lin family was a top-tier family, and the Yuan family was only slightly inferior. With these 2 families and the Qi family, plus the fact that the Qin family was very close to both the Lin and Yuan families, although Zhao Zhengyang had fewer acquaintances, they far surpassed those Zhao Jingwei associated with. Zhao Zhengyang smiled at Quan Xingnan and said, Little sister Nanan, after this month, I'm going to start work. Work? The 3 of them were taken aback. Quan Xingnan then smiled and said, That's great, brother Zhengyang. I believe you'll do very well. Starting work meant he planned to abandon business for politics. Old Master Zhao came from a military background, and most of his influence was in the military. As for the political sphere, it wasn't his sole domain. Zhao Zhengyang entering politics was very good, very good. He wouldn't be subject to behind-the-scenes schemes from the Zhao family. Having trained for 7 years, his cunning and methods were hidden beneath his refined exterior, but he had a kind heart and would be a good official. That's right, Zhengyang, you'll do very well. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, let us know. Don't shoulder it alone. Hu Xuedong walked over, smiling as usual. Zhao Zhengyang straightened his posture respectfully and said, "Thank you, fourth uncle." The Hu family had top-tier influence in the military, political, and business spheres. With his words, Zhao Zhengyang's path would be much smoother. Seeing Hu Xuedong, Quan Xing and felt a bit like gritting her teeth. Was he afraid others wouldn't know about their relationship? Matching colors. He was actually wearing a tie that matched the color and fabric of her cheongsam. When she first met He Deming, he had teased her about it several times. Bai Yun looked at Hu Xuedong, then at Quan Xing'an, and said with a smile, "Audong, you and Nan and have such a good relationship. Tonight's party is going so well, thanks to you." Chapter 621, Taking Action 5. Hu Xuedong smiled faintly. It's only right. His girlfriend's affairs were his own affairs. How could he not be attentive? If Bai Yun and Qi Hui knew what he was thinking, they would immediately report it to Lin Xiaoxue. How outrageous. Quan Xing'an wasn't even 15 yet. Unfortunately, they didn't know. No one had thought in that direction. It simply never crossed their minds. After all, Zhao Zhenyang, Qi Wei, Lin Tianheng, and the other 5 brothers who referred to themselves as Quan Xingnan's older brothers all called him fourth uncle. Qi Wei said with a smile, "Nan, Atong has worked so hard arranging things for you. You should thank him." "That's right, I am very, very grateful to him," Quan Xing'an said, enunciating each word clearly. Hu Xuedong quickly interjected, "Sister Bai, Sister Qi, I have something to discuss with Nan. Please excuse us for a moment." "All right, go ahead and talk." Bai Yun understood and, linking arms with Qi Hui, turned to leave. Zhao Zhengyang had originally intended to ask Quan Xing'an if she was willing to purchase the businesses under his name. Since he had decided to enter politics, he needed to handle these matters properly. In any case, he had his own partners managing them, so she wouldn't need to worry about it. Now, after some thought, he decided to ask another day. So Zhao Zhengyang also walked away. Quan Xing'an glared at Hu Xuedong, but upon hearing him say that Alexander had returned, her expression quickly changed to one of concern as she asked, "How is Peng Peng?" "Not very well." "What?" A look of concern appeared on Quan Xingnan's face. Hu Xuedong lowered his voice. Just as Nan Guanyue said, Peng Peng is covered in wounds, even more severely. Alexander said Peng Peng has a large area of burns on his chest. Given the severity of the beatings he endured, especially the marks from sticks, Alexander is worried there might be internal damage to his organs. Alexander is quite knowledgeable about these things, and he thinks it's possible. A flash of anger passed through Quan Xingnan's eyes. To be honest, she didn't hold any prejudice against the role of a stepmother. There were stepmothers who treated their husbands' children from a previous marriage very well. But perhaps the bad ones were in the majority? That's why news of stepmothers abusing their stepchildren often surfaced. Even those who didn't resort to physical abuse might use harsh words, sarcastic remarks, or emotional coldness, a form of cold violence. "Fourth brother, please ask Alexander to do me another favor," Quan Xing'an suddenly said. "There's no need for such formality between us." After saying this, Hu Xuedong gestured towards Alexander, who was standing with the other bodyguards in a corner of the party venue. Alexander immediately approached. "Sir, miss, what do you need?" Quan Xing'an got straight to the point. "Alexander, I'd like to ask for your help again." "Please go ahead," Alexander replied without hesitation. "Please take a few photos of Pumping for me. It's best if they first appear to be taken accidentally, not like you snuck into their home to take them. Then, make them look like they were taken while following him. Capture Pingping's miserable state and the overall happiness of the rest of the Jiang family." Alexander nodded. "That's easy. Please wait for the news. It should take about a day or 2. He glanced at Hu Xuedong, and seeing him nod in agreement, Alexander immediately left the party venue. First, he went to borrow a camera from another bodyguard. This bodyguard was an avid photography enthusiast, and his camera was one of the most advanced in the world. After obtaining it, Alexander went to the building where the Jiang family lived. On the way, he bought a hot water bottle and asked the shopkeeper to fill it with hot water. Under the cover of night, Alexander easily appeared on the balcony and, as before, crouched down. Because the door connecting the balcony to the interior was locked, and there were no windows in the wall adjoining the balcony, the Jiang family of 3, who had already returned home, were completely unaware of Alexander's presence. By the faint light filtering through the door and windows and the moonlight, Alexander placed a finger to his lips and made a gesture towards Ping Ping, who had noticed him. Chapter 622, Taking Action 6. Upon seeing Alexander, Ping Ping quickly covered his mouth, stifling the gasp that almost escaped. After a long moment, he finally lowered his hand, relieved that he hadn't made a sound. It would be terrible if Mom and Dad discovered a hero was bringing him food. They would surely beat him. At the thought of being beaten, Ping Ping shrank back. He crawled out from his tattered quilt and quietly crept up to Alexander, his eyes filled with delight. He whispered, "Uncle, I haven't finished the things you left me yet. Have you come to bring me more food?" Meanwhile, the closed doors and windows couldn't contain the sounds of joy and laughter from inside the house. Mom, the crystal pork knuckle Dad took me to eat today was so delicious. I want to eat it again." Ming Ming chirped brightly. Wang Meijin laughed. "Tell your dad about it. He's the head of the household." Sure enough, Ming Ming turned to Jiang Mingxing, cooing, Daddy, will you take me to eat it again tomorrow? I love crystal pork knuckle, and I also love osmanthus duck. And I want to go to the zoo to see the peacocks. Okay. Tomorrow, I'll take our little Ming Ming to eat crystal pork knuckle and osmanthus duck, and we'll go to the zoo. Jiang Mingxing roared with laughter, lifting Ming Ming so her shadow was cast upon the window. Wang Meijin said, "Mingxing, don't spoil her too much." "What if she becomes spoiled?" "What do you mean spoil?" "My daughter is a little princess by nature, and little princesses are meant to be doted on, aren't they? Our little princess is so adorable, so obedient, so sensible, she won't be spoiled." "Don't worry, Meijin." Seeing his wife's enchanting beauty under the lamplight, Jiang Mingxing felt sweetness flood his heart, as if he had drunk honey. Wang Meijin was immensely pleased. She wished Jiang Mingxing's gaze would remain glued to her forever, never remembering the debt-collecting ghost, the burden, locked on the windowsill. Thinking of Jiang Pingping, who hadn't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights, Wang Meijin thought to herself, in a few more days, he'll probably starve to death, right? Starving to death would be best, saving me the trouble of doing it myself. Once he's dead, I can prepare for pregnancy and have a child. After I give birth to a son, I'll flaunt it properly to my ex-husband. As she thought this, Wang Meijin also cursed her ex-husband's current wife, hoping she would give birth to a worthless girl. Let's see if they choose to divorce then. Jiang Mingxing's hearty laughter, Wang Meijin's delicate giggles, and Ming Ming's tender laughter. The 3 kinds of laughter rose and fell, intertwining like a joyful family symphony, perfectly matching the scene. A flicker of longing, a hint of envy, and a trace of fear shone in Ping Ping's eyes. Alexander, quick-eyed and swift-handed, chose an angle and immediately captured the scene before him. It didn't matter what photo he took first. He could arrange the order of the other photos according to his wishes later. The sound of the camera shutter was neither too loud nor too soft, but separated by doors and windows, it went unheard by those inside. "Good boy, Uncle knows you haven't finished your food, so I'm not here to bring you more. I'm here to ask for your help." After taking the photo, Alexander spoke while tucking a warm hot water bottle into Ping Ping's arms. Hugging the warm bottle, Ping Ping's big eyes immediately curved into crescents. "It's so warm, Uncle. This bag feels so warm, just like when Mom and Dad used to hold me." Ping Ping hugged the hot water bottle tightly, a blissful expression spreading across his face. Nan Guanyu, who had been lingering near her son all along, covered her face and wept bitterly. Apart from crying, apart from aching with heartache, she didn't know what else she could do to save Ping Ping from this sea of suffering. She was a ghost. There was nothing she could accomplish. Chapter 623, Taking Action 7. After Ping Ping finished his lament, he asked, "Uncle, how can I help you? I can't even leave." He was locked here, having to relieve himself in the corner at the far end of the balcony. "You don't need to do anything. This is perfect. Uncle will take a few photos of you. Using these photos, we can rescue you very soon. You won't go hungry or get beaten anymore," Alexander said, patting his head. "No more hunger? No more beatings? Really?" Ping Ping asked softly, his eyes filled with intense longing. "Really, Uncle isn't lying to you. Isn't Uncle here to save you? Don't you remember Uncle bringing you food? Uncle, I don't want crystal braised pork knuckle. I don't want osmanthus duck. I don't want to go to the zoo. I just want to be dressed warmly, sleep warmly, eat until I'm full, and not get beaten. Uncle, my new mommy hits me so hard, so very hard. But Daddy doesn't care about me. He also scolds me and hits me, saying I make new mommy angry." Alexander was startled. "Your father hits you too?" This point, Quan Xingnan hadn't mentioned. It wasn't that Quan Xingnan hadn't mentioned it, it was that Nan Guanyue hadn't said anything, so Quan Xingnan, without using her celestial eye, didn't know. Ping Ping nodded, reaching out to touch the burn scar on his chest. "Daddy is so bad. I just wanted to eat a steamed bun. Before my fingers even touched it, new mommy said I dirted the bun. Daddy lifted his hand and splashed the soup from the bowl all over me. It hurt so much, so much. Remembering the scene, Ping was still terrified, his face deathly pale. That burn scar was actually inflicted by Jiang Mingxing? Alexander's anger grew even stronger. A stepmother being cruel was one thing, but why was the biological father also so heartless and vicious? Alexander calmed himself and stayed with Ping all night. Even as Ping fell asleep, his brows remained furrowed. Alexander took a photo of him wrapped in the tattered bedding. Then, after daybreak, he photographed every detail of the balcony, focusing on the spot where Ping relieved himself, the tightly locked door, and the numerous scars covering Ping's body. Taking advantage of the fact that Jiang Mingxing and the others hadn't gotten up yet, Alexander woke Ping and had him stand on a high stool on the balcony without moving. Ping was very obedient and indeed stood perfectly still. The weather was cold, and many people were unwilling to get up early, so no one noticed anything unusual. Alexander quietly left the balcony, ran to the staircase of the opposite building, leaned out, and captured the scene with his camera. Ping stood on the high stool, the balcony railing only reaching his waist. The camera clearly captured Ping's upper body. His thin torso, his worn-out and threadbare clothes, his small face devoid of any color, his disproportionately large head and big eyes, and the innocence and naivety in his gaze. After taking the photo, Alexander returned to the balcony, stopping on the way to buy a bowl of hot soy milk and 2 plain steamed buns. Meanwhile, the Jiang Mingxing family had all gotten up, their laughter and chatter filling the house once again. They happily finished their breakfast and, urged by Meng, happily went out. Ping, be good. Don't climb on tables and stools randomly from now on. Uncle will come to rescue you very soon. After watching Ping finish the food, Alexander gave him these instructions. Then he tidied up a bit, taking away the now cold hot water bottle, the empty bowl, and the bun bag that no longer contained buns. Ping nodded understandingly, patted his satisfied belly, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Alexander had changed his appearance on the balcony the previous night, looking like a completely different person. Carrying his camera, he followed behind the Jiang Mingxing family, photographing all their activities throughout the day. Chapter 624, Taking Action 8. Jiang Mingxing indeed kept his promise to Meng. In the morning, they went to a breakfast shop for a meal. The table was filled with tea eggs, meat buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and porridge. Meng was being mischievous. After taking one bite of a meat bun, she refused to eat any more. She left half a fried dough stick on the table, and neither Jiang Mingxing nor Wang Meizhen had any intention of finishing her leftovers. They simply left them there, which made onlookers shake their heads in pity. In the morning, they visited the zoo. Jiang Mingxing carried Meng, and the family of 3 laughed happily. At noon, they walked hand in hand to a hotel for lunch. Coincidentally, the hotel they chose was the Hua Hotel. Given their financial situation, they clearly couldn't afford a private dining room or a separate restaurant area, as those were more expensive and came with a 10% service charge. So, the family of 3 settled at a table in the first-floor main dining hall. The first-floor dining hall was neatly arranged with many tables and chairs, all for casual seating. After sitting down, they ordered many dishes, including the crystal pork knuckle and osmanthus duck that Meng had wanted to eat the day before. Jiang Mingxing whispered affectionately into Wang Meizhen's ear. No one knew what he said, but Wang Meizhen laughed so hard she trembled, playfully hitting him before ordering 2 more dishes. They were enjoying themselves here, but what about Ping? On the balcony, he didn't even have a bite to eat. Heaven and hell. They lived in heaven while Ping struggled in hell. How ironic. Alexander's face grew even colder. Concealing himself, he took pictures of the scene before him. The hotel security quickly noticed Alexander's actions. As they approached to reprimand him, Alexander removed his hat, revealing a face they were all too familiar with. Alexander, one of Mr. Hua's bodyguards. Everyone working at the Hua Hotel recognized their boss and his bodyguards. As competent employees, they couldn't afford not to know. Without a word, they silently retreated one by one. Since Alexander was taking pictures of that family, it must be on the boss's orders. They shouldn't interfere with official business. Alexander nodded in satisfaction. While the Jiang family was eating, Alexander thought for a moment and took the camera upstairs to find Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. The charity gala had ended at midnight the previous night, and it was very late, so Quan Xingnan was still staying at the hotel. Quan Xingnan was on the phone with Xue Xiaojun, advising him to stay calm and continue doing what he had been doing before. The foundation had simply added an anti-human trafficking project. The Quan Xingnan Foundation had received over 80 million in donations at the charity gala. Hua Xuedong and He Deming each donated 10 million in charitable funds. Zhu Mingliang and his wife, grateful for Quan Xingnan's kindness to them and also for the cause of fighting human trafficking, jointly donated 10 million. Arthur donated $1 million. Ji Hui, Bai Yun, Su Ling, Su Ran, and others each donated 5 million. A few other celebrities from various fields also donated 5 million, while Zhao Zhangyang donated 2 million. A perfect conclusion. The charity gala was executed flawlessly. 10 protective talismans and other small gifts were delivered to each guest. Early this morning, major newspapers and magazines gave prominent coverage to the gala. For a time, reports about the Quan Xingnan Foundation were everywhere. No matter how many people outside were shocked, impressed, tempted, or discussing it, Quan Xingnan had no interest in knowing. All she knew was that from now on, her days of leisure were gone for good. Chapter 625, Taking Action 9. She would be very busy, but she felt very happy inside. Helping others was truly a joyful thing. She could help many families find their missing children and help many abducted children reunite with their parents and families. During the interview, the contact information released was that of the foundation. First, the foundation staff would arrange for those seeking help to come, then accompany them to find her. No matter where she was, she would help with the calculations, as she couldn't stay fixed in one place. Brother Xue, I'll stay in Jinling for a few more days. If anyone comes looking for me, arrange for them to find me. No matter what I'm doing, I won't refuse. All right. Xue Xiaojun replied with a strong, resonant voice. As soon as the information was released, he received many inquiry calls. After hanging up the phone, Quan Xingnan turned around and angrily confronted Hu Xiuedong. Fourth brother, did you plan this all along? I wore a light blue cheongsam, and you wore a light blue tie, both made from the same fabric. Luckily, no one noticed except for Martin. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. What worried her were the 2 Hong Kong reporters. During last night's interview with Hu Xiuedong, they indeed asked about the rosewood hairpin. If this spread to Hong Kong, it wouldn't be good. Although they were indeed dating, she didn't want it to be exposed at this time. At least, not until 3 years later. Hu Xiuedong's eyes held a hint of a smile as he handed her a glass of water. You were just on the phone with President Xue. Are you thirsty? Are you telling me to shut up? Quan Xingnan was indeed thirsty. She had only slept after midnight and woke up after 10 in the morning, but she still felt somewhat drained, a clear sign of severe dehydration. Taking the glass, Quan Xingnan took small sips. How could that be? I love listening to you speak. Her voice was delicate and tender, soft yet clear, carrying the natural sweetness of a young girl. You. Sir, Miss, Alexander is back. The bodyguard standing at the entranceway timely came to Hu Xiuedong's rescue, earning an appreciative glance from him and feeling quite pleased with himself. Quan Xingnan immediately swallowed the words she was about to say and looked solemnly at Alexander. Alexander, how did it go? Alexander recounted in detail what he had done, carefully explaining all the photos he had taken. The more she listened, the more Quan Xingnan's expression darkened. Hu Xiuedong knew she had a soft heart and reached out to hold her hand, his face filled with concern. Quan Xingnan shook her head at him, indicating she was fine. She was indeed prone to softening her heart towards certain people and situations, but she had her own principles and considered other factors. She knew better than anyone whom to save and whom to help. Thank you for your hard work, Alexander. Did Pumping have lunch? Don't worry, Mississippi. The bread, steamed buns, and other food I brought for Pumping last night are still hidden and uneaten. Otherwise, he would have already been on the balcony, delivering food to Ping Ping. Although he had fought his way through bloodshed and storms, he couldn't help but feel compassion for such a child. Good. Go eat first. After your meal, follow and photograph the Jiang celebrity family of 3 for the afternoon and evening. Take as many happy photos of them as possible, Quan Xingnan instructed. The happier they were, the more it would highlight Ping Ping's misery. There was no internet now. If there were, posting a single piece of news would quickly spread far and wide. So, for now, they had to rely on the media. Quan Xingnan thought of the newspaper with the highest circulation in Jinling. She had once saved the life of the newspaper's director, Zhang Zhangkai. If she asked him for help with this matter, he would surely be willing. Chapter 626, Taking Action 10. Early the next morning, Alexander delivered a thick stack of photos. After taking them, he immediately sent the film to a photo studio and had them developed overnight. While developing the photos, the staff at the studio were all shocked by the miserable state of Pumping in the pictures. Seeing the happiness of Jiang Mingxing's family, they were filled with righteous indignation and eagerly asked questions. Alexander had gone in disguise and stammered that he wanted to do his part by sending the photos to the newspaper, pleading with the public to help this poor child. Upon hearing this, they immediately expressed interest in the story and wanted to know the specific identities of the male head of the household and his family. For convenience, and with Hu Xiuedong around, Quan Xingnan had been staying in a hotel instead of going home. When they heard she wanted to help a poor child escape his suffering, Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoshuan naturally didn't object. Especially Yuan Ziyuan, who, upon learning of Jiang Mingxing's actions, immediately slammed the table in anger. Having such a government employee was truly a disgrace. Just hearing Nan Guanyue and Alexander describe Peng Peng's suffering made Quan Xingnan feel heartbroken. Now, seeing the photos, her eyes immediately reddened, and she could hardly hold back her tears. The half of his body exposed on the balcony, the tattered bedding he slept on, the place where he relieved himself, all of it spoke of his misery. Such pitifulness only made Jiang Mingxing's family seem even more detestable. Quan Xingnan lifted her heavy wrist and selected a few photos of Peng Peng. One showed him standing on a high stool with his upper body exposed, another captured him frowning in his sleep, revealing his sleeping posture, the tattered state of his bedding, and the cold floor, and a third showed him with a look of longing and fear on his face, peering toward the other side of the door under the moonlight and lamplight. The next 3 photos depicted the happy activities of Jiang Mingxing's family, one at breakfast, one at the zoo, and one at lunch. These 6 photos formed a stark contrast. Quan Xingnan placed them in an envelope, while the other photos went into a larger envelope. Then, she personally wrote an article from the photographer's perspective but, after reviewing it, felt unsatisfied. She hadn't witnessed it firsthand and couldn't capture the shock of seeing Peng Peng. While the photos made her furious, the article she wrote lacked that same impact. "Miss, let me write it," Alexander suddenly offered after hearing Quan Xingnan's critique of her own article. Hua Xuedong nodded and said, Nan, let Alexander write it. People in his line of work are generally versatile, with a little expertise in every field. He's an all-around talent. Alexander truly was a man of both literary and martial talents. Writing from the photographer's perspective, he crafted a passionate and heartfelt piece that moved readers to tears. Everyone who read it praised it. With the article and the 2 envelopes in hand, Quan Xingnan personally went to visit Zhang Zhangkai. Hua Xuedong naturally accompanied her. When they arrived at the newspaper office where Zhang Zhangkai worked, he, having received their call earlier, immediately came out with a hearty laugh to welcome them. "Mr. Hua, Miss Quan, what a rare visit. Please come in and talk." Sitting in Zhang Zhangkai's office, Quan Xingnan pushed the envelopes containing the photos and the article toward him. "Uncle Zhang, I really need your help this time. Please lend a hand." Zhang Zhangkai was extremely puzzled. What could Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, both favored by heaven, possibly need from the head of a small newspaper like him? But when he saw the photos and the article, he was immediately shocked. He couldn't help but stand up. "This is outrageous. How could such a thing happen? I'll have it printed immediately. P.S. Ning Xiaobai, who doesn't stay up late, says there will be 2 more chapters before 8 p.m. Chapter 627, Taking Action 11. As a heavyweight in the media industry, Zhang Zhangkai knew far too much. In reality, there were many incidents of stepmothers abusing their stepchildren. No, it wasn't just that. There were even cases where biological parents beat their children and denied them food. However, only about 1%, or even less, of such cases were ever reported. The reason was that no one filed a report, no one sought help from the media, and many people considered it normal for parents to hit their children. As a result, those poor, innocent children were left to continue living in hell if they were lucky, or they lost their lives at a tender age if they were not. Even when the media was sought for help, most of these children were assessed as having only minor injuries. The perpetrators were often sentenced to just 10 days or half a month of detention and were released soon after. Once out, they would beat the children even more severely, with little impact on their own lives. Zhang Zhangkai had witnessed such things. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that Chinese law did not have a specific crime for child abuse. There was only a provision for the crime of abuse, which stated that abusing a family member under egregious circumstances would result in a sentence of more than 2 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, or surveillance. Only if the victim suffered severe injury or death would the sentence range from more than 2 years to less than 7 years of fixed-term imprisonment. In the case of Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meizhen abusing Peng Peng, Zhang Zhangkai estimated that it would ultimately be left unresolved. While Peng Peng's suffering seemed extremely cruel and tragic in their eyes, and they deeply sympathized, if a forensic examination were conducted, it would likely be classified as minor injuries. Some of Peng Peng's wounds were old and merely looked severe. In that case, Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meizhen would at most be sentenced to detention, with imprisonment being unlikely. After their release, Peng Peng, who had no other relatives, would still have to live under their control. Before deciding to publish the story, Zhang Zhangkai shared all this with Hua Xueteng and Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan sighed and said, "We are aware of all this, but if we do nothing, Peng Peng will starve to death. I will find a way to resolve this matter completely. For now, let's first get Peng Peng out of the Jiang family." At the very least, he shouldn't have to go hungry or suffer from the cold anymore. Alexander could bring food to Pumping every day, but that wasn't a long-term solution. Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin weren't opening the balcony door for now, so they hadn't noticed Pumping's unusual situation. But what if they did? If they found out, Pumping would suffer terribly and might even be beaten again. Zheng Zhengkai's expression darkened. Heartless and cruel, these parents are simply inhuman. It's one thing for a stepmother to abuse her stepchild, but how could the biological father allow the stepmother to act this way? Uncle Zheng, as a leader in the media industry, haven't you seen plenty of such cases? In this world, the laws are imperfect, and some people have no moral bottom line. Even with media pressure and police involvement in the investigation, Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin would at most be sentenced to a few years, and it would likely be a suspended sentence. They have another daughter, and that will be taken into consideration during sentencing. Wasn't it the same in the case of the disabled beggar scandal, where the woman who bought young Chuanqiu was treated similarly? It had now been confirmed that the fetus in her womb was stillborn, and she was currently recovering from the miscarriage, still within the period of her suspended sentence. As Zheng Zhengkai said, the likelihood of sentencing for beating one's own child was not very high. There were laws to follow for abusing family members, but Quan Xingnan had seen news in later years about a female teacher who abused a child and was only sentenced to 15 days of detention, another case left unresolved. Zheng Zhengkai smiled bitterly. Leave the media aspect to me. As for the rest, Mr. Hua and Miss Quan will need to find other solutions. Chapter 628, Taking Action 12. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan left the newspaper office where Zheng Zhengkai worked, taking some of the photos with them, and went to the police station to find Meng Haoren. Public opinion alone couldn't save Pumping, police involvement was necessary. Meng Haoren handled major and serious cases, but there were officers in his station specifically in charge of such matters. Meng Haoren immediately found 2 officers, Zheng Hao and Li Pei, and sent them to Jiang Mingxing's home. They arrived around noon. Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin were eating in the dining room with Meng Meng, chatting and laughing, a picture of warmth. Seeing the 2 police officers, they were both taken aback. Witnessing the happy scene of this family of 3, Zheng Hao and Li Pei, who knew the truth, were filled with rage. They flashed their badges and said coldly, "We are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We have received a report alleging child abuse. Open the door." As they spoke, they pointed at the door leading from the living room to the balcony. Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin immediately turned pale. Wang Meijin quickly regained her composure. With her charming looks and lively, outgoing personality, she stood up with a smile and said, "How could such a thing happen? You officers must have been misled. Our family has always been a good one. Since I married Mingxing, he has treated Meng Meng very well. When have we ever abused a child?" Li Pei kept a stern face, unmoved by her act, and demanded sharply, "Open the door." Wang Meijin refused to move. Opening it would expose everything, wouldn't it? She wouldn't do that. Seeing them unwilling to budge, Zheng Hao considered kicking the door open. But worried about hitting Pumping, who was locked on the balcony, he instead raised his voice and called out, "Pumping, can you hear me, son?" Pumping had already been told by Alexander that police officers would come to rescue him. He replied timidly, "I can hear you, uncle." "Good. Now, don't stand behind the door." "I heard you, uncle." Pumping quickly moved far away from the door. "Good boy." Zheng Hao mustered all his strength and kicked the door open. The door had a simple latch lock and wasn't very sturdy. After the door was kicked open, Zheng Hao and Li Pei rushed onto the balcony and were instantly stunned. Seeing the photos had been heartbreaking, but nothing compared to the shock of witnessing it firsthand. The balcony without glass windows, the old, threadbare quilt that provided no warmth, the excrement in the corner, and the emaciated little boy shivering from the cold, it was truly a pitiful sight. Li Pei immediately pressed the shutter, capturing the scene. Naturally, he also took photos of Jiang Mingxing's family of 3 having their meal. "Pumping, your name is Pumping, right? Uncle is here to save you." Zheng Hao reached out and picked up Pumping. The boy was very light, probably weighing no more than 10-something pounds. He turned his head sharply, glaring coldly at the ashen-faced Jiang Mingxing and the seemingly unconcerned Wang Meijin. "Pizzi, take them away. We'll investigate thoroughly back at the station." Meanwhile, a headline story appeared in newspapers big and small. The news of a stepmother abusing her stepson from the ex-wife, beating the child black and blue and starving him, instantly spread through every street and alley of Jinling. Especially with the 6 starkly contrasting photos accompanying it, they inevitably stirred public sympathy for the little boy in the pictures and hatred for the biological father and stepmother. That evening, various television stations in Jinling, both provincial and municipal, prominently featured this news, supplemented by the on-site photos taken by the police. Many media outlets rushed to Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin's residence to interview their neighbors. Everyone said they hadn't seen Peng come out since the couple got married. Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin had claimed Peng was in poor health, and people had believed them. Only after seeing the news did they realize Peng had been suffering abuse all along, leaving them shocked and deeply disturbed. Chapter 629, Public Enemy 1. It was truly shocking. The aftermath of the disabled beggar case was still ongoing. Everyone had just finished reading the reports about Quan Xingnan's foundation supporting the establishment of an anti-trafficking project to eradicate the abuse of children by criminal gangs at its root. Then, immediately after, this incident happened. From the photos, the cruelty was almost on par with that of the beggar ringleader in the previous case. Because of this, public attention to this matter was extremely high. A biological father condoning his stepmother's brutal beating of his stepson, even abetting the abuse, his actions were more detestable than those of a trafficker and beggar ringleader combined. Many people demanded severe punishment for Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin. Numerous compassionate individuals also sent clothes, food, and toys to the police station to visit poor little Peng, showing him great concern. However, Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin denied abusing Jiang Peng. Jiang Mingxing claimed he accidentally scalded Peng, while Wang Meijin said the child was too mischievous, and she couldn't help but give him a few light smacks, not using heavy force. Regarding the child living on the balcony, they argued with conviction that it was a pre-existing dog kennel, not a bedroom for the child. They claimed they had arranged for the child to live with Meng Meng, but the child was naughty, missed his biological mother, crawled into the balcony on his own and refused to come out. They insisted his emaciation was due to missing his mother and refusing to eat. Faced with their sophistry, the police officers present were both angry and amused. They had seen many shameless people, but never anyone as shameless as this. They claimed they arranged for Peng to live with Meng Meng, so why were there only Meng Meng's belongings in the room and none of Peng's? Peng's belongings, a few tattered pieces of clothing, were all carelessly thrown on the balcony. Yet, Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin simply refused to admit it. They were confident the police couldn't do anything to them. Who doesn't hit their child? It's a normal thing. How dare they arrest them for it? At that moment, the medical examination report for Peng arrived. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had sent Alexander over. With him there, Peng behaved very obediently, answering whatever was asked. When Qinghao and Li Pei came to rescue him earlier, if Alexander hadn't instructed him in advance, Peng would have been too scared and at a loss, let alone obediently leaving the Jiang family with them. The injuries on Peng's body were not from a single incident, but from many occurrences over time. Malnutrition, chronic malnutrition. After the doctor's examination, Peng was now receiving nutrient injections. The food Alexander had brought him over the past 2 days alone couldn't compensate for the nutrients his body lacked. With photographic evidence, the evidence of numerous injuries, Peng's testimony, and the doctor's report, everything pointed to the fact of Peng's abuse, an ironclad fact. However, Peng was ultimately assessed as having sustained minor injuries. Although covered in scars and with slight damage to his internal organs, none met the standard for serious injury, hovering within the range of minor injuries. Minor injuries are the most common in such cases. Only serious injuries can lead to a sentence of several years in prison for the perpetrator. Generally, minor injuries only result in detention. In Chinese law, there is no crime of child abuse. Without the crime of child abuse, relying solely on the crime of abusing a family member, and without a serious injury report, this meant that no matter how vicious Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin's intentions were, no matter how much the public condemned them, there were no effective legal measures to deal with them. Detention. Through normal legal procedures, they would only face a detention punishment of 15 days. They abused Peng, beat him until he was covered in wounds, starved him until he was malnourished, and the consequence was merely detention. 15 days of detention. Chapter 630, Public Enemies 2. Both the public and all the police and judicial personnel personally handling this matter were dissatisfied with this outcome, the former expressing great displeasure, the latter feeling utterly helpless. Anger. Overwhelming anger. Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin had committed such atrocities, yet they were allowed to roam free, escaping the law. Their anger and sense of injustice seemed so pale and powerless before the law. Handling matters according to the law, that was their guiding principle. The result of handling it according to the law was sentencing Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin to 15 days of detention and education. But could such vicious individuals immediately change their cruel nature after just a few days of education by the relevant authorities? Impossible. 9 out of 10 people would not repent and reform. What was most difficult for them to accept was that after their detention period ended, Peng would still be raised by these two relatives. In the future, they would undoubtedly abuse Peng even more severely. After this incident, both Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin lost their jobs. Jiang Mingxing was fired by his employer, and the art troupe Wang Meijin belonged to felt the incident had caused too much damage to their reputation. They very tactfully asked her not to participate in any more activities with the troupe. No matter how tactful, it still meant dismissal. Their art troupe had always maintained a positive image. How could they tolerate such individuals tarnishing it? After this incident was reported, it became widely known. The television station continued to report on it, tracking the progress of the case. Everyone condemned Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin for their cruelty. Having lost their jobs and with their despicable actions known to everyone in Jinling, they would surely move elsewhere to start over. If they took Pengping with them, no one would ever discover how they abused him then. Wouldn't that harm Pengping even more? Helplessness. Quan Xingnan was filled with utter helplessness. Exposing this incident was not enough to save Pengping. Because aside from his biological father, Jiang Mingxing, he had no other relatives who could raise him. Nan Guanyue did have a pair of godparents, Sun Zhongjiao and Mrs. Sun. They had tried several times to see Pengping but were unable to. Just as they were growing worried, Pengping's case was published in the newspaper. They immediately rushed to the police station with gifts, holding Pengping and weeping bitterly. However, they had no blood relation to Pengping after all. Nan Guanyue was not their adopted daughter either. There were no formal adoption procedures. They could not intervene in this matter. Is this why many parents who abuse their children, even after being discovered, continue to do so even more severely? As long as they don't beat the child to death, cause permanent disability, or inflict serious injury, they are at most detained for a few days. After their release, they still retain custody of the child and control over the child's future life, unless their guardianship rights are revoked and someone else is appointed as the child's guardian. Only if they repeatedly abuse the child and refuse to reform will the relevant authorities take such action. Quan Xingnan felt deeply troubled. Nothing was more unacceptable than this outcome. Apart from moral condemnation, following normal legal procedures actually failed to deliver substantive punishment to the perpetrators. They couldn't even strip Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin of their guardianship rights over Pengping. Because once they saw that the situation had developed to a point where they could no longer deny their wrongdoing, they immediately admitted their mistakes. Their attitude in admitting fault was very good. They swore oaths that they would reform and treat Pengping well. Given this, neither the police nor the outraged public, neighbors, or volunteers could legally strip them of their guardianship rights based on such minor injuries. Should they believe their words? Should they trust that they would treat Pengping well? Chapter 631, Public Enemy 3. No, it can't be. No one understands Jiang Mingxing better than I do. He and Wang Meijin lost their jobs because of Pengping and became public enemies that everyone wants to beat. They must hate Pengping to the core and would never give up custody of him. They must be thinking in their hearts. First apologize, then take Pengping away, and finally take revenge. Only by apologizing could they continue to have custody of Pengping. Once their detention period ended and they left this place, they could move somewhere no one knew about this incident. No one would care how they treated Pengping then. Even if they beat him to death, no one would ever find out. Nan Guanyu was very anxious. She had thought rescuing Pengping would solve everything, but she never expected there were so many things she didn't understand. Alexander and the others were unaware of Nan Guanyu's existence and couldn't hear her words, but that didn't stop their outrage over the matter. Why are the laws regarding child protection in the mainland so weak? Alexander couldn't understand it. Minors are the hope of the future. Their rights and interests should be the first to be protected. In this regard, Hong Kong's laws are more comprehensive. In his view, Pengping's injuries were severe. Long-term malnutrition, long-term abuse, all kinds of scars, new injuries layered over old ones. Logically speaking, even if there were no guardians to raise him, the relevant authorities should have properly placed him in a suitable welfare institution, which would at least be much better than staying with Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin. However, thinking about the darkness present in many welfare institutions, Alexander felt somewhat helpless. Quan Xingnan revealed a bitter smile. She wasn't someone who became exceptionally brilliant just because she had lived 2 lives. Her thinking on some matters was still rather straightforward. Indeed, even after rebirth, she wasn't omnipotent. She came from a prominent family, but had never thought of using her influence to pressure others. She knew that if she or her parents just said a word to the relevant departments, everything below would be arranged perfectly. This time, it was also because she stepped in that things were handled so quickly. Even if it was originally impossible to strip Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meijin of their custody rights, by then, a way would be found, a flawless way. But she didn't like that. She didn't like using influence to pressure others. She didn't like giving her parents or herself any leverage that others could use against them. The higher one's position, the more cautiously one must act. Right now, who knew how many people wanted to replace her father's position and bring him down? Soon, there was a turning point. Many members of the public were dissatisfied with this outcome and protested in various ways. The situation grew larger and larger, becoming very different from before. When many things receive public attention, their development is inherently different from what it would have been otherwise. Ping Ping received help from many people. He temporarily stayed at the Hua Hotel, never leaving Alexander's side. He considered Alexander a hero, a friend of his mother. He trusted no one else, but was very attached to Alexander. He had also become quite familiar with Quan Xingnan, often calling her sister. Quan Xingnan and the others stayed at the hotel and received many things from the outside world. Some people sent clothes and toys for Peng Ping, others sent money for his future living expenses and tuition. Several well-known lawyers even volunteered, looking for legal loopholes to free Peng Ping from the clutches of Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meizhen. Ping Ping's smile grew brighter and brighter, and he became less cautious even when meeting his god-grandparents. In the end, after research and deliberation, during the retrial, Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meizhen were stripped of their custody rights over Jiang Peng. Instead, Peng Ping's godparents, Sun Zhengjiu and his wife, who had volunteered to raise Peng Ping, Nan Guanyu's godfather and godmother, became Jiang Peng's guardians. Chapter 632, Public Enemies 4. This was the first time Quan Xingnan truly understood the meaning of many hands make light work. Even though her family and Hua Xuedong's family held high positions and wielded great power, they were often constrained in certain matters. In such cases, the power of the masses proved far more effective. Nan Guanyue, tears streaming down her face, felt immense gratitude in her heart for those passionate and righteous citizens. It was their attention and their protests that paved a way for Peng Ping to escape his hell. If Quan Xingnan had acted alone, such a result would have been impossible to achieve. Even Quan Xingnan herself said that the citizens deserved the greatest credit. The righteous people had put in the most effort. Although societal development and economic growth had led to unpredictable hearts, a lack of morality, and increasing indifference and selfishness, there were still countless people with compassion. Who wouldn't want the most heartfelt help when facing difficulties? Although Sun Zhengjiu and his wife were not biologically related to Peng Ping, they were indeed Nan Guanyue's godparents, the people closest to Peng Ping, and both were retired teachers of good character. Not only that, but the elderly couple were also in good financial standing, and their own children supported the idea of raising Peng Ping. In the matter of Peng Ping, Nan Guanyue's godbrother had exerted great effort. He was one of the lawyers who had tried every means to find legal loopholes to strip Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meizhen of their guardianship. They had also publicly stated that they welcomed anyone to conduct surprise inspections at their home at any time to see how they treated Peng Ping. Being able to make such a statement was proof enough of their integrity. Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meizhen, whose detention period had ended, not only lost their jobs, but also became public enemies, despised by everyone. Their photos had long been published in the newspapers, and everyone recognized them on sight. Jiang Mingxing was originally an orphan, raised by a welfare institution. Now, everyone at that welfare institution detested him, believing he had brought shame upon them, and treated him with hostility whenever they saw him. Wang Meizhen was not an orphan, she had parents and siblings. After this incident, the entire Wang family became the subject of public scorn. Whenever people saw a member of the Wang family, they would remark, that's the family that produced that vicious and cruel stepmother, Wang Meizhen. People believed that Wang Meizhen's behavior was certainly related to her family upbringing. The Wang family had their share of adversaries, and each one would greet them with a mocking, knowing smile. Former relatives and friends all avoided them like the plague, afraid of being tainted by Wang Meizhen's notorious reputation, and having others think their families were of the same ilk. Wang Meizhen's younger sister, who had been engaged to be married, had her engagement broken off because of this incident and was at home making desperate scenes. A cloud of gloom and misery hung over the Wang household, and everyone hated Wang Meizhen to the core. Without a word to anyone, the entire family moved away from their original residence, relocating far away. In such circumstances, Jiang Mingxing and Wang Meizhen, having lost their jobs, couldn't find any work locally. No one was willing to hire employees like them. No, it should be said that even when they tried to buy things, no one was willing to sell to them. Whether it was food, drink, or daily necessities, no one would sell to them once they saw their faces. They had no choice but to wear hats and wrap scarves around their faces, sneaking around like thieves to buy some necessities to survive. They deeply resented the person who had reported them to the police. Unfortunately, the police kept that information strictly confidential. No one knew who had made the report or who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Wang Meizhen soon couldn't bear it anymore and insisted on moving, selling their house, and relocating to another city. Jiang Mingxing agreed wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, when they tried to sell their house, they simply couldn't. Even though they had lowered the price significantly, no one was willing to buy it. Left with no other choice, the couple packed their belongings and, taking Meng Meng and their remaining savings, secretly slipped away. Chapter 633, A Rat Crossing the Street, Part 5. By the time this matter concluded, Quan Xingnan's birthday had already passed many days ago. Turning 18 is considered coming of age, but 15 isn't a particularly significant birthday in modern times, so her family hadn't planned any grand birthday celebration for her. However, in the eyes of Li Fang and Hu Xuedong, 15 is the age of the hairpin ceremony. In ancient times, the hairpin ceremony signified that a girl had reached adulthood and was eligible for marriage. Li Fang made a special trip back from the capital, and Hu Xuedong specifically gifted her a mutton-fat jade hairpin as a birthday present. On that day, Hu Xuedong first went to offer birthday wishes to the elderly Mrs. Hua and rushed back in the evening. After returning, he also arranged a candlelit dinner, which was extremely romantic. Now, with the pumping incident happening, Quan Xingnan was swamped with work, not even having the chance to return to Beijing for school. She also had to regularly receive those who had come early seeking information about their missing children, leaving her absolutely no time to celebrate her birthday. Not long after the press conference, when the pumping incident erupted, people began coming to seek her help. They came seeking assistance with a mindset of disbelief. To be honest, they weren't very convinced of Quan Xingnan's mystical calculations, but they were unwilling to let go of any hope of finding their children. The result brought them to tears of joy. Every person who sought her out under Quan Xingnan's guidance found the whereabouts of their child. Behind every trafficked child, there is a criminal gang. Based on this, the police followed the leads and arrested many people. The public security systems are interconnected, so even if the incidents didn't occur locally in Jinling, police forces in other regions also wanted to achieve merit. Thus, anti-trafficking campaigns were launched vigorously across various regions. The achievements in combating trafficking kept improving steadily, like sesame flowers blooming higher and higher on the stalk. Everyone was happy. Those who sought help found their loved ones, and the police caught the traffickers. Wasn't that a cause for everyone's happiness? Quan Xingnan's reputation grew even greater. Initially, her reputation as the divine calculator existed only within the top circles of Beijing. Gradually, some people in the business world heard whispers through people like Bai Yun, Qi Hui, and the Su Ling sisters. Now, the number of people who knew is at its peak. Who are the most numerous in China? It's the ordinary common people who have the largest numbers. Once they knew, could they help but spread it until everyone knew? Fortune-telling inherently carries a layer of mystical color. Through word of mouth, it became even more mysterious and unfathomable. In the end, the rumors became more and more exaggerated. In their words, Quan Xingnan became a master like Zhuge Liang or Lu Bowen, who knew the past 500 years and the next 500 years, and was versed in all matters of astronomy and geography. Especially since Quan Xingnan's image as a philanthropist was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Philanthropist, yes, that's right, a philanthropist. At the beginning of the year, the nation selected the top 10 philanthropists, and Quan Xingnan was among them. With the youngest age, the longest tenure, and the highest amount of personal donations among other factors, she ranked first. The award ceremony was held in Beijing, but Quan Xingnan simply didn't attend. She doesn't need these empty titles. Her accumulation of virtue and good deeds has never been for empty fame. Initially, it was to resolve the karmic consequences she bore. Later, she gradually became interested in charity, enjoying helping those in need. That feeling is truly wonderful. Her charity work is not done without any bottom line. She only helps those who are truly in need, arranging for them to learn a skill so they can support themselves with their own abilities. She absolutely does not indulge behavior where people seek help from everyone for difficulties they could solve themselves or seek unearned gains, except for those who genuinely cannot learn such skills, such as some elderly, weak, sick, or disabled individuals. Moreover, whenever she thinks of the top 10 philanthropists, she recalls the Hongling Children's Welfare Home case that happened when she first arrived in Jinling. Wasn't Zhou Aiguo one of Jinling's top 10 philanthropists? And what was the result? Hypocritical and sanctimonious, utterly despicable. In the end, it was Xue Xiaojun who attended on behalf of Quan Xingnan to receive this honor. Chapter 634, Public Enemy 6. All in all, Quan Xingnan stayed in Jinling for almost a month. Hu Xuedong had already made several trips between the mainland and Hong Kong, and between the mainland and Europe. This time, he had a series of engagements lined up in France. Before leaving, he left Alexander and another bodyguard, Daniel, with Quan Xingnan. Alexander was both a scholar and a warrior. He could serve as Quan Xingnan's bodyguard while also handling roles like assistant, secretary, or driver. Daniel was no less impressive than Alexander. Not only was Daniel skilled in martial arts, but he was also adept at handling business matters, showing more talent in that area than Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan was utterly amazed. In her previous life, when she met Huo, the bodyguards by his side were no longer the ones she saw now. She had never imagined that these seemingly ordinary, quiet bodyguards each possessed extraordinary skills. Any one of them stepping into the spotlight would be considered an outstanding talent among men. If these individuals were like this, it was likely that Huo later bodyguards were similar. Where on earth did Huo recruit such talents? Quan Xingnan felt that, even though she had lived an extra lifetime, there were still many things from her previous life she didn't understand. The more she learned, the more Quan Xingnan realized her own shortcomings. It's better for a person to remain humble. The humble Quan Xingnan was quite content to be a hands-off boss. She acquired the shares belonging to Zhao Zhengyang's catering business for 10 million yuan and left it to Daniel to handle the contract procedures and other related matters. She was 15 now, but still a minor. Many agreements and documents required the signature of her guardian, Quan Shuang, so Daniel had to make a trip to Beijing. However, since matters here were concluded and Quan Xingnan would be returning to Beijing soon, there was no need for Daniel to go alone in advance. With this matter resolved, even though it wasn't finalized yet, Zhao Zhengyang felt a great sense of relief. He was discussing his future starting point and plans with Quan Xingnan when someone came to visit. As soon as the door opened, they saw Pengping bouncing over and throwing himself into Alexander's arms. Uncle, Pengping came to see you. Do you think Pengping has gotten a little chubbier? Pengping feels like he's gained a lot of weight, but Grandpa and Grandma both say Pengping is still very thin. Pengping and Alexander had a very good relationship. When Sun Jingjiu and his wife adopted Pengping, Pengping was very reluctant. He didn't want to leave Alexander. It was only after the sons promised they would often visit Alexander, coupled with Alexander's persuasion, that he agreed. During their first visit to the hotel to see Alexander, Sun Jingjiu and his wife were startled. After retiring, their lives were quite leisurely. Apart from tending to flowers and bamboo, they enjoyed traveling and never missed reading the newspapers. They immediately recognized that the young girl Alexander was accompanying was none other than the famously renowned fortune-teller, Master Quan. Quan Xingnan had recently been receiving many people seeking help to find relatives, making it inconvenient for her to stay at the provincial government residential compound. Therefore, she had been staying at the Hua Hotel all along. Upon seeing the elderly couple, Quan Xingnan stood up to greet them. She always behaved this way towards elders, never arrogant or prideful about her status. Sun Jingjiu and his wife had visited several times and understood her character. They both smiled and said, "We didn't know you had guests until we arrived. Did we disturb you? We're truly sorry." Not at all, not at all. Please don't say that, Quan Xingnan replied, and Zhao Zhengyang nodded in agreement. Perhaps because they shared similar hardships, Zhao Zhengyang liked Pengping very much. Zhao Zhengyang had visited Pengping several times, both when Pengping lived with Alexander and after he was adopted by the sons. After a few interactions, they had become quite familiar. After finishing his affectionate display in Alexander's arms, Pengping turned around and called out cheerfully, "Sister Quan, Brother Zhao, Uncle Daniel." Chapter 635, Public Enemy 7. Zhao Xingyang was the first to laugh. "Pengping, you always look for Alexander first every time you come." Brother Zhao feels very hurt. With his exquisite features and handsome appearance, the way he clutched his heart made anyone who saw him feel immense pity. Pengping blinked his big eyes, slid down from Alexander's embrace, toddled over to him on his short little legs, reached out to pat his knee, and said like a little adult, "No hurt, no hurt. Blow on it and it won't hurt." Everyone burst into laughter, feeling both amused and comforted. Although Pengping's body had not fully recovered, he was very happy. He had secretly told Alexander that now he could wear warm clothes every day, eat until he was full, and sleep well. He felt just as happy as when his mother was by his side. When Sun Jingjiu and his wife heard these words, their hearts ached terribly. Nan Guanyu's face held a trace of relief. "As long as Pengping is doing well, I am at ease." As this tension eased, she suddenly realized her soul was slowly dissipating. Was she about to disappear completely? Nan Guanyu thought silently. However, seeing Pengping living such a life, she had no regrets. Quan Xingnan acted quickly. Her divine sense condensed into a talisman, which landed on Nan Guanyu's form, and her soul gradually solidified. Nan Guanyu was stunned. She hadn't missed that golden talisman. "Miss Quan, this talisman can protect your soul, preventing it from scattering to nothing." Quan Xingnan briefly explained how souls lingering in the mortal world would eventually scatter, and that only through her own rites could they enter reincarnation. Now, she no longer used performing the rites as a condition to require ghosts to fulfill their wishes before helping them. Nan Guanyu was taken aback for a moment, then felt immensely grateful. "Thank you, Miss Quan. Pengping hasn't grown up yet. I'm still worried about him. I'd like to watch over him for a while longer." The implication was that she did not wish to undergo the rites. While speaking with Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jungjio, Quan Xingnan divided her attention to say, "You must understand, this talisman can only protect you temporarily, not forever. And I have no fixed abode for now, I may not be able to look after you." The next time Nongguanyu was about to scatter, if Quan Xingnan wasn't present, her fate would be dissipation. Nongguanyu said resolutely, "It doesn't matter. If it comes to that, it's my fate. I won't blame anyone." Since she was unwilling, Quan Xingnan didn't insist, focusing instead on listening to Sun Jungjio. "Miss Quan, in a couple of days we plan to take Pengping on a trip. We wonder if you'll still be in Jinling when we return." He remembered Quan Xingnan saying during an interview that once matters in Jinling were concluded, she would return to the capital for school. Quan Xingnan smiled. "Probably not. My flight is the day after tomorrow. I'm returning to the capital." Mrs. Sun said, "Miss Quan, could we have a way to contact you? I'm afraid Pengping will be sad if he can't see you all then. Also, the capital is part of our travel plans. Perhaps we could visit you there." Alexander suddenly spoke up. "Mrs. Sun, Pengping is closest to me. It's better to have my contact information." Mrs. Sun was slightly taken aback, but quickly agreed with a smile. That was true. Miss Quan was currently at the center of a whirlpool. It really wasn't suitable to ask for her direct contact. Quan Xingnan offered an apologetic smile. Currently, when she helped many people divine the whereabouts of their relatives, it was all arranged uniformly by the Foundation, accompanying them to meet her, rather than them contacting her directly. She worried that if her contact information were leaked, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 636, A Rat Crossing the Street 8. After obtaining Alexander's contact information, the Sun Jungjio couple soon took Pengping and said their goodbyes. After they left, Zhao Xingyang also departed. The room immediately became quiet. Only Quan Xingnan, Alexander, and Daniel remained. Since no one came seeking help today, Quan Xingnan decided to return home. Upon seeing Alexander and Daniel, Lin Xiaoxue sighed. Tong really considered things thoroughly. You truly need a few people around you to avoid incidents like the press conference. Actually, Quan Xingnan, like herself, had people protecting her. However, they remained well hidden, and when that reporter made a move, the bodyguards subdued him with their bare hands, so they didn't need to appear. Hua Xuedong's arrangement was excellent, accompanying Quan Xingnan under the guise of assistants and bodyguards, providing close protection. Quan Xingnan was now a far cry from her former self. Having bodyguards and assistants was a natural progression. "Mom, having Alexander and Daniel is enough for now. We can discuss others later. I still have to attend school. When I'm at school, neither Alexander nor Daniel can accompany me inside, let alone anyone else," Quan Xingnan said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxue thought this made sense. Regarding their daughter, Uncle Yun and Popo had told them not to interfere too much, saying that Nana knew her limits. Having lived with their daughter day and night for 7 years, she was truly sensible, leaving her parents with little to do. Lin Xiaoxue felt immensely proud. Her gaze suddenly fell on the hairpin in Quan Xingnan's hair. "This hairpin seems new. When did you buy it? I haven't seen it before." Quan Xingnan owned many pieces of jewelry, and even she, as her mother, had benefited greatly. However, she hadn't seen this hairpin before. Moreover, she felt that given Quan Xingnan's personality, during such a busy time, she likely wouldn't have had the mind to shop for jewelry. The hairpin Quan Xingnan was currently using to secure her hair was a gift from Hua Xuedong. Mutton fat white jade with a twin lotus design. The material was mutton fat jade, and the hairpin featured a twin lotus, 2 blossoms on one stem, leaning against each other. What was most remarkable was that the petals were carved as thin as real flower petals, exquisitely detailed. When Hua Xuedong gave her the hairpin, he personally styled her hair into a maiden's bun. She didn't know when he had learned to do that. The thoughtful Hua Xuedong was truly romantic. Who would have thought that someone as busy as him could be so considerate? He was reserved and wise, yet meticulous in his thoughts, always attending to her with utmost care. Thinking of Hua Xuedong, who was far away in France, Quan Xingnan felt very sweet inside. She touched the hairpin in her hair and, instead of answering Lin Xiaoxue's question, smiled and asked, "Mom, do you think this hairpin looks nice?" "I really like it. My daughter is very beautiful and adorable. She looks good wearing anything." As expected, Lin Xiaoxue didn't notice her daughter's little secret. Quan Xingnan was quite pleased with herself. Her skin was lustrous, faintly glowing with a pearly jade-like sheen, perfectly complementing her delicate features. Her youthful charm was just beginning to bloom. Alexander and Daniel exchanged a glance. No wonder Sir had set his sights on her so early. Already a stunning beauty now, she would undoubtedly be peerless in the future. Quan Xingnan planned to have lunch with her parents, but before mealtime, Xue Xiaojun suddenly called her, saying a wealthy lady from Taiwan had come seeking a divination about her son's whereabouts. Quan Xingnan had no choice but to explain the situation to her parents and return to the hotel with Alexander and Daniel. When they returned to the hotel, Xue Xiaojun and a noblewoman had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 637, Public Enemy 9. This noblewoman appeared to be only in her 20s. At first glance, her features were extremely ordinary. Jet black eyebrows and eyes, a plain, pale face, nothing distinctive. Yet, untouched by any makeup or color, she gave off a surprisingly stunning impression. She wore a white spring outfit, and the only accessory on her entire body was a plain, unadorned silver bracelet on her right wrist. If not for her noble and extraordinary bearing in every gesture and movement, coupled with the entourage of 6 or 7 bodyguards and female assistants following her, a grand display indeed. Ordinary people would hardly have taken her for a wealthy socialite. Xue Xiaojun spoke up. Nan, this is Madame Ling Qiushui. She wishes to ask you to divine the whereabouts of her son. Madame Ling, hello. Quan Xingnan nodded in greeting. Ling Qiushui looked at Quan Xingnan, her brows slightly furrowed before quickly smoothing out. Miss Quan, I'll trouble you then. When she spoke, it was with a crisp and fluent Beijing accent. You're welcome. Please come in and talk. Once inside the hotel room, Ling Qiushui immediately shooed her bodyguards and female assistants out, facing Quan Xingnan alone. Her bodyguards and assistants showed disapproving expressions, but upon hearing her soft, cold hum, they shuddered and quietly retreated, standing guard outside the door. Ling Qiushui was very aloof, but not the haughty kind of coldness. It was a detachment that seemed to emanate from her very bones. She glanced at Xue Xiaojun, Alexander, and Daniel. The latter two didn't speak, instead looking at Quan Xingnan in unison. Only after seeing Quan Xingnan's signal did they each leave the room, standing guard outside the door just like Ling Qiushui's bodyguards and assistants. Quan Xingnan brewed tea and served it, smiling as she said, Madam Ling, there's no one else here now. Please speak freely. Ling Qiushui watched her tea-brewing movements, then glanced at the tea set, a flash of sharp insight in her eyes. She picked up the teacup, gently sniffed it, and said, This is the finest de Hong Pao. Only the highest-ranking leaders on the mainland can drink this. Its presence here is enough to indicate Miss Quan's profound background. Moreover, Miss Quan's tea art is quite remarkable. Quan Xingnan felt a slight surprise, then smiled. One should say Madame Ling's skill in appreciating tea is remarkable. A gentle sniff, and you know its origin. Ling Qiushui took a sip of tea and looked up at Quan Xingnan. Her eyes were beautiful, like cold stars, autumn waters, or bright pearls, as if 2 black mercury pellets were nestled within white mercury, distinctly black and white, captivating anyone who saw them. Anyone, that is, except Quan Xingnan, who was certainly not captivated. She chuckled lightly. Madame Ling, Brother Xue said you want to divine your son's whereabouts? Correct. I want to know where my son is. When did he go missing? And where? Quan Xingnan sat up straight, preparing to activate her heavenly eye to glimpse the existence of her son from Ling Qiushui's past. Ling Qiushui said indifferently, if only I knew when and where he went missing. Quan Xingnan was taken aback, then seemed to hear an extremely soft, almost imperceptible sigh escape Ling Qiushui's lips. This sigh was like spring flowers withering at dusk, falling to the ground without a sound. Ling Qiushui twisted the silver bracelet on her wrist, her tone still detached. I wasn't married when I gave birth to him. Not married? Meaning she had a child out of wedlock? Quan Xingnan's eyebrows raised slightly, but she didn't show any unusual expression. Seeing this, Ling Qiushui actually seemed to relax a little. She continued, my family felt it was shameful. While I was pregnant, they kept it hidden from outsiders so no one would know. The moment my child was born, they took him away. They said they arranged a very good identity for the child, that he would live a safe and peaceful life. Chapter 638, A Rat Running Across the Street 10. It's very normal. Even now, having a child out of wedlock still carries a bad reputation. Judging by Ling Qiushui's demeanor, her background must be extraordinary. Prominent and noble families place particular importance on such matters and certainly wouldn't want Ling Qiushui's reputation for having a child out of wedlock to affect the entire family. At this point, Ling Qiushui gave a cold laugh. If that were truly the case, then so be it. Ultimately, it was my fault. I was the one who brought shame upon my family. I don't resent them for separating me from my child. But they lied to me. They never arranged for any family to adopt the child. Instead, they abandoned him. No one told me where they abandoned him. A faint shimmer of tears appeared in her eyes, making them seem even more radiant and captivating. Quan Xingnan sighed. Regarding this matter, she didn't know whether to blame Ling Qiushui's family or to blame Ling Qiushui herself for having a child out of wedlock. From their respective standpoints, it seemed each had their own reasons for acting as they did. So, you want to find this child now? Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled all the way from Taiwan. Ling Qiushui nodded gently. Yes, I want to find him. Even though his birth received no blessings, even though I myself didn't want him at the time, I still want to find him. I want to know how he is doing now. I heard from a friend doing business on the mainland that you have remarkable abilities and have helped many people find their relatives. I came to try my luck, wondering if you could help me. I can help. Can you tell me what year he was born? Just by looking at Lang Qiushui's appearance, she couldn't discern her age. She looked very young, but her bearing and demeanor weren't like those of a young woman. 1975. Yes, 1975. Don't be fooled by how young I look. I'm actually 40 years old. I remember I was locked up at home for a long time. I counted the days until I lost track and don't know the exact date of his birthday. I only know that the crabapple blossoms outside my window were exceptionally beautiful that day, brilliant like rosy clouds. 1975? That was 21 years ago. Quan Xingnan hadn't activated her heavenly eye, so she didn't understand Lang Qiushui's origins and identity, nor did she know what kind of family Lang Qiushui had married into now that would allow her to come search for her past illegitimate child. But she was very respectful of the wishes of those who came seeking help. Just as she was about to activate her heavenly eye, she heard Lang Qiushui say, "My current husband is the biological father of my son. He hopes to find the child even more than I do." Quan Xingnan smiled, surprised that Lang Qiushui was so perceptive. First, Lang Qiushui had a child out of wedlock, then later married the man with whom she had that child. Now living a life of comfort and privilege, she must have undoubtedly experienced an extraordinarily eventful life in between. Lang Qiushui added, "By the way, I was living in Beijing at that time. If they wanted to abandon the child on the same day, I think it's very likely they abandoned him in Beijing. After all, transportation wasn't very developed back then. It wouldn't have been easy for them to go far." Beijing? It was actually in Beijing? For some reason, Quan Xingnan had an indescribable feeling. She steadied herself and activated her heavenly eye, tracing back Lang Qiushui's past. 21 years ago, on a day when the crabapple blossoms were in bloom, Lang Qiushui gave birth to a baby boy. The heavenly eye attached to the baby boy as he was swaddled, then taken out by a dignified and elegant middle-aged woman who personally placed him at the entrance of an orphanage. The baby boy was later adopted by a rural couple who had been childless for 15 years. That couple turned out to be a younger Yun Zhaoyu and a younger Quan Shuang. P.S. I was busy harvesting corn this afternoon and couldn't finish writing. I'll make up the other 2 chapters before 8 p.m. Chapter 639, Public Enemy 11. Brother. Could it really be brother? Lang Qiushui's son was actually her own brother. Quan Xingnan was dumbfounded. For the first time, she couldn't believe the past her heavenly eye had traced back to. Brother had been adopted by his adoptive father, Yun Zhaoyu, and her mother when he was 1 year old. Whether in her past life or this one, he had never wanted to know who his biological parents were. She had asked him if he wanted to investigate. His answer was no. He said the mother he wanted to be filial to was only Quan Shuang. Since he had been abandoned at the orphanage gate, there was no point in him looking for the parents who abandoned him. Apart from using her heavenly eye to observe her family's future to ensure their safety, she had never looked into their past or pried into their privacy without their permission. Otherwise, in her past life, if she had looked into her mother's past, even if she couldn't have traced her own origins, she might have helped her mother find her father and 2 uncles, reuniting the siblings. Quan Xingnan thought that in this life, since brother wasn't investigating, it would be similar to the previous life. He would still just be her brother. She never expected that today in Jinling, while receiving a wealthy lady from Taiwan and helping her find her son, it would turn out to be brother. In her heart, Quan Aonan was naturally important, even more so than the 6 cousins from the Lin family. In her past life, the 2 of them and Mother Quan had relied on each other for decades, never abandoning one another. That kind of bond was incomparable to anyone else's. She had been reborn for over a decade now, yet she still remembered clearly how much brother had cherished and been filial to her and their mother. She remembered how, in her past life, the first sister-in-law brother married didn't want to live with their mother and tried to drive her out of the house he had bought for their mother and himself when he first became successful. The sister-in-law felt that since mother wasn't her husband's biological mother, she didn't need to be treated as a proper mother-in-law and be filial to her. She often made indirect criticisms, and in a fit of anger, brother divorced her. Brother said that since his mother wasn't her biological mother, it was understandable that she couldn't show the same level of filial piety as she would to her own mother. But she absolutely could not treat his mother that way. After all, his mother was diligent and kind-hearted, not a picky, meddling mother-in-law who bossed her daughter-in-law around. So brother's background was actually this good. Quan Xingnan thought about many things from her past and present lives, belatedly realizing this point. Seeing the flicker of shock in Quan Xingnan's eyes as she looked at her, Lang Qiushui shed her previous indifference and asked with concern, "Miss Quan, how is it? Have you found any leads about my son?" Quan Xingnan hesitated slightly. She wasn't sure if Quan Aonan would want to reunite with his biological parents. Is there something you can't say? No, nothing. Quan Xingnan quickly collected herself and said, I've already divined your son's whereabouts. He is living a very good life. Ling Qiushui was overjoyed. Where is he? Can I go see him? No, first tell me, how good is his life exactly? Then I'll decide whether I should disturb his peaceful life. She hadn't taken care of her own child. She was self-aware. She wanted to find her child, but the child might not want to find her. Hearing her words, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. She was really quite different from others. He is doing very well. He was adopted when he was 1 year old. After his adoptive parents divorced, he lived with his adoptive mother. He has a younger sister, a pair of grandparents, 3 sets of uncles and aunts, and 3 younger cousins. He has also made many good friends. The whole family is harmonious. He is now attending the top military academy and his grades are outstanding. Chapter 640. A Rat Running Across the Street 12. Ling Qiushui listened quietly. After a long while, she let out a soft sigh, a faint smile on her face. He is doing well, and I am very happy for him. He didn't end up lonely, helpless, or drifting aimlessly because my family abandoned him. The cold Ling Qiushui, the indifferent Ling Qiushui, though her eyes still held a glimmer of moisture, there was now a touch of relief in them. Quan Xingnan opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly her phone rang. She looked down and saw it was Alexander. Alexander was outside the door, so why was he calling unnecessarily? She answered the call and heard Alexander's grave voice. Mrs. Ling's husband has come looking for her. He insists on seeing you and Mrs. Lung. He is a good friend of Sir's and Daniel, and I couldn't stop him. Anyone Alexander and Daniel couldn't stop must be a formidable figure. Quan Xingnan looked at Ling Qiushui. Mrs. Ling, my bodyguard says your husband has rushed over and is right outside the door. Ling Qiushui's face turned cold. Before, she had been indifferent, but now she was truly as cold as ice and snow. Ling Qiushui, icy as snow, spoke calmly. Let him in. Don't let him hurt your bodyguards. When he's unhappy, many people suffer. There's no need for that. Her tone suggested she held her husband in low regard. Quan Xingnan relayed the message to Alexander. Before she could even hang up, the door opened. A middle-aged man of tall stature, with slightly graying temples, strode in with powerful, commanding steps. His presence was overwhelming, no less imposing than Hu Xuedong's. However, while Hu Xuedong was gentle and refined, this man was utterly arrogant and overbearing. Seeing her husband enter, Ling Qiushui showed no intention of standing up. Her tone remained indifferent. Chen Boying, I only came to inquire about some news. Why did you rush over in such a hurry? Chen Boying was known as the godfather in international underworld circles. Quan Xingnan sighed inwardly. She hadn't expected her brother's family background to be so extraordinary to this extent. Chen Boying's legendary life couldn't be summed up in a few words. Although he had his own organization, the Dragon and Tiger Society, with tens of thousands of members under his command, he forbade his subordinates from engaging in prostitution, gambling, drugs, or any other illegal activities. He was known for his righteousness and had a somewhat upright reputation, which was why he had been allowed to develop to this extent. He didn't break the law and ran a well-known international corporation. Who would trouble him without reason? Thus, Chen Boying was a clever man. In the past, when Hu Xuedong spoke of his friends, Chen Boying was among them. Hu Xuedong held him in high regard, and the two could be considered friends despite their age difference. Alexander and Daniel followed Chen Boying into the room, standing behind Quan Xingnan. They casually closed the door, shutting Ling Qiushui's original attendants and Chen Boying's entourage outside. They didn't let their guard down just because of Chen Boying's friendship with Hu Xuedong. Chen Boying walked over to Ling Qiushui, bent down, and studied her for a moment. Seemingly finding no difference from usual, he turned to look at Quan Xingnan. After sizing her up, he said in a deep voice, Miss Quan, Ahua's girlfriend? Ling Qiushui looked at Quan Xingnan in surprise. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly, gracefully stood up, and extended her hand. Mr. Chen, I've long heard of your great reputation. Chen Boying shook her hand briefly before letting go, then asked with interest, You're so young and have lived mostly in mainland China. What have you heard about me? Regarding that, Mr. Chen, you might as well ask fourth brother. What a clever little girl. Chen Boying praised, then asked, Is there any news about my son? Chapter 641. Meeting in the Capital 1. To tell? Or not to tell? What Quan Xingnan could be certain of was that without Quan Aonan's permission, she would not easily reveal the truth that Quan Aonan was the biological son of Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui. She glanced at Ling Qiushui and, seeing the latter nod, replied, He is doing very well. Perhaps Quan Aonan did not possess the prestige of being the sole heir of the Dragon Tiger Society, but his family had given him the warmest affection in the world. Her brother's feelings for them were just like hers for her brother, unmatched by anyone else. Delight instantly flashed in Chen Boying's tiger-like eyes. He abruptly turned to Leng Qiushui and said, "Qiushui, did you hear that? Our son has been found. Our son has been found." Everyone present could hear the excitement in his tone. Unexpectedly, Leng Qiushui's reaction was rather indifferent. Lowering her gaze, she twisted the silver bracelet on her wrist. "If you hadn't shown up, I would probably know more details by now." Quan Xingnan felt a slight surprise. Judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem like a couple but rather like strangers. Of course, this impression stemmed mainly from Leng Qiushui's attitude toward Chen Boying, cold and detached, without a trace of warmth. Chen Boying sat beside Leng Qiushui, one hand covering her snow-white jade hand that was twisting the bracelet. His stern, frosty brows and eyes were filled with undisguised deep affection and love. Contrary to the imposing aura he projected, Chen Boying smiled good-naturedly. "Although it's a bit late, it's not too late to know now. I also want to hear how our son is doing now." Leng Qiushui's hand movements paused slightly. She neither continued twisting the bracelet as before nor pushed Chen Boying's hand away. Instead, she raised her head and met Chen Boying's gaze. "You and I are the most irresponsible parents in the world. You and I have long been absent from his life. He is now grown up, living a very good and happy life. It doesn't matter whether you know or not. Life has always been like drinking water, only the drinker knows whether it's warm or cold." Chen Boying was taken aback, then sighed with a bitter smile on his face. "Qiushui, we've been searching for him for over a decade without any news. Now that there's hope, why can't we know where he is now? We owe him, and we should find him and make it up to him." This missing child was the only one they had in their lives. For his sake, they had not had any more children. Because they felt they had wronged him, they didn't want any other child to replace everything he deserved. Leng Qiushui's expression remained very cold, starlight flickering in her eyes, unmoved by Chen Boying's words in the slightest. She merely shifted her gaze from Chen Boying to Quan Xingnan. "Miss Quan, is he really doing very well?" She needed confirmation once more. Quan Xingnan nodded. Her brother, her dearest, closest brother, how could he not be doing well? If anyone dared to bully her brother, she would certainly step forward and avenge him. "What is his name, and where does he live now?" Chen Boying asked. Meeting his lover's icy gaze, he did not regret asking this question. They had already wronged the child so much, why couldn't they know his whereabouts? Hadn't they been searching desperately for over a decade precisely to find him? Perhaps, if they found their son, his lover's attitude toward him might change. The reason she had become like this was because she had lost their child. Quan Xingnan offered an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry, but without his permission, I cannot tell you directly." Chen Boying and Leng Qiushui immediately understood. "You know him?" Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that. Chapter 642, Meeting in the Capital 2. There was nothing she couldn't admit. Quan Xingnan nodded and said, "That's right, I know him. I don't want to reveal everything about him to you without his knowledge. Please forgive me." She was different from others who came seeking help. The relatives of those people were either abducted or lost, so she could disclose their whereabouts. But Quan Aonan was abandoned and then adopted, especially since he himself was unwilling to search for his relatives. Leng Qiushui said directly, "Miss Quan, there's no need to apologize. You did the right thing. Without his permission, you shouldn't tell us his name and address." Chen Boying disagreed. "That's not right. We are his biological parents. Why can't we know his name and address?" He held Leng Qiushui's hand and said softly, "Qiuqiu, we didn't intentionally abandon him. We've been looking for him all along. Don't carry this burden any longer, refusing to let it go and lacking the courage to see him." Leng Qiushui didn't respond and ignored him. Quan Xingnan sighed. She had never met anyone like Leng Qiushui. It wasn't that she didn't want to see her son, that was impossible. Hadn't Chen Boying himself said they had been searching desperately for over a decade? But if she wanted to see him, there wasn't much anticipation in her words. Ultimately, perhaps as Chen Boying said, Leng Qiushui felt guilty and lacked the courage to see Quan Aonan. Thinking of this, Quan Xingnan felt she should ask her brother. This concerned her brother's origins. He had the right to know everything. "Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling, please have a seat first. I'd like to make a phone call." Before Quan Xingnan finished speaking, Chen Boying said straightforwardly, "All right." He clearly understood who Quan Xingnan was calling and couldn't help but admire her inwardly. No wonder Hua Sitong was willingly devoted to this underage girl. She was truly clever and perceptive. Quan Xingnan gave them a slight nod and turned to enter the study. The door closed tightly as she made the call. Fortunately, Quan Aonan didn't have classes and was at home playing with his 3 younger brothers. He was surprised to receive Quan Xingnan's call and couldn't help but look up at the sky. It was only noon. She usually called home in the evenings to stay in touch. "Sister, why are you calling at this time? Is something wrong?" As soon as Kwan Aonan called out sister, the three little ones perked up their ears, especially Xiaoshitzi, who dashed over on his chubby little legs, threw himself into Kwan Aonan's arms, and reached out to grab the phone. Sister! 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 Xiaoshitzi called out loudly, afraid Kwan Xing'an on the other end wouldn't hear him. Sister, why don't you talk to Xiaoshitzi first? Kwan Aonan resignedly placed the phone next to Xiaoshitzi's ear, and Xiaoshitzi immediately began chattering excitedly. Sister, when are you coming back? I've already counted to 30, and you still haven't come back. Sister, Brother Eagle gave me his tank to play with. I really like Brother Eagle. I also like Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger always lets me have the meat. Sister, if you don't come back soon, I won't love you anymore. I won't love you anymore? Kwan Xing'an couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoshitzi, who taught you to say that? A threat? But hearing Xiaoshitzi's adorable words, her worries about Kwan Aonan's origins immediately lessened considerably. Sixth brother said if I say that, you'll come back. Xiaoshitzi quickly betrayed Lin Tianjing. Chapter 643. Meeting in the Capital 3. Lin Tianjing, it was indeed him. Kwan Xing'an said softly, Little Lion is so good. Sister will be home the day after tomorrow, so you must always love your sister, okay? Really? Really? Sister can come home the day after tomorrow. Because Kwan Xing'an had been unable to return home every time due to various matters, Little Lion was filled with resentment. Hearing Kwan Xing'an confirm it repeatedly, he exclaimed happily, then threw down the phone and ran off to report the good news to his grandparents and brothers. Kwan Aonan deftly caught the phone he had thrown and put it to his ear. Sister, did you call today just to tell us you're coming home the day after tomorrow? He hadn't seen his sister for a month and missed her dearly. He truly wished they could live together forever, seeing each other day and night. No, brother, it's about you, Kwan Xing'an said solemnly. About me? What about me? Kwan Aonan found it amusing, not believing his sister, who was far away in Jinling, could have encountered anything related to him. Brother, have you ever thought about your birth parents? Birth parents? Birth parents? A faint trace of irony and coldness flickered in Kwan Aonan's eyes. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but every time he remembered the fact that he had been abandoned, he didn't want to know. Now, he had elders who doted on him the most, a sister who cared for him deeply, good brothers and friends like Lin Tianjing, and 3 younger brothers, Eagle, Tiger, and Lion. It could be said his life was much luckier and happier than many other orphans from welfare institutions. Even many who weren't orphans envied everything he had now. His uncle, the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, his second uncle with the rank of senior colonel, his third uncle who was a diplomat, and the families of his aunts from the Lin, Ming, and Xia families, all treated him kindly and never slighted him because he was an orphan. He was content, satisfied with the present. He was grateful, thankful that when his mother went to the welfare institution to adopt a child, she chose him. As for his birth parents, did they abandon him and now want to find him? Was it because he had grown up and they no longer needed to spend anything on him? He wasn't a child of a few years old. He had long passed the age of needing birth parents. Sister, why are you suddenly bringing this up? I've said before, I don't want to know. I just want to study hard, graduate from military academy, then join the military, earn a military rank in the future to bring honor to our mom, and let others know her son hasn't brought her shame. Kwan Aonan's tone was very firm, without any hesitation. Brother, Mom will definitely be proud of us siblings in the future. I believe in you, brother. You will definitely achieve it. Today, your birth parents came looking. From what they said and what I deduced about the past, they didn't abandon you. They've been looking for you all along. Kwan Shengnan continued, I didn't reveal your name or address to them, but I think you have the right to know everything. Kwan Aonan suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he asked, who are they? What are their names? Chen Boying, Ling Qiuxue. When saying the character Ing, Kwan Xingnan's pronunciation was unclear. Afraid Kwan Aonan wouldn't understand, she quickly added, Mr. Chen's name shares a character with our mom's name, the Ing from hero. Even when saying hero, she still pronounced Ing as Z. Kwan Aonan, well aware of his sister's peculiarity in this regard, smiled and said, Don't worry, I understand. Chen Boying, right? Sounds a bit familiar. As he was pondering where he had heard the name Chen Boying, he heard his sister begin to explain Chen Boying's identity. Chapter 644. Meeting in the Capital 4. Brother, you must have heard his name. He is the leader of the Taiwan Dragon Tiger Society. In the underworld, everyone holds him in the highest esteem. It can be said that he is a towering figure in that world. The Dragon Tiger Society is the only gang that doesn't engage in illegal activities, and its assets are no less than those of the Hua Group. If I remember correctly, he has no children except for you, brother. Chen Boying is a legendary figure. His life has been magnificent and full of drama. Quan Xingnan had never met him before and didn't know him, but through Hua Shitong, she had learned a bit about Chen Boying's story. He is a person whose character cannot be simply defined as good or bad. To say he is bad, yet his actions in the underworld are very principled. To say he is good, how many people in the underworld have completely clean hands, spotless? The man who could cause Ling Qiushui to have a child out of wedlock and then lose that child couldn't possibly be that good. Otherwise, why would Ling Qiushui's family act that way? Who knows what he has done? Quan Aonan listened very carefully and said, "So they have such a significant background, little sister. Did they give you a hard time?" "No. Don't worry, brother. Mr. Chen and Mr. Hua are on very good terms. Out of respect for Mr. Hua, he wouldn't possibly give me too much trouble." Quan Xingnan really enjoyed her brother's concern. That's good. Hearing his sister talk about Chen Boying's life, Quan Aonan felt he wasn't a good person. Yet, this not-so-good Chen Boying was his biological father. Quan Aonan smiled bitterly. Wasn't he just an abandoned orphan? He had always thought that even if his biological parents were alive, they would just be ordinary people. He never expected them to have such identities. It feels like a dream, unbelievable. Quan Xingnan could guess her brother's thoughts. To be honest, she was also startled. Life is just a pot of dog blood. Just like her, if she hadn't been reborn, she would only think her parents were ordinary people and she was a child from an ordinary family. Who would have thought she actually came from one of the top families in Beijing? The fates of the brother and sister were so similar. I'll follow your lead on this, brother. If you acknowledge them, I'll tell them directly. If you don't, I'll find a way to refuse. After all, in her heart, her brother's wishes were the most important. Actually, I really don't want to acknowledge them, Quan Aonan said honestly. Having never met them, never spent time with them, to say he would immediately develop feelings for them would be a lie. Anyone who did that would surely only want to possess all of Chen Boying's assets. But, since they have come looking, if you refuse to tell them anything about me, they will definitely be displeased. With such achievements, how could Chen Boying be a simple character? Quan Aonan didn't want him to take his anger out on his sister. So, brother, you mean? Tell them the truth. This matter needs to be clarified face-to-face eventually. If they are willing, let them come back to Beijing with you to meet. Quan Aonan's face was calm, his tone even. Without feelings, there naturally was no emotional fluctuation. Brother, you don't have to force yourself, Quan Xingnan said, feeling heartache for him. Don't worry, little sister. I'm not forcing myself. To be honest, after learning I wasn't abandoned, I am quite curious about what my biological parents are like. Quan Aonan tried to speak lightly to Quan Xingnan. He didn't want his sister blaming herself. All right then. I'll inform them first. Brother, you should tell Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom so they can be mentally prepared. I will. Chapter 645, Meeting in the Capital 5. After hanging up the phone, Quan Xingnan stood still for a moment, lost in thought, before walking out of the study. Facing Chen Boying's eager gaze and Ling Qiushui's seemingly indifferent yet tense expression, she sat down opposite them and said, I've already spoken with my brother. Your brother? Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui wore identical looks of confusion. What do you mean? It's quite a coincidence. No, a very big coincidence. My brother is the person you're looking for. Should we say it's a story born of coincidence? A flicker of shock finally appeared in Ling Qiushui's eyes as she asked incredulously, You're saying, your brother is my son? Chen Boying also found it unbelievable. Quan Xingnan nodded. That's right. The person you're looking for is my brother. His name is Quan Aonan, and he's 21 years old. My mother adopted him when he was 1. All these years, we never imagined that my brother's background would be so significant that he is actually Mr. Chen and Ms. Ling's son. It's truly unexpected. Alexander and Daniel showed slight surprise. Quan Aonan is Chen Boying's son? That calm, serious young man, who only softened his expression around family, actually had such a background. What did being Chen Boying's son mean? It meant he would inherit all of Chen Boying's assets, possess wealth comparable to their own employers, and become one of the world's top billionaires. After all, Chen Boying had only this one son. Who else would he leave everything to if not his son? Ling Qiushui's hands rested on her knees, trembling slightly. Moreover, her chest rose and fell unevenly, clearly indicating her unsettled emotions. They didn't suspect Quan Xingnan of lying. Nowadays, there were methods for paternity testing. If she deceived them, it would eventually be exposed. Chen Boying was highly suspicious and would undoubtedly demand verification through testing before he could truly believe, they had found their son. Over the past decade or so, in their desperate search for their son, there had been imposters attempting to infiltrate the Chen family. However, Chen Boying had always seen through them and meted out severe retribution. In recent years, with paternity testing available, it had become even easier to expose such frauds. His name is Aonan? Is it Aonan? Ling Qiushui finally managed to ask after a long silence. Yes, my brother is named Quan Aonan. Ling Qiushue raised a hand to cover her eyes. Through the gaps between her fingers, a glimmer of moisture was faintly visible. Since he's your brother, that's wonderful. Can we meet him? Chen Boying asked urgently, voicing the question Ling Qiushue cared about most, but dared not ask. Quan Xingnan sighed softly. The hearts of parents everywhere are the same. These two before her, one already in his 50s, the other nearing 40, had completely lost their earlier composure. Now, only a trace of anxiety showed on their faces. My brother is willing to meet you both. I'm returning to Beijing the day after tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? Quan Onan had specifically asked for them to travel with her. He probably wanted some time to calm down, to think carefully about how to face these parents who had suddenly appeared. Chen Boying immediately replied, of course we would. We'd be delighted. Ling Qiushue lowered her hand. Quan Xingnan could see clearly that her eyes were terribly red. Ms. Ling, you should be happy. Since they were Quan Onan's biological parents, Quan Xingnan's tone immediately carried an added touch of respect. Chapter 646. Meeting in the Capital 6. Yes, I should be happy. I found him, and he is willing to see me. Nothing could make me more content than this. Miss Quan, may I ask what his life has been like all these years? What is he like? What does he love to eat? As a mother, Ling Qiushue wanted to know and understand everything about Quan Aonan. Under Ling Qiushue's expectant gaze, Quan Xingnan couldn't bring herself to say no. She slowly recounted some details of Quan Aonan's daily life. Quan Aonan's favorite color was blue, but unfortunately, his dark skin made him appear even darker in blue clothes, so he resolutely refused to wear blue. He loved firearms the most and had a strong talent for shooting. Unfortunately, firearm regulations in the country were very strict, and private individuals couldn't own guns. He could only satisfy his passion by visiting the military once a year, which led him to choose a career in the army. He also enjoyed modifying cars. Once, he modified his luxury car so extensively that it became unrecognizable and had to be sent for repairs. His academic performance was outstanding. He had been a teacher's favorite since childhood. He excelled in calligraphy. His favorite tea was Da Hong Pao. He disliked smoking and drinking, and he led a very disciplined life. What my brother loves to eat the most, you'd never guess, Quan Xingnan said, always beaming when talking about her brother. What does he like to eat? Ling Qiushue leaned forward slightly. She wanted to be well prepared when she went to see him. Quan Xingnan smiled. My brother loves sweets the most. He enjoys all kinds of candies and desserts. He hates chocolate and coffee the most because he finds their taste bitter. In modern terms, Quan Aonan was a genuine sweet tooth. Sweets. Chen Boying's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily. Truly my son. Did he also have a sweet tooth? A flicker of curiosity appeared in Quan Xingnan's eyes. Looking closely now, her brother's features did bear some resemblance to Chen Boying and Ling Qiushue. His brows and eyes resembled Chen Boying's, but when he wore a serious expression, the way he pursed his lips was like Ling Qiushue's, carrying a hint of coolness. There are many types of sweets. Which one does he like the most? Ling Qiushue pressed for more details, and Quan Xingnan answered her questions thoroughly. Her inquiries were endless, covering even the minutiae of Quan Aonan's preferences, such as the type of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone he used for calligraphy, or whether he preferred cotton or polyester for clothing. Quan Xingnan answered almost everything without missing a beat. If it weren't for the late hour and Chen Boying's concern for her health, Ling Qiushue might have continued asking until the middle of the night. After seeing them off, Quan Xingnan felt her throat had gone dry. Chen Boying and Ling Qiushue didn't leave the hotel. Instead, they booked a room next door, the only one in the hotel comparable to Huishuedong's suite. Once they were out of Quan Xingnan's sight and back in their bedroom, Ling Qiushue's tears suddenly streamed down her face. She bit her rosy lips, leaving deep teeth marks. Chen Boying's heart ached for her. He gently stroked her lower lip and softly consoled her. Qiu, we've found our son. We should be happy. Don't hurt yourself. You feel happy, don't you? Of course. We've finally found our child, and our family is reunited. Shouldn't we be happy? Ling Qiushue suddenly pushed him away and took 2 steps back. You feel happy because you've found your son. But I feel deeply guilty. For 21 years, we haven't raised him for a single day. His willingness to see us is a testament to his thoughtfulness and kindness. How can we justifiably claim him back for a family reunion? What about the Miss Quan who raised him? Where does she stand in all this? Chapter 647. Meeting in the Capital 7. Qiu, I don't think that way. I am deeply grateful in my heart for Madame Quan's kindness to our son, Chen Boying said solemnly. He felt particularly fortunate that Quan Shuang had taken a liking to Quan Aonan at the welfare home. Quan Aonan, his son. It's a pity he doesn't bear the surname Chen now. Ling Qiushue slowly walked to the window, drew back the curtain, and looked at the twinkling stars outside. 21 years. Sometimes I truly regret it, Chen Boying. If I hadn't met you that year, if I hadn't saved you that year, would all these tragedies have never happened? Falling in love with someone she shouldn't have, bringing shame upon her family. Getting pregnant out of wedlock, being imprisoned by her parents and family, losing her child on the very day she gave birth. From then on, it was like falling into hell, suffering day and night. What pained her the most was not her family's compromise towards Chinboying, nor her parents' decision to offer her as a sacrifice to the devil. It was that she had lost her own son, her biological son. For a mother, losing a son is like having her heart ripped out, leaving behind nothing but a walking corpse. Looking at his beloved standing before the window, her white clothes fluttering as if about to ride the wind and depart, Chinboying, with a trace of panic on his face, strode forward and pulled her forcefully into his embrace, afraid she might leave and never return. Chiyo, I won't allow you to regret it. I won't allow it. I won't. Our lives have never been a tragedy, and I won't allow us to become one. Chiyo, we are no longer young. Today, we finally found our son. In a few more years, we might even hold our grandson. The harm those people inflicted on you is all in the past, all in the past. Chinboying harbored deep hatred for the Lang family. Ling Qiushui did not hate the Lang family because she felt she had brought them disgrace. He did not share that feeling. He wished he could tear some members of the Lang family to pieces. Offering herself to the devil, how laughable. He was the devil, the demon king, yet he could change for Ling Qiushui. So, the righteous Long family personally delivered Ling Qiushui to his side, under the noble pretext of persuading him to abandon evil and embrace good. Ling Qiushui closed her eyes, as if returning to that nightmare. 10 months of pregnancy, the fruit ripened and fell. She gave birth to a child but never even caught a glimpse of him. She only vaguely heard it was a boy, who was quickly taken away. The nightmare did not end there. A few years later, when the turmoil on the mainland had subsided, Chinboying came looking for her. He didn't know she had borne him a child, and her parents didn't know he was the child's father. Under the guise of a Taiwanese investor, Chinboying helped the Lang family recover everything they had lost and made many arrangements for their future prospects. He openly stated that he was making these changes for her sake. He hadn't been a bad person before, but he was unruly and fierce-tempered, quite famous in the underworld. Bloody Azura, that was his nickname. A person's reputation often spreads like wildfire, becoming distorted beyond recognition, far removed from the truth. All those who didn't know the truth believed he was a man with blood on his hands. Otherwise, why would he be called an Azura? Seeing Chinboying's actions and hearing his confession, everyone believed that she had changed him, that she had the power to transform him, and that only her kindness could prevent him from becoming a heinous villain. And so, she was packaged and delivered to Chinboying by her own family, who concealed the fact that she had once borne a child out of wedlock. Her father's righteous words were something she would never forget for the rest of her life. With your own self, persuade Chinboying to turn back from his misguided path. With one less great villain in the underworld, who knows how many people will benefit because of you. This is your merit, immeasurable merit. P.S. Got too busy, couldn't finish by 11, going to sleep. 5 more chapters before 8 o'clock, 12 chapters daily without cutting corners. Chapter 648, Reunion in the Capital 8. Boundless merit. She was the most ordinary woman among the common masses, only wanting to love someone well and build a family. She didn't know when she had become so great. But she did know that after losing her son, she had also lost her parents and family. From then on, there was only Chinboying in her life, even though she hated him deeply because of their son. Their son was found. Ling Qiushui thanked heaven for the first time, grateful that heaven had not taken their son's life, but had instead sent him to a kind-hearted family, where he lived a normal, happy, and fulfilling life. Chiyo. Chinboying held her and sighed softly. I am the one who should repent. If I had taken you with me when I left the capital back then, none of what happened later would have occurred. At the time, she couldn't bear to leave her family and didn't go with him. Shortly after he returned to Taiwan, he encountered difficulties, his career faltered several times, and he suffered serious injuries more than once. He couldn't return to the capital in time and couldn't contact his beloved at all. By the time he went back, several years had passed. It was only years later that he learned he had a son, who was already missing. The Lang family insisted they had given the child to a kind-hearted family passing by. They followed this lead for a full 10 years, until 5 years ago, when Mrs. Lang confessed on her deathbed and told them the truth. Unfortunately, by the time they found the orphanage, the records were incomplete, the elderly staff had passed away, and they couldn't find any useful information. Children were often abandoned at the orphanage. Who knew which one was their son? Now that they had found him, of course, they had to prepare a gift for their son first. The next day, Chinboying accompanied his beloved and called to have the needed items airlifted. Since firearms were strictly regulated on the mainland, they first prepared simulated firearms, identical in principle and structure to real guns. Once their son was willing to acknowledge them, he would have free access to Chen Boying's armory in the United States. Cars? He had many. Their son could dismantle them as he pleased. But first, they would gift him one. The family that raised their son had many members. For their first visit, they had to prepare gifts properly. By the time they arrived in the capital with Quan Xingnan, famous desserts from around the world had been airlifted to them, some even freshly baked. Quan Xingnan was both amused and exasperated. This was too outrageous, too wasteful of manpower and resources. Hua Shidong's wealth was comparable to Chen Boying's, right? He never did such frivolous things, specifically airlifting a bouquet of flowers or a piece of clothing. It was a waste of effort and resources, truly a waste. He's just a nouveau riche. How much ideological awareness can he have? Don't pay him any mind. With news of their son, Leng Qiushui's expression warmed slightly, especially when she asked Quan Xingnan about Quan Aonan. It was like ice and snow thawing, a snow lotus beginning to bloom. Chen Boying, who hadn't seen his beloved so happy in over a decade, was utterly enchanted and stuck to her side. Quan Xingnan smiled. Upon disembarking the plane, Chen Boying's people in the capital were already there to pick them up, and Alexander had also made arrangements. Our family only has one car now. My brother has come to pick me up. Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling, why don't you ride in my brother's car with me? Alexander and the others will need to arrange their own transportation. Ling Qiushui suddenly hesitated timidly. He came to pick us up? Yes, my brother is here. She saw him, her handsome, dashing brother, holding the chubby little lion in the crowded crowd of people waiting for arrivals, still so conspicuous. Quan Xingnan waved happily and jogged over. Chapter 649, Meeting in the Capital 9. Chen Boying held his beloved's hand, half embracing her, and followed without hesitation. Ling Qiushui's eyes were fixed on Quan Aonan, not blinking for a moment, afraid she might miss a chance to see him. Although she had seen the photo album Quan Xingnan brought from their home in the provincial committee's residential compound and had seen pictures of Quan Aonan, how could photos compare to seeing the real person? Qiuqiu, our son is so handsome, tall and dashing, very much like me, right? Chen Boying, who praises themselves like that? Ling Qiushui said the words, but her eyes remained locked on Quan Aonan. She watched him lift the little chubby boy in his arms and place him into Quan Xingnan's embrace, seemingly saying something, his face full of an older brother's doting affection for his younger sister. A tenderness that melted the usual sternness at the corners of his eyes and brows. Her son. Once separated by the ends of the earth, now he was right before her eyes. Ling Qiushui's eyes stung with the urge to cry, but fearing it would be impolite, she held back the tears. Quan Xingnan said something to Quan Aonan, who then looked up at Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui, who were almost upon them. On the way to pick them up at the airport, Quan Aonan hadn't fully settled his state of mind. But at this moment, truly seeing them, a sudden calm washed over him, his mind becoming exceptionally clear. He stood there, posture straight and tall. Instead of letting the elders come to him, he took 2 steps forward himself, stopping and standing a short distance from Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui. He gave a slight bow. Hello. He could sense the surge of emotion from the man and woman before him upon seeing him, but to him, they were truly just strangers. The mother in his heart was only Quan Shuang, as for a father, forget it. To call them dad and mom now, without any emotional connection, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Yet, directly addressing them as Mr. Chin and Ms. Ling didn't seem quite right either, so he simply omitted any form of address. Unlike Ling Qiushui, who was initially too moved to speak and then felt a pang of loss upon hearing his lack of address, Chen Boying looked at Quan Aonan. Are you Aonan? My son. The son before him was handsome and upright, his bearing carrying a military air, an outstanding young man. Undeniably, Chen Boying felt a twinge of regret in his heart. Considering a human lifespan of 70 years, he had missed nearly 1/3 of the son's life, the most crucial stages of his growth. Quan Aonan replied very politely, I am Quan Aonan. As for whether he was their son, although he believed in his sister's divination skills, since he was her brother, anyone might suspect her of favoritism. So, a paternity test would be better. Seeing them momentarily at a loss for words, Quan Xingnan quickly smiled and said, Brother, did you drive here? Let's go home and talk. All right. Everyone agreed. Quan Xingnan, holding Little Lion, along with Chen and Ling, got into the car Quan Aonan had driven. Alexander and the other bodyguards, secretaries, and assistants got into their pre-arranged vehicles, protecting this car from the front and back. Inside the car, it was very quiet. No one spoke. Little Lion, completely oblivious, raised his chubby little hand and waved it in front of Quan Xingnan. Sitting in the passenger seat, Quan Xingnan looked down, kissed it, and said, Little Lion, Why are you showing your hand to your sister? Quan Anon chuckled. He wants you to see his gloriously wounded hand. He wants you to blow on it. Blowing makes it not hurt anymore. Little Lion is hurt? Quan Xingnan anxiously grabbed her little brother's chubby hand, examining it up and down. It was fair, tender, and plump, with 5 little dimples on the back. She couldn't spot a single trace of injury. Chapter 650, Meeting in the Capital 10. It was a relief that he wasn't hurt. Quan Xingnan let out a sigh. Brother, Little Lion isn't hurt. Why did you say he was honorably wounded? He was honorably wounded. Grandpa has recently gotten into growing orchids. Seeing Grandpa tending to them, Little Lion wanted to join in the fun. He volunteered to help Grandpa pull out the weeds, shouting grass, 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 and then got his hand cut by an orchid leaf. Everyone felt sorry for him, blowing on his hand and saying how amazing Little Lion was for helping Grandpa with work. It actually healed a long time ago, but he thinks you should praise him too. Quan Xingnan laughed heartily and blew on her brother's hand. Little Lion, did you get spanked for pulling out Grandpa's orchids? Little Lion widened his eyes, displeased. Grandpa said I was very good. Yes, Grandpa said you were great, able to help him weed, even though you mistook the orchids for grass. Quan Xingnan couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, Little Lion, you're so good, actually helping Grandpa pull weeds. You're a good child. Little Lion beamed with pride, rubbing his chubby face vigorously against Quan Xingnan's cheek. With Little Lion's amusing antics lightening the mood, the atmosphere in the car wasn't as tense anymore. Chen Boing, facing Little Lion who was standing on Quan Xingnan's lap with his head resting on her shoulder, curiously looking at him, smiled and said, Your name is Little Lion, right? Uncle will give you a fun toy. Little Lion shook his head with great dignity. Grandpa said not to take things from strangers and not to go with strangers. Currently, there was a nationwide crackdown on human trafficking, a massive campaign. Many children were abducted for incredibly simple reasons, often lured away by toys or food from strangers. So, even though their own children were always accompanied and protected, never left alone, Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen still seriously instructed their grandson not to accept things from strangers or go with them. Chen Boing said, Uncle isn't a stranger. Uncle is the father of this brother next to you. Father? Father, sister, why haven't father and mother come back? Little Lion completely went off script, not responding to Chen Boing's words at all, nor understanding what this brother's father meant. Ling Qiushui gave a light laugh. She wouldn't waste words like Chen Boing. How much can a child understand when you talk to them? She reached out her hand in front of Little Lion, opening her snow-white palm to reveal a small, golden lion resting on it. The little lion was only the size of an adult's thumb, its front paws raised as if in a greeting gesture, looking adorable and charming, exceptionally eye-catching. Seeing this exquisite and cute golden lion, Little Lion's eyes lit up. Pointing at Ling Qiushui's hand, he exclaimed, Sister, Little Lion. Little Lion ran onto Auntie's hand. He was still young and couldn't distinguish between himself and a lion, but whenever he saw pictures or figurines of lions, he would always say it was him. Auntie is giving this to you. You can accept it, but remember to say thank you to Auntie. Thank you. Little Lion thanked loudly, grabbing the golden lion and playing with it happily, head bowed. Quan Onan cared deeply for his younger siblings. Seeing Ling Qiushui's gesture, he said softly, Thank you. You went to a lot of trouble. Looking at this gift, one could see the level of thoughtfulness put into it. And no, it's nothing. Don't mention it. It's only right. Hearing her son speak to her, Ling Qiushui felt somewhat flustered, her mind going blank. Quan Anon gave a faint smile. While driving, he said softly, You don't need to be like this. Actually, knowing that you came looking for me made me very happy. At least it shows I wasn't abandoned. Chapter 651, Reunion in the Capital 11. He was doing well, and he held gratitude for everything in his heart. He had been abandoned, but not by his parents. Moreover, they had been searching for him all these years, and that was enough. Thank you for not hating me. Thank you for being willing to meet me. We are the ones who failed you. You are 21 years old, and in your life, we have never appeared, never fulfilled our responsibilities. Ling Qiushui choked up, tears in her eyes, like morning dew on a narcissus, pure and moving. Chen Boing held her hand, his face also showing self-reproach. Quan Aonan hurriedly said, I have been living very well, truly very well, and have not suffered. Yes, I should thank your mother, your family. They raised you very well indeed. Upon arriving at the Yun family home, before discussing anything else, Ling Qiushui solemnly bowed to Yun Jianjun and his wife and Quan Shuaing. Chen Boing also bent his back, a back that had never bowed to anyone after achieving success and fame. Although they were middle-aged, they were exceptionally distinguished, standing in the hall like a perfect couple. Quan Aonan's biological parents were truly outstanding. Yoon Jianjun and his wife and Kwon Shuang were very surprised when they heard that Aonan's parents had come looking for him. When they learned the identities of Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui, they found it even more unbelievable. They truly had not expected Aonan's background to be like this. They waited at home to meet Chen and Ling, never expecting them to perform such a formal bow as soon as they entered the door. Kwon Shuang felt she could not accept this and anxiously looked at the two elders. Yoon Jianjun smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Chen and Ms. Ling, there is no need for such formalities. Aonan is a good child, a part of our family. It is only right that we treat him well." Chen Boying said earnestly, "As Aonan's biological parents, this is what we should do." After Kwon Xing'an entered the house, she took over some tasks from the nanny, Andy Ding, brewing tea and serving it according to the order of host and guests. "Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling, please have a seat and talk." Yes, let's sit down and talk," Kwon Shuang quickly added, feeling somewhat distressed. The girl she raised was her brother's daughter, and now the parents of the boy she raised, Aonan, had also come. Both Xing'an and Aonan had solemnly promised to stay by her side forever, and she felt somewhat sorry for her brother and for Chen and Ling. After sitting down, Ling Qiushui gazed at Kwon Shuang, who was much older than her. "Elder sister, thank you for choosing Aonan at the welfare institution back then. I believe that if he had stayed by my side, he might not have lived comfortably and certainly would not have had as good a life as he has had with you. We are not here to take Aonan away from you. You have raised him for 20 years. He is your son." Hearing these words, the Yoon family members in the hall felt relieved. Their greatest worry was that after Chen Boying arrived, he would want to take Kwon Aonan away. They had raised this child for 20 years, living together day and night. He had long become an inseparable family member. How could they bear to let him leave his home for unfamiliar Taiwan? Moreover, Kwon Aonan himself did not want to leave. Zhao Yuzhen had remained silent all along. She looked at Ling Qiushui and hesitantly asked, "Are you the daughter from the Ling Kaxian family, the one who was publicly said to be seriously ill and recuperating at home?" Ling Qiushui was taken aback. "You know my father?" Her father's name was indeed Ling Kaxian, named to celebrate her grandfather's triumphant return. "I don't know your father, but I know your grandmother. Did your family live in the courtyard houses southeast of the Forbidden City back then?" "Our family lived there. I was very familiar with the neighbors. Your family had several crabapple trees. Every year when they bore fruit, your grandmother would always share some crabapples with us to make preserved fruit. P.S. There's one more update. Looks like it won't be posted until 8:30. Chapter 652, Meeting in the Capital 12. Unfortunately, not long after she and Yoon Jianjun settled down, the old lady passed away. After the old lady's death, her children were somewhat arrogant and looked down upon neighbors like them. Gradually, they lost contact. Regarding Ling Kaishuan's daughter, Ling Qiushui, Zhao Yuzhen had vaguely heard a little. The Ling family claimed she was seriously ill, while outsiders said she had gone mad. During those 2 years, she never saw Ling Qiushui, but some people whispered in her ear, saying she had been violated by a man, gave birth to a child, the child was abandoned, and then she went mad. The Ling family, afraid she would bring shame upon them, imprisoned her at home, forbidding her from going out or seeing anyone, until a wealthy businessman from Taiwan came to propose marriage. Zhao Yuzhen remembered clearly that at that time, Mrs. Ling Kaishuan's wife, visited their neighbors with many gifts, saying their daughter had finally met a good man and hoping they wouldn't gossip and ruin their daughter's marriage prospects. Ling Qiushui gave birth without going to the hospital, instead hiring a midwife for the delivery, so some interested parties couldn't be kept in the dark. That Taiwanese businessman did many things for the Lang family. He redeemed their courtyard house near Hohai, arranged jobs for them. The Lang family thus turned their fortunes around, prospered, and never returned. Many people said that Taiwanese businessman was a fool, deceived by the Long family into thinking he was marrying a virgin. Only now did Zhao Yuzhen understand. What fool? What deception? He was originally Ling Qiushui's boyfriend. It was only natural for him to propose. Loving her, he extended his care to her family and did many things for the Langs. It just wasn't expected that Ling Qiushui's son would actually be Kwon Aonan. So that's what happened. I never knew. My mother's visit to plead was actually a threat, wasn't it? Feeling emboldened, they began to order people around. Chen Boying said, "At the time, I didn't know Qiushui had suffered so much, nor did I know she had given birth to a child. I only wanted to marry her properly. If I had known what the Lang family did, I would never have helped them." When they met again, Ling Qiushui hated him and didn't tell him she had a son who had been abandoned. Later, after he learned the truth, didn't the Lang family fall into decline? Apart from searching for his son, there was nothing he wanted to do that he couldn't accomplish. Ling Qiushui's expression was very calm. She looked around at everyone and said slowly, "There's nothing unspeakable about this matter. When Chen Boying and I were dating, my parents and siblings were not in the capital. I lived with my grandmother. My grandmother was very satisfied with Chen Boying. He was the grandson of an old friend of hers. At that time, my grandmother and Chen Boying's grandmother had already discussed our marriage. It's just that later, someone Chen Boying had offended came to the capital. Afraid of implicating me and my grandmother, he quietly left. Who would have thought he'd be gone for several years? Before the child was born, her parents returned. They were furious, refusing to listen to any explanations from her or her grandmother, not wanting to know who the man was, instead blaming her grandmother for corrupting her. Her grandmother, advanced in years, fell ill from anger and couldn't stop them from abandoning her son in time. Zhao Yuzhen said sympathetically, "You must have suffered a lot, right? The pain of mother and child being separated, I understand. Tears welled up in Ling Qiushui's eyes. Just as she was about to speak, they saw Uncle Ding, the gatekeeper, frowning as he entered. "Old sir, old madam, Shuang, Aonan, Nanan, there are several people outside. The one leading them keeps saying he is the old sir's son, Shuang's husband, and Aonan and Nanan's father. Old Wu and I, afraid they would cause a scene at the gate and attract attention, have invited them into the gatehouse for now." "Yunjiayu? How did he get here?" Everyone in the hall frowned. They hadn't seen Yunjiayu for over a decade, and now he showed up? What did he want? Seeing their reactions, Chen Boying asked, "The visitor is Yunjiayu?" After learning of his son's whereabouts, he had immediately sent people to investigate. Although many details were inaccessible due to the protection of families like the Yuanlin family, he did learn that Quan Aonan's adoptive father was Yun Zhaoyu, old man Yun's son. P.S. Finished updating, exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. Chapter 653, Eliminating the Root of Trouble 1. No one present was surprised by Chen Boying's question. They already knew Chen Boying's identity. With his influence, it would be effortless for him to uncover some matters about their family in a short time. Yun Jianjun looked up, sighed, and said to Uncle Ding, "Xiao Ding, ask them to come in." Uncle Ding was momentarily stunned. Could the visitor really be Quan Shuang's husband? But he had been here for several years, and Quan Shuang had always been single. Moreover, that man arrived with a woman and a young boy. From the way they spoke, they seemed to be his wife and son. Quan Shuang said calmly, "That's my ex-husband. We divorced over 10 years ago. I don't know why he's showing up today." Uncle Ding understood, smiled, and turned to leave. The courtyard house was extremely large. The round trip from the entrance to the front hall took quite some time. Yun Jianjun offered an apologetic smile to Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui. "I'm sorry for making you witness this awkward situation. Please don't stand on ceremony, Elder Yun." "It is we who are disturbing your household," Chen Boying replied steadily, though inwardly he was seething with hatred for Yun Zhaoyu. His own son hadn't even called him dad yet this insignificant Yun Zhaoyu dared to claim to be his son's father. Did he think Chen Boying didn't know the reason for Yun Zhaoyu and Quan Shuang's divorce? Ling Qiushui, however, said to Quan Aonan, "May I take a look at your room?" "Of course." Quan Aonan understood. She wanted to avoid the upcoming family matter of the Yun family. He couldn't help but glance at Yun Jianjun and his wife and Quan Shuang. He worried that without him present, they might not be able to handle Yun Zhaoyu. Yun Jianjun spoke reassuringly, "Aonan, you go ahead and show them around. Nanan is here with us." "That's right, brother. You accompany Mr. Chen and Ms. Ling to have a look." "I'm here. I won't let anyone bully Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom," Quan Xingnan promised solemnly. "Then I'll go. Sister, if you can't handle it, be sure to notify me." Quan Aonan raised his phone slightly. Seeing Quan Xingnan nod, he then said to Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui, "Please follow me." Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui immediately bowed slightly to Yun Jianjun and the others, excused themselves, and followed Quan Aonan out of the living room. They passed through the moon gate, walked along the covered corridor, crossed the main courtyard, and arrived at the courtyard behind it. Everywhere Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui looked along the way, they saw carved beams and painted rafters, resplendent and magnificent, set amidst countless flowers and trees, a breathtaking sight. "This courtyard house is truly remarkable," Chen Boying praised. Quan Aonan said proudly, "When my sister was young, she helped the matriarch of the Tianxia group find her missing daughter. The matriarch rewarded her with 1 million in gold. My sister used it to buy this courtyard house. It took several years and millions in funds to renovate our home to this majestic and splendid state. Everyone who sees it praises it." "You helped the matriarch of the Tianxia group find her daughter?" Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui didn't pay attention to much else, but they immediately noted this piece of information in Quan Aonan's words. "Yes, my sister earned the reputation of divine calculator very early on. She is exceptionally gifted." Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui were instantly filled with regret. Yan Xuelian found her daughter Jessica about 8 or 9 years ago. So, if they had inquired in detail back then about how Yan Xuelian found her daughter, they might have come to seek out Quan Xingnan and found their son much earlier. Quan Aonan was inherently intelligent and perceptive. He immediately understood their thoughts from their expressions. A slight ripple of emotion passed through his heart. He smiled and said, Taiwan and Hong Kong are different places. It's not strange that you hadn't heard. Even between Beijing and Hong Kong, many people don't know. Did Ahua know? Ahua. Who is that? Quan Aonan had never heard anyone refer to Hu Xuedong so directly and didn't realize Ahua was him. Chapter 654, Eliminating the Root of Trouble 2. Chen Boying answered without hesitation, It's Hu Xuedong, your sister's boy. Before the word friend could escape his lips, Ling Qiushui pinched him hard on the waist. Ignoring the pain from the pinch spot, he instead asked with concern if Ling Qiushui's hand hurt. Ling Qiushui shot him a glare. Had he forgotten Hu Xuedong's instructions? The reason they knew Hu Xuedong was Quan Xingnan's boyfriend was after the major human trafficking case in Greater Shanghai. Hu Xuedong, fearing that people from the underworld might target Quan Xingnan, had specifically asked Chen Boying to look out for her. Chen Boying held a very high status in the underworld, and no news within those circles could escape him. Just by keeping an eye on Quan Xingnan's safety, he could provide much better protection than she could manage on her own. After all, Quan Xingnan couldn't divine her own fate. Hu Xuedong's protection of his young girlfriend was extremely thorough and considerate. Hu Xuedong had added that he and Quan Xingnan intended to announce their relationship 3 years later. Meaning, her parents and family were not to know yet. Perfectly normal, given Quan Xingnan was only 15. After finding their son, Ling Qiushui underwent a tremendous change. Chen Boying, dizzy with joy, was intoxicated by a single glance from his beloved and simultaneously understood her intention. Hu Xuedong. Chen Boying gritted his teeth slightly. He had helped him so much, yet Hu Xuedong had never mentioned having such a channel for finding people. Oh, I remember now. My sister once said you and Mr. Hua are friends, with a very good relationship. Didn't Mr. Hua ever mention my sister's remarkable fortune-telling abilities to you? He should know about her skills and has known for a long time. Quan Anon recalled that Hu Xuedong had escaped a disaster many years ago thanks to his sister, and that was when their association began. Chen Boying's thick eyebrows knitted together, and he said angrily, he never mentioned it. Quan Anon didn't think so. He believed that given Hu Xuedong's character, he wouldn't have failed to tell them. But he wouldn't voice this thought. Ling Qiushui quickly changed the subject, asking Anon, where do you live? Can I go see it first? My sister and I both live in the rear courtyard. The eastern chamber of the main house in the central courtyard is for my grandparents. The western chamber is reserved for Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin. My mother lives in the east wing, my eldest uncle in the west wing. My second uncle lives in the east side courtyard, my third uncle in the west side courtyard. My sister and I live in the rear courtyard. Quan Anon explained while leading them into his own compound. Even the rear courtyard consisted of several small, interconnected compounds. Currently, apart from himself and his sister, the other compounds were occupied by the Lin brothers, though they didn't stay there often. Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui listened attentively, walked around his courtyard, and finally sat down in the main hall. We brought you quite a few things. Shall we have them delivered to your room now? Model firearms, scholars' treasures, writing materials, various clothes, shoes, socks, tea, pastries, and other items had already been carried into the Yun family's side hall by bodyguards. Gifts for the Yun family and others had been presented upon their arrival. The remainder belonged to Quan Anon. With Quan Anon's consent, they were immediately transported over. Seeing the gifts, Quan Anon was truly surprised. Especially a box of sweets called rasgullas that Ling Qiushui handed him, extremely sweet upon tasting, cloyingly so. Quan Anon, with his sweet tooth, was delighted. Ling Qiushui was exceptionally happy, a soft smile on her face, a stark contrast to the aloofness Quan Xingnan had seen during their first meeting. After finishing the sweet, Quan Anon said seriously, I think we should have a proper talk. Chapter 655, Cutting Off the Root of Future Trouble 3. Have a talk? Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui's expressions turned serious. Quan Anon said straightforwardly, I know you two have been searching for me very diligently, but I still need to make it clear, I can visit you every year, but I will not live with you. My mother only has my sister and me as her children. I am the son, unlike my sister who will eventually marry and leave, so I must stay by my mother's side to fulfill my filial duties. He apologized, I know my approach is somewhat biased. Please understand my gratitude towards my mother. He didn't say he wouldn't acknowledge them. Ling Qiushui breathed a sigh of relief. What you're doing is right. Sister Quan raised you for 20 years. It's only right that you stay by her side. We won't oppose it. I'm already very satisfied that you're willing to see me and have said you can visit us every year. If he had met them and then left with them, she would have thought less of her son. That would be heartless and ungrateful, not loyal and righteous. Since they didn't stubbornly insist that he return to his biological family, Quan Anon felt completely at ease. He smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Chen Boying suddenly said, "I heard from your sister that you're attending military school and plan to join the military in the future. Do you know that as a soldier, you can't leave the country freely? How will you visit your mother and me in Taiwan then?" Mentioning this matter dampened Quan Anon's mood. "With my current background, after graduating from military school, can I still join the military as I originally planned?" Joining the military has quite strict requirements. He was an orphan, an adopted child with no connections. As long as his family situation fell within the specified regulations, he could join the military. But now, with the added identity of being the son of Chen Boying, a big shot from Taiwan, even if he wanted to join the military, it probably wouldn't be possible. It might be better to step back early, endure until graduation, and then switch to another field. Ling Qiushui had heard that the procedures for joining the military in mainland China were very strict and couldn't help but show a hint of apology. But Chen Boying said, "Not joining the military is even better. Why not learn from me how to manage the Dragon Tiger Society? The business scope under the Dragon Tiger Society is too vast, enough to keep you busy. I have an armory in the US. You'd probably really like it." The Dragon Tiger Society would belong to his son in the future. It wasn't too late to start teaching him now. Hearing the words armory, Quan Anon's eyes indeed lit up, but he quickly refused. They weren't familiar yet. They could talk about it when they knew each other better. For now, he just wanted to properly comfort his mother after his biological parents left, so she wouldn't be anxious day and night. "Do whatever you want. I have no demands of you. As long as you like it and think it's suitable, that's fine." Ling Qiushui pinched Chen Boying again. How could he start making demands and telling their son what to do right after meeting him? Making such strong decisions about his future life, what if it scared him away? Ling Qiushui now based everything on her son's wishes. Chen Boying, enduring the pain, nodded to show he agreed with his lover's sentiment and would absolutely not force Quan Anon. Quan Anon secretly smiled inside. Chen Boying's personality didn't seem as stern as his appearance. "Since that's the case, then it's decided. I will visit you in Taiwan every year. If you miss me, you can also call me. When I can't go, you can also come to Beijing and stay for a few days. You are always welcome here." Seeing his wife nod, Chen Boying finalized it. "Good. I'll immediately have someone renovate the courtyard house next door. Qiushui from now on will come and stay for a few months every year." How does that sound? Chapter 656, Eliminating the Root of Trouble 4. The courtyard house next door belonged to Chen Boying? Quan Aonan was very surprised. The courtyard houses in this area of Xiqing district were all extraordinary. During the Qing dynasty, they were the residences of princes and nobles. His sister liked these old things and had bought one early on. Now, the price had multiplied several times. However, he didn't ask further. He checked the time, figured the earlier matters were likely resolved, and led the two back to the front hall. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the door, they heard Quan Shuang sneer, "Yun Jiaoyu, for over a decade, you haven't supported your parents, nor have you raised Aonan and Nanan. How dare you come to claim the courtyard house that belongs to Nanan herself?" What? They wanted his sister's courtyard house? Quan Aonan flew into a rage. He strode inside, walked to Quan Shuang's side, and turned to face Yun Jiaoyu. After more than a decade apart, Yun Jiaoyu's appearance hadn't changed much. Before the divorce, he and Quan Shuang farmed in the countryside, exposed to wind and sun. Unlike Quan Shuang, who was born with fair skin that didn't tan easily, he had a bronze complexion, silver strands at his temples, and wrinkles on his face, fitting his age. Now, having achieved some success, dressed in a suit and well-maintained, he looked over a decade younger than his actual age. Beside him were a woman and a young boy. The woman had average looks, only describable as delicate, but she wore heavy makeup and was adorned with dazzling jewelry. Gold earrings, a gold necklace, gold bracelets, gold rings, all gold accessories. The only non-gold piece was a sparkling diamond ring on the ring finger next to the finger wearing a gold ring. In fact, gold jewelry isn't vulgar, nor can it be described as nouveau riche. It is the most representative of traditional jewelry craftsmanship and the most widely worn. However, many people insist on covering themselves in gold, shining brightly. Over time, in such cases, some began to say that wearing gold is a sign of being nouveau riche. She must be the widow Su from back then. The young boy was slightly younger than Quan Xingnan. He had delicate features, likely taking after widow Su, and bore no resemblance to Yun Jiaoyu. His clothing and appearance were also quite expensive. Lowering his gaze, Quan Aonan curled his lips. "Mom, who made you angry?" Yun Jiaoyu rubbed his hands together. "Aonan, it's been years since we last met. You've grown into a young man. Do you still remember your dad? I came to see you and Nanan and brought you lots of gifts. His so-called gifts were a few boxes of preserved fruit, some fuling jiabing, a type of pastry, and some Beijing-style snacks. Quan Aonan glanced at them and said indifferently, "Years since we last met? It's been over a decade, hasn't it? I remember when Mr. Yoon divorced my mom. You said you didn't want the three of us anymore, not even Grandpa and Grandma. My mom divorcing you is one thing, but Grandpa is your biological father. Why, in the 10 years before we moved, did we never see you come to visit him?" The more he spoke, the more he felt injustice for Yoon Jianjun. His grandfather, such a kind and benevolent old man, and Yoon Jiaoyu had truly ignored him for over a decade. Yoon Jiaoyu said unhappily, "Aonan, how are you speaking to me? I had no money back then. I had to support my wife and son. Where would I get money to support your grandfather? Your mom took half the family assets back then. Taking care of the elderly was her responsibility. In that case, what is Mr. Yoon here for now?" Quan Aonan felt disgusted with him from the bottom of his heart. Of course, to claim the courtyard house. This courtyard house was bought by my dad, right? My dad only has me, one son, and only Xiao Bao, one grandson. It should rightfully be inherited by us, not by you outsiders. When it came to their goal, they suddenly became outsiders. Chapter 657, Eliminate the Root of Trouble 5. When Yoon Jiaoyu learned that the Yoon family possessed such a magnificent courtyard house, his joy outweighed his surprise. He truly hadn't expected that, after more than a decade, Quan Shuang had actually managed to do so well. Over the past 10+ years, he had never thought to inquire about Yoon Jianjun's life. He believed that without him, the only able-bodied laborer, their lives must have been quite difficult. Who would have thought it was completely the opposite? While accompanying Widow Su shopping at the Hua's department store, he saw Quan Shuang selecting jewelry. He didn't notice anything else. His gaze was entirely fixed on the pair of vibrant, watery green bracelets on Quan Shuang's wrist. Jadeite. Absolutely the highest grade of old mine glass type jadeite. Even if he combined all his assets, it wouldn't be enough to buy even one such bracelet. Yet Quan Shuang owned a pair, casually worn on her wrist. Only after noticing the preciousness of the bracelets did he take a closer look at Quan Shuang. Her attire was very fashionable, all top-tier brands he had seen in the department store, and her demeanor and speech had also greatly changed. In the past, she was quiet and reserved, simple to the point of being almost dull. Now, she was dignified and elegant, exuding an aura called nobility from head to toe. Without a superior environment and a life of affluence, how could such a person be cultivated? One's surroundings shape one's temperament, and one's upbringing shapes one's body. This has been an eternal truth since ancient times. So he secretly followed Quan Shuang and saw her enter this courtyard house. Later, he heard that after the demolition of the courtyard houses southeast of the Forbidden City back then, the original residents had all made a fortune. He realized that this courtyard house must have been exchanged for that one and should rightfully belong to him. Although Yoon Jiaoyu had achieved some minor success, accumulating assets of several 100,000, he was unfamiliar with many matters in the capital. He didn't know that the original small courtyard house could never have been exchanged for this large one. Blinded by greed and desire, his vision had long been clouded. Moreover, the people around this courtyard house didn't know the Yoon family's background. The Yoon family certainly wouldn't mention that their 3 sons were all high-ranking officials. They usually chatted and laughed with their neighbors, went shopping and bought groceries together, no different from ordinary folks, just a bit wealthier. Therefore, no matter how much he inquired, he couldn't find out what kind of people the Yoon family now frequently associated with. As for Quan Shuang's attire, since their family lived in a courtyard house, dressing too plainly would actually attract attention. Of course, if Yoon Jiaoyu knew Quan Shuang's current status, he would surely regret it immensely and would try every means, through Yoon Jianjun, to curry favor with high officials like Yuan Ziyuan, who were usually beyond his reach. Fortunately, he didn't know, so he was only after the courtyard house. No one knows a son better than his father. With just 2 or 3 glances, Yoon Jianjun saw through Yoon Jiaoyu's intentions. To be honest, he was very disappointed and heartbroken. He had originally thought that if Yoon Jiaoyu had a change of heart and returned to filial piety without seeking fame or fortune, he would remind him that the child widow Su gave birth to wasn't his. Now, forget it. After raising and carefully teaching this son for so many years, he was still not as good as stepsons like Yuan Ziyuan. Yoon Jiaoyu, don't even think about coveting this courtyard house. The courtyard house belongs to Shuang, Aonan, and Nan Nan. No one can take it away. Even if you take it to court, the result will be the same. I have Shuang's house to live in. I sold the original courtyard house to the developer long ago. That money is my retirement fund. I didn't even give it to Shuang. You think you can get your hands on it? How is that possible? Yoon Jianjun's voice was neither loud nor soft, and there wasn't a trace of anger in it. It was precisely because he spoke this way that Yoon Jiaoyu shuddered. He suddenly remembered how formidable his old father was. Back during the divorce, it was because of what he said in front of the neighbors that he and widow Sue quickly found it impossible to stay in the village and had to seek another way out. Chapter 658, Ending the Trouble for Good 6. When one door shuts, another opens. By a stroke of luck, he had made a group of friends and started a business reselling items like electronic watches. He made a fortune, returned to his hometown in glory, and built a grand house in the village, making a splendid impression. Yoon Jiaoyu straightened his posture. He was no longer the person he used to be. He had many friends now and had no reason to fear an old man. This courtyard house was something he was determined to have. When he asked his friends for information, he learned that this courtyard house could sell for a sky-high price of several million, nearly 10 million. Good heavens, if he sold this courtyard house, he would instantly become a multi-millionaire. Why is it impossible? If I sue, I'm sure to win. I am your son, your only heir. Everything you have should be inherited by me. How could Quan Shuang, a mere woman, possibly earn such a large sum of money to buy a courtyard house? You must be lying to me. Tell me, are you lying to me? By the end, Yoon Jiaoyu's face had turned ferocious and menacing. Yoon Jianjun replied with calm indifference, I'm not dead yet. I can give my belongings to whomever I wish. It might be good if you sue. I'd also like to ask how the law judges someone who abandons an elder and refuses to support their aging father. Yoon Jiaoyu was stunned. He never expected Yoon Jianjun to be so heartless. Widow Su chimed in clearly and crisply, Dad, no matter what, Jiaoyu is your only son. Don't you want your son to inherit everything you have? Would you rather let an outsider benefit? Don't call me Dad. I've never acknowledged you as my Yoon family's daughter-in-law. Yoon Jianjun sneered coldly. Wang Jun. Wang Jun. Widow Su's head nearly exploded with a roar. She stared at Yoon Jianjun in terror, only to see the corners of his lips curl into a scornful smile. Quan Xingnan had remained calm all along. Only now did she speak unhurriedly, Mr. Yun, it's best not to covet what isn't yours. The consequences of such greed can be severe. You. Seeing Quan Xingnan's stunning beauty, a flicker of greed flashed in Yoon Jiaoyu's eyes. If he had raised her back then and offered her to those wealthy people, even the slightest scraps they let slip from their fingers would have been enough to cover his expenses for a lifetime, wouldn't it? Noticing this, everyone in the hall was furious. Yoon Jianjun shouted angrily, Xiao Ding, Xiao Wu, Xiao Yi, come here and drive them out for me. He was so angry that he coughed uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Grandpa, don't be angry. Let me handle this. Quan Xingnan quickly turned around and gently patted Yoon Jianjun's back, channeling a trace of spiritual energy from her palm into his body. He was an elderly man and shouldn't get upset easily. After the trace of spiritual energy entered his body, Yoon Jianjun clearly felt much more comfortable. Quan Aonan rubbed his nose fiercely, calculating in his mind how to resolve the trouble caused by Yoon Jiaoyu. When taking action, one must be decisive. Moreover, they couldn't allow Yoon Jiaoyu to keep bothering their family in the future. Imagining that Yoon Jiaoyu would never give up easily, they needed to find a way to deal with this sticky problem to avoid endless annoyance. Although they weren't afraid of any schemes Yoon Jiaoyu might plot, facing his repeated disturbances would always feel unsettling. Qin Boying smiled faintly. How about leaving this person for me to handle? Qin Boying. Lang Qiushui frowned. This was the Yoon family's private matter. Why was he interfering? Could it be that he held a grudge because Yoon Jiaoyu claimed to be Quan Aonan's father? It had to be said that among those who understood Qin Boying best, Ling Qiushui was certainly one of them. Qin Boying patted her hand and said, I feel that everyone is somewhat constrained in dealing with Yoon Jiaoyu's matter. Both children are of a younger generation. No matter what, they were once Yoon Jiaoyu's adopted son and daughter. If they take action, it will surely give people grounds for criticism. As for you, Elder Yoon and Madam, you are both elderly. Sister Quan is also a woman. It's more convenient for me to handle this. Chapter 659, Ending the Trouble for Good 7. His son must not bear any bad reputation. He had not fulfilled his responsibilities toward his son, but this time, he must definitely resolve the issue of Yoon Jiaoyu for him. Qin Boying smiled and then said understandingly, Old Yoon, rest assured. He is your only son. I won't harm his life. I'll only make him so content that he forgets to return, forever unable to disturb your lives. Of course, if you disagree, just consider it unsaid, and I won't take action. Afterward, they could hint to those below, they wouldn't need to take action themselves to deal with Yoon Jiaoyu. That way, it would have nothing to do with him, and it wouldn't count as deceiving Yoon Jianjun. Quan Xingnan understood Yoon Jianjun's thoughts best and spoke with a smile, Mr. Qin, may I ask what you plan to do? She would decide after clarifying Qin Boying's intentions. From my perspective in judging people, Yoon Jiaoyu seems very keen on money. I have many businesses under my umbrella. A simple order would be enough to keep him busy for a long time. Quan Xingnan was stunned. You're not planning to lure him into doing business and then have him never return, are you? She guessed it was more likely that Chen Boying would use this as bait. Chen Boying, the bloody Azura, how could he be so kind as to arrange such a good opportunity for Yun Jiaoyu? For someone obsessed with money, what could be more attractive than money? I believe even if I don't lift a finger, faced with this opportunity, he definitely won't let it slip. I'll make sure that while he's doing business, he'll never return to the capital. Of course, this business wouldn't be easy. Hardship and suffering would be commonplace. Chen Boying stroked his chin, thinking this idea was excellent. It wouldn't take his life, but would ensure he never had the chance to return. Yun Jianjun sighed. Let's do it this way, Mr. Chen. Please spare his life, and it's best not to involve that mother and son pair. Chen Boying readily agreed. As he and Ling Qiushui were about to take their leave, Quan Aonan noticed Ling Qiushui's reluctant gaze. His heart softened, and he said, "Our home has many rooms. Since you've just arrived in the capital and may not have everything arranged properly, why not stay at our place for now?" Ling Qiushui's spirits lifted, the gloom on her face vanishing instantly. However, she still cautiously looked at Quan Shuang, worried she might feel troubled. Quan Shuang smiled gently and walked over to take her hand. "Sister, you are Arnon's birth mother and younger than me, so I'll take the liberty of calling you sister. Sister, please stay at our home. Spend some time with Anon and get to know each other." Back then, she had been willing to let Quan Xingnan accompany her birth parents. Now, she wouldn't show favoritism. She was fortunate. Both her children had their own birth parents, yet neither had abandoned her. That's why she knew how to put herself in others' shoes. "Sister, I'll call you sister then." "Thank you, sister. Thank you for your kindness and consideration. Come, I'll take you to Aonon's courtyard. I believe you'd prefer to stay with Aonon." Ling Qiushui looked at Quan Aonan but didn't step forward. That was Quan Aonan's private space. Was it appropriate for her and Chen Boying to stay there? "I'll accompany you," Quan Aonan said. Ling Qiushui's brows relaxed into a smile. So, he agreed. The main rooms in Quan Anon's courtyard were also 3. Unlike Quan Xingnan, who lived in the eastern side room of her main rooms, he lived in the western side room. The eastern side room was originally a study and lounge. With some tidying up, it could accommodate guests. As they discussed the accommodations, Alexander sought out Chen Boying. Chapter 660, Eliminating the Root of Trouble 8. "You're saying that Ahua had someone planted by Yun Jiaoyu's side long ago, someone who has gained Yun Jiaoyu's trust, and as long as that person makes a move, Yun Jiaoyu will definitely take the bait. And you're coming to me now because you want to join forces." Standing in the courtyard, after listening to Alexander's words, Chen Boying wore an expression of disbelief. Was Quan Xingnan divinely insightful in her calculations? Could it be that Hua Xuedong also possessed such ability? Could he have foreseen today's situation in advance? Alexander smiled, his expression filled with admiration for Hua Xuedong. After Mr. Hua became acquainted with the young lady, he considered Yun Jiaoyu a latent threat. Living in the same city, Beijing, Yun would inevitably hear snippets about the young lady's family. So, Mr. Hua made preparations in advance. Even without Chen Boying's plan, Hua Xuedong's person would have taken action against Yun Jiaoyu. Hua Xuedong preferred to nip all dangers in the bud. Chen Boying laughed heartily and patted Alexander on the shoulder. Truly worthy of the title rival of Zhuge Liang. I truly mourn for those who offend him in the future. It's a pity he refused when I invited him to be my military strategist. Alexander remained silent. He had been with Hua Xuedong the longest, even longer than Secretary Chen. He knew things that Secretary Chen did not. He understood perfectly well that Hua Xuedong in his youth was not as gentle, refined, and graceful as he was now. Back then, his exterior was like a painting, but his heart was cunning. At the age of 13, without lifting a hand or a foot, merely by orchestrating from behind the scenes and manipulating a few small-time hoodlums, he caused a mid-level gang in Hong Kong to vanish into thin air, establishing his position in the Jianghu world. Rival of Zhuge Liang was the title the Jianghu bestowed upon that mysterious youth, as captivating as an inkwash painting. His appearance was brief, yet his brilliance was unforgettable. Even to this day, his name remains on par with the bloody Azura. Chen Boying had failed back then to recruit him as his right-hand man, but he later received Hua Xuedong's assistance. Hua Xuedong strategized for him, leading to his current position as a leader. Chen Boying had never admired anyone in his life, except for Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong was younger than him, wiser than him, more decisive than him, and moreover, he knew how to sheath his edge, making him impossible to guard against. "All right, I understand. When the time comes, I'll have my people contact yours. Let's resolve Yun Jiaoyu as soon as possible. Anyone who dares claim to be my son's father must face my wrath." Alexander nodded and, as usual, returned to Quan Xingnan's side. He hadn't come to find Chen Boying secretly but openly and boldly. This way, no one would suspect anything. Quan Xingnan was taking stock of the gifts Ling Qiushui had given her. Hearing Alexander's footsteps, she didn't even look up. "You want to see Mr. Chen? What are you planning to do?" Alexander was somewhat surprised but soon chuckled softly. Did the young lady divine it? Quan Xingnan put down a gemstone bracelet in her hand and smiled. No need for divination, I guessed. It's fourth brother's previous arrangement, right? I originally planned to start placing my own people around Yun Jiaoyu, but later discovered fourth brother's people were already there, so I didn't make further arrangements. In handling matters, one must always take precautions to avert disaster, lest when calamity strikes, one is flustered and doesn't know what to do. No one is omnipotent. Who can guarantee they will be able to resolve any danger when the time comes? This was something Hu Xueding had once taught her, and she had always kept it in mind. Yes, it was arranged by Mr. Hua. Now, by joining forces with Mr. Chen's people, it will be very easy to lure Yun Jiaoyu into the trap. Alexander remembered Hu Xueding's instructions to tell the complete truth about anything Quan Xingnan asked. Chapter 661, Ending the Trouble for Good 9. How Chen Boying planned to proceed didn't interest Quan Xingnan. She was only concerned with ensuring Yun Jiaoyu's life wasn't in danger. To be honest, she had no personal affection for Yun Jiaoyu. Everything was primarily for her grandfather's sake. No matter what, Yun Jiaoyu was her grandfather's son, and she couldn't let him lose his life. I understand. There's no need to mention this matter to anyone else. Yes. Alexander quietly stepped back, watching Quan Xingnan busily attend to her tasks. Although Quan Xingnan's current status was unparalleled, she still preferred handling many matters herself. As for Daniel, he went to process the share transfer agreement between Quan Xingnan and Zhao Zhengyang, which included a jewelry company Chen Boying had gifted Quan Xingnan before coming to the capital. A jewelry company with assets exceeding 100 million was already established on a small scale and had gained some recognition in the jewelry industry. Chen Boying had only taken this step after confirming that Quan Anan was indeed his son. He had many methods at his disposal and easily obtained a DNA sample from Quan Anan, reaching a conclusion early on. Father and son, biological father and son. That was the final result. Otherwise, would someone as suspicious as him have accepted Quan Anan so readily? He hadn't trusted Quan Xingnan 100%. Quan Xingnan sorted through the items gifted by Ling Qiushui and stuck out her tongue. I'm about to be buried in gold, silver, and jewels. Mr. Chen gives me a jewelry company, and Madame Ling gives me a pile of jewelry. Could it be that this is the telepathy between a couple? Alexander said, Mr. Chen and Madame Ling are not a married couple. They lived together and shared many years of affection, but they had never registered as husband and wife. It was strange, yet they had always been at ease with it. Their feelings hadn't faded or vanished simply because they weren't legally married. I know. Do you think I called her Madame Ling on purpose? However, I believe the title Mrs. Chen will soon be hers. We might even witness it ourselves. With her brother found, Ling Qiushui's heartache was resolved. Chen Boying, who had waited over a decade without being able to marry his beloved, would hardly be able to hold back now. Chen Boying quickly dealt with Yun Jiaoyu's matter. Hu Xueding's people took Yun Jiaoyu away, along with all of the Yun family's assets, leaving widow Su and her son at home with only some living expenses, waiting for Yun Jiaoyu to return after making his fortune. Then, Chen Boying arranged for the necessary documents for marriage to be sent from Taiwan. Ling Qiushui had always been a native of the capital. Her household registration remained in the capital, unchanged despite living in Taiwan for over a decade. The capital was where they met, where their son was born, and where they reunited with their son. Registering their marriage here held great commemorative significance. Chen Boying racked his brains, beginning to think about choosing an auspicious day to propose to Ling Qiushui, following the example of young people. The rings had been prepared by her grandmother over 20 years ago, a pair of heirloom men's and women's rings passed down from her ancestors, rich in heritage. The sizes had long been adjusted, and he had always carried them with him. Meanwhile, Quan Xingnan saw off Lady Zhan and Li Yuqian. Lady Zhan's wishes had been fulfilled. In Jiling, she had also met Li Fang, who came to celebrate Quan Xingnan's birthday. She had originally intended to accept transcendence then, but matters kept piling up, leaving no opportunity. Zhao Zhengyang abandoned business for politics and had entered officialdom. Li Yuqian was finally at ease. Having spent so many years together day and night, they both accepted Quan Xingnan's transcendence together and entered the cycle of reincarnation. From then on, only Li Fang, the old ghost, remained by Quan Xingnan's side. Chapter 662, Eliminate the Root of the Problem 10. Due to a jewelry company located in the capital, all procedures were completed, and it was renamed Weshing Jewelry Company. Adhering to the principle of fulfilling one's duties in one's position, and with the imminent opening of the Weshing clothing store, Quan Xingnan once again postponed her school registration date. She focused on staying at home to write a business plan for the jewelry company, intending to manage this company well. When it came to business, she initially had little talent. However, over the past 7 years, she had learned a great deal about commerce and developed some interest. Drafting a business plan was more than sufficient for her. Moreover, success in business doesn't always rely on talent. Sometimes it depends on the ability to judge people, whether you can recruit excellent management talent, and whether you can lead them effectively. Influenced by Huoxiuedong, Quan Xingnan believed this point made perfect sense and was determined to develop along this path. Judging people? With her heavenly eye and earthly pupil, she could distinguish good from bad at a glance. As for ensuring their eternal loyalty, that would test her skill in managing people. While working on the business plan, Quan Xingnan consulted Alexander, Daniel, and Huoxiuedong, ultimately completing it successfully. After listening carefully, Huoxiuedong praised her from the other end of the phone. Nan, your business plan is excellent. It definitely has the potential for implementation and room for development. Really? You're not lying to me. Quan Xingnan beamed with joy. Of course not. I always tell the truth. Infected by her mood, Huoxiuedong smiled, stunning a nearby blonde, blue-eyed French beauty who was watching him. Whether it's the truth or not, only you know. Quan Xingnan thought to herself that she had already experienced Huoxiuedong's sweet talk. Huoxiuedong asked with concern, do you need my help? I know many famous jade carvers. As long as you have good jade and are willing to pay them sufficiently, they will work for you. I'll let you know when I need it. For now, I want to rely on myself. She couldn't always depend on others. She had to stand on her own. This jewelry company would focus on jadeite, following a high-end, boutique route and producing various premium jadeite pieces. With her earthly pupil, she was unbeatable in gambling on raw stones. As long as she was cautious, no one would discover her secret. Quan Xingnan felt that the batch of jadeite she had stockpiled would finally be put to use. Lately, she had been so busy that she almost forgot about the jadeite and her plan to unveil the 5 blessings jadeite. Prompted by this matter, she immediately retrieved that raw stone. The warehouse storing the raw stones was vast, filled with countless stones of various sizes. With great effort, Quan Xingnan dug out the raw stone containing the 5 blessings jadeite from the innermost corner. She changed her mind. Previously, when she wanted to unveil the jadeite alone, she didn't have a jewelry company. Now that she had one, she should unveil the jadeite publicly. Once the 5 blessings jadeite was revealed, it would surely attract widespread attention. Thinking of this, Quan Xingnan set aside her business plan and left her courtyard. After ending the call with Huoxiuedong, she contacted the person in charge of Weshing Jewelry Company. Although Weshing Jewelry Company had changed its name, the original staff remained unchanged. Since the name change hadn't been announced yet, apart from the person in charge, the employees didn't even know the company had changed owners. On her way out, passing through the main courtyard, she saw Madame Qin, Zhao Yuzhen and her daughter, Ling Qiushui, and others sitting and chatting. She hurried over to greet them. Nan, are you done with your work? These past few days, I've only heard about your heroic deeds, Madame Qin said with a smile. Her gaze suddenly fixed on Quan Xingnan's wrist, or rather, on the pair of mutton-fat jade bracelets, a family heirloom of the Hua family passed down only to daughters-in-law. P.S. Stayed up late and woke up early. Spent the day busy shelling corn without catching up on sleep. My thumb hurts terribly and I can't hold on any longer. The next 2 updates will be posted before 8 p.m. Chapter 663, Eliminating the Root of Trouble 11. The heirloom of the Hua family was something Madame Qin had seen since childhood. There was no way she could mistake it. But how did the bracelet that originally belonged to her sister-in-law end up on Quan Xingnan's wrist? Its appearance on her hand, did it mean she was the Hua family's future daughter-in-law? The Hua family only had Adong. Her sister-in-law had said she would pass the bracelet on to Adong's wife. Adong. Madame Qin smiled and said, Nan, the bracelet on your wrist looks very familiar to me. Did Adong give it to you? Raising her hand to look at the jade bracelet, Quan Xingnan admitted openly, it was given to me by Madame Hua. Earlier this year, I made a set of clothes each for the old gentleman and the old lady. They liked them very much and gave me many gifts in return. The bracelet was one of them. You recognized it because it was given to me by the old lady, right? Quan Xingnan gave a thumbs up. Your eyes are really sharp, recognizing it at a glance. Given by her sister-in-law? Had her sister-in-law met her? But her sister-in-law had never been to the mainland, and Quan Xingnan had never been to Hong Kong. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Madame Qin smiled and said, It's not that I'm sharp, it's just that I've seen it since I was little, so of course I'm familiar with it. Do you know the meaning of this pair of jade bracelets? Quan Xingnan was so straightforward, perhaps she didn't know their significance. What meaning? I only know they've been passed down since the Han Dynasty, they're ancient jade. So she didn't know. Madame Qin said, It's nothing. Are you going out to take care of some business? You should head out soon. Quan Xingnan nodded and bowed slightly to everyone before leaving, but a trace of doubt lingered in her mind. She decided to ask Huo about it that evening. After having lunch at the Yun family's home, Madame Qin returned to her own house. Ignoring her husband's surprised look, she anxiously dialed her brother and sister-in-law's number in Hong Kong. Hello, sister-in-law? Perfect timing, I need to ask you something. Oh, little sister, why are you calling at this hour? What's the urgent matter? Madame Huo was all smiles. She was wearing a dress Quanxing Nan had sent her and had just returned from showing it off outside, so she was in a very good mood. Sister-in-law, did you give Nan the pair of mutton fat jade bracelets that Mom gave you? Didn't you say you would give them to Otong's wife? Even now, Madame Qin hadn't quite grasped the situation. Madame Huo laughed. Isn't little Nan Otong's little wife? What? Nan is Otong's little wife? Mindful of the nannies and guards in her home and the potential impact, Madame Qin immediately lowered her voice, not uttering the last few words. Huh? Hasn't Otong told you? That boy. Madame Huo felt quite pleased with herself. Otong had told them, which meant they were quite close. She no longer had to worry that Otong might one day want to return to the Qin family. Madame Qin said with some annoyance, Otong has been to Beijing several times this year, and I've never heard him mention it. Good heavens, little Nan was only 15 years old. She remembered how old Master Lin and old Madame Lin had once proudly declared that they would wait until Nan was 20 before allowing anyone to pursue her, and even then, they would set up 18 difficult obstacles that suitors would have to overcome to qualify. If they found out that Huo was already pursuing little Nan, he would be severely beaten up. That boy didn't say anything. Next time you see him, give him a good scolding. If he hadn't asked me for this pair of bracelets when I was preparing gifts for Nan, I wouldn't have guessed his intentions. He definitely deserved a scolding. After hanging up with her sister-in-law, Madame Qin immediately called Huo. Chapter 664, Ending the Trouble for Good 12. When Huo received his mother's call, he was quietly reminiscing about the scenes from his dream. He had dreamed of several fragments, scenes of him and her chatting about everything under the sun, scenes of him finally standing up with her help, and scenes of them traveling together. It was no longer just seeing a pair of eyes, just seeing a face, without understanding what had happened between them. As the scene shifted, the moment he stood up, he finally no longer hesitated about pursuing a relationship due to his older age and disability. Just as he had prepared everything and was about to confess his feelings to her, she suddenly left a suicide note and disappeared. He searched for her frantically, mobilizing all the resources at his disposal, only to find out that her last known appearance was at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, a place of ice and snow without a single trace. He dug through the ice and shoveled the snow but still couldn't find her. He stayed by Kunlun Mountain for a long time without leaving and encountered the eminent monk he had visited in this lifetime. He didn't dream of the specific process, only vaguely hearing the monk say that he had observed the stars at night and noticed something unusual here. After asking him, the monk said that he and Quanxing Nan were destined to meet in this life, but not destined to be together. He asked, how can we be destined? He couldn't hear clearly how the monk answered and comforted him, but he remembered his own words. Since even the eminent monk cannot know the whole story, only saying that her fate is mysterious, with the ability to connect heaven and earth and command ghosts and gods, and saying that I have extremely strong willpower and a lifespan of over 100 years. Then if I, in this life, know her but cannot be with her, I am willing to trade the remaining half of my lifespan for an early reunion with her and a chance to grow old together with her. He had already chosen one of his second brother's sons as the heir to the Huo family when he was disabled, nurturing him for many years, and he had long since become capable. In the dream, he passed away without illness at the age of 51. In reality, he had already met Quanxing Nan 9 years ago. His wish had come true. The wish of his future self in the dream had come true. Although many events in the dream were still unclear, it was enough for him to understand what kind of life he had lived after becoming disabled and how he had missed out on his love. Therefore, when he heard his mother's barrage of accusations over the phone, the main point being that Huo hadn't told his family, which was very inconsiderate. Huo smiled slightly. Mom, isn't it because Nan is still young? I was afraid of scaring you all. Scaring us? Aren't you afraid of scaring your uncle and aunt? Old Lady Qin locked herself in a soundproof study to call Huo. Otong, are you really sure? Nan is only 15, and you're already 30. 29. Huo protested, not wanting an extra year added to his age for no reason. Old Lady Qin chuckled secretly but kept a stern face. I want to hold your son soon. With you like this, when will I ever get to hold my grandson? Mom, don't you already have a bunch of grandsons? You even have great-grandsons. Don't focus on me. Go focus on your born and soon-to-be-born great-grandsons. You brat, just wait for your dad and your brothers to teach you a lesson. With the fourth son becoming old Lin's grandson-in-law, the seniority drops a generation. The whole family has to share the joys and sorrows. Are we supposed to make old Chin call old Lin uncle? Mom, Nanan is still young. Please keep it a secret for me for now, don't spread it. It wouldn't be good for Nanan. At least you have some consideration, knowing Nanan is still young. She was quite satisfied with Nanan and had long wanted to bring her into the family, but she never expected the one to end up with her would be the fourth son. The fourth son. The one none of the elders from both families could control. Chapter 665, Highly Sought After 2. After the call ended, old Lady Chin sat in her chair, laughing one moment and sighing the next. She laughed because her fourth son was not a monk, and sighed because she would still have to wait several years before she could hold her youngest son's child. Suddenly remembering something, she lowered her gaze in thought for a moment, then resolutely picked up the phone, dialed a number, and got straight to the point. Hello, in-law, let's just forget about what you mentioned last time. The person on the other end of the line was the mother of Ji Mingxin, the wife of old Lady Chin's second son, old Lady Ji. Old Lady Ji frowned and said, elder sister-in-law, didn't we agree? Once your fourth son returns to Beijing, we'll let the two young people meet. They might just take a liking to each other. Why the sudden change of heart? Not that I'm meddling, but your fourth son isn't getting any younger. When Qiji and Mingxin were his age, their children were already in school. Although Hua Xuedong was not in politics or the military like his three older brothers, he possessed immense wealth, was cultured and refined, and had an elegant demeanor. Not only was he a son of the Qin family, but he was also the head of the Hua family in Hong Kong. Countless families in the capital regarded him as a golden bachelor. Many young ladies from prominent families hoped to win Hua Xuedong's favor, going to great lengths to do so. Yet, although Hua Xuedong frequently returned to Beijing to visit his parents, he rarely appeared in public settings. When he did, it was mostly at important business events or related commercial ceremonies, leaving no opportunity for anyone to broach personal matters. Only those with connections to him could invite him to private gatherings, and at such events, these young ladies from prominent families had no way to gain entry. The Ji family was merely a third-tier family in the capital, fortunate that their daughter had married Qin Qiji. Naturally, they wanted to strengthen their ties with the Qin family further. It was only because her daughter had married Qin Qiji, the Qin family's second son, that old Lady Ji had the opportunity to bring the matter up with old Lady Qin. Ji Tianxin, Ji Mingxin's cousin, was 26 years old and had admired Hua Xuedong for a long time. Ji Tianxin had just returned from studying abroad. She was lively, beautiful, and very fashionable, considered one of the top beauties in their social circle. Within just a few months of returning to Beijing, her suitors could form a whole company. Ji Tianxin had liked Hua Xuedong ever since he returned to Beijing and appeared at the Qin family home. She worked hard to further her studies and improve herself, hoping to become the intimate partner standing by Hua Xuedong's side, sharing in his glory. After learning of her feelings, the Ji family wholeheartedly approved and made every effort to cultivate her. With the Hua family's wealth supporting them, the Qin family had always lived a privileged life. Who among their circle didn't envy that? If their family could gain the support of the Hua family's wealth, they would undoubtedly advance even further. Ji Tianxin was more beautiful and more talented than Ji Mingxin. If Ji Mingxin could marry into the Qin family, surely Ji Tianxin wouldn't be any worse, she should be even better. The Ji family was full of confidence in her. On old Lady Qin's birthday, old Lady Ji specially brought Ji Tianxin to offer congratulations. Unfortunately, Hua Xuedong came and went in a hurry, and Ji Tianxin didn't even get a chance to approach him and strike up a conversation. Left with no other choice, old Lady Ji pretended to discuss the downsides of young people marrying late and brought up matchmaking for Hua Xuedong. Old Lady Qin was indeed somewhat tempted. Hua Xuedong was 29, not young anymore. He had always been indifferent to romantic pursuits, and as a mother, she worried there might be something wrong. So, she agreed to the two young people meeting. The Ji family was overjoyed. They had prepared everything, only for old Lady Qin to call and cancel the meeting. How could old Lady Ji not be anxious? Agitated, her tone became somewhat urgent, disapproving of old Lady Qin's going back on her word. Chapter 666, Highly Sought After 3. After listening, old Lady Qin frowned slightly. She had previously agreed because she thought old Lady Ji's suggestion made sense, but now, hearing her speak, she felt it was rather inappropriate instead. Arranged meetings between men and women should be mutually agreeable. If one side of the two families disagrees, it's difficult to form a good match. Old Lady Qin had originally thought old Lady Ji was kindly acting as a matchmaker. Although the woman was from their family, she herself had heard of Ji Tianxin, who was indeed an outstanding girl, so meeting her wouldn't hurt. Why did the Ji family seem so eager? As if they couldn't wait to pack Ji Tianxin off and deliver her to Hua Xuedong immediately? Old Lady Qin was immediately displeased. She was old-fashioned and looked down on families of girls who were overly eager towards the man's side. Society was open now. Women pursuing men or men pursuing women were all part of free love, which she couldn't control. However, she disliked families of girls who, knowing the man was unwilling, still pushed eagerly for a marriage alliance. Once displeased, she said, "Fourth is fourth, third is third. How can they be mentioned in the same breath?" Old Lady G immediately realized her tone was off and hurriedly corrected herself, smiling as she said, "Isn't it just that I'm concerned for your fourth? You've met our Tianxin, elder sister. It can be said that among girls her age, you can't find one better than Tianxin. That's why I had the idea to try and match them. I've already spoken to her about it. If you suddenly go back on your word, elder sister, how am I supposed to explain it to her? Could it be that she was overthinking it?" Old Lady Qin considered this point, but immediately dismissed it. Having weathered many storms, she absolutely trusted her intuition. She smiled faintly. What's so hard to explain? The man doesn't agree to the meeting, yet the woman insists on seeing him? Such a thing doesn't exist. I told you at the time that I would ask Fourth and then reply to you about whether they would meet. That means if Fourth agrees, they meet. If Fourth disagrees, our previous conversation is as if it never happened. When encountering such matters, she never spoke in absolute terms, leaving no room for maneuver. Upon hearing this, Old Lady G calmed down and thought about it. It seemed that was indeed what had been said. At the time, she had been so overjoyed that she didn't carefully consider the possibility of Hu Xuedong disagreeing. Old Lady G was extremely annoyed. She lowered herself and said in a pleasant tone, "That may be so, but our Tianxin is already prepared. Sister-in-law, why not let them meet first? Your Aodong hasn't met Tianxin, hasn't gotten to know her. Once he meets her and understands her, he might change his mind. He might even be glad he agreed to meet. Such a good opportunity must not be missed, absolutely must not be missed." The Ji family was declining with each passing day, and they were counting entirely on Ji Tianxin now. As for Ji Mingxin, she had married into the Qin family, but she hadn't helped the Ji family much. The Hu group sent her plenty of clothes and jewelry each season, but never any money, so there was simply no way to send anything back to her mother's family. Old Lady Qin said unhappily, "I haven't even given you a reply yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Your haste is not our responsibility." Change his mind? Anyone might change their mind, but not Hu Xuedong. Among her 3 daughters-in-law, Old Lady Qin liked them all. As for the mothers-in-law, Old Lady Qin liked the mother of the eldest daughter-in-law and also the mother of the 3rd daughter-in-law. The one she felt the least affection for was the mother of the 2nd daughter-in-law, Ji Mingxin, always feeling she had a somewhat petty air about her. In terms of background, Old Lady Ji was of higher status than Old Lady Qin and Old Lady Ouyang, but in character, she was not as magnanimous as the latter. Old Lady Ouyang was the daughter of a poor peasant family, yet her conduct was very generous and she understood propriety. Wei Dania goes without saying. Even Zhao Yuzhen, who back in the day could not maneuver Zhang Hui, never forced others into difficult positions. Chapter 667. Highly sought after 4. Upon hearing old Mrs. Qin's words, old Mrs. Ji was left speechless. Sister-in-law, Hu Xuedong isn't married and isn't seeing anyone, so why not give Tianxin even a little chance? Old Mrs. Ji was very displeased, feeling she had been slighted. She was, after all, Qin Qiji's mother-in-law, and the Ji family was related to the Qin family by marriage. Old Mrs. Qin sighed. When it came down to it, it was all because the men were useless, placing their hopes on the girls. Old Mrs. Ji wasn't having an easy time either. She wasn't even Tianxin's birth mother, yet she had to go to such lengths. Sister-in-law, you don't need to say anything more. I understand, but this matter ends here. She would have liked to say that Hu Xuedong already had someone, so there was no need for others to flock to him. However, considering Quan Xingnan's young age, if people were to find out, her reputation would truly suffer. Even if Quan Xingnan's identity was kept secret now, could it remain hidden after they married? When outsiders connected the dots later, so she was with Hu Xuedong since she was 15, the impact would still be very negative. Better not to say anything. Using Hu Xuedong's current unwillingness to discuss marriage as her reason, old Mrs. Qin continued calling those well-meaning families with good relations who were eager to matchmake for Hu Xuedong. Please don't introduce any more potential partners to my 4th son from now on. He's currently focused on managing his business and doesn't want to talk about these things. Let's wait a few years. In a few years, perhaps without your matchmaking, my 4th son will bring a daughter-in-law home to me. Many who received old Mrs. Qin's call were deeply disappointed, but she paid them no mind. She left the study and began rummaging through trunks and boxes. When Ouyang Yu returned from work and saw this, she held back a laugh and asked, "Mom, what are you looking for?" Old Mrs. Qin beckoned her over and handed her a brocade box. Come. I dug out some of my old things. This pair of jadeite bracelets is quite nice and complements your skin tone very well. Take them and wear them. Oh Yang, you didn't stand on ceremony. Mom, what good fortune did you encounter today to be so generous? Upon opening the box, she was stunned. These were the finest old mine glass type imperial green jadeite bracelets. She found them almost too precious to accept. Old Mrs. Chin waved her hand. I'm giving them to you, so take them. I have quite a few jadeite bracelets, some for your eldest sister-in-law, and some for your second sister-in-law. What's for me, Mom? Qin Jing, Qin Fengji's wife, came in from outside. Since Qin Fengji had been transferred to the capital, she had naturally returned to Beijing as well. Now, among the Qin family's 4 sons, 2 sons and their wives were living at home, with only Qin Qiji and Ji Mingxin still residing elsewhere. Qin Jing was older, already past 50. Old Mrs. Qin gave her a pair of Fu Lu Shou, fortune, prosperity, longevity, bracelets. This pair was also old mine glass type, no less impressive than the imperial green. Afterwards, she selected a pair of jadeite bracelets of equivalent value for Ji Mingxin, who was far away. As for the remaining pieces, old Mrs. Qin looked them over again and again. Remembering that Quan Xingnan didn't have much of anything except an abundance of jadeite, she lost the desire to give her jadeite jewelry and instead went looking for something else. Sisters-in-law Qin Jing and Yang Yu hurried over to help, both feeling very curious. Old Mrs. Qin said with a smile, the 4th son has been very filial, giving me a lot of jadeite. What I'm giving you is just a drop in the bucket. Take them. If you appreciate the 4th son's kindness, just turn down all those requests from outsiders asking you to matchmake for him. Yang Yu replied with a gentle smile. Although some people have approached us, hoping we'd help arrange matches between them and the 4th brother, with you and Dad presiding over the household, what right do we as sisters-in-law have to speak on such matters? Right, eldest sister-in-law. Chapter 668, Highly Sought After 5. Qin Jing nodded in agreement. Hua Xuedong was indeed a hot commodity, but none of them intended to interfere in his marriage. Not only did they not interfere, but even their own families didn't want to get involved in this mess. You are all good children, and your families are also very good, not causing me any trouble. Thinking of old Mrs. G made Qin Leofuren feel annoyed, but since it involved her second daughter-in-law, she couldn't discuss it in front of these 2 daughters-in-law, lest it create discord between the sisters-in-law. Yang Yu put the bracelet on her own wrist, then linked arms with her mother-in-law and smiled, saying, Mom, if you won't say it, let me guess. She pretended to ponder and said, Is it Mingxin's family giving you a hard time? How did you know? She had never seen Yang Yu so sharp before. Qin Jing smiled and said, Mom, I know about this matter too. You know too. Qin Leofuren looked at her eldest daughter-in-law, the most steady one. She had just made the call, and they already knew? But what Qin Jing said wasn't about that matter. When old Mrs. G brought it up at Qin Leofuren's birthday banquet, many people heard it. Word spread from 10 to 100, and everyone in their circle knew that Ji Tianxin was going to meet Hua Xuedong for a meal, essentially a blind date. The Ji family had taken the lead, leaving many families secretly lamenting and countless young ladies both envious and jealous, too many to count. As soon as Ji Tianxin returned to the capital, she stole the spotlight from many young ladies. There are plenty of people who don't like her, all waiting to see the outcome of this matter. You told you and me to refuse those who ask us to act as matchmakers in the future. It must be because Lao Si currently doesn't want to discuss these matters and didn't agree to meet. In that case, this Ji Tianxin matter naturally becomes troublesome. Qin Jing had a steady personality, meticulous thoughts, and a very calm mind. Her analysis earned a vigorous nod from Yang Yu. Old Mrs. Qin patted her 2 daughters-in-law's hands. She was very pleased. Her 3 daughters-in-law were all top-notch, very sensible in their conduct and dealings with others. She didn't like Ji Mingxin's mother, but she was very satisfied with Ji Mingxin herself. Ji Mingxin was in no way inferior to these 2 sisters-in-law. In fact, she handled some things even better than Yang Yu. 7 or 8 days later, Hua Xuedong returned to the capital. People in their circle didn't hear any news about him meeting Ji Tianxin. Instead, they heard he came to attend the opening of the Weshing clothing store. Privately, they were almost laughing their heads off. The fact that they didn't meet meant Hua Xuedong had never agreed to this blind date business in the first place. So it was just one-sided enthusiasm. Those who had been jealous of Ji Tianxin immediately felt at peace. They keenly remembered the name Weshing clothing store. Weshing clothing store? Wasn't that the clothing store Quan Xingnan was opening? They were well informed and knew Quan Xingnan had opened a clothing store. Recently, some people close to Quan Xingnan had been seen wearing cheongsams made by Weshing clothing store. The fabrics were luxurious, the embroidery exquisite, very elegant and grand, all of the highest craftsmanship. It was said they were made personally by Liao Wanqiu, the head embroiderer in charge of the store's embroiderers, along with her team. Liao Wanqiu was an authentic inheritor of Gu embroidery. Although it wasn't a famous brand, most of them wore custom-made clothes anyway. Wearing famous brands wasn't their style. They preferred uniqueness, and this store emphasized just that. Unique styles, each piece hand-sewn. The clothing store had everything ready. Following Quan Xingnan's instructions, Liao Wanqiu had long started accepting custom orders from customers. The delay in opening was solely because Quan Xingnan was held up by matters outside the capital. Chapter 669, Highly Sought After 6. Cheongsams with no embroidery or minimal embroidery were priced at 10,000 per set. Those with more embroidery or fully embroidered cheongsams started at a minimum of 20,000, with the price increasing based on the complexity of the embroidery patterns. Pricing them so expensively, Liao Wanqiu thought no one would come to place orders. Unexpectedly, the opposite happened. The handmade embroidered cheongsams were actually the most popular. Even before the store opened, many people had already come to place orders. Based on the amount of embroidery on the garments, the most expensive cheongsam sold was priced at 100,000 yuan. It took 20 embroiderers half a month to complete. Weshing had no reputation to speak of. But wearing a Weshing cheongsam out always garnered full applause. So exquisite, so perfect. And it particularly highlighted an elegant and noble temperament. Word spread from one person to another, and Yueshing's reputation quickly circulated within their circle. Especially since Hua Shuetong personally attended the opening ceremony, which made many society ladies and young heiresses even more eager. Early that morning, Yueshing clothing store received many flower baskets, filling both sides of the entrance. There were so many that they couldn't all fit and had to be placed along the roadside, a long, eye-catching row of fresh flowers. Quan Xingnan had been extremely busy these days. She had to manage the newly acquired Yueshing Jewelry Company while also overseeing the opening of Yueshing Clothing Store. Each task was complex and multifaceted. Many matters at Yueshing Jewelry Company were still unresolved, yet the clothing store's opening was imminent. Liao Wanqiu said, "We haven't even opened yet, and we've already sold over a dozen cheongsams. Many embroidered pieces next door have also been sold. Once we open, won't the money just keep rolling in?" Indeed, in just these past 1 or 2 months, the clothing store had already earned several 100,000 yuan. Of course, this several 100,000 did not deduct costs, labor fees, or daily management expenses. Even before opening, business was like this. One could imagine how it would be after opening. Today, everyone in the family who was free had been invited to help welcome the guests coming to offer congratulations. The elders were not disturbed, but her mother Quan Shuang, cousins Lin Tianwei and Lin Tianjing, brother Quan Aonan, including Ling Qiushui and Bai Yun, all volunteered to help. Chen Boying also sent many people to maintain on-site security. Naturally, Hua Shuetong was also present. Knowing it was Quan Xingnan's first time opening a store, he specifically sent the public relations department to handle everything, including welcoming guests. Quan Xingnan's status destined the guests to be extraordinary. Today's opening ceremony was very lively. Those she had guided who could make it in time all came. Those who couldn't sent people to deliver congratulatory gifts. Those curious about Quan Xingnan and attracted by the clothes naturally all came, hoping to place orders for their desired garments on the very first day. The number of people was so large it nearly overwhelmed the store. Fortunately, Quan Xingnan had considered this and prepared thoroughly. There were places for guests to rest, small snacks to enjoy, and even the venue for the post-ribbon cutting meal was properly arranged. The manager of Hua Corporation's public relations department and their team handled everything meticulously and thoughtfully, making every guest feel right at home. Suddenly, a young woman walked in from outside. Upon seeing her, everyone in the circle showed a hint of amusement, as if anticipating some drama. Curious, Quan Xingnan looked over. The newcomer was wearing a Chanel spring outfit, carrying a famous brand bag, with the most fashionable big wavy, permed hair internationally, emitting a faint scent of Chanel perfume. She had thick eyebrows, red lips, and a curvaceous figure, a truly outstanding beauty. Ji Tianxin. Quan Xingnan recognized her at a glance. In this lifetime, she had never met Ji Tianxin. Although Ji Mingxin had married Qin Shiji, the Ji family was not among those she interacted with. The Lin and Yuan families also had no connections with the Ji family. Chapter 670. Highly Sought After 7. The reason she recognized her was because Ji Tianxin was deeply infatuated with Hua Shuetong and had been pursuing him relentlessly. Unfortunately, it was a case of unrequited love. However, in her previous life, Hua Shuetong remained unmarried, and she herself never married, which earned them much sympathy and sighs of regret. Quan Xingnan had heard all the whispers and rumors within their circle. It seemed these events had also occurred in her past life. Even after Hua Shuetong became disabled, he remained unmoved, refusing any arranged meetings, which made Ji Tianxin the laughingstock of the capital's elite circles. Ji Tianxin possessed remarkable perseverance and resilience. Quan Xingnan stepped forward. Miss Ji's presence graces our humble shop, truly bringing it honor. A woman liking a man and actively pursuing him, there was nothing inherently despicable about Ji Tianxin's actions. But having her own boyfriend coveted by someone else left Quan Xingnan feeling quite uncomfortable. Ji Tianxin, in her high heels, gave Quan Xingnan a scrutinizing look before suddenly letting out a light laugh. Of course. Miss Quan is quite famous and known for her divine calculations. Naturally, you'd recognize me and could easily deduce my current reputation. So, how is it? Quite unpleasant to hear, isn't it? Her tone was unfriendly, carrying a hint of provocation. Of course it was unpleasant. She had waited and waited, finally hoping for Hu Xuedong's return to the capital, only for him to refuse to see her. Instead, he came to attend the opening ceremony of some obscure little clothing store. A joke. She had become a joke in the capital. That's why she came, to see what charm this store possessed that was worth Hu Xuedong traveling thousands of miles to return for. Upon arriving at the entrance, Ji Tianxin had to admit the excellence of Weshing clothing store. First-class decor, a prime location, everything meticulously arranged, all staff members carrying out their duties in an orderly manner without a single flaw. Stepping inside, her eyes were dazzled by the array of colorful, resplendent fabrics. The storefront consisted of 3 large interconnected spaces, covering a vast area. Besides 3 south-facing doors, the interior featured 3 main walls. The central wall displayed some finished kipeos, with a small door leading to the fitting rooms, workroom, reception room, etc. at the back. Under the glass counter along the west wall were various embroidered items, while fabrics were hung separately on the east wall. Only one bolt of each fabric was displayed in the store. Their noble textures, beautiful patterns, and dazzling colors resembled a rainbow of clouds hanging within, utterly captivating. In addition, large potted plants were placed in the central area, their lush green leaves particularly pleasing to the eye. Hearing Ji Tianxin's words, the smile on Quan Xingnan's face faded slightly. She replied bluntly, Miss Ji, your words carry resentment. What brings you here? If you've come to congratulate our store's opening, please have a seat in the reception room. If not, kindly do not block the way for other guests behind you. She wasn't a masochist, obligated to maintain appearances and offer smiles to those who came looking for trouble. Upon hearing her words, some people couldn't help but chuckle. Originally, the reception room was in the inner hall, but many in their circle preferred not to sit still and instead wandered around the store. Mr. Hua is here. A receptionist from the Public Relations Department announced, and instantly, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Ji Tianxin, especially excited, whirled around. Hu Xuedong walked in with elegant strides. Noticing he had become the center of attention, he remained composed and unperturbed. Fourth brother. Ji Tianxin called out, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Hu Xuedong did not even glance her way, as if he hadn't heard. He walked past her toward Quan Xingnan. Nan, congratulations on the opening of your clothing store. I wish you prosperous business and abundant wealth. Chapter 671. Highly sought after 8. While speaking, Hu Xuetong took the gift box handed to him by his bodyguard and said with a smile, This is a congratulatory gift for you. I hope you like it. Thank you. I'm sure I'll love any gift you choose. Quan Xingnan smiled as she accepted it. She had solid evidence that everything Hu Xuetong gave her perfectly suited her taste. Ling Qiushui noticed that Ji Tianxian's expression had turned very unpleasant and glanced worriedly at Quan Xingnan. After a moment's thought, Ling Qiushui stepped forward. Hua, Bo Ying is here too. He's in the back. Hu Xuetong had already heard that Quan Aonan was their son, so seeing Ling Qiushui wasn't a surprise. He smiled and said, Great. It really has been a while. How have you all been? Nan, come with me to see Mr. Chen. As he spoke, he took Quan Xingnan and Ling Qiushui by the hand and walked together toward the back hall. Ji Tianxian's face flushed with alternating shades of red and green as she stood rooted to the spot. After they had all gone inside, someone snickered and spoke mockingly, Ji Tianxian, can you even compare to Miss Quan? You resent Mr. Hua for attending Miss Quan's clothing store opening instead of going on a blind date with you, so you take it out on Miss Quan? Everyone knows Mr. Hua and Miss Quan have been friends for nearly 10 years. And you come here and immediately give Miss Quan attitude. Do you really think you're heaven's favored daughter, unmatched by anyone? Just based on status alone, Quan Xingnan left her in the dust, didn't she? For someone like Ji Tianxian, who's part of the circle and has a cousin married into the Qin family, to have so little self-awareness. The Lin and Yuan families are top tier. The Ji family? Barely third-rate at best. It's one thing not to be respectful to Quan Xingnan, but taking your anger out on her and her newly opened small store, that's entirely Ji Tianxian's fault. Did studying abroad make her forget the most basic rules of the circle? Seeing the speaker was a handsome youth of about 17 or 18, Jition Xin grew furious and blurted out without thinking, "Don't think I don't know why you're all here. Isn't it just to try and pursue Quanxing?" Miss Quan early on. She did remember that Quanxing Nan's family background was higher than hers, forcing herself to change Quanxing Nan to Miss Quan. But this only made it sound more awkward and deliberate. Hearing this, the young man and the others present were very displeased. "You, Jition Xin, pursuing Hu Shuetong, isn't that also because of his background and wealth? If he were a penniless nobody, would you, Jition Xin, shamelessly chase after him? So what if they plan to curry favor with Quanxing Nan, plan to pursue her? Fair lady, gentleman Wu. For families at their level, how many don't emphasize matching social status? Catching her eye would be lucky. Even if not, being on good terms with her would be beneficial. After all, she's the divine calculator who enjoys both fame and fortune. A single piece of advice from her to avoid future calamity is something no amount of money or power can buy." Suddenly, Jin Bo Ying's loud voice came from the inner room. "Big head, if anyone causes trouble in my daughter's shop, throw them out. If there are any problems, come find me, Jin Bo Ying." Hearing the name Jin Bo Ying, everyone immediately fell silent. That was a real tough character. They were already curious about his appearance, and now hearing him speak only deepened their astonishment. "Daughter? Isn't Quanxing Nan Yuanji Yuan's daughter? Where did this other father come from?" Quan Shuing had been entertaining guests in the reception room. Hearing this, she immediately said with displeasure, "Mr. Chen, since when did my daughter become your daughter?" Chapter 672, Highly Sought After 10. Quan Onan and Lin Tianjing came in from outside and received countless enthusiastic gazes. He felt a bit creeped out. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw the crowd surging towards him, asking why he hadn't mentioned being Mr. Chen's son. Several young girls showed shy expressions, which scared him into fleeing in panic. Although he lived in this circle, due to his identity as an orphan, he had never experienced such warmth except from his own people. Quan Anon had a premonition that staying would definitely lead to something he had never experienced before, and leaving was the best strategy. Fortunately, the matters at the shop were almost all taken care of. Without time to bid farewell to the elders and his sister, Quan Onan slipped away quietly. Lin Tianjing didn't leave. After hearing Quan Xingnan's low explanation, he immediately bent over, his cheeks aching from laughter. Anan, he has his day too. As Quan Xingnan's closest cousin and Quan Onan's best brother, Lin Tianjing was naturally one of the first to know about Quan Onan's background. However, he never expected that these people actually had their eyes on Quan Onan. Too many monks and too little gruel, outstanding young men from prominent families were easily targeted. He himself was often bothered by this. "All right, it's time. Nanan, you, Mr. Chin, and Mr. Hua should get ready." Quan Shuang was extremely helpless. She never thought her son would be so popular one day that he would be scared away. Quan Xingnan nodded and smiled at Hua Shuedong. "Mr. Hua, may I invite you to cut the ribbon with me?" "It's my honor, Miss Quan," Hua Shuedong replied. The ribbon-cutting participants had been decided earlier. Him, Chen Boying, and the other was Quan Xingnan, the owner of the clothing store. With such heavyweight ribbon-cutting guests, the attendees' evaluation of a Weshing clothing store rose another level. Standing on the stage, Quan Xingnan noticed that Ji Tianxin had not left. She stood below, surrounded by an empty space with no one to talk to, giving off a rather lonely and desolate vibe. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, they were busy for a long time. Seeing off the guests wasn't the end. Quan Xingnan stayed behind and had a meal with all the staff of the clothing store at a hotel. Those guests hurriedly finished their food and quickly went off to spread the newly acquired news. Quan Xingnan's brother, Quan Onan, was Chen Boying's son. As for Ji Tianxin's matter, no one cared at all. Everyone had already seen her joke, and this time, it wasn't even worth discussing. Although Quan Xingnan and Hua Shuedong didn't consider Ji Tianxin a threat, they still ordered people to keep a close eye on her. Now, it wasn't just Hua Shuedong and Quan Xingnan who were highly sought after. The young Quan Onan, the handsome Quan Onan, who was attending military school but had no possibility of joining the military, became the best golden bachelor in the hearts of socialites under 20. The speed at which the news spread left Quan Xingnan in awe when she heard it from Lin Tianjing during the meal at the hotel. The hotel wasn't far from their residence. She and Hua Shuedong didn't want to part too early, so after leaving the hotel, they walked home. There was no smog like there would be 10 or 20 years later. The night sky was as dark as ink, and the stars were like diamonds. It was beautiful and very quiet. The faint moonlight and starlight fell on the two of them, making each feel as if the other was draped in a layer of silver gauze, adding an ethereal and transcendent aura. Hua Shuedong suddenly said, "Nanan, when you have time, let's go to province for a few days." "Province?" "The lavender." Before Quan Xingnan could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ji Tianxin, who suddenly appeared in front of them. "Fourth brother, I want to talk to you." Her gaze was firm, her expression stubborn, and she stared intently at Hua Xuedong. P.S. Almost done with work. There will be 2 more updates before 8 o'clock. Chapter 673, Red Hot 11. Quan Xingnan stopped her own words and looked at Hua Xuedong with a sly smile, clearly enjoying the show. Hua Xuedong gently tapped his girlfriend's cute little nose and then politely replied to Ji Tianxin, "May I ask, who are you, miss?" Instant kill. A single sentence, an instant kill. Ji Tianxin had affectionately called him fourth brother, attempting to mark a close relationship, but she was utterly and instantly shut down by Hua Xuedong's words. "Who are you, miss? Who are you?" "It means you call me fourth brother, but I don't recognize who you are." Quan Xingnan remained calm and composed. The bodyguard's expression was blank, but passers-by who overheard couldn't help but chuckle. "Fourth brother." Ji Tianxin's face instantly flushed red, gradually turning from red to purple, then to black. Her older sister had married Qin Qiji. When she was little, she often went to the Qin family with her sister to play and loved following Hua Xuedong around, calling him fourth brother. How could Hua Xuedong possibly not recognize her? First, he ignored her at the Weixing clothing store, and now he was pretending not to know her? Ji Tianxin felt furious. Whether abroad or back in the capital, due to her outstanding looks and talent, she had been so flattered and praised that she felt she was floating on air. She had long forgotten to deeply consider the fact that she hadn't seen Hua Xuedong for over a decade. After speaking politely, Hua Xuedong no longer looked at Ji Tianxin. He calmly stepped around the path she was blocking and continued strolling forward with Quan Xingnan. His voice faintly reached Ji Tianxin's ears. "I acquired a perfume company in Provence. Their company's essential oils are quite good, all extracted from narrow-leaf lavender. I brought some back. Try them and see if you like them." What he said next, Ji Tianxin couldn't hear. She only knew that her eyes seemed to be blazing with fire, fixed intently on Quan Xingnan walking beside him. A young girl. A young girl wearing an exquisitely embroidered white snow and red plum cheongsam. She walked beside Hua Xuedong, her graceful figure accompanying his handsome, upright one. It should have been a harmonious picture, but Ji Tianxin found it extremely grating. Her gaze made Quan Xingnan feel as if needles were pricking her back. She tilted her head playfully and said, "Mr. Hua, for the sake of my future peace and quiet, I'll leave this matter to you. I don't like being hated by someone like this every day, with them constantly causing trouble for me." Rising on her tiptoes, she reached out and patted Hua Xuedong's shoulder, putting on an air of entrusting him with a great responsibility. Ji Tianxin's madness was comparable to Liang Wenjuan's. Among those who admired Hua Xuedong, they were the 2 most fanatical, the other being Liang Wenjuan. Later, after Hua Xuedong recovered, Liang Wenjuan shifted her pursuit to another target, and the 2 women engaged in a fierce rivalry. And Hua Xuedong remained completely aloof, not getting involved in the slightest. A smart approach. In the end, Ji Tianxin suffered a crushing defeat in the rivalry. Her family declined and never recovered, and she herself was sent to a mental hospital under the pretext of being diagnosed with a mental illness. Harsh? That was Liang Wenjuan's method. "Don't worry, I'll handle it properly and return a peaceful, leisurely life to you." This matter was indeed more appropriate for him to handle. He couldn't bear the thought of Quan Xingnan facing such annoyances every day. Hua Xuedong was very displeased. He had finally managed to win his girlfriend over, so why were so many irrelevant people coming to stir up trouble? Love is a matter of mutual consent. Imposing one's own wishes to the point of disturbing others' lives is going too far. Returning to the compound from the Yun family, Hua Xuedong's face was as dark as water. He had always been gentle, always wearing a mask of a smile. Old Mrs. Qin hadn't seen this kind of expression on him for almost 15 years. She said with amusement, "I heard that girl from the Ji family caused a scene at Nanan's shop. How could she be so petty?" Thankfully, she hadn't agreed to let Hua Xuedong meet her. Someone so lacking in propriety and whose thoughts were so transparently displayed on her face was not suitable for the Qin family, nor for Hua Xuedong. Chapter 674, Highly Sought After 12. Qin Jing smiled without speaking. "Oh Yang, you particularly agreed with the old lady's words." "Exactly, she has no manners at all." "Per Nan Nan. Autumn, let me tell you, I don't like her. I'm afraid that once she enters the family and becomes the lady of the Hua household, she won't allow you to send me and sister-in-law seasonal clothes and jewelry anymore. Without new clothes to wear, I can be quite petty." By the end, she laughed at her own words. The Ji family's stinginess was notorious in their circle. They coveted all good things for themselves and were unwilling to share even a drop with others, well, except for Ji Mingxin, who had been married into the Qin family for nearly 30 years. Ji Mingxin was truly good. The bond between her and her sisters-in-law was like that of real sisters. While at work, Ouyang overheard a young nurse whispering to her that her mother, while grocery shopping, heard the Ji family's nanny boasting to others. The nanny said her employer instructed Ji Tianxin that once she married Hua Xuedong, she must stop Hua Xuedong's annual practice of gifting his 3 sisters-in-law and instead redirect all those brand-name clothes, handbags, jewelry, and shoes to her own natal family. As the nanny, she said she might even get some of the good things that trickled down from their fingers. Ouyang found it both laughable and exasperating. She had truly never seen a family like this. No wonder her second sister-in-law rarely returned to her natal home over the years. She was probably afraid of being exploited by her family. Every time she returned from her natal home, she was furious, her hair and clothes always in disarray. And soon after, Ouyang would see some of the accessories and handbags that had been on her appear on members of the Ji family. When she and her eldest sister-in-law worriedly asked, they learned that her family would snatch them away each time, joking that they just wanted to try them on, but it was outright robbery. They would put them on and then slip away. After once or twice, Ji Mingxin's heart grew cold. When she returned to her natal home again, she wore not a single piece of jewelry. When Madame Qin heard her third daughter-in-law mention this, she suddenly understood. I always said Mingxin is filial and sensible. How could she bear to give away the things I gave her? Especially when the jade bracelet I gave her at her wedding appeared on her mother's hand. It turns out it was snatched away. This child only apologized to me, saying her mother liked it so she filially gave it to her, and she was very sorry to me. She never once complained about her natal family's actions. Madame Qin was even more satisfied with her second daughter-in-law, and even more disgusted with the Ji family's behavior. Hua Xuedong was willing to gift things to his brothers and sisters-in-law because he cherished familial bonds. Among brothers and sisters-in-law, there were no distinctions. Ji Tianxin wasn't even married into the family yet and already wanted to sow discord. She was definitely a source of family turmoil. Even without Nanan, they could not tolerate Ji Tianxin. The Qin family was united in this, making the Ji family look even worse. However, after laughing about it, people in their circle paid little further attention to the matter. Instead, they began selecting suitable young women from their own families, hoping to secure Quanonan, the golden bachelor, early on. If the steady and wise Hua Xuedong was out of reach, surely the still young Quanonan could be caught, right? Quanonan returned to military school for classes, where female students fawned over him incessantly. There were quite a few children from their circle in the military school. How could they not know the news that Quanonan was Chen Boying's son? Quanonan was troubled every day, while Quan Xingnan was busy every day. After finishing up at the Weshing clothing store and hiring a professional manager, she focused her efforts on the Weshing Jewelry Company. A few days later, having sorted out the company's current situation, Quan Xingnan used both rewards and authority to win over all the employees. She made some adjustments to the company, hired 3 jade carvers, and arranged their studios properly. The Weshing Jewelry Company already had a line of jadeite jewelry, though it wasn't the main focus. After careful consideration, Quan Xingnan decided against first cutting the 5 blessings jadeite. Instead, she took her team to the Tong family's rough stone shop. P.S. Transition and foreshadowing. The good part is yet to come. On the 18th, there will be an extra 12 chapters, meaning 24 chapters updated on the 18th. I don't mind you starting to encourage me now, really. Chapter 675, The Heavenly Horse One. After years of steady and solid development, the Tong family's rough stone shop had become one of the largest rough stone shops in the capital. The storefront had expanded several times, including the warehouse at the back for storing rough stones, which was guarded by dedicated personnel. Wang Qi was still in charge of the rough stone shop. As the rough stone shop grew and prospered, Wang Qi no longer had to personally handle everything as he did in the beginning, sometimes even having to cut the stones himself. Now, the employees in the shop each had their own responsibilities, and he, as the general manager, only needed to oversee operations. However, when it came to well-known figures in the jadeite industry, Wang Qi would personally step forward. Upon hearing that Quan Xingnan had arrived, Wang Qi hurriedly welcomed her inside. "Miss Quan, you're here. It's been a long time since we last saw you." Quan Xingnan was undoubtedly a regular customer of the rough stone shop, buying a significant amount of high-quality goods from the shop every year. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "Brother Wang, you used to call me Nanan. Why have you become so formal now?" Wang Qi awkwardly scratched his head. "It's just that I recently learned from some news reports that you are actually a young lady of the Yuan family." He had never imagined that the little girl he met in Yunnan had such a background. "Brother Wang, please just call me Nanan." "It feels strange when you address me so formally," Quan Xingnan interrupted him and introduced the people she had brought along. "This is Mr. Qiu Xinghua, the general manager of Weshing Jewelry Company, and Mr. Mao Jiapei, the procurement manager." Apart from Alexander and Daniel, she had only brought Qiu Shenghua and another procurement manager, Mao Jiapei. At Yuesheng Jewelry Company, she had no intention of making public appearances or interfering with future business decisions. Therefore, only managers and above had met her and knew about the change in ownership of the company, while those below were unaware. The former Chen's jewelry company had been renamed Wusheng, and Wang Qi, being in the same industry, had naturally heard about it. He quickly smiled and said, General Manager Qiu and Manager Mao are familiar customers. Qiu Shenghua and Mao Jiapei nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan smiled. Then I don't need to introduce them. Brother Wang, if you have any good gambling stones, take us to see them. All right, please come inside. Wang Qi directly led them to the innermost warehouse. Nanan, since you're not an outsider, I'll be honest with you. The best stones now cost 800 yuan per kilogram, but I'll charge you 600 yuan. However, the likelihood of finding jadeite is far lower compared to the gambling stones from 7 or 8 years ago. Mao Jiapei was taken aback. Well, Manager Wang, so all these years, the rough stones we've bought from you haven't been the best? Manager Mao, please don't say that. How would I dare to deceive you? What I meant is that they're not as good as the high-quality stones from 7 or 8 years ago. You probably don't know, but Nanan is well aware. The gambling stones from 7 or 8 years ago were the real deal, accounting for only 1% of the annual rough stone output, with a jadeite yield rate of almost over 50%. Over 50%. How astonishing. Mao Jiapei showed a hint of shock. Why isn't the jadeite yield rate that high now? Wang Qi sighed and said, jadeite is a non-renewable mineral resource. Nowadays, mining is extremely rampant, and rough stones are becoming increasingly scarce. At the same time, the price of jadeite is being driven higher and higher. Gambling stones are still gambling stones, but they are becoming harder to obtain. Moreover, the stones selected for gambling are no longer the ones most likely to yield jadeite as they were in the past, so naturally, the yield rate isn't as high. Qiu Shenghua and Mao Jiapei immediately understood. As business people themselves, they could easily guess the underlying reasons. Quan Xingyan said, 8 or 9 years ago, rough stones were already 400 or 500 yuan per kilogram. I've long been puzzled as to why the price hasn't increased much since then. So that's the reason. No wonder it's becoming harder and harder to find good jadeite. Chapter 676, The Heavenly Horse 2. The further you went, the more likely you were to lose when gambling on stones. It was probably for the reason Wang Qi mentioned. The gambling-grade rough stones were no longer the same as the initial ones. The rough stones being sold now were mostly non-gambling grade. Gambling-grade stones had become extremely rare. After all, gambling-grade stones themselves only accounted for 1% of all rough stones. The other 99% were ordinary rough stones and brick material, and it was the latter that was well known. Wang Qi opened the warehouse door, led them inside, and turned on the lights. Rough stones were piled up like mountains. Quan Xingnan activated her earth pupil and gave a light sweep. Sure enough, she found that only about 20 to 30% of the total contained jadeite, but fortunately, the quality was quite good. Miss, are you and President Wang very familiar? Qiu Shenghua was extremely curious. He was one of the first people Quan Xingnan had won over. Of course, he had also learned about Quan Xingnan's identity and abilities through Chen Boying and was willing to serve her wholeheartedly. Before Quan Xingnan could answer, Wang Qi laughed heartily. Nan is a great benefactor of our Tong family. Although Quan Xingnan hadn't publicly cut stones in recent years, her legend still remained in the stone gambling world. The youngest pair of eyes. In terms of current market prices, the Emperor Green and Fulu Shou jadeite worth millions back then had increased tenfold in value. When Qiu Shenghua and Mao Jiapei heard that Quan Xingnan had cut out a piece of Emperor Green jadeite worth millions in her first stone-cutting attempt, saving the struggling Tong family rough stone shop, they were already very surprised. When they further heard that she had publicly cut out a piece of Fulu Shou jadeite, opening up the market for the shop in the capital, they suddenly became calm. At this moment, they understood why Quan Xingnan had come herself instead of sending the company's stone gambling consultant. Every company in the jadeite jewelry industry had its own stone gambling consultants, who were very experienced in gambling on stones, and Yuesheng naturally had them too. Qiu Xinghua's eyes suddenly lit up. Miss, President Wang said you've been hoarding a lot of rough stones and jadeite over the years? Quan Xingnan turned her head and smiled. What? Mr. Qiu is interested. Of course I am. Qiu Shenghua slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Good jadeite is becoming harder and harder to come by now. Since Miss wants to shift the company's focus to jadeite, we'll need a large batch of it. If Miss has been hoarding a lot, wouldn't that be perfect? Selling it through our company would definitely create huge waves in the jadeite industry. All right then. Prepare the funds to purchase the jadeite I've hoarded at market price. Xiao Shenghua nodded. That's only right. Although the company is yours, business is business and personal is personal. The jadeite you've hoarded privately should naturally be bought by the company at a reasonable price. Wang Qi was stunned. Nanan, Mr. Chiu's company is yours? I currently own 80% of the company's shares. Mr. Chiu and the executives below jointly own 20%, Quan Xingnan admitted with a nod, finally adding, I'm still young and don't want to draw attention, so please keep it confidential, Brother Wang. In the future, if people from our company come to purchase jadeite and rough stones, Brother Wang, please offer some convenience. Don't worry, Nanan. But I remember the company originally belonged to the Qin Group. Did you acquire it, Nanan? No, how could I have the capability to acquire an already established jewelry company? My brother's father gave it to me to play with. He was the original behind-the-scenes owner of the company. That's exactly what Chen Boying said when he gave her the company, utterly domineering. Chapter 677, The Blood-Sweating Horse 3. A jewelry company with assets worth hundreds of millions and an annual turnover exceeding 10 million, along with the property housing the company, was all gifted to her to play with. Only Chen Boying could speak with such audacity. Not only that, he also generously donated 300 million to the foundation, astonishing many celebrities from various circles. These 300 million were not in Taiwanese dollars. Faced with such an extravagant father, Quan Aonan was utterly helpless. Because the companies, stocks, properties, luxury cars, deposits, and other assets that Chen Boying had successively gifted to Quan Aonan far surpassed what he had given to Quan Xingnan, instantly elevating Quan Aonan to the status of a billionaire with assets worth several billion. Why was Quan Aonan becoming as sought after as Hu Shuitong and Quan Xingnan? Precisely because of this. Chen Boying's actions caused quite a stir, and many people got wind of the news. The assets now under Quan Aonan's name were several times greater than Quan Xingnan's, though, of course, the value of Quan Xingnan's antiques was not included in this calculation. Wang Qi, being in business and having a wide network, heard bits and pieces of the news, but did not know that the son Chen Boying had found was Quan Xingnan's brother, Quan Aonan. In the past, Quan Aonan had often accompanied Quan Xingnan to buy jadeite and jadeite rough stones. He thought for a moment, but did not inquire further. Some matters were not for him to know. Pushing a cart over, Wang Qi asked, Nanan, same as before, delivered directly to your door? No, the rough stones bought today will be cut on site. The remaining uncut ones will be taken back to the company by Manager Chiu and Manager Mouse People to be cut at the company's jadeite processing factory and then carved by jade carvers. Quan Xingnan already had a comprehensive plan. Cutting the stones on site was to promote that Yueshing jewelry company focused on the jadeite industry. Jadeite values quality over quantity. To follow this path, they naturally had to select the highest grade jadeite to astonish the entire jadeite industry. As before, Quan Xingnan brought a small flashlight and a magnifying glass to maintain appearances. Xiu Shenghua and Mao Jiape followed closely behind. They had both seen their company's stone gambling consultants examine rough stones in this manner, but seeing such a delicate and youthful girl doing the same felt incongruous. Quan Xingnan was so beautiful and young, yet she fearlessly touched the rough stones, making them feel heartbroken just watching. Who would bear to let such a girl do this kind of work? Quan Xingnan paid no mind to their thoughts and headed straight for the pile of large rough stones. She wanted to pick a few large pieces of jadeite. With these stones and promotional efforts, the company would not lack rough materials for quite some time. Stopping before a large rough stone about 1.5 meters tall, Quan Xingnan carefully examined it, occasionally using the magnifying glass to inspect the python bands and pine flowers on its surface. The python bands ran deep, winding around the stone, and the pine flowers were vividly green. Overall, its appearance was excellent. Wang Qi said, many people have taken a liking to this rough stone, but not everyone has the courage to buy it. It's been here for quite some time. Nanan, have you taken a fancy to it? This stone weighs about 1,600 kilograms. I'll charge you 1 million for it. Calculating at 600 yuan per kilogram, it indeed amounted to over 1 million, though the listed price was over 300,000 more. A single rough stone costing over 1 million made Xiu Shenghua and Mao Jiape gasp in shock. Although their company was relatively large-scale in the jewelry industry, they had never spent such a large sum on a single rough stone. Since jadeite was not their main focus, even with stone gambling consultants, they mostly purchased small rough stones and primarily bought already cut jadeite through established channels, which carried less risk. Mao Jiape had the authority to purchase rough stones up to 1 million yuan, anything beyond that required Xiu Shenghua's approval. Quan Xingnan activated her earth pupils, using their insight ability. Chapter 678, The Heavenly Horse 4. The outer crust slowly faded from view before her eyes, first revealing a patch of stark white stone. She gradually peered deeper inside. The stone faded, turning transparent, and revealed a vibrant flash of green. Green appeared. Quan Xing Nan curled the corner of her mouth. This rough stone did not disappoint its excellent appearance. It was as if she had entered an ocean of green. That feeling brimming with vitality was fantastic for Quan Xing Nan. Most importantly, the volume of the jadeite flesh was beyond imagination, very much to her liking. Quan Xing Nan patted the rough stone. Brother Wang, mark this one for me first. I've taken a fancy to it. I think it looks very promising and has a high chance of containing jadeite. We'll cut this stone in a while. A single piece of rough stone costing over 1 million. Even normally, it was hard to sell such expensive rough stones. Wang Qi grinned from ear to ear and quickly marked it. Each rough stone had a number and a price tag. Removing the price tag and drawing a Quan character on it meant it was chosen by Quan Xing Nan. Once payment was made, this stone would belong to her. Unless she didn't want it, no one else could intervene. This was the rule in the gemstone gambling industry. Xiao Shenghua and Mao Jiapei looked at each other, truly not expecting Quan Xing Nan to have such boldness. A smile on her lips, Quan Xing Nan looked at the second rough stone. Unfortunately, although it looked good, inside was just a patch of stark white. The third one did show green, but it was only a piece about 1 inch thick, a skin-deep green in rough stones. Even with a good-looking stone, sometimes only a small slice of jadeite is revealed when cut. Better to buy a line than a patch. That's the saying in gemstone gambling. Especially for stones with a window. A window means semi-gambling, where a piece of the stone's crust is cut or rubbed open to reveal the jadeite inside. The exposed jadeite serves as a lure, naturally attracting many customers to buy. However, stones with a window can also result in a loss. It's possible that only the area around the window contains jadeite, and the inside is just stone. Of course, it's also possible that the entire inside is jadeite flesh. Even immortals find it hard to judge 1 inch of jade. Apart from Quan Xing Nan's earth pupil, no one could guarantee whether a rough stone definitely contained jadeite flesh or not. Seeing the fourth stone, jadeite finally appeared. Quan Xing Nan's spirits lifted. However, the jadeite in this stone wasn't green, but a pinkish purple. Pinkish purple is a type of violet jadeite. A very tender pinkish purple, soft and moist, crystal clear. The type was good, and the water content was sufficient. Although it wasn't old pit glass type, it was high ice type from an old pit, above ice type and just a step below glass type. Ice type is already considered high-grade jadeite, and high ice type naturally is too. Jewelry made from this kind of jadeite is very suitable for young women. Quan Xing Nan waved her jade-like hand. Brother Wang, I want this one too. Mark it for me properly. Wang Qi readily agreed. Just as he finished marking it, an old man wearing a tang suit rushed in, shouting loudly, Xiao Wang, sell me that rough stone I had my eye on. I've gathered enough money now. A group of people followed behind the old man, including the shop staff, their faces showing helpless expressions. He hadn't had time to inform the boss before this elder Zhang rushed in, his legs quite nimble. Fortunately, he recognized this elder Zhang, who seemed to have some background. The general manager treated him with great respect. Wang Qi snapped out of his daze, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. That elder Zhang finished speaking in one breath, then rushed over to the first rough stone Quan Xing Nan had chosen. He caressed it lovingly for a moment, showing a delighted and intoxicated expression, then suddenly noticed the price tag was gone, replaced by a bright red Quan character. Chapter 679, The Heavenly Horse 5. My rough stone. Old Zhang cried out in distress, his eyes wide open. My rough stone, why is there no price tag on my rough stone? No price tag meant it already had an owner. Having been in the jadeite industry for many years, old Zhang naturally understood this. He reached out and vigorously rubbed at the character Quan. Since it was marked with red paint that hadn't dried yet, he smeared it into a blur. Seeing this, Wang Qi hurried forward to stop him, saying with a bitter smile, Old Zhang, you're a step too late. A guest has already chosen this piece of rough stone. You can't break the rules of the trade. Sold to whom? Sold to whom? Old Zhang looked left and right, his gaze settling on Xiao Shenghua. Was it you? Xiao Shenghua smiled faintly. He clearly knew this old man and immediately shook his head. Not you? Then who? Who dares to snatch my rough stone? Old Zhang threw a tantrum like a child. Mao Jiapei whispered to Quan Xing Nan, Old Zhang is quite famous in the gambling stone world, with the nickname loses as soon as he gambles. Fortunately, Old Zhang's family background is unusual. His children are all very capable and can support his gambling stone expenses. Probably because Old Zhang has never won a gamble. I heard that after a family discussion, the old lady stepped in to limit his spending. This led to Old Zhang finding himself in the predicament of having no money to buy the rough stone he fancied. Who knows where he managed to scrape together the money from, but now he's back to buy rough stone. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. She had heard of this old man, one of the most famous contemporary calligraphers and painters. Zhang Baixing, meaning victorious in 100 battles. The Zhang family held a pivotal position in the art world, with descendants all engaged in the arts and achieving remarkable success. They weren't in business. Although they had considerable savings and great fame, their wealth couldn't compare to that of billionaires. Fortunately, old Zhang Baixing knew his limits. Even when gambling on stones, he only chose small, inexpensive rough stones. Even if the unit price was high, the total cost wasn't too much because the stones were small. One of his paintings could sell for 100,000, even several 100,000, so he wasn't short of money. 10 or 20 years later, this old man was still active in the gambling stone world, losing every time he gambled. Old Zhang tugged at his upturned beard. Who exactly? Xiao Wang, tell me the truth. Wang Qi was utterly helpless. He was honest by nature. The prices of the rough stones in his shop were fair, and he never cheated customers. The old man often frequented his place, and over time, they had become very familiar. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when he heard Quan Xingnan say with a smile, "Did you also take a liking to the rough stone I picked? You? Little girl." Zhang Baixing looked Quan Xingnan up and down for a moment, his face full of disbelief. "Don't lie to me. How could a little girl like you have 1.3 million to buy this rough stone? It's not 130 yuan. I secretly sold 3 paintings to scrape together this money." Zhang Baixing himself, didn't have the money, so a little girl in her teens couldn't possibly have that kind of financial resources either. Even the daughters of wealthy families, whose daily expenses rely entirely on their parents, rarely have pocket money in the millions at that age. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "This rough stone doesn't belong entirely to me. It belongs to President Qiu's company. The company paid for it, not her personal account. Clear distinction between public and private." "Xiao Qiu, then why did you lie and say it wasn't yours?" Zhang Baixing shouted angrily a couple of times, then, as if thinking of something, hurriedly said in a fawning tone, "Xiao Qiu, your family has a great business and vast wealth. Don't fight me for this rough stone. Transfer it to me." Chapter 680, The Heavenly Horse 6. Qiu Shenghua politely declined, "Mr. Zhang, I can't make that decision. Although I oversee the operations and decisions of this company, I am not the owner. Since we have chosen it, we must buy it." Seeing the young lady's confident demeanor, he had an intuition that if he gave this rough stone to Mr. Zhang, he would surely regret it immensely. The young lady had already uncovered 2 pieces of sky-high priced jadeite. Zhang Baixing was so angry he nearly pulled out his own beard. "Then who can make the decision? Go find the person who can." Qiu Shenghua shook his head with a smile and didn't respond. He acted this way because he understood Zhang Baixing's character. The man was like an old imp and never bullied others by flaunting his power. Seeing this, Zhang Baixing started wailing loudly. Quan Xingnan said with a grin, "Old sir, why are you so determined to buy this rough stone?" Zhang Baixing, who lost every bet he ever made in her previous life, he hadn't won a single gamble. That is to say, in her previous life, he hadn't bought this rough stone either. Otherwise, there couldn't have been legends about him losing every bet. "Everyone says I lose as soon as I gamble, that I lose every bet. I really don't believe this curse. I've done so much research. How is it possible that I can't win on a single rough stone? This rough stone's appearance is truly excellent. I feel it will definitely yield jadeite. When it does, it will astonish everyone, and the faces of those who laughed at me will sting." At this point, Zhang Baixing showed an expression of utter agony. "Why did I arrive a step too late? Little girl, can you make the decision? Transfer it to me." Quan Xingnan firmly shook her head. "I also believe this rough stone will yield jadeite, and high-grade jadeite at that. So, it's impossible to transfer it to you." That was a colossal piece of jadeite, capable of bringing unimaginable profits to the company. She liked to help people, but not to the extent of disregarding her own interests. She, Quan Xingnan, never disregarded her own interests. Zhang Baixing's eyes lit up. "Little girl, you think there's definitely jadeite inside?" "Yes, this rough stone has good features. Look how deep this python band runs, see how evenly these pine flowers are distributed. There's a 90% chance it contains jadeite, so I bought it." "Little girl, really can't transfer it to me?" Zhang Baixing said pitifully. Quan Xingnan replied bluntly, "No. Little girl, at such a young age, you should understand respecting the elderly. Look at me, I'm so old, almost 70. My hair is white, my eyes are dim, my hands and feet aren't nimble anymore. One foot is already in the coffin. Who knows how many days I have left to live. Finally, I found a rough stone I fancy. Could you bear to let a lonely old man like me lie in the coffin with regrets?" Zhang Baixing put great effort into acting pitiful, almost rolling on the ground. That scene made the people following him feel it was too painful to watch. A young man with a round face, thick eyebrows, fair skin, and red lips stepped forward. All right, Grandpa, if they don't want to sell, what's the point of insisting? If Grandma finds out you secretly sold paintings to buy rough stones, she'll definitely lock up your entire study. I don't care, I want to buy this rough stone, he shouted while secretly glancing at Quan Xingnan. Seeing her calm and composed, smiling in response, her demeanor serene and profound, without a trace of being moved, he gradually felt it was pointless. He muttered, stomping his foot, kids these days are really not cute, they don't understand respecting the elderly. Quan Xingnan chimed in with a smile, people talk about respecting the old and cherishing the young. If the old don't cherish the young, how can one talk about respecting the old? Old sir, I'm still a minor. You should cherish me. Chapter 681. The Heavenly Horse 7. Huh, how can there be such a sharp-tongued little girl like you in the world? Zhang Baixing leaned close to her, scrutinizing her carefully for a long time, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. Grandpa, what's wrong with you again? The young man Zhang Kuan asked helplessly. Zhang Baixing dug at his ear, displeased. What are you shouting for? I'm not a villain. Quan Xingnan smiled and continued examining the rough stone she wanted to buy. Zhang Baixing wasn't truly being unreasonable. Seeing no possibility of obtaining that piece of rough, he didn't insist. Instead, he followed behind Quan Xingnan, chattering incessantly. Little girl, doesn't Xiao Qiu's company have someone specifically for gambling on stones? Why is it you doing it? You said you're underage. Do your family members know you're here gambling on stones? Why do you ask that? Quan Xingnan asked, dividing her attention between observing the rough and responding. This old man wanted to gamble on stones, but my family confiscated all my money. They only give me $100 spending money each day. You picked out such a large piece of rough at once and are still looking. I just saw another piece marked with a bid. Your family couldn't possibly give you that much money to gamble on stones, could they? Gambling on stones, 9 out of 10 bets lose. Since you know 9 out of 10 bets lose, why do you still come to gamble on stones? Zhang Baixing was a sensible person. How could a sensible person tirelessly gamble on stones for decades? Mentioning this, Zhang Baixing began to look worried and downcast. Zhang Kuan supported his grandfather, afraid he might bump into something in the warehouse, and spoke up. I heard, it's just hearsay from my grandma. She said when Grandpa first started gambling on stones, he ambitiously told her he would gamble for a good piece of jadeite to make a beautiful set of jewelry for her. So he's been striving for that goal ever since. If it failed, he'd keep gambling, gamble again, fail again, gamble again, forming a vicious cycle. Zhang Kuan had heard many tales from the stone gambling world. 9 out of 10 bets lose, and those who lose everything are not few. Their whole family was terrified, fearing the old man would gamble away the entire family into a predicament of ending up on the streets. Later, seeing the old man was quite rational, unlike those who lost their minds gambling on stones, they relaxed a bit but still restricted the old man's spending. Quan Xingnan praised, Old sir, your feelings for your wife are truly deep and sincere. Zhang Baixing looked smug and casually added, considering my sincerity, little girl, why don't you transfer that rough to me? Here he goes again. Quan Xingnan didn't answer him this time. Zhang Baixing, crestfallen, glanced around and ran off to pick from the rough stones that still had price tags. Quan Xingnan picked 5 more pieces of rough of varying sizes. Seeing her pick so easily and confidently, Zhang Baixing's eyes gleamed with an idea. Little girl, take a look at this piece I picked. If there's jadeite, I'll give you a painting. If there isn't, when you cut open that big piece of rough, use the jadeite inside to make jewelry and sell me a set, so I can please the old lady. Quan Xingnan went over to look and nearly laughed out loud. Loses every bet was truly well-deserved. A piece of rough with extremely good appearance, yet inside, not a hint of green could be found. Old sir, when you pick rough, you focus too much on appearance. Even immortals find it hard to judge an inch of jade. If even immortals can't be sure if there's jadeite inside, how can one rely solely on the rough's exterior to judge? Look at me. Although I pick rough with good appearance, I also fancy pieces with poor appearance. This tests one's discernment. Your discernment still needs a bit of work. So you're saying you have no confidence in my piece of rough? He understood the words, but he felt that good appearance meant a higher chance of yielding jadeite. Chapter 682. The Heavenly Horse 8. Quan Xingnan smiled and nodded, asking Wang Qi to settle the bill. It took considerable effort to transport the raw stones out of the warehouse and to the front. Zhang Baixing seemed somewhat disheartened. He didn't pick any stones and followed them out, asking Wang Qi to lock the warehouse. His grandson, Zhang Kuan, who was by his side, heaved a great sigh of relief. He had been truly afraid the old man would stubbornly insist on his own way again. He had just seen the price tags on the stones in the warehouse, and it had scared him so much his heart nearly jumped out. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions, they couldn't afford it, absolutely couldn't afford it. In the final tally, the The raw stones Quan and had her eye on totaled 5.06 million. Wang Qi rounded off the amount to a flat 5 million. Mao Jiapei went with the manager sent by Wang Qi to the bank to transfer the funds. After obtaining the receipt and returning, the transaction was settled, effective immediately. Quan Xingnan asked Mao Jiapei to have someone transport the other stones back. She only patted the first giant stone she had taken a liking to. "Brother Wang, could you please cut this stone open for me?" The Tong family's raw stone shop was very famous, with a constant stream of people. Hearing a young girl's clear, crisp voice asking to cut a stone, and one valued at over 1 million at that, everyone became interested and quickly gathered around the stone-cutting machine. Similar to scenes Quan Xingnan had witnessed before, the crowd was dozens of times larger. Xiao Xinghua, and the Zhang grandfather and grandson stood relatively close. Wang Qi personally stepped up to adjust the machine. Wang Qi had great faith in Quan Xingnan's judgment. Following the line she had drawn, he made the first cut. Stone. Just plain white stone. Wang Qi showed no particular reaction, but the onlookers couldn't hide a flicker of disappointment. Zhang Baixing heard someone snicker, full of mockery. He immediately retorted, "The stone is this big, and you've only made one cut. There's plenty of stone left. What's there to laugh about?" Quan Xingnan gave Zhang Baixing a grateful look. The latter puffed out his chest, raised his head, and twitched his mustache. Wang Qi cut away the outer skin from all 4 sides of the stone. All sides revealed plain white stone. The murmurs grew louder. Those who knew what they were doing, seeing that only about less than a third of the stone's volume had been removed, held their patience and watched on. Zhang Baixing, feeling a bit bored, turned his head and saw Quan Xingnan standing nearby, her expression calm and composed. He couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. This level of composure didn't seem like something a young girl would possess. At that moment, Wang Qi made another cut. Amidst the dust, one piece of stone fell away, while the other side revealed a patch of green. "It's green! It's green! What? It's green!" All eyes focused on the cut surface of the stone. A palm-sized window, emerald green and watery, looked even more vibrant and bright after being washed clean of dust. Although it was just the tip of the iceberg, seeing how deep the jadeite went, one could imagine its volume must be considerable. A buzz went through the crowd as excitement erupted. Zhang Baixing and Xiao Xinghua eagerly leaned in for a closer look. The latter's eyes shone with wild joy. "Glass type. It's old mine glass type jadeite. Old mine glass type jadeite. Old mine glass type jadeite? That was top grade jadeite." The crowd grew even more excited, wishing they could rush forward for a look immediately. Wang Qi looked up and smiled at Quan Xingnan. "Nan, it's a true green, transparent as glass, excellent clarity, and it has fluorescence. Then please continue and extract the jadeite, Brother Wang." Quan Xingnan gave a slight nod, her demeanor calm, not showing any wild excitement. Seeing her remain unperturbed by both praise and criticism, Zhang Baixing grew even more curious about her background and origins. What kind of family could raise such a girl? It was absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 683, The Heavenly Horse 9. Upon hearing Quan Xingnan say to fully extract it, those who had initially wanted to bid immediately swallowed their words. Generally speaking, in such situations, they could place bids to purchase it, offering prices several times higher than the original, since no one could be sure whether continuing to extract would reveal jadeite of the same quality inside. Making a move at this point guaranteed a profit. But since she said that, they found it difficult to speak up. Wang Qi called over several stone-cutting workers to help. Faced with such top-tier jadeite, he didn't dare continue cutting, afraid of damaging it, so he carefully began polishing it instead. Polishing was slow, and it produced a lot of stone dust and powder. As time passed, the jadeite within the raw stone gradually revealed its true form. Heavens! My God! It's so huge! It's truly a giant! A massive piece of jadeite was extracted. Its body was brilliantly vibrant, with a uniform color and transparency like glass. Unfortunately, right in the center of the jadeite flesh, there was a purple band about an inch wide, splitting the entire piece in two, as if the jadeite were wearing a purple belt. No, not unfortunate. Purple is noble, pure, and transparent. Spring with color. It's actually spring with color. Lavender jadeite is also a top-grade variety among jadeites. Its purple hue is mysterious and elegant, subtle yet luxurious, making it highly favored. Spring with color refers to green jadeite with purple. This type of jadeite is second only to Fulu Shou in rarity, as having two colors born on the same piece of jadeite is exceptionally rare. This purple band didn't affect the value of the jadeite at all. In fact, it added another layer of worth to this piece. They primarily dealt in jewelry, not massive jade carvings, so this jadeite would still need to be cut and made into various types of jewelry after being transported back to make the most of it. The green was true green, not apple green, not poplar green, not spinach green, but true green. Crystal clear, rich, and intoxicating. The faces of the people nearby were green with envy, and their eyes were green too. After weighing it, Wang Qi shouted at the top of his lungs, 1,006 kilograms. 1,006 kilograms. From a raw stone weighing over 1,600 kilograms, a massive piece of jadeite weighing 1,006 kilograms was extracted. Based on the market price of unprocessed glass-type jadeite at 300,000 per kilogram, the total value of this 1,006 kilograms of jadeite was 300 million. 300 million. My God, everyone who calculated this figure was stunned. A raw stone worth $1 million had yielded a massive piece of jadeite worth 300 million. But it couldn't just be calculated as 300 million. Loose jadeite had one price, while a whole piece had another, and it was much more expensive. After processing, the price could more than double. Thinking of this, Xiao Xinghua's cheeks ached from smiling. He hurriedly called the company's security personnel to come over. With jadeite netting a profit of hundreds of millions, they couldn't afford to be careless. He noticed some people's eyes already gleaming with greed, so Xiao Xinghua felt it was better to be safe than sorry. The security personnel from their company were all from the Dragon and Tiger Association, with top-notch skills. Wang Qi roared, "Set off the firecrackers. Quickly, set off all the firecrackers in the shop." Once the firecrackers went off, everyone would know that the shop had extracted jadeite. But they never expected it to be jadeite worth 300 million. Countless people swarmed in. Since the price had already been calculated, many who wanted to acquire it had no way to do so. 300 million, who could afford that? They could only look, not buy, leaving everyone itching with desire. Amidst the clamor, Zhang Baixing suddenly tugged at his beard and shouted. If he had bought this raw stone, who would still say he lost every bet he made? Chapter 684, The Heavenly Horse 10. Zhang Kuan was utterly amazed. He spoke gently, "Grandpa, it's just that you didn't have the opportunity. You can't blame the person who bought it. I regret it so much. It's all your fault." Zhang Baixing glared at him. "If you had given me over $1 million to buy that rough stone, our family would have made 300 million. Zhang Kuan smiled good-naturedly. Their family upbringing had long taught them that life is about luck. What is meant to be theirs will be theirs, what isn't cannot be forced. Moreover, one should not vent anger on those who didn't miss out just because one missed out oneself." Zhang Baixing was just letting off steam. After his complaint, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Quan Xingnan. "Little girl, are you selling this jadeite?" He voiced the thoughts of many. If sold separately, they could afford it. "That's right, young lady, are you selling this jadeite? 1,000 kilograms is too large, not easy to process. It's better to split it up. Dividing it into pieces of 100 or several tens of kilograms each would still fetch a high price. At a minimum of 300,000 per kilogram, 300 million would be securely earned. Yes, young lady, just sell it separately. Let's all share since we're here to witness it. Sell it separately. Sell it separately." The calculations Qiao Shenghua could make, Quan Xingnan could make as well. Now is the time to advance into the jadeite market. How could she miss this opportunity? Therefore, she shook her head and smiled. "This piece of jadeite belongs to Weshing Jewelry Company. It is not my personal property. If everyone truly likes it, you can place custom orders for jewelry with manager Qiao." She believed that Weshing Jewelry Company, having cut such a massive piece of jadeite, would definitely make a stunning debut. "Weshing? Isn't that the Qin Jewelry Company?" someone questioned, looking at the familiar Qiao Shenghua. Qiao Shenghua quickly stepped forward, clasped his hands, and addressed the crowd. "The Qin Company has changed ownership and is now Weshing Jewelry Company. Our future focus will shift to jadeite and similar gemstones, so this piece of jadeite will absolutely not be sold. In the near future, this jadeite will be hand-carved into jewelry by renowned jade carvers and processed. Everyone is welcome to visit our store when the time comes." Zhang Baixing immediately spoke up. "Xiao Qiao, you must remember to save 2 sets of jewelry for me. 1 set of imperial green and 1 set of spring with color or violet. I asked first, so you have to give me special consideration." Xiao Shenghua agreed with a smile, while others hurriedly handed over their contact information. Many jewelry merchants purchased jadeite as raw material for processing, but even more were simply jadeite enthusiasts. Who wouldn't want to buy such top-grade jadeite? Top-grade jadeite is encountered by chance, not by search. Soon after the company's security personnel arrived, media reporters who had gotten the news also began to arrive one after another. They were extremely excited, all raising their cameras to photograph this colossal, spring with color, jadeite. They took many photos from the front, back, left, right, from afar, and up close. As before, Quan Xingnan used her spiritual sense to inscribe a talisman and attach it to the jadeite. Having accomplished her task, she withdrew. Taking advantage of the bustling crowd in the shop, she quietly slipped away. She took Alexander with her but left Daniel behind. She didn't need to give any further instructions. With his years of business experience, Qiu Shenghua knew how to utilize the media to promote this jadeite and the newly renamed Weshing Jewelry Company. By the time people wanted to find the young girl who had cut the sky-high priced jadeite, they discovered she had vanished without a trace. As Quan Xingnan had anticipated, within a day, Weshing Jewelry Company became famous. Change of company ownership. A massive jadeite. Each was a sensational topic. She believed that whenever jadeite was discussed, many would remember Weshing Jewelry. In the following days, Qiu Shenghua became highly sought after in the jewelry industry, continuously giving interviews. Many people, hearing the news, came to see this colossal piece of jadeite. Chapter 685, The Heavenly Horse 11. Qiu Shenghua only allowed a small number of people to view it before sending it off for processing. This colossal piece of jadeite laid the foundation for Weshing Jewelry Company's foray into the jadeite industry. Whenever people discussed jadeite, they would inevitably mention this piece. Rare. Peerless. Who had ever seen such a large piece of jadeite? Thus, it became a classic legend. As for who had cut and revealed the jadeite, the newspapers did not report it, and it gradually became a mystery. While Qiu Shenghua began his busy work, Quan Xingnan handled her current affairs and also gave some pointers to people who came seeking help in finding their relatives regarding their loved ones' whereabouts, before things finally settled down for a moment. She was busy, and Hu Xuedong was not idle either. Two equally busy people had very little time for dates. By the time she finished her work, Hu Xuedong's trip to France had also concluded, and he returned to the capital once more. His last visit was for the opening of the Weshing clothing store. He stayed at home for one night and flew back to France the next day. Now, the two of them finally had some leisure time. From the start of the semester to now, almost 2 months had passed. After transferring schools, Quan Xingnan, with her family's intervention, had taken a full 2-month leave of absence. Calculating that only 3 days remained, Quan Xingnan decided to make good use of these last 3 days to relax. Hu Xuedong was more than happy about this. His young girlfriend had been constantly busy, and he felt very pained for her. Nan, I specially bought you a horse. It arrived in the capital yesterday. Let's go see if you like it. I remember your horsemanship is excellent, Hu Xuedong suggested. Hu Xuedong owned a horse ranch in the capital, which housed many famous horses, and was a popular leisure spot for high society. The ranch was completely open to Quan Xingnan, and over the years, they had often gone there to relax. Among the 6 arts of the gentleman taught by Li Feng, horsemanship and archery were included. In modern times, with the advent of bicycles, cars, and other means of transportation, Quan Xingnan still very much liked the most primitive form of transportation, the noble steed. Quan Xingnan widened her eyes. When did you buy a horse? I never heard you mention it. A while ago in France, I met a British friend. He owns a ranch that mainly breeds purebred heavenly horses, which is very famous internationally. I made a detour to England and picked out the best purebred horse at his ranch. It was only airlifted to the capital by plane yesterday. After resting for a night, it should have recovered its energy. The heavenly horse is the most mysterious horse breed in the world. Quan Xingnan had long heard of its reputation. Internationally, it also has a scientific name, Akultek, originally from Turkmenistan. In Chinese history, it originated from Dayuan. Heavenly horses are exceptionally divine and handsome, with slender builds, beautiful forms, thin skin, and fine hair. When they run, they are light, fast, and agile. This is also the reason they became extinct in China. For marching to war, this type of slender-bodied horse was not needed. Quan Xingnan's horsemanship was extraordinary. Changing into her riding clothes, she leaped onto the steed Hu Xuedong had gifted her and galloped across the ranch against the wind, her laughter clear and crisp, with Hu Xuedong riding alongside her. Hu Xuedong's horse was also a heavenly horse, which Quan Xingnan had ridden before. In China, the number of heavenly horses is extremely rare, almost unseen. Currently, Quan Xingnan hadn't heard of more than a few. And at Hu Xuedong's ranch, not counting the one she had just received and Hu Xuedong's own, there were a full 4 others used for the ranch. Therefore, many high society individuals particularly liked coming here, feeling it could show off their status. Those 4 horses were cared for with exceptional meticulousness, living lives better than many people. Many high society individuals allocated a sum of money each month to support these horses. They sponsored them, and when they came to the ranch for leisure, they would have priority in riding the horses they sponsored. Chapter 686, The Heavenly Horses 12. After galloping a few laps around the riding ground, Quan Xingnan slowed her pace, turned her head, and smiled at Hu Xuedong. I really like this horse. Now I have my own exclusive horse, so I don't have to be jealous of your Hu Feiheng anymore. Hu Feiheng was Hu Xuedong's horse. She was the one who had given it that name. Hu Feiheng was a bay horse. Whenever it galloped and sweated, the color of its coat became exceptionally vivid, as if it were bleeding. Swift as lightning, crimson as blood. The horse Huashuedong had given her was also a bay, with a smooth coat like a bolt of dark red satin. The 4 purebred horses at the riding ground, however, were chestnut in color. As she slowed down, Huashuedong did the same. The 2 horses walked side by side. He smiled and said, "You named my horse Huafeihong. Should I give your horse a name? What name would you give it?" Quan Xingnan leaned down and gently stroked the horse's head. "Just call it Feifei. Quan Feifei." Feifei also means red, but it's not as good a name as Huafeihong. Quan Xingnan protested. However, her protest was in vain. The name of this little mare, Quan Feifei, was thus decided. One was Huafeihong, the other was Quan Feifei. Both Huafeihong and Quan Feifei were purebred heavenly horses. Although they had been tamed, their temperaments remained quite fiery. When Huashuedong first acquired Huafeihong, it took considerable effort to gain its acceptance. For some reason, both horses were extremely gentle with Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan understood this was due to her spiritual power. Without her spiritual power, she would have needed to put in some effort to easily ride Quan Feifei. The 2 of them had arrived at the riding ground early in the morning. After galloping a few laps, people gradually began to arrive. Various horses raced across the grounds, their riders members of high society dressed in different riding attire. There were men and women, old and young. Upon seeing Huashuedong, they all involuntarily stopped, nodding and greeting and offering their regards. Huashuedong was graceful and amiable, able to converse with anyone. Quan Xingnan rarely interjected into their conversations, always listening with a smile. Since leaving the walled compound, she had hardly appeared in other high society settings. Many people didn't recognize her. Although they were curious about her identity, especially since, like Huashuedong, she was riding a heavenly horse, most had no intention of asking further. Quan Xingnan was quite satisfied with this. Just as she was feeling content, she suddenly heard an argument up ahead, growing increasingly heated. Huashuedong frowned slightly. Quan Xingnan looked closely. It seemed 2 parties were arguing over the right to ride a particular heavenly horse. Staff from the riding ground quickly stepped forward to mediate. Unexpectedly, the more they tried to calm the situation, the more intense the dispute became. From what Quan Xingnan could hear, it seemed the young man from one side had arrived first. He had sponsored the horse, giving him priority to choose it. He had been riding the horse around the grounds when the young lady from the other party suddenly rushed out, nearly causing an accident. The young lady was very arrogant, claiming she had sponsored the horse and therefore it should be given to her to ride. The 4 heavenly horses were extremely precious, each sponsored by many people. Therefore, the riding ground had a rule: sponsors had priority over non-sponsors in choosing a heavenly horse. However, among sponsors, it was first come, first served. After all, there were many monks but little gruel, many people but few horses. What caught Quan Xingnan's attention was a ghost following the young lady, a handsome young man. He kept cheering on the young man on the horse, "Go on, go on. Curse my Yanling to death. Better yet, ride the horse and trample her." His words were filled with hatred for that young lady, Ma Yanling. Huashuedong wasn't overly concerned with the argument, believing the staff could resolve it. He kept his attention on Quan Xingnan. Noticing her gaze was fixed on empty space rather than on any person, he asked softly, "What's wrong?" No one was near them. Quan Xingnan turned slightly and whispered, "I see a ghost following that young lady. P.S. 24 chapters on the 18th. Please look forward to it. Seeking encouragement in advance." Chapter 687, Entering the Campus 1. A ghost? Huashuedong understood. Ever since he and Quan Xingnan had their talk, and she told him about some ghostly incidents, he had come to know that ghosts had always lingered around Quan Xingnan. During her 7 years in Jinling, she had learned lost arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea from an old ghost from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, studied embroidery from an inheritor of Gu embroidery, and learned piano and other things from Zhao Zhengyang's mother, Li Yuxian. Now that she said she had seen a ghost again, Huashuedong wasn't the least bit surprised. He looked up and examined the girl who was in the midst of an argument, quickly recognizing her identity. Ma Yanling, from Chang'an, cousin of Ji Tianxin's uncle's family, 19 years old this year. Her father, Ma Guwei, is the director of the Chang'an City Education Bureau, and her mother is the vice principal of Chang'an City's #1 high school. Last year, Ma Yanling scored exceptionally high on the college entrance exam and was admitted to Beijing University. Although she wasn't the top scorer in Chang'an City, she was only a dozen or so points behind the top scorer, making her quite the sensation. She currently lives with the Ji family. Ji Tianxin's cousin? You know her? Such a minor figure, and Huashuedong actually recognized her? The reason Ma Yanling was considered a minor figure was that, given her status as the daughter of the Chang'an City Education Bureau director, she had neither the qualifications nor the opportunity to appear at any occasion involving Hua Xuedong. It should be said that their lives had no intersection whatsoever. I don't know her, but I've seen Ma Yanling's photo. Hua Xuedong had always been meticulous. He had memorized almost all the important officials in various government departments and their families. Upon first meeting, he could accurately call out the other person's name without any introduction. He knew everything, their names, origins, appearances, academic and professional backgrounds, and their areas of expertise. This ability was something Quan Xingnan couldn't hope to match. Ma Yanling was one of the insignificant ones, not worth Hua Xuedong's attention. However, he had memorized Ma Guowei's resume and family situation, so he recognized Ma Yanling at a glance, even though she looked a few years older than in the photo. Quan Xingnan suddenly realized this. Hua Xuedong understood her, and she, of course, was well aware of Hua Xuedong's capabilities. After quietly watching Hua Xuedong for a moment, Quan Xingnan's eyes sparkled like two stars falling into a clear pond. She smiled and said, "If you even recognize Ma Yanling, how could you not recognize Ji Tianqin? That day, you were doing it on purpose, weren't you?" The exceptionally astute Hua Xuedong recognized people he had never even met, let alone someone he had seen. She couldn't deny that she was very pleased. Hua Xuedong smiled faintly, neither admitting nor denying it. "I'm very happy, very satisfied, truly, Mr. Hua." Quan Xingnan's brows and eyes were filled with radiant, beaming smiles. Hua Xuedong turned slightly, his gaze gentle. "Since Miss Quan is so happy and satisfied, do I get a word of praise?" "Of course." Quan Xingnan blew him a kiss, shook the reins, and her red horse galloped away, leaving only a clear, melodious laugh lingering in Hua Xuedong's ears. "Little mischief." Hua Xuedong smiled and chased after her. Both horses were Akelteks, equally fast, but Hua Xuedong's horse was a year older and soon caught up with Quan Xingnan. They rode side by side, the cool breeze brushing their faces. When they circled back, Ma Yanling and the other party were still arguing. It was mainly Ma Yanling being unreasonable. No matter how the staff tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. Even when they brought another Akeltek horse, she refused, insisting on the horse someone else was riding. Manager Wei, in charge of the stables, rushed over. After hearing the whole story, he said angrily, "Please escort Miss Ma out. From now on, the stables will no longer welcome Miss Ma." Chapter 688, Entering the Campus 2. The people trained by Hua Xuedong naturally possess their own shrewdness, methods, and code of conduct. This was a place for elites from all walks of life to relax. Everyone had a certain social status, even the nouveau riche rarely acted so inappropriately. Such incidents had never occurred at the horse ranch before. Today, Ma Yanling's behavior was truly eye-opening. Many elites inwardly mocked. The daughter of a mere director of the Education Bureau certainly had quite the temper. Many applauded Manager Wei's handling of the situation. They still wanted to come here to ride horses in the future. If they happened to ride duo first and Ma Yanling showed up later, would she argue with them like she just did? They certainly wouldn't want to encounter such a thing. Ma Yanling glared at Manager Wei in disbelief and anger. "You dare to kick me out? Do you know who I am?" Manager Wei replied calmly, "I'm sorry, but this is not a civil affairs department. We don't need to know our customers' parents' names." Pfft. The young man who had been arguing fiercely with Ma Yanling earlier was the first to laugh out loud. Ma Yanling turned her head fiercely, her gaze like a poisoned dagger. Before she could cause another scene, she was politely escorted out by the ranch staff. With the influence of the Qin family and the wealth of the Hua family, the horse ranch had no need to fear anyone. Manager Wei first apologized to the young man on the horse. "Mr. Chang, I'm sorry for disturbing you. All your fees today are waived." Then, he respectfully addressed the others. "Our horse ranch has always adhered to the principle of putting customers first and providing a relaxing environment. Today, everyone has been considerably inconvenienced. As an apology from the ranch, all fees for today will be 30% off." The young man on the horse and the others waved their hands, saying it wasn't necessary. Manager Wei, upon hearing this, still insisted. This made everyone feel that he knew how to handle people. They didn't care about a small discount at all. What satisfied them was Manager Wei's appropriate way of handling the matter. Witnessing this, Quan Xingnan said to Hua Xuedong, "Mr. Hua, you truly know how to recognize talent and assign them appropriately. Manager Wei manages the horse ranch very well. No wonder, even though others in the capital have also opened horse ranches, yours remains the most popular." Hua Xuedong accepted this praise frankly. As Ma Yanling left, the ghosts that had been following her also departed. Quan Xingnan felt a bit regretful. Ghosts linger in the mortal world mostly because of unresolved wishes. Some closely follow their loved ones, like Cheng Kai-shao, Li Yuxian, Wang Cuihua, Nong Guanyue, and others. Some closely follow their enemies, like Ding Haihua. Seeing the young man's face and eyes filled with hatred for Ma Yanling, Quan Xingnan could determine that Ma Yanling was likely his enemy, and his death was probably related to her. It was a pity that when the young man was present, she hadn't opened her celestial eye and didn't know the details. This was just her speculation based on common sense. Hua Xuedong said seriously, Miss Quan, please remember you are on a date with your boyfriend. Don't get distracted so easily. They rarely had time for dates and must cherish it. All right, I know. I'm completely free to spend the whole day with you today. Quan Xingnan stuck out her tongue. Right, she was on a date. She shouldn't think about other things. Anyway, if she wanted to, she could find that young man later. Approaching noon, they left the horse ranch and headed to Private Club No. 6, planning to have lunch there. Private Club No. 6 was highly renowned in high society, with no vacant courtyards available daily. However, Quan Xingnan, as a major shareholder who earned a fortune daily, had never set foot in it even once. Chapter 689, Entering the Campus 3. She was too young to be in a place like this, even though this private club was very proper, with its members being top-tier elites from all walks of life, and ordinary people couldn't get in. Even among her family, only her brother and a few cousins from the Lin family had borrowed her car to visit a few times for gatherings with friends. Their expenses were charged under their own names, so they didn't have to pay out of pocket, they just needed to sign. However, when they saw the staggering amounts on the bills, they exclaimed that they couldn't afford it. The private club not only charged for venue fees, drinks, and food, but also added a 15% service fee. It also had a minimum spending requirement, which was currently 5,888 yuan per night. Initially, it was 3,888 yuan, but as the economy grew, the minimum spending requirement kept increasing. Since then, unless someone else was treating them, they rarely came here. The rule here was that only members could bring friends, excluding the families of the two shareholders. Therefore, today was Quan Xingnan's first time entering the No. 6 private club. As she had expected, the No. 6 private club perfectly recreated the setting of a Qing dynasty imperial residence. It was antique and exquisitely beautiful. Fourth brother, why is your private club called the No. 6 private club? Quan Xingnan had been curious about this for a long time. Such a famous private club didn't have a domineering name, but instead had a rather inconspicuous one. No. 6 at first glance, who would know what No. 6 referred to? It definitely wasn't the house number. Quan Xingnan knew very well that this wasn't No. 6. Hua Xuedong didn't answer her and instead took her directly to their destination. Within the private club, he had a private courtyard that wasn't open to the public, reserved only for his family. Although it wasn't one of the 3 largest courtyards, it was nestled among flowers and trees, small and exquisite, with strong privacy. Under Quan Xingnan's dissatisfied gaze, Hua Xuedong finally spoke. Have you forgotten when we first met? Huh? What did that have to do with when they first met? After all, she knew Hua Xuedong very well. She pointed at him and said, Fourth brother, No. 6. 6. Could it be my age? Their first meeting in this lifetime was indeed when she was 6 years old. Hua Xuedong didn't say anything but adjusted the slightly tilted paired lotus, white jade hairpin in her hair. After galloping on the horseback riding grounds, they had changed out of their matching riding outfits in their respective changing rooms and returned to their pre-riding attire. Quan Xingnan asked in confusion, that was so long ago, and we weren't like we are now. Why would you name it after my age back then? She was certain that before she and Hua Xuedong established their relationship, he hadn't felt any romantic feelings toward her. Hua Xuedong smiled. I had a vague feeling that we must have known each other in a past life and shared a deep connection. That feeling drove me to name the private club after your age when we first met. As it turns out, I had foresight. The No. 6 holds great significance for us, doesn't it? After saying this, he carefully observed Quan Xingnan's every move. He had dreamed of another life. Could it be that Quan Xingnan had too? Otherwise, how could she know him so well? She even knew he was skilled at chess and had remarkable expertise. After he found out, when he played chess with Quan Xingnan, he discovered that she was very familiar with his playing style. Quan Xingnan was startled and stared blankly at Hua Xuedong. This person was too perceptive, wasn't he? He had actually guessed the truth just because she knew him too well. Chapter 690, Entering the Campus 4. Their acquaintance, her understanding of him, indeed originated from a past life. However, this past life was not their previous incarnation, but rather another possible trajectory of their current lives. Quan Xingnan blinked and said jokingly, perhaps we really did know each other in a past life. Hua Xuedong was astute and skilled at deducing others' thoughts based on their expressions. Denying it was impossible. Hua Xuedong simply wouldn't believe it. This answer was more fitting instead. Hua Xuedong said earnestly, I believe it. Quan Xingnan was taken aback. Mr. Hua, your sweet words always bring joy. Not sweet words, but the truth. Waiters entered in succession, interrupting what Quan Xingnan was about to say next. The private club's menu featured extravagantly luxurious Manchuan banquets, romantic and exquisite French cuisine, and a variety of other options, encompassing top-tier delicacies from around the world, guaranteed to satisfy every customer. Their meal, however, was quite simple. A Chinese-style meal of 4 dishes and a soup. Though simple, it was refined. Except for some necessary occasions, Hua Xuedong usually abstained from alcohol, and Quan Xingnan, being young, certainly didn't drink either. Thus, there was no wine. After finishing their meal quietly, the two strolled hand in hand beneath the flowers and trees. It was spring, and the flora was lush. Fourth brother, there are so many magnolia trees planted here. Amidst the greenery, a stretch of pure white, as beautiful as jade, was a feast for the eyes. Magnolias symbolize wealth and nobility. They were quite common flowers in Qing dynasty courtyard houses. This is precisely the season when magnolias bloom. Magnolias, crabapple flowers, and peonies represent wealth and nobility. Magnolias and crabapple flowers symbolize the Jade Hall, a metaphor for an illustrious family, while peonies signify wealth and honor. Utilizing homophones, they convey auspicious meanings. Courtyard houses in the capital city particularly favored planting these flowers, especially in affluent households. These 3 flowers were often seen together in a single courtyard. This motif also appeared on jade pendants in daily life and was a common subject in traditional Chinese paintings. Quan Xingnan nodded with a smile. Magnolias and peonies representing wealth and nobility is an excellent theme. I've painted several works on it. Speaking of your paintings, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Li Fong said her calligraphy and painting skills had matured. Was there some problem? Quan Xingnan wondered. Hua Xuedong said, recently, I plan to open an art gallery in Hong Kong, dealing in calligraphy, traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, and so on. Are you interested in investing? Your calligraphy and painting are excellent, having reached a first-class standard. Even contemporary masters of calligraphy and painting may not possess your level of attainment. I'd like to allocate a dedicated space for you within the gallery, exclusively exhibiting your usual works, listed as non-sale items. Never mind that Quan Xingnan had no reputation in the art world. Even if she did, he couldn't bear to sell her paintings. He reached out and touched Quan Xingnan's lips. Listen to me. Our country doesn't lack officials or business people. What it lacks most are people who inherit traditional arts and promote national culture. I am very interested in investing. I trust your judgment. However, do you envision my future focusing primarily on art, with business as secondary? Indeed, her talent in art far surpassed her aptitude for business. She herself felt this way. Correct? Your calligraphy, your painting, your embroidery, even your skills in music and chess, all have reached the highest level, and they possess a remarkable vitality. They shouldn't be buried. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and said, let me consider it. Entering the art world now seems premature. Not premature. Achieving fame early is beneficial. It allows for more insights and helps maintain a serene and natural mindset amidst complexity, which would greatly benefit you. Hua Xuedong did not agree with Quan Xingnan's view. Chapter 691, Entering the Campus 5. As her boyfriend, Hua Xuedong hoped Quan Xingnan would find the direction most suitable for her development. Although, with substantial capital and extensive connections as a foundation, her achievements in the business world would undoubtedly be remarkable. She would never reach the level of people like He Deming, himself, and Chen Boying in her lifetime. It wasn't that he looked down on her, it was just that her character was indifferent to fame and fortune, and her heart was soft, making her unsuitable for the business world. The art world was different. If she pursued this path, she could reach a status that others could not attain. Their 2 families lacked neither money nor influence. They could protect her, ensuring her safety and a worry-free life. Quan Xingnan, of course, understood Hua Xuedong's thoughts. Her eyes curved into a smile as she playfully said, Mr. Hua, I have not a shred of fame or status in the art world. You're so solemnly planning to exhibit my calligraphy and paintings. Aren't you worried the gallery will be deserted? Not worried. I believe you will become a master of your generation. A master of my generation? Quan Xingnan laughed heartily, as if she were really that impressive. Is it that funny? Hua Xuedong narrowed his eyes dangerously. Quan Xingnan, alert, quickly shook her head. Not funny at all. I really don't mean to laugh at you. I believe in Mr. Hua's judgment. Once I become a master, those calligraphy and paintings will become rare treasures. So, you agree? Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. Let me ask my master first, how about that? Her master, of course, was the old ghostly Fong. Hua Xuedong nodded. Let me know as soon as you have an answer. I'm flying back to Hong Kong tomorrow afternoon. You're leaving Beijing again? Quan Xingnan nestled in his arms, somewhat reluctant. I really wish you would grow up quickly, so we could come and go together, Hu Xuedong sighed, gently stroking her beautiful hair. I do wish you could study in Hong Kong, but I can't be that selfish. After all, your family is in Beijing. I'm glad you understand. The magnolia flowers bloomed, and the beautiful couple stood together. It was unclear whether the flowers enhanced the beauty of the people or whether the people's beauty made the flowers fade into the background, paling in comparison. That evening, when Quan Xingnan returned home, she brought up the matter with Li Feng in her study. To her surprise, Li Feng fully supported Hu Xuedong's idea. Quan Xingnan was instantly dumbfounded. Master, you think it's feasible? But I don't think it's feasible at all. I think it would be better if I stopped hiding my abilities in this area from now on and exhibited my calligraphy and paintings in a gallery only after I've gained some reputation. Without fame, who would come to see them? Li Feng smiled. What's the difference between now and later? They're not for sale anyway. Not for sale meant no pricing, no transactions. Exhibiting them in a gallery now to attract attention was itself a way to build Quan Xingnan's reputation. If her calligraphy and paintings were mediocre, that would be one thing, but they were actually of high quality. Quan Xingnan was one of the most talented students Li Feng had ever taught. Such high-level calligraphy and paintings exhibited long-term in a gallery would surely be seen by many. Once seen, some would appreciate them, then inquire about the author, Weshing. Word would spread from 10 to 100, and Weshing would gradually become known. Quan Xingnan sighed. Actually, she knew Hu Xuedong meant well for her, and that this method could easily make her famous quickly. 3 people, 2 in agreement. Quan Xingnan raised her hand in surrender and called Hu Xuedong to tell him. Since you agree, select a few calligraphy and painting works. I'll take them with me when I return to Hong Kong tomorrow. By the way, you mentioned me investing in the gallery. How much money is needed? Exhibiting her own paintings would bring no immediate benefit to the gallery, so Quan Xingnan felt she should help lighten his burden a bit. Of course, this was just a high-sounding, polite remark. In reality, she believed Hu Xuedong would definitely manage the gallery to great success. Chapter 692, Entering the Campus 6. You don't need to pay up front. I'll just deduct the required investment amount from your year-end dividends. Hu Xuedong wasn't the least bit concerned about the funds needed to open the gallery. He simply wanted his girlfriend to be a co-investor. Quan Xingnan thought it over. The Diamond Company and the private club did indeed generate substantial annual dividends. She happily agreed. She wasn't foolish, of course she understood Hu Xuedong's intention. After consulting Li Feng's opinion, Quan Xingnan selected 24 pieces from the calligraphy and paintings she had created since completing her apprenticeship. These 24 works varied in size, some large, some small. The largest were about 6 feet in length, while the smallest were only about 1 foot square. Among them were standalone calligraphy pieces, standalone traditional Chinese paintings, and works that combined both calligraphy and painting. All were exquisite examples of their art. Everything, from the quality of the paper to the ink and pigments used, was of the highest grade. Li Feng's evaluation of these works was exceptionally high. After carefully inspecting the calligraphy and paintings, packing them into a case, and handing them over to Hu Xuedong, Quan Xingnan put the matter out of her mind. It would take a year or 2 to gain any reputation, so there was no need to dwell on it. Fame in the art world is accumulated over the long term. She was still young. There was no rush. This unhurried and unflustered attitude earned her even more praise from Li Feng. After seeing Hu Xuedong off, Quan Xingnan began preparing the stationery supplies she would need for school. In 2 days, she would be starting. The school wasn't far from home. It was about a half-hour walk after leaving the house. Quan Xingnan declined Alexander and Daniel's suggestion to drive her to and from school. She even refused to let them escort her in and out of the school grounds, instead assigning them other tasks. This was an ordinary school, and she didn't want to stand out too much. Although Beijing No. 2 Middle School was an ordinary secondary school, its location in downtown Beijing meant its teaching staff was not to be underestimated. Many students came from top-tier family backgrounds, though not as exceptional as those at the school attended by Lin Tianjing and others. The latter school primarily enrolled children of high-ranking cadres, had the best teaching resources, with the finest teachers and facilities prioritized for them. Even children of high-ranking cadres didn't attend school with personal bodyguards in tow. Alexander and Daniel had no choice. After assessing that there was indeed no danger, they could only agree. They were now Quan Xingnan's bodyguards and followed her instructions in all matters. On the day school started, Quan Xingnan changed her usual classically elegant style of dress. She wore a white cotton shirt on top and embroidered skinny jeans below, a simple and fresh look. She removed all her jewelry, hairpins, bracelets, everything, and wore none of it. She didn't even bring her phone. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, her bangs were down, and she wore a pair of non-prescription black-framed glasses. While this couldn't completely conceal her exquisitely beautiful features, she looked quite different from her image in the newspapers. During her interviews, she had worn classically styled formal attire. The version of her under the lights was already somewhat different from her real-life self. Now, with this new look, she was less likely to be recognized. When she arrived at the principal's office carrying her backpack, Principal Yang, whose temples were slightly gray and who had a scholarly demeanor, was momentarily stunned. He laughed and said, "Nan, you look different from usual, and even more different from how you appear in the newspapers." That's right, Principal Yang was an acquaintance of Quan Xingnan's. He was the son of Yang Qing, the elder brother of Yang Yu, and the husband of Zheng Baozhu. Yang had accompanied Yang Qing on numerous visits to the Yun family. How could he not know Quan Xingnan's identity and her story? This was precisely the reason Quan Xingnan was able to request a 2-month-long leave of absence. Chapter 693, Entering the Campus 7. Of course, another reason was that Quan Xingnan had donated a library to this school several years ago, including over 100,000 books within it worth more than $1 million. The power of connections was undoubtedly evident here. The network Quan Xingnan had built over the years had resolved many troubles for her. Seeing Yang, Quan Xingnan also smiled and replied, "Although those incidents happened in Jiangnan and weren't widely reported in the capital, I was still worried they might attract unnecessary trouble, so I deliberately made some changes. Since you've said so, I believe others won't recognize me as the Quan Xingnan mentioned in the reports. Everyone else wishes to be the moon surrounded by stars, yet you remain so low-key." Yang sighed, praising her endlessly. Because of his elderly father, Yang knew many of Quan Xingnan's deeds, including those that hadn't been reported. Yang particularly liked Quan Xingnan, not because of her status, nor because of the things she had done, but because of her steady and magnanimous demeanor, unshaken by honor or disgrace. At such a young age, her future was boundless. "Principal Yang, you flatter me too much. It's all thanks to your open-mindedness that I could handle those matters without any worries." In this matter, Yang had been of great help. Quan Xingnan was very grateful to him. Yang waved his hand and said, "Just as you mentioned in the interview, the significance of what you did far outweighs attending school. Of course, I'm not encouraging you to neglect your studies, I just feel that way." Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "I understand what you mean. You've missed 2 months of school. Although I heard you've been studying on your own, I'm still concerned your coursework might fall behind. Do you need extra tutoring?" Yang asked with concern. "Thank you for your kindness. I think I'm managing fine. If I can't keep up with the progress, I'll definitely hire a tutor for individual guidance." Quan Xingnan hadn't enrolled in a school for children of high-ranking officials, but had instead transferred to his school. To be honest, Yang was very surprised, and then overjoyed. Although Quan Xingnan's academic performance in Jinling was excellent, it wasn't top-tier, only above average. Yang primarily valued her character and potential. "If you need anything, just let me know." Since she didn't need it, Yang didn't insist on arranging tutoring for her. After all, Quan Xingnan's time was precious, as she was still continuously helping people search for their missing relatives. She had told him to be understanding of some of her behaviors at school that didn't comply with regulations, and that she didn't plan to attend evening self-study sessions. She needed to use the evening self-study time to meet with those searching for relatives. Yang agreed and specifically instructed Quan Xingnan's future homeroom teacher. He didn't disclose Quan Xingnan's identity, only saying that her health wasn't very good, and she wasn't suited for evening self-study. Yang originally intended to call Quan Xingnan's homeroom teacher to come and get her, but Quan Xingnan stopped him. As a person, one should respect teachers and value principles. I am a student, so it's only right for me to go see the teacher, not for the teacher to come see me. Yang greatly admired this and personally escorted her to the collective office for the second-year junior high homeroom teachers. All the second-year junior high homeroom teachers were in this large office. Seeing Yang leading a young girl inside and heading toward Zhang Kuan, the homeroom teacher for class 3 of the second year in the corner, the other second-year junior high homeroom teachers working in the office all stood up simultaneously. "Principal, what brings you here?" "Principal, is there something you need?" Zhang Kuan stood up, and the moment he saw Quan Xingnan, his eyes widened. Chapter 694, Entering the Campus 8. Zhang Kuan rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. Wasn't she the young girl who refused to sell the raw jade to his grandfather and ended up cutting open that colossal piece of jadeite? The reputation of that colossal jadeite had soared in the capital, making Yuanqing Jewelry Company famous. Whenever people talked about jadeite, they would mention Yuanqing Jewelry Company. A glass-type, fully green jadeite weighing over 1,000 kilograms, who knew how many pieces of jewelry could be crafted from it? Countless people were envious. Aside from those present at the time, no one knew that the person who had cut open the colossal jadeite was a young girl. Afterward, his grandfather had asked Xiao Shenghua and Wang Qi for Quan Xingnan's name, but unfortunately, they kept their mouths tightly shut and didn't utter a word, leaving his grandfather still thinking about it after returning home. Zhang Kun never expected that the young girl would be the newly transferred student. Although she had changed her attire, let down her bangs, wore glasses, and didn't adorn herself with expensive jewelry, glasses couldn't hide a person's appearance, so he recognized her at a glance. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips into a smile and blinked mischievously. Zhang Kun had a naturally baby face, making him look young, but he was actually already 25. He was Quan Xingnan's homeroom teacher for all 3 years of junior high in her previous life. From the first year of junior high to the 3rd year. When Quan Xingnan was in her first year of junior high, Zhang Kun was still a trainee teacher, but he was very capable and became a full-time teacher that same year. To avoid being recognized, when she saw Zhang Kun at the Tong family's raw jade shop, she didn't show any sign of recognition. As for Zhang Baixing, she hadn't recognized the old man in her previous life just because Zhang Kun was his grandson. Instead, she got to know him later through gambling on stones, meeting this Zhang Baixing who always lost when he gambled. Principal, is this the newly transferred student, Quan Xingnan? Zhang Kun found it hard to accept. He had thought it was an ordinary transfer student, but now it seemed she was anything but ordinary. A young girl who could extract jadeite worth hundreds of millions, could she be an ordinary person? Moreover, she had been accompanied by 2 bodyguards who looked anything but ordinary at the time, and Xiao Shenghua had treated her with great respect. Wait a minute. Quan Xingnan. He seemed to have heard this name from his teacher's wife. Wasn't she the famously accurate fortune teller everyone was talking about? And now she had become his student. Zhang Kun looked at Ouyang Yi. Principal, this student Quan is. Student Quan has just transferred here. Teacher Zhang, please make the necessary arrangements. Ouyang Yi interrupted him, knowing that even if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be hidden from Zhang Kun, as the Zhang family was not simple. Zhang Kun was the son of Ouyang Yi's old friend and also his student. The Ouyang and Zhang families had been friends for generations. I understand, don't worry. Zhang Kun quickly regained his composure, nodded in agreement, and after seeing Ouyang Yi out, he said to Quan Xingnan, come with me to the classroom to meet your classmates. It's morning self-study time right now. Thank you, teacher, Quan Xingnan said politely. Walking out of the office and heading toward the classroom where she had studied in her previous life, her heart was filled with excitement. Beijing No. 3 Middle School, her alma mater from her previous life. Quan Xingnan took a deep breath, filling her lungs with fresh air. She had arrived. She was back here to study again. Here, there were teachers she respected and friendly classmates. Her most brilliant youthful years had been spent here. When there was no one around, Zhang Kun said, Student Quan, I've heard about what you did in Jiangnan. I can't believe you're actually the transfer student. I always thought you two just shared the same name. Quan Xingnan said with a playful smile, it's precisely because there are 2 Quan Xingnans in the school that I transferred here. Chapter 695, Entering the Campus 9. This, of course, was nonsense. She came to the school because it was her alma mater. However, Beijing No. 3 Middle School did indeed have 2 Quan Xingnans, 1 male student and 1 female student. Both were in their 2nd year of junior high, had excellent grades, and were quite famous throughout the school. The most interesting part was that the male student Quan Xingnan had an older cousin named Quan Aonan and a younger cousin named Quan Weinan. The female student Quan Xingnan was the only child in her family. Her mother was obsessed with the tragic character Li Xingnan from Liang Yuxing's novel The Romance of the Cloud and the Jade Bough, so she named her daughter Xingnan. With her addition, the 3 Quan Xingnans caused quite a few mix-ups at school. The male student Quan Xingnan was one thing, he wasn't in the same class as her and was a boy. But the female student Quan Xingnan was in the same class as her, class 3, and their grades were similar. Every time exams were graded and rankings were tallied, the teachers had to pay special attention to their student IDs to avoid mistakes. Even with such care, mix-ups still happened quite a few times. Zhang Kun and their classmates referred to the 2 of them as Big Quan and Little Quan. Quan Xingnan was a year younger than the other female student Quan Xingnan. When she transferred schools this time, because class 3 already had a female student named Quan Xingnan, Ouyang Yi considered for a while and suggested she transfer to class 1. In the end, she refused. Class 3, with its 2 Quan Xingnans, was her class. From the first year of junior high to the 3rd, not a single classmate had left or joined. Really? You transferred here because our school has 2 Quan Xingnans. Zhang Kun believed it. From Quan Xingnan's low-key enrollment and change in attire, he could tell she didn't want to draw attention. Really? This way, no one will realize I'm the Quan Xingnan from the reports, Quan Xingnan said, holding back laughter and nodding seriously. Teacher Zhang was just as amusing as in her past life. With an understanding expression, Zhang Kun led her into the classroom. The students below looked up in unison, and upon seeing the girl beside Zhang Kun, they all showed a hint of surprise, speculating about her identity. Could she be a transfer student? Carrying a backpack, she was clearly a student. Zhang Kun clapped his hands and said, "Classmates, today we have a new student joining our class. Let's give her a warm welcome." Seeing Quan Xingnan's exquisite appearance and elegant demeanor, the male students immediately perked up and applauded vigorously. Following the applause, the female students also clapped half-heartedly a couple of times, then stared enviously at Quan Xingnan's flawless, jade-like skin before touching their own faces. Girls of 15 or 16 already cared about beauty. Quan Xingnan gave a slight bow and smiled. "Hello, everyone. My name is Quan Xingnan. I hope that during my future studies, I can get along well with all of you and make progress together." Quan Xingnan. Everyone looked at their class monitor. Another Quan Xingnan, with the same name, and a girl at that. The cheerful, somewhat tomboyish girl blinked hard, snapping out of her admiration for Quan Xingnan's beauty. She quickly raised her hand and, after getting the homeroom teacher's permission, stood up and asked, "Classmate, is your name the Quan for rights and Xingnan as in Li Xingnan? Or is it the Quan for safety, or the Sheng meaning success, or the Nan for southernwood, or the Nan for south?" Big Quan was indeed the same as in her past life. Quan Xingnan replied with a smile, "I'm not the Quan for safety, the Sheng meaning success, the Nan for southernwood, or the Nan for south. I'm the Quan for rights and Xingnan as in Li Xingnan." Chapter 696, Entering the Campus 10. Upon hearing her words, everyone exclaimed, "How amazing!" Class monitor, someone with the same name as you has arrived. Someone immediately voiced their concern. With the same name, how will we distinguish between them in the future? Yes, how to distinguish? Many classmates were dumbfounded. It wasn't easy to differentiate. Would they have to call one by name and the other class monitor from now on? Looking at one, then the other, their names were hard to tell apart, but the individuals themselves were quite distinct. The new girl was truly beautiful, with fair and delicate skin, more stunning than the most beautiful actresses on TV, and possessing a more elegant and graceful aura than painted beauties, serene, bright, and composed. How different she was from their class monitor, who was tall, had short hair, honey-colored skin, and resembled a boy. Zhang Kun felt somewhat troubled. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Which of you two is older?" "Teacher, I was born in December 1980. "Teacher, I was born in March 1981, Quan Xingnan said, referring to the solar calendar. Zhang Kun clapped his hands and pointed at the original Quan Xingnan, saying, "From now on, you'll be called Big Quan." Then, pointing at the newly arrived Quan Xingnan, he said, "And you'll be called Little Quan." Big Quan and Little Quan, just like in their previous lives, were thus decided. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's words, the applause erupted with extraordinary enthusiasm. Big Quan spoke up, "Teacher, why not let the new classmate sit with me? As the class monitor, I can help the new student integrate into our class. Besides, I sit alone at the very back, and the seat next to me is empty. The new classmate isn't short, so sitting in the front might block the view of the students behind." "Student Little Quan, what's your opinion?" Zhang Kun didn't dare treat Quan Xingnan as an ordinary student. Just as everyone thought she might disagree, she nodded with a smile and said, "I'm very willing to accept class monitor Quan's kindness. I hope that under the class monitor's guidance, I can quickly bond with my classmates." Big Quan immediately beamed with joy. However, a few male classmates felt a bit disappointed. They had all hoped to become desk mates with the new female student. The love for beauty is inherent in everyone. Beautiful girls always easily attract others' attention. By the time Quan Xingnan sat down, self-study had just ended. Big Quan reached out and hooked her arm around Quan Xingnan's shoulder, saying, "Good classmate, you're really loyal. Class monitor, it's you who's loyal. My nickname is Nanan. If you don't like Little Quan, you can call me by my nickname." Quan Xingnan really liked Big Quan. She was one of her best friends. "Alright, Nan, I'll call you Nanan from now on. We share the same name. What a coincidence." Big Quan, being naturally sociable, changed her address. "Nanan, why are you also called Xingnan? Could it be that someone in your family, like my mom, deeply sympathizes with Li Xingnan from the romance of the Cloud Sea and Jade Bao and despises Jin Shichi, so they named you Xingnan?" Quan Xingnan smiled. Big Quan was just like in their previous life, harboring strong resentment toward her name. "No, my grandfather named me Xingnan, meaning to surpass all men in the world. He hoped that, although I am a girl, I would achieve accomplishments no less than those of men. Such ambition." Big Quan gave a thumbs up. The homeroom teacher was young, and the students of Class 3 were lively and enthusiastic. They all gathered around to see the new classmate and introduce themselves. Quan Xingnan showed no sign of annoyance, patiently answering their varied questions, selecting those she could respond to. Big Quan also introduced each classmate to her. Her best friends, besides Big Quan, included one named Meng Shuang, who was now leaning over her own desk, smiling at her. Hello, little Quan, I'm Meng Shuang, class monitor Big Quan's neighbor. Chapter 697, Entering the Campus 11. Hello, Meng Shuang. Quan Xingnan responded cheerfully. Seeing a good friend from her past life was truly a happy thing. You're named Meng Shuang, and you're the second child in your family, right? The Shuang from good things come in pairs, the Shuang from having both a son and a daughter. This name is very meaningful. Am I guessing right? Meng Shuang exclaimed in surprise, excitedly grasping Quan Xingnan's smooth, tofu-like hand. It's our first meeting, and you already understand the meaning of my name. It seems we are destined to become good friends. Quan Xingnan nodded emphatically. Of course, they were good friends. Very, very good friends. They were in the past life, and they would be in this life. One of her purposes in coming to this school was to meet these friends. De Quan coughed, shooing Meng Shuang away like a fly. First come, first served, understand? Xiao Shuang, you're destined to be the eternal second at home. Even in being friends with Nanan, you're the second. Just obediently follow behind me. The people nearby burst into laughter. Coincidentally, Meng Shuang was not only De Quan's neighbor, but also her cousin, and her grades always ranked below De Quan's. Quan Xingnan noticed that whether it was when Zhang Kun came in to introduce himself or after Zhang Kun left and morning self-study ended, many people were very curious about her. Only a girl in a school uniform in the corner remained bent over her desk reading a book, her face full of indifference. Xingman, also her best friend from her past life. Before she could walk up to Xingman, the bell for class rang, and everyone hurriedly returned to their seats. Quan Xingnan could only temporarily give up the chance to get acquainted with Xingman. Seeing an extra beautiful new student in the class, the English teacher, Wang Jinying, was surprised and called on Quan Xingnan during the lesson. New student, please answer this question. Quan Xingnan looked at the question and answered in fluent English, with a pure American accent. Hearing her pure pronunciation, Wang Jinying was extremely astonished, and the other students in the class found it incredible. They could hardly understand the English spoken by the new classmate. Your spoken English is excellent. Wang Jinying praised generously and then asked, did you learn it abroad? The English in the domestic curriculum was basically written English, and spoken English was quite inadequate. No, I learned it domestically, mostly self-taught. In her past life, she already knew English. In this life, Shuetong taught her, and then she continued self-studying, placing great emphasis on spoken English, naturally far surpassing her peers. Very good. Keep up the good work. I hope while you study, you can help your classmates practice their spoken English. Wang Jinying nodded and didn't inquire further. Quan Xingnan sat down and continued listening to the lesson. During the second half of the class, she saw a ghost drifting in through the door. A ghost she had seen before. It was the ghost she had seen at the racetrack, the young man following Ma Yanling. The young man gazed at Wang Jinying with a look full of admiration, sighed, drifted over to Xingman's side, stood in front of her desk, and gently stroked Xingman's hair. Little sister, listen carefully to the lecture. Xingman couldn't detect him at all and remained expressionless. Quan Xingnan was startled. Was he Xingman's brother, Xingteng, who died young? Xingteng, Xingman's brother. She didn't know the specifics, only that their family was from Chang'an. After his death, Xingman transferred to a school in the capital and became her classmate, but she never mentioned her family matters. Later, when she received her inheritance, because her cultivation was not yet advanced and she was unwilling to pry into others' privacy, she had never probed into Xingman's past. Mainly, she had never seen Xingting's ghost before, otherwise, she would certainly have investigated. Chapter 698, Entering the Campus 12. Are you Xingman's brother? Quan Xingnan transmitted her voice to Xingting. Someone was asking about him. Could they see him? Upon hearing the voice, Xingting first became alert and looked around cautiously. Finally, he located the source of the voice and fixed his gaze on Quan Xingnan. Pointing at his own nose, he asked, you know me? Quan Xingnan said, I saw you at the equestrian club a few days ago. You were with Ma Yanling, right? What's your name? What are you doing here? You call Xingman little sister. Are you her brother? Hearing her words, Xingting's expression turned even colder. Quan Xingnan asked, puzzled, what's wrong? The wealthy, the powerful, to appear at that equestrian club and know Ma Yanling, you must be powerful too, right? Xingteng's tone was full of hatred and, even more so, misplaced anger. How can you say that? Am I wrong? Since ancient times, it's always been you powerful people who love to bully others. Xingting seemed to think of something. He spread his arms protectively in front of Xingman, his handsome face covered in frost. I won't allow you to bully my little sister. I won't allow you to bully my sister like Ma Yanling bullied me, to change my sister's life. Not knowing what he remembered, Xingting's face became ferocious and extremely vicious. Quan Xingnan was completely baffled. However, she was extremely intelligent and immediately understood. You're saying Ma Yanling bullied you, changed your life? What do you mean? Xingting kept his mouth shut and said nothing. Quan Xingnan said quietly, besides me, no one else can see you again. No one else can fulfill your wish. If you don't speak, you truly will have no chance to seek justice. You can help me seek justice? Isn't it just officials protecting each other? Others might protect each other, but I won't. Xingtung looked at her suspiciously, but his expression softened slightly. My name is Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan from the Yuan family in the capital. The Quan Xingnan who transferred from Jinling to the capital. Also the founder of the Quan Xingnan Foundation. You were with Ma Yanling. She lives with the Ji family. I don't know if you've heard of me. Quan Xingnan had no choice but to reveal her identity. Sometimes status really was quite useful. A bright light shone in Xingting's eyes. You are Quan Xingnan? The Quan Xingnan who cracked that major human trafficking case. He had been drifting around the capital and had heard quite a bit of news. Correct, I am that Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan, you are the Quan Xingnan who likes to do practical things for ordinary people. Xingtung muttered to himself for a while, then drifted closer to Quan Xingnan. Please, I beg you, you must help me. Help me seek justice. Help me get justice. When he said the word justice, Xingting's voice was extremely sharp and mournful. You can tell me what happened to you, and then I can think of a way to help you. Mentioning his experience, the hatred on Xingting's face grew heavier. Ma Yanling got into Capital University with excellent grades. Master Quan, do you know about this? Xingting didn't start by recounting his own experience, but suddenly came out with this seemingly random sentence. I've heard. Second only to the top scorer from Chang'an City in the college entrance exam, about 10 points lower. Hua Sitong had explained it to her very clearly. Xingting said, then do you know, or don't you know, that Ma Yanling's usual academic performance was very poor? It was impossible for her to get into Capital University. Quan Xingnan understood. You mean? That's right. Ma Yanling's score was mine. I was the one who should have gotten into Capital University, not Ma Yanling. Not Ma Yanling. They swapped my score with Ma Yanling's. Ma Yanling entered Capital University with a score second only to the top scorer, while I failed the exam entirely. P.S. Still have a part left unwritten. Need to revise again. Come back after 12 noon to see the next 12 updates. Chapter 699, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost One. At this point, Xingting choked with sobs. He had dark skin, a tall and broad-shouldered build, and handsome features, but his weeping was heart-wrenching. Anyone would be moved by his intense and grief-stricken emotions. The hatred in his words was as vast as the sea. His college entrance exam score was swapped? For a student taking the exam, this was a major event. Quan Xingnan's attitude grew even more serious. After over a decade of hard study, the college entrance exam was already a narrow bridge, with thousands vying to cross. For Xingting to have his score swapped meant his path to university was cut off, effectively destroying his future. Take your time, don't rush. Tell me exactly what happened. Quan Xingnan said, both attending class and calming him down. Having endured this injustice for some time, Xingtung gradually composed himself. Gazing in the direction of Xingman, he said quietly, my name is Xingtung. Together with my sister's name, it means vine. Man is pronounced wan, not man, though students now call my sister Xingman, pronouncing it as man. When together as Tungwan vine, the latter is pronounced wan. When together as wanton vine, the former is pronounced man. Ting and man, it's clear at a glance that you're siblings, Quan Xingnan remarked. A faint smile flickered across Xingting's face, vanishing in an instant. I don't know how my score was swapped. I only remember when I got my score report, I couldn't believe it, just over 100 points. How could that be my score? Even if I slipped up, I couldn't have scored only a little over 100. My homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang Jinying, immediately sensed something was wrong. Did Teacher Wang investigate for you? Quan Xingnan asked. Wang Jinying was an elegant and amiable middle-aged man. Though he wore black-framed glasses, his thinking was lively. He had come to teach at their school not long before Xingman transferred and was well-liked by students like them in her past life. But Wang Jinying's fortunes were not good. His students achieved excellent results, yet he was never selected as an outstanding teacher. Principal Ouyang tried several times to help but never succeeded. It seemed this might have been related to Xingting's case. By investigating the truth behind Xingting's college entrance exam score for him, Wang Jinying must have offended those who swapped the score. It was likely why he could no longer teach in Chang'an City and had to come to the capital. As expected, Xingteng confirmed this. Teacher Wang was implicated because of me. He investigated for me but was accused of spreading rumors and making trouble without reason, so he was fired from the school. Just then, the class bell rang. Wang Jinying stopped lecturing, announced the end of class, and left with his textbook under his arm. Xingteng watched Teacher Wang slightly age back, tears streaming down his face, choked with sobs. Master Quan, you are heaven's favored one. You haven't lived at the very bottom of society. You don't know the sorrow and pain of us powerless people, nor do you understand the injustices we endure. The score was clearly mine, clearly matching my own estimate. We raised the issue and could have applied to review the exam papers. So why did those who abused their power end up victorious? Quan Xingnan sighed softly. It's precisely because I understand too well the injustices faced below that I want to help more people. Power and influence, huh? Xingteng thought of some of the things Quan Xingnan had done, and his expression softened slightly. Right, she was Quan Xingnan. She was different from those people. With many classmates approaching Quan Xingnan after class, Xingteng stood quietly without speaking. Only after class resumed did he slowly begin to tell his story. Chapter 700, Family Ruin and Death 2. Xingteng was born in a mountainous area, and his family was very poor. He had an older brother and a younger sister. His older brother died after accidentally falling into water as a child, leaving only him and his younger sister, Xingman. The village was remote, and the family was impoverished. None of this defeated Xingteng. He studied diligently, studied desperately, achieving excellent results and consistently maintaining first place. In junior high, he was admitted early by a key high school in Chang'an City, which waived his tuition fees and even covered his living expenses. School is the only way out for kids from our village. Only by getting into a good university can one have the capital to enter society and then live a life different from the village. But very few from the village can get into university. Even getting into high school is rare. I was admitted to a key high school in the city and then got into the best high school in the city. I carried all the hopes of the villagers on my shoulders. However, this hope was shattered after the college entrance exam results were announced. It was mercilessly shattered. Throughout his 3 years of high school, Xingteng still maintained a ranking within the top 3. As a village kid, he academically outperformed almost all the city kids, all the children from wealthy families. He was handsome, lively in personality, and not a bookworm who only knew how to study. Despite his humble origins, he didn't feel inferior at all. Instead, he got along well with his classmates. He was very popular at school and had always been a prominent figure. What's the use of being a prominent figure? When I faced unfair treatment, how many people threw stones at me when I was down? How many agreed with the school's investigation, saying I failed the exam, saying Ma Yanling was a dark horse? He covered his face, tears streaming through his fingers, sobbing, Master Quan, I just want to seek justice. Why won't anyone give me that justice? My own results, how could I not know them? Even if I failed the exam, I couldn't have scored only a little over 100 points. But many people were willing to believe the school's investigation and not me, not my results. Quan Xingnan was at a loss for words. Faced with such a situation, she didn't know how to comfort Xingteng. She knew that no matter what she said, it wouldn't dissolve Xingteng's resentment and grief. In the face of many things in the world, any words seem pale and powerless. I believe you. Xingteng, really, I believe you. I believe you achieved excellent results. I believe you should have been the student admitted to Peking University. Really? Xingteng removed his hands, revealing his face, full of hope. Really? Quan Xingnan replied without hesitation. After all, she didn't believe Xingteng scored only a little over 100 points. Although it wasn't yet certain whether his and Ma Yanling's scores had been swapped, this point could be completely confirmed. Xingteng stared at her blankly, then suddenly shed tears of joy. So, there are still people who believe me. So, someone believes me, believes I should have been admitted to Peking University. But why didn't those people believe him? His academic records from childhood were all documented and verifiable. Even without retrieving the college entrance exam papers, it could be completely confirmed that his results were excellent, not just a little over 100 points. Such an obvious fact, such an obvious point of suspicion, and no one believed it. No one investigated it, except for his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang was the only one willing to help me. He applied for an investigation on my behalf, even wrote to the Education Bureau, requesting to retrieve my exam papers. After all, it concerned my future. It couldn't be taken lightly. Did the school not agree, or the Education Bureau not agree? Or did the latter pretend to have investigated, claiming that the little over 100 points were your real score? And then the school announced it publicly. Chapter 701, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost 3. Anyway, they would never allow Xingteng to see his own exam paper. When it came to the methods of certain colluding officials, Quan Xingnan understood them all too well. For Xingting's grades to be swapped, there must have been a lot of people working together behind the scenes. Otherwise, it couldn't have been done so seamlessly. It was even possible that the invigilating teachers were involved. This wasn't simply a case of impersonating someone else's name and using their scores. Impersonating someone else's name, identity, and grades to attend university was a common occurrence. Every year during the national college entrance exams, many such cases emerged across the country. In her previous life during university, Quan Xingnan had even encountered a female student who used someone else's identity to attend university, even going so far as to marry and have children under that stolen identity. It wasn't until the real person was getting married that the truth came to light, causing a huge scandal. Xingteng's situation was even more complicated. Probably because of the gender difference, Ma Yanling couldn't simply impersonate him, which was why they resorted to swapping the grades. Perhaps there was also the reason that she didn't want to give up her real identity during her studies. Ma Yanling could have impersonated another female student to pursue her education, but it would have been difficult to conceal her family circumstances. She obviously still wanted to move in high society circles in the capital and use her own name and identity, hence the choice to swap grades. Swapping grades couldn't be done after the results were released. The only method was to swap the actual exam papers, altering the name, gender, student ID, class, and such details on them. This way, neither the grading of the papers nor the final tallying of scores would reveal any loopholes. If the invigilating teachers weren't involved, how could the changes be made after the papers were sealed? Once the exam papers were sealed, no one could tamper with them. Ma Yanling's father, Ma Guowei, was the director of the Chang'an City Education Bureau. Her mother, Yu Qiuyue, was the vice principal of Xingteng's high school. This showed their family held a pivotal position within Chang'an City's education system. Furthermore, their family was related to the Ji family in the capital. While the Ji family might be considered third tier in the capital, in Chang'an City they were top tier. With such a family background, a single word from them would be treated as an imperial decree by those below. Swapping grades? It was all too easy for them to accomplish. Quan Xingnan couldn't help but activate her heavenly eye. Indeed. Xingteng's exam paper had indeed been altered by the invigilating teacher, with the name, gender, and student ID/class changed. Xingteng's paper became Ma Yanling's, and Ma Yanling's paper became Xingteng's. Ma Yanling happily entered the capital with her admission notice, leaving only Wang Jining to take Xingteng on the path to seek justice. Quan Xingnan sighed. I've divined it. It is indeed as you said. Xingteng was stunned for a moment, then remembered her other identity. You divined it? Was it her who replaced my grades? Correct. I can divine it, but how did you know the person who swapped your grades was Ma Yanling? The most unreasonable grades were mine and Ma Yanling's. The school said Ma Yanling's family hired tutors for her, and she made tremendous progress, improving by leaps and bounds. But I didn't believe it. In the mock exams right before the national college entrance exams, Ma Yanling only scored a little over 100 points. Was she truly a genius, capable of making such huge progress in just 1 week? Scoring just 10 some points lower than the top scorer. Quan Xingnan agreed. Your suspicion is very reasonable, but was it enough to be certain? Xingteng nodded. He couldn't confirm that Ma Yanling had swapped grades with him based solely on that, but he had become a ghost. I couldn't accept it, Master Quan. I couldn't accept it. Even in death, I couldn't accept it. After I turned into a ghost, I could go anywhere. I went to where the exam papers were sealed. Unfortunately, I couldn't touch the papers, couldn't look through them. So I followed Ma Yanling. I overheard her conversations with her parents, and that's how I confirmed it was them behind this trickery. Chapter 702, Family Ruin and Death for. The Ma family, confident in their immense power, didn't care in the slightest. It seemed like a trivial matter to them. They naturally brought it up in casual conversation, and even promoted the invigilator who had helped them. Ma Guowei and Yu Qiuyue especially hired a tutor for Ma Yanling, so she could study hard during the vacation before starting university. This was to prevent her grades from being too poor at the capital's university and raising suspicions. Ma Yanling said carelessly, once I'm in university, can't I just let my grades slip? She loved jewelry, fine clothes, horseback riding, driving, and attending banquets, everything except studying. They had already done this twice and didn't mind doing it a third or fourth time. Master Quan, I only found out later that I wasn't the only unlucky one. Ma Yanling got into our prestigious high school because her family had someone swap her exam results with another impoverished girl's during the middle school graduation exams, allowing her to enter high school with a haughty attitude. Xingteng felt a deep sense of shared misfortune with that schoolmate, who had to repeat a year before getting into high school. That schoolmate could retake the exams, but he had lost his chance forever. With teacher Wang's help, Xingteng even approached the media, hoping to seek public support. But in the end, he still couldn't get the justice he deserved. Instead, he was slandered as mentally unstable, spouting nonsense and tarnishing the school's reputation with extensive coverage in the newspapers. The public, unaware of the truth, was misled by the reports. Many people respect teachers and value education. If the school and teachers said he was in the wrong, then surely he must be. Only teacher Wang stood by Xingtang's side. The school, the teachers, the classmates, everyone was against them. Xingtang had excellent grades and was handsome. The more popular he was, the more some people couldn't tolerate him. The situation escalated. They overwhelmingly blamed Xingtang, saying he was under too much pressure and, after failing the exams, shifted the blame onto the school and others. Many people came to interview them at their home and in their village. In the end, everyone knew about it, everyone. Every day, people came to their door to hurl insults at Xingtang, including his parents and family. They resorted to every possible means, splashing dog blood, throwing feces, you name it. Xingtang's parents were ordinary, honest folks who had lived their whole lives without ever suffering such humiliation. They believed in their child, but with so many voices condemning him and rumors destroying his reputation, even the village couldn't tolerate them anymore. I know it wasn't the villagers who couldn't tolerate us, it was those in power above. Who told Teacher Wang and me to refuse to accept it and take the matter to the media? We even posted his academic transcripts from over the years. Although they quickly stopped the situation from escalating, making Teacher Wang and me like rats scurrying across the street, hated by everyone, at least some people began to have their doubts. It wasn't that no one believed him. But in the face of powerful authority, they didn't dare to act. Ordinary people at the bottom could only choose to swallow their anger and endure. In such circumstances, my parents were mentally distraught. On their way back from working in the mountains, my father didn't notice a branch, tripped, and rolled down. He hit his head on a rock at the foot of the mountain and died on the spot. My mother couldn't bear the blow and the relentless humiliation. On the 7th day after my father's death, she chose to hang herself. By the time she was found, she was already gone. Xingtang wept bitterly, slapping his own face repeatedly with all his strength. It's all my fault, all my fault. I ruined my entire family, I caused my parents' deaths. They placed all their hopes on me, but because of me, they died with their eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. Chapter 703, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost 5. So tragic. The Xing family's misfortune truly evokes sympathy and righteous indignation. Quan Xingnan's gaze fell on Xing Man. No wonder she had been withdrawn and aloof since transferring here, rarely interacting with others, and no matter how Zhang Kuan and Wang Jining tried to counsel her, it was to no avail. Xingtang also noticed her gaze and lowered his own hand, saying, "Everyone says it's my fault, that I'm hypocritical, that I threatened the Ma family to demand 1 million in compensation. They all say I'm not as outstanding as I appeared to be, and some even claim my usual grades were achieved through cheating. This affected my parents and my younger sister. She was expelled from the middle school that had previously admitted her early. That middle school was the same one that had admitted Xingtang early, waiving his tuition and covering his living expenses. Xing Man's academic performance was just as outstanding as Xingtang's. From childhood, she had never fallen out of the top 3 in her entire school. The siblings were once the pride of their village. Similarly, Wang Jining also faced accusations from the school, which claimed he sought attention through sensationalism, lacked professional ethics, and was unfit to be a teacher. He was dismissed from his job, leaving him with no means to make a living in Chang'an City. Fortunately, Wang Jining had an old classmate, Ouyang Yi. Ouyang Yi trusted him and managed to transfer him to Beijing No. 3 Middle School, also arranging for Xing Man to enroll there. In this matter, Ouyang Yi believed Wang Jining and Xingtang. Unfortunately, the Ouyang family held little political influence, and their activities were confined to Beijing, making it difficult for them to intervene in the affairs of Chang'an City. Ouyang Yi's sister, Ouyang Yu, was married to Qin Wuji. He wanted to ask Qin Wuji for help, but Wang Jining and Xing Man stopped him. Wang Jining and Xing Man felt they had already received significant assistance and didn't want to trouble him further, mainly fearing that involving Ouyang Yi might upset the balance of the situation, making it difficult to resolve later. The Ma family's shamelessness and ruthlessness had reached an extreme. The innocent party ended up in such a state, while the wrongdoers reveled in their triumph, continuing to abuse their power. Upon hearing his words, Quan Xingnan recalled a case of identity theft from later times. Initially, everyone was outraged and spoke up for the girl whose identity had been stolen. However, a large number of internet trolls emerged online, overwhelmingly accusing her of hypocrisy and shamelessness, claiming she had demanded a large sum of money from the family of the girl who stole her identity and arguing that she had suffered no losses in the identity theft process. Instead, they expressed sympathy for the girl who had stolen the victim's identity. When Quan Xingnan saw the case, she felt like laughing. Shouldn't the victim, whose identity had been stolen for so many years, sue for compensation? She was unable to obtain a diploma from the university she was admitted to after retaking the exams, and she couldn't even claim her own identity. Was it wrong for her to seek justice? But what could be done? The other side had power and influence. The incident dragged on for a year and a half, ultimately ending in a settlement. The settlement was nothing more than a result of power and influence at play. The father of the girl who stole the victim's place in university also worked in the Education Bureau. Due to collusion between higher and lower officials, he was sentenced to several years in prison, while the girl herself seemed to face no punishment. Oh, the only punishment was being expelled from the university and having the certificates she obtained through identity theft revoked. How similar Xingting's experience was to that of the victimized girl. No, Xingting's situation was even more tragic. His reputation was ruined, and he had no chance to retake the exams or seek justice. Xingting, what about you? How did you die? Teacher Wang and your sister are still alive. Did you weakly choose death? Chapter 704, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost 6. Weak? No, the last thing I can afford to be is cowardly weak. How could I bear to leave Teacher Wang? How could I bear to leave my little sister? It's just that heaven wouldn't let me live. Xingting smiled bitterly. He had drowned. The place where he drowned was the very same river where his older brother had once met with disaster. He actually had no intention of seeking death at all. He just felt pain and went into the mountains to vent. Originally, he planned to vent his feelings and then return home to take his little sister away from this place of sorrow and take good care of her. Who knew, a sudden heavy rainstorm came. On his hurried way back home, his vision was blocked by the curtain of rain. Everything was blurred. He lost his footing, fell into the great river, and never surfaced again. The media on the Ma family's side immediately had material to work with, saying he had fled to escape punishment, describing it in the most sordid terms. Until his bloated body was fished out. The media on the Ma family's side still wouldn't let him go, changing the story from fleeing punishment to committing suicide to escape punishment. Anyway, according to the reports, it was all his fault. He was the villain and Ma Yanling was innocent. It's worth noting that from beginning to end, the reports never mentioned Ma Yanling's name, nor even anything related to the Ma family, using pseudonyms instead, acting with extreme caution. Looking at Xingting's condition now, it was indeed consistent with drowning. His clothes were soaking wet, completely as if he had been immersed in water. Quan Xingnan sighed deeply within her divine consciousness. Xingting's death was truly so unexpected. If he hadn't died, perhaps one day he really could have sought justice. Is your wish to bring the truth of this matter to light? Quan Xingnan asked. Although it was a bit troublesome, she could still help him achieve it, to root out the vermin in the education sector. If the Ma family can alter grades for Ma Yanling now, they will do it for others in the future. The college entrance exam concerns the future of every student. What right do they have to change other people's lives? The carp leaping over the dragon gate, the college entrance exam is that very dragon gate. Those who leap over it have a chance for success and fame. Those who don't must gloomily seek other paths. Yes, I just want justice for me. I don't want to carry this stigma even after death. Master Quan, isn't your family very powerful? I beg you, please help me investigate the truth and make it public. Let those who committed evil be punished, let those of us who died rest in peace. Only my little sister is left in my family. I don't want her to live in the shadow of this incident, to be cursed and mocked by others, saying our siblings' achievements were both faked. Xingting was very agitated, his face filled with a pleading expression. Quan Xingnan said seriously, Xingting, rest assured, I will fulfill this wish of yours. But you must also promise me one thing. What is it? I'm already a ghost. What else can I do? After this matter is concluded, accept my deliverance, be reincarnated, and do not linger in the human world. Okay, I promise. Xingting felt that as long as it could free his little sister from this shadow and let her continue living happily, not to mention reincarnation, even if it meant his soul scattering to the winds, he would be willing. Quan Shenghan said with satisfaction, you continue to monitor Ma Yanling. Find out and tell me about anyone or any family in high society who are at odds with her or her family. Then we'll make further plans. Nothing is more useful than using someone else's hand to kill. From the incident at the riding club, one could see Ma Yanling's character. She must have offended many people, and there must be many families who would like to replace the Ma family's position in the education sector. If they got hold of the Ma family's weak spot, how could they not make use of it? Chapter 705, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost 7. Xingting felt this made sense and quickly drifted out of the classroom. Quan Xingnan glanced at Xingman and continued listening to the lecture. Fortunately, no one else could detect Xingting, otherwise many would surely find it horrifying. Quan Xingnan paid close attention in class and got along well with her classmates after class. Setting aside Xingteng's plight, her first day at Beijing No. 3 High School was quite pleasant. She had lunch in the school cafeteria at noon and went straight home after school in the afternoon. She did not attend evening self-study sessions. Zhang Kun had explained to the other classmates in the class. Although they were puzzled that Quan Xingnan didn't appear ill, since the principal and teachers had agreed, there was no room for them to comment. After all, it was just evening self-study. The first thing she did upon returning home was to call Hua Xuedong. After hearing Xingting's story, Hua Xuedong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Such a thing actually happened? That explains it. Explains what? Quan Xingnan asked curiously. Hua Xuedong was adept at discerning people's minds. He meticulously remembered all information, whether useful or not. When I obtained the information related to Ma Guwei, it was clearly stated that Ma Yanling's academic performance had always been poor. Yet, she was incredibly lucky, managing to get into key schools with excellent results in every graduation exam. I had long been suspicious. Now, hearing what you said, it explains how Ma Yanling managed to get into a key high school and university, swapping someone else's exam papers to satisfy her own selfish desires. Quan Xingnan sighed. Xingting's experience is just one instance. In places unknown to us, such things happen almost everywhere. In every place, there are students like Xingteng. Faced with power and influence, most students and parents can only choose to swallow their grievances. Xingteng did not swallow his, so his family ended up in such a state. The utility of power and influence is evident. They work in the field of education, but fail to uphold fairness and justice. Instead, they exploit their power for personal gain. Fourth brother, given the status of the Ji and Ma families, is there a need to swap someone else's exam papers? They have connections and prospects. It's not like they couldn't arrange a future for Ma Yanling. Even without excellent grades, Ma Yanling would have had a very good future. Hua Xuedong smiled faintly. What do you think of the Ji family's character? Aside from second sister-in-law, Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. They are skilled at leveraging marital connections. Their descendants aren't promising, so they rely on marrying off their daughters to secure more benefits. All of the Ji family's hopes rested on Ji Tianxin. Ji Mingxin was more fortunate. Luckily, she was a classmate of Qin Shiji and married him before the Qin family encountered trouble. The Ji family's insatiable greed and their subsequent betrayal during the turmoil chilled her heart. She had little contact with her natal family, which instead earned her more respect from her husband's family. Quan Xingnan suddenly understood. A Ma Yanling graduating from a prestigious university is certainly more presentable and has a better chance of being favored by a good family than a Ma Yanling who couldn't even get into high school. By attending Beijing University, Ma Yanling could make connections with many influential figures at school and marry into a good family with the halo of a prestigious university graduate. The Ma family was essentially gilding Ma Yanling. With this layer of gilding, Ma Yanling transformed from an unaccomplished, spoiled heiress into a talented and outstanding young lady from a distinguished family. The likelihood of a young lady from a distinguished family marrying into a wealthy household is much higher than that of a spoiled heiress. Quan Xingnan said incredulously, could it be that the Ma family started planning this when Ma Yanling graduated from junior high? After all, Xingting had said that Ma Yanling swapped someone else's results to get into a key high school. Every time Ma Yanling's mother, Yu Qiuyue, mentioned her daughter to others, she said she crammed at the last minute. Her usual results were unsatisfactory, but her graduation exam results were always surprisingly good, so they didn't care about her regular grades. Chapter 706, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost 8. Hua Xuedong gave a light laugh on the other end of the phone. Many families take precautions against such matters. What's so strange about that? That makes it even more despicable. They swapped Xingteng's exam results, causing his family to be ruined and his loved ones lost, all because they wanted Ma Yanling to have the confidence to marry into a wealthy family in the future. Quan Xingnan said indignantly. It's laughable, utterly laughable. Isn't it? Just a bit of selfish desire led to such a wicked deed. How innocent was Xingting? How innocent were Xingting's parents? And how innocent was teacher Wang Jinying? They were all victims who least deserved any blame, yet they found themselves in desperate straits with nowhere to turn. It was only with Ouyang Yi's help that they managed to secure a foothold here. What if there had been no Ouyang Yi? Teacher Wang Jinying would have lost her qualification to teach, and Xing Man would have lost her chance to continue her education. Teacher Wang's later years, Xing Man's future, all would have been destroyed. Don't be angry. You said it yourself. This kind of thing isn't an isolated case. Hua Xuedong comforted her gently. Having witnessed so much ugliness among the masses, one should maintain an even keel all the more. You're right. I need to think carefully about how to help Xingting seek justice. There are many victims. Xingting is the only one I know of right now. But by helping him, a group of evildoers will be punished, and it will also prevent other innocent students in the future from suffering the same fate under their hands. Ma Guowei and his ilk are skilled in their methods. I believe this certainly isn't the only thing they've done. His little girlfriend loved to take matters to heart and act on behalf of justice. As her boyfriend, he naturally had to help. I hold some shares in several of the more well-known newspapers and periodicals in the capital. Alexander and Daniel know about it. If you need, have Alexander contact them on your behalf. For a matter like Xingting's, the media needed to be involved. Only by having the media bring this matter to public attention would more people become aware of it, leading to a crackdown on such practices. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to take on news stories that opposed the Ji and Ma families. After all, it happened during last year's college entrance exams, so it's not exactly breaking news. Quan Xingnan was both surprised and delighted. She muttered, "May I ask, Mr. Hua, in which industry have you not dabbled?" Hua Xiuedong smiled and quickly changed the subject. "Nanan, my aunt really liked the scarf you gave her. She asked me to thank you." It was a silk scarf adorned with exquisite gu embroidery. Quan Xingnan practiced what she had learned daily, reviewing the old to understand the new. While practicing embroidery, she embroidered several scarves and distributed them among the elders. Besides her own grandmother, mother, aunts, and aunts-in-law, she gave a purple one to old Mrs. Hua and a dark red one to Madame Qin. After giving out the scarves, she received many gifts in return. Each one was very precious. A small investment brings 10,000-fold profits, Quan Xingnan joked with Hua Xiuedong. When she distributed the scarves, Hua Xiuedong was in the capital. Madame Qin gave her a complete set of glass-type imperial green jade jewelry in return. "Fourth brother, I gave the scarves as a token of my affection. There's no need for return gifts. If your aunt wants to give something in return, please decline on my behalf. I've already received so many things from everyone. Last time, the gift Madame gave me felt almost too much to accept. When elders bestow gifts, one dare not refuse. My aunt has plenty of things. If she gives you something, just accept it. After all, it's for the future daughter-in-law." Quan Xingnan's almond-shaped eyes widened. Remembering that Hua Xiuedong couldn't see her, she blinked her eyes and exclaimed after a long pause, "How can that be? One shouldn't receive rewards without merit." She had given old Mrs. Hua some gifts, and the return gifts from the old lady were so lavish that she felt overwhelmed. She could only continue to offer small tokens of her affection, but as soon as she sent her heartfelt gifts, more return gifts would arrive. It simply formed a cycle. Chapter 707, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost 9. The cycle was beneficial for her, but for others, the losses were significant. Quan Xingnan indeed felt she couldn't quite bear it. Besides, she truly didn't lack these things. No matter how many jewels and accessories she had, she couldn't possibly pile them all on herself. As for jade items, they need to be worn for a long time to truly bring out their luster. If she changed her set every day, it would serve no purpose other than flaunting wealth. It wouldn't achieve the effect of jade nurturing a person, nor would it allow the person to nurture the jade. It would just be a waste of a pile of precious jade, left to gather dust locked away in boxes. What she liked wearing most now were the jade bracelet and hairpin Hua Xiuedong had given her. You may not need them now, but you will in the future. Different occasions require different accessories to match your dresses. Everyone giving you these is their heartfelt gesture, so keep them well, Hua Xiuedong said. Was she already feeling overwhelmed by just these few pieces? He was actually planning to have a batch of jewelry made for Quan Xingnan and set aside a special room in the house just for storing accessories. As for this plan, he would keep it from Quan Xingnan for now. After sharing some more intimate words over the phone, Quan Xingnan finally hung up, feeling content. Thinking of Xingting's plight, Quan Xingnan's mood sank again. 7 or 8 days later, Quan Xingnan had become familiar with all her classmates in Class 3. She already understood her former classmates from her past life well, and now, by catering to their interests, she easily won their favor. Except for Xingman. She was cold and aloof, never speaking to anyone. De Quan shrugged, draping an arm over Quan Xingnan's shoulder. "Nanan, don't bother trying. I've already been rebuffed repeatedly. Even though I keep trying and failing and trying again." De Quan had a very strong sense of responsibility and had long wanted to help Xingman integrate into the class. However, Xingman's personality was just too difficult. Even the homeroom teacher's intervention couldn't reach her. Apart from attending classes, she just worked odd jobs in the cafeteria to earn her living expenses. If unnecessary, she sometimes wouldn't speak a word all day. Because of this, the homeroom teacher and teacher Wang Jinying had asked teachers of other subjects to call on Xingman more often in class to prevent her from truly remaining silent all day long. "I have a way." Quan Xingnan pushed De Quan's face away, telling her not to follow, and walked alone to Xingman's desk. Facing the new transfer student, Xingman didn't even look up. She got up to use the restroom and then sat back down to preview the next lesson. Quan Xingnan bent down, leaned close to Xing Man's ear, and whispered softly, Xing Man, I believe your brother Xing Ting is innocent. His exam results were swapped. He now rests with eyes unclosed. As his little sister, are you willing to step forward and seek justice for him? Under De Quan's astonished gaze, Xing Man stood up, losing her composure. She stared fixedly at Quan Xingnan, who simply smiled. There's an opportunity now. It depends on whether you can seize it. You. Xing Man's voice was very hoarse as she struggled to speak. How do you know? All her classmates called her Xing Man, with man pronounced as man, including teacher Wang Jinying, who wanted her to have a new life and not dwell in the past. But Quan Xingnan called her Xing Man, with man pronounced as Wan. She knew then that Quan Xingnan must know something. De Quan quickly walked over. Xing Man, Nan, what are you talking about? Nothing much, class monitor. I just wanted to make friends with classmate Xing Man. This time, she pronounced man as man. De Quan looked at them suspiciously. Finally, her gaze settled on Xing Man. Is that true, Xing Man? Chapter 708, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost 10. Xing Man lowered her gaze and said, Classmate Xiao Quan is very lovely. I'm willing to be friends with her. De Quan widened his eyes in surprise. Xing Man didn't say anything more, as if she hadn't noticed De Quan's expression. Whether Quan Xingnan's talk about seeking justice for her brother was true or not, she wanted to seize this only opportunity. She didn't want her brother to die with grievances unresolved. Xing Man would always remember her brother's swollen body, his eyes still unable to close before cremation. After school at noon, Xing Man didn't go to the cafeteria to do odd jobs as usual. Instead, she approached Quan Xingnan. Classmate Xiao Quan, sorry to interrupt your mealtime, but can I talk with you? Of course. Quan Xingnan went with her to the sports field. Now, all the students were swarming to the cafeteria for lunch, so there weren't many people on the field. As soon as they stopped, Xing Man said urgently, Classmate Xiao Quan, how do you know about my brother's situation? Did you hear about it? Or is it because of something else? Besides teacher Wang and me, you are the only one who believes my brother was innocent. You said to let me seek justice for my brother. What do I need to do to let my brother rest in peace? As she spoke, Xing Man's tears began to fall. She could never forget that nightmare. It was a dark, complicated nightmare that her family was powerless to bear. Quan Xingnan handed her a handkerchief, placed both hands on her shoulders, looked directly into her face, and said gently, Xing Man, I can't tell you how I know about this, but I can tell you that I am the only one who can help you. How? How? Those people are very powerful. Teacher Wang was almost ruined by them, and even Principal Ouyang couldn't do anything. As long as you listen to me, I can help you expose those people's evil deeds to the world. Are you willing to believe me? Why wouldn't I be willing? Why wouldn't I believe? I've long had nothing left. I don't care about anything. You gain nothing by deceiving me. At worst, it would just ruin me. I only want to seek justice for my brother. My brother was so outstanding, yet he died in such humiliation, and even after death, he has to bear the stigma. Xing Man cried uncontrollably. She couldn't forget the pain left by the deaths of her parents and brother. Xing Teng, who came to visit his sister every day as a spirit, was also in tears. After the siblings cried, one human and one ghost spoke in unison, what should I do? Quan Xingnan first used her spiritual sense to inquire about the information Xing Teng had found, and a plan immediately formed in her mind. With Xing Man's agreement, Quan Xingnan had Alexander arrange for several reporters to interview her. Based on Xing Man's oral account, the complete story was published in newspapers and magazines, and it was the headline. Several major media outlets reported it simultaneously. Originally, Quan Xingnan wanted the reporters to use a pseudonym for Xing Man to avoid disturbing her life, but Xing Man refused. I want to write my and my brother's names openly and honestly. We have acted with integrity. There's no need for any pseudonyms. Ma Yanling swapped my brother's exam results. I want her to be infamous. The reports pointed directly at Ma Yanling. After publication, Ma Yanling couldn't remain unaffected. The influence of these media outlets was enormous. That very day, countless people saw the report, expressed deep sympathy for the protagonist in the story, and some parents reacted strongly. In less than 2 months, it would be this year's college entrance examination. Seeing such a report, how could they not feel terrified? What if their own child's results were swapped? Peking University immediately began investigating Ma Yanling. As the top university in the country, with the report naming names, they had to get to the bottom of it. Apart from those who flattered Ma Yanling, her interpersonal relationships were genuinely poor. Many people saw the report and began discussing it extensively. P.S. 2 more chapters. I've already written until I'm exhausted. I'm going to cook first, then eat, finish writing and post before 2 o'clock. Chapter 709, Family Destroyed 11. So Ma Yanling got into Capital University by swapping someone else's exam paper. The student whose exam paper was swapped was driven to the point of family ruin by this incident, leaving only a younger sister who had no choice but to leave her hometown. The news spread like wildfire through Capital University in an instant. Every student who can enter Capital University is a treasure in their family, a favorite of their teachers. Each one walked cautiously on a tightrope to achieve today's glory. They are proud of themselves, proud to be students of Capital University. Their pride was earned through their own hard-fought battles. What right does Ma Yanling have to be their fellow alumna? By virtue of her family background? Some initially didn't believe the reports, but soon, people who didn't get along with Ma Yanling disclosed her academic performance after enrollment, along with anecdotes about how she couldn't even answer the most basic high school questions. If she entered with a score second only to the top scorer in the Chang'an City College entrance exam, how could she not even know high school coursework? Many people were filled with doubts about Ma Yanling's admission. The capital was to Ma Yanling what Chang'an City was to Ouyang-yi, both were beyond their reach. Ma Guowei could throw his weight around in the Chang'an City education sector, but he couldn't extend his influence into the capital. Among the gathering of high-ranking officials in the capital, what was he? Just a minor official, a mere speck. If he reached out, his claws would be chopped off immediately. By the time they learned of this report, it had already developed to an uncontrollable extent. Without the Ma family's suppression like in Chang'an City, the exam paper swapping incident continued to ferment. Under Quan Xingnan's direction, these media outlets spared no effort in making the incident known to everyone. If you randomly grabbed someone buying a newspaper on the street and asked, they would answer they were following this matter. How could they not pay attention? This year's college entrance exam isn't far away. Many reporters from other media outlets went to interview Xingman. Xingman was afraid of saying something wrong, causing the media to freely use their imagination as they did in Chang'an City, which might ultimately make her seem in the wrong. Therefore, apart from the media outlets brought by Quan Xinnan, she refused all others. Ouyang-yi immediately took action, blocking the other media reporters outside. Fortunately, Xingman was homeless and had been living in the university dormitory, so she didn't need to leave campus and face their encirclement and interception. The reporters from those few media outlets all possessed formidable writing skills. Their accounts of Xingman's accusations were the most moving to readers. Our family is very poor. We live in a remote area. Our communication is underdeveloped. We have no power, no influence. We are small people. Even if something happens, we have no way to fight against them. Is it because of this that they chose my brother? Leaving the mountains to go to university outside, education is the only way out, the only path to a better future for the children in our village. You already have wealth, power, and bright prospects. You can obtain things we could never get in a lifetime without relying on education. Why must you block our only way out? I beg you people with vast connections and influence, I beg you to show mercy and let go of us children from poor families. You cut off my brother's path, caused my family's destruction. My father died, my mother took her own life, my brother died under unclear circumstances, his eyes wouldn't close even before cremation. He died with grievances unredressed. I don't seek any compensation. I don't need any compensation. I don't need an apology from the instigators either. I only beg kind-hearted people to help me, help my deceased brother, investigate the exam papers from that year. Don't let him bear this accusation even after death. Chapter 710, Family Ruined and Loved Ones Lost 12. More and more people were demanding an investigation into the college entrance exam papers of Ma Yanling and Xing Ting from that year. It had always been the practice that after the college entrance exam concluded, all exam papers were sealed and stored in the archives. The papers from last year should definitely still be there. Someone, showing remarkable foresight, called on everyone to demand to see the papers and sarcastically remarked in front of the media, "Let's hope there isn't any unfortunate accident, like the papers being stolen or going missing, preventing us from reviewing that year's exams." But whether they're stolen or missing, it would only prove one thing: someone has a guilty conscience. At this point, no one could stop the investigation into this matter. Peking University stepped forward. The Ministry of Education and other relevant departments also came forward, issuing directives down to Chang'an City, ordering the city to assist in a strict investigation of Ma Guowei and his wife, as well as the school and the invigilating teachers involved. The incident's impact was too severe. If not handled properly, it would undoubtedly escalate into an uncontrollable situation. Some had been wanting to replace the Ma family's position for a long time. Based on the information Xing Tang provided, Quan Xingnan sent people to deliver the interview transcripts about Xingman to the Ma family's rivals and Ma Yanling's enemies as soon as possible. Those families took preemptive action. Before the scandal fully erupted, and before the Ji and Ma families could destroy the exam paper evidence, they had already successfully obtained Ma Yanling and Xing Tang's exam papers through official channels. The papers were brought back to the capital and made public. Sure enough, the exam paper nominally belonging to Ma Yanling showed signs of alteration on the name, student ID number, and other details. The paper bearing Xingting's name showed no such alterations. It was possible that from the start, Ma Yanling had directly filled in Xingting's name and student ID on that paper, requiring no later changes. Someone produced Ma Yanling's exam papers from after her enrollment for comparison and invited experts for appraisal. Based on handwriting analysis, the exam paper bearing Xingting's name and student ID was written by Ma Yanling, while the paper bearing Ma Yanling's name and student ID matched Xingting's previously left handwriting exactly. Wang Jinying and Xing Man had kept Xingting's old homework assignments and handed them over to the relevant reporters at this time. The truth was revealed. Ma Yanling had indeed swapped exam papers with Xingting to gain admission to Peking University. The teachers and students of Peking University were furious. Countless parents of students awaiting the college entrance exam were furious. They all demanded severe punishment without leniency. Some continued to dig deeper, uncovering another victim whose exam papers Ma Yanling had swapped after junior high school graduation. They obtained the exam papers from that junior high graduation year. After appraisal, it was proven that Ma Yanling had again swapped someone else's papers to enter a key high school. That girl, in front of the reporters, suddenly burst into loud sobs, tearfully recounting her arduous journey to continue her studies. Back then, her graduation exam scores were too low. She almost lost the chance to study further. Her family had long said they would only support her education if she passed the exams, otherwise, she would have to go work. It was only after she knelt and begged her parents, and her elder brother and sister-in-law couldn't bear to see her educational path cut short, borrowing money for her to repeat a year, that she managed to get into a key high school again. Her grades were among the top, and she was about to take the college entrance exam this year. If not for Ma Yanling, she would have passed the college entrance exam last year and become the first college student from her village. It was Ma Yanling who almost ruined her life. She was lucky to have had the chance to repeat a year. But what about senior Xingting? He never got another chance to study. Yes, the truth had come to light. But so what? Xingting was already gone. The once intact Xing family now only had one girl left. Ma Guowei and his wife, the invigilating teachers, and other relevant school personnel involved were all removed from their positions and stripped of all their titles. Ma Yanling was expelled from Peking University, and her previous high school graduation certificate was invalidated. However, the only one sentenced to prison was Ma Guowei, and his 5-year prison term wasn't for this incident, but for other illegal activities. As for the victims, the Xing family and Xing Man, all they received was 10,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress and an apology. P.S. 24 chapters done, exhausted to the point of vomiting blood, seeking praise. Chapter 711, Revisiting Old Haunts 1. The happiness of a family of 4, 3 lives lost. Could 10,000 yuan and a few flippant apologies bring them back? Xing Man gave a bitter smile, refusing the other party's compensation, refusing to meet Ma Yanling, and refusing the Ma family's apology. No need. There's no need, I don't need to see them. The Ma family's wrong wasn't against me, it was against my brother. All I want is for the truth of what happened back then to come to light, for my parents and brother to rest in peace. Now, my goal has been achieved, I have no other desires. From now on, I will study hard, strive to get into university, and fulfill our family's wish. Many people thought Xingting had taken his own life because he couldn't bear the blow, including Xing Man. If Quan Xing Man hadn't been able to see Xingting's ghost, she would have thought the same. After all, his death was so sudden. Xing Man now only wanted to study and go to university. What her brother couldn't accomplish, she would achieve for him. Not only that, Xing Man also refused any donations from the outside world. Her tuition and living expenses were fully covered, and she didn't have to pay a cent for accommodation. She didn't need others to donate money or goods. The money she earned from working part-time in the cafeteria was enough for her pocket money. Upon hearing her response, the outside world sighed with sorrow. Besides sympathy, there was no other feeling. The successive downfall of a series of individuals in the Chang'an education sector unveiled the truth behind countless cases of impersonation and even swapped exam papers. The entire nation was in an uproar. This incident revealed that corruption in the education sector was just as severe as in the political arena, urgently needing to be purged of such malpractice to restore a fair and just learning and examination environment for students from impoverished backgrounds. Parents of countless high school seniors from poor families were especially anxious. They were on high alert, fearing their children might be the next Xingting. Afterward, Beijing University made a particularly unexpected move. After President Zhou of Beijing University and the university's senior leadership held a meeting and discussion, they filled out an admission letter, which President Zhou personally handed to Xing Man. The name of the admitted student on it was none other than Xingting. Holding the long-overdue admission letter, Xing Man burst into tears. President Zhou, thank you. My brother, in the afterlife, will be so happy to receive this letter. By the end of her words, Xing Man was choked with sobs, unable to utter another word. This admission letter, awaited by the entire village and family, had come too late, far too late. The truth had come out, her brother's name had been cleared, but he was no longer here. When a person is gone, everything is gone. Tears fell like a downpour, drop by drop, quickly landing on the admission letter, silently sliding off and falling into the dust. Those who saw it felt an overwhelming ache in their hearts. President Zhou sighed, reached out and patted Xing Man's shoulder. Child, the departed are gone. We must look forward. Your brother is no longer here, but you're still alive. As long as you're alive, there is hope. I hope to see your name on Beijing University's admission list. Xing Man bowed deeply to him. After President Zhou left, Ouyang Yi and Zhang Kun followed, leaving the classroom in complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only then did the students of Class 3 realize that Xing Man's aloofness and isolation stemmed from such a great injustice and such deep pain. Daquan was the first to speak. Xing Man, you're not being fair. When something this big happened, you should have told us. We could have shared the burden together. If we hadn't seen the newspaper, we would never have known you were carrying so much pain inside. Xing Man pressed the admission letter to her chest and suddenly bowed deeply to everyone. Chapter 712, Revisiting Old Haunts 2. Thank you, class monitor, and thank you all for your concern. From now on, I will live a very good life. I hope you won't mind my previous aloofness. I actually really want to be friends with everyone. Led by Quan Shinan, the class below immediately broke into applause. After this incident, the students of Class 3, Grade 8 became even more united and friendly. With the help of Daquan and Quan Shinan, Xing Man quickly integrated into the class, and her smiles grew more numerous day by day. She was a very cheerful and lively girl, with athleticism and organizational skills no less than Daquan's. It was just that the deaths of her parents and brother, along with her own experiences, had deeply depressed her and changed her personality. Now that the matter was resolved, the gloom between her brows dissipated, and she radiated vitality from the inside out. Holding the admission notice his sister had burned for him, Xing Teng also wept bitterly. The hope of their entire village, the hope placed upon him, had been realized in such a peculiar way. Wiping his tears, Xing Teng gradually calmed down. He bowed deeply to Quan Xingnan. Master Quan, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have regained my innocence so quickly, and my little sister wouldn't have started smiling again so soon. This is what I should do. I only regret that I am as insignificant as a speck of dust, and there are many students with experiences like yours whom I don't know and cannot help. Quan Xingnan sighed. While helping ghosts fulfill their wishes brought her great merit, the more merit she gained, the colder her heart felt, and the more she perceived the injustice of heaven. The ways of the world, the hearts of people. Was justice served just because the truth came to light? That was merely the humble wish of the brother and sister, 10,000 yuan, and a few words of apology. That was all they ultimately received. How could that heal their wounds? How could it restore their happiness? Was it fair? No, it wasn't. Was it just? No, it wasn't. With such an outcome concluding the entire matter, everyone felt immense satisfaction at the downfall of Ma Guowei and his associates. But what use was that satisfaction? The harm had already been done. Who would pay the price? Xing Ting said calmly, there are no deities in the mortal world. Fairness, between the powerful and the common people, has never existed. I am already very satisfied with this result. Listen, satisfied. His wish was so modest. Quan Xingnan smiled bitterly. No matter how indignant she felt, she was ultimately not a deity. She could not change this reality. Some were arrested now, some were punished, but what about those who weren't arrested or punished? Would such things be any fewer in the future? It was completely impossible to eradicate them. It was extracurricular activity time, and no one was around Quan Xingnan when Xing Man came over to thank her. Thank you, classmate Xiao Quan. Although I don't know how you learned about my brother's situation, nor why you were willing to help me, and I don't know what abilities you possess, I sincerely thank you. Because of you, my brother can finally rest in peace, and Teacher Wang received fair and just treatment, along with recognition from above. She bit her lip, swallowing the questions she wanted to ask. She wanted to ask how Quan Xingnan had known about her brother's situation. After all, many people in Chang'an City had been silenced. In the capital, only she and Teacher Wang knew the details. Ouyang Yi knew a bit, but wasn't clear about all the specifics. She swallowed hard, but couldn't hold back. Hesitantly, Xing Man couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Classmate Xiao Quan, may I ask you one thing? Chapter 713, Revisiting Old Haunts 3. What do you want to ask? Quan Xingnan saw through her thoughts and sighed inwardly. About my brother's matter, where did you hear it from? And how are you so sure it was Ma Yanling who swapped grades with my brother? After all, Teacher Wang and I only suspected it. We weren't certain. I want to thank that person. Thank him for letting you know and for helping my brother so much. Xing Man's eyes were filled with gratitude. That person was the one most deserving of thanks, wasn't he? Others might think it was me who found reporters to expose the story, revealing my misfortune and starting this whole affair. But she knew that all of this was Quan Xingnan's doing. She was the one who came up with the idea first. The person who told Quan Xingnan. She desperately wanted to know who it was. Think whatever you like. If you're grateful to him, be grateful in your heart. Quan Xingnan had no intention of revealing Xing Tang's existence. Xing Tang stared fixedly at her, suddenly choking up. You're right. No matter what, I am very grateful to him, and to you. My brother finally no longer has to bear that disgrace. Quan Xingnan nodded. I believe your brother's spirit in heaven will surely know. Xing Tang's expression was very calm. He looked at Xing Man with pity and asked, Master Quan, will my little sister's life be smooth sailing? They say you can divine mysteries, know the past and the future. Before I reincarnate, I want to ask you, will my little sister's life be free of major storms? Rest assured, Xing Man's life will be very smooth. She will live very, very well. She would take care of her own friend. That's good, that's good. When can I reincarnate? Right now. Quan Xingnan recited an incantation with her spiritual sense. Xing Tang saw a large gate open before him, paved with breathtakingly beautiful red spider lilies. Taking one last, reluctant look at his little sister, Xing Tang turned and stepped through the gate. The gate to the underworld slowly closed, beginning to fade the moment it shut, until it vanished into nothingness. Xing Man's heart felt empty. She touched her chest, lost in thought. Xing Man's life returned to calm, but this matter did not settle down just because Ma Guowei and his associates had fallen. The Ma family's downfall dealt a heavy blow to the Ji family. The Ma family was a rather important marriage alliance for the Ji family, holding a significant position in the education sector. Now, the speed of the Ma family's collapse completely caught the Ji family off guard. It even affected the Ji family. Because Ma Yanling had swapped grades to advance her education, people began to suspect everyone connected to the Ma family, especially those relatives who had advanced with excellent grades. Among them was Ji Tianxin. Some suspected that when Ji Tianxin went abroad years ago, she had used connections to take someone else's spot. After all, while Ji Tianxin's grades were very good, they weren't top tier. In her year, there were many students more outstanding than her, all of whom had been strong candidates for the exchange student program. Yet, in the end, it was Ji Tianxin who went abroad as an exchange student. When the exchange period ended, she managed to stay abroad for further studies. What did that mean? Surely someone had abused their power for personal gain. If no one spoke up, it might have been forgotten. But someone did speak up, and gradually, everyone in high society came to believe it. Ji Tianxin had always been proud. Having studied abroad, she felt she was different from those empty-headed heiresses who relied solely on their parents, knew only how to dress up and attend parties. Now, whenever she went out, she faced everyone's veiled sarcasm and mockery, being told she was no different from those heiresses. She was going mad. Chapter 714, Revisiting Old Haunts 4. Although Quan Xingnan gave the instructions for this matter, she did not make a personal appearance. Apart from Xing Man, Alexander, and Daniel, only Hua Xuedong was aware. No one else knew anything about it. Alexander was the one who handled all the media contacts, so naturally, no one disturbed Quan Xingnan's life. Quan Xingnan's focus was on her studies. On the familiar campus, she was like a fish in water. Outside of class, she still diligently practiced the arts of the qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while also devoting herself to cultivating her spiritual power. As early as 7 years ago, the spiritual power she cultivated was no longer just for tempering her bones. The inheritance also contained some self-defense techniques. Having received such an inheritance, her first priority was the ability to protect herself. She never placed her hopes on others. For her own safety, she had to practice persistently. The reason she didn't practice 7 years ago was that the bones of a 6 or 7-year-old child were too soft and not suitable for practicing martial arts. Therefore, laying a foundation with spiritual power first and then cultivating other skills was the correct path of the inheritance. For the past 7 years, Quan Xingnan had woken up at 5 o'clock every morning. She would first meditate and regulate her breathing, then practice her techniques. This was her routine in Jinling, and it remained the same when she returned to the capital. About half a month after the Xingting incident concluded, she felt signs that her spiritual power seemed on the verge of a breakthrough. She had waited for 7 years without any indication of a breakthrough, and now she finally sensed it. How could she not be excited? In this life, she had reached the peak state of her previous life at 36, when she was still very young. Subsequent breakthroughs had all granted her inheritances she never obtained in her past life. This time, after accumulating strength over a long period for a major effort over 7 years, she wondered what good things she might obtain from the inheritance. Quan Xingnan immediately announced she was going into seclusion and requested a 3-day leave from school on the pretext of illness. Apart from her grandparents, Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen, everyone else thought she was joking. Although they often saw Quan Xingnan leaping and moving about in the garden, none of them thought she was practicing martial arts. Instead, they believed she had learned some form of dance for exercise, finding it quite aesthetically pleasing. However, the set of 5 animal frolics she taught the elders had proven quite effective. This set of 5 animal frolics was slightly different from the common version, but its effects were excellent. The rosy complexions and vigorous spirits of Yun Jianjun and his wife, as well as the elderly couples of the Lin and Qin families, were all thanks to the 5 animal frolics. Quan Xingnan, worried she might not be able to answer calls conveniently while practicing, called everyone to inform them she would be temporarily out of contact. If anything important came up, they could tell her family members, who would relay the message. During her cultivation, she would still come out to wash up and eat. She wasn't practicing in complete seclusion without breaks. Locking the door of the practice room from the inside, Quan Xingnan, dressed in white practice clothes, sat cross-legged with her 5 centers facing the sky. She felt the surging spiritual power within her body, continuously circulating through her meridians, starting slow and sparse, but gradually becoming faster and more abundant, rapidly gathering in her dantian. She didn't know how much time had passed. At the moment of breakthrough, Quan Xingnan's whole body shuddered, and many things flooded into her mind. She forcefully endured the sudden chaos, striving to accept the inherited knowledge. Martial arts section. Medical section. Most importantly, her heavenly eye and earthly pupil seemed to have advanced another level. After organizing the contents in her mind, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but curve the corners of her mouth. She had cultivated spiritual power for many years and had received some inheritance of techniques, but they were mostly defensive, with very few offensive ones. The content of the inheritance she received today truly solved her urgent need. Medical section? For the past 7 years, she had persistently studied traditional Chinese medicine. Although she had already surpassed the level of her previous life, she hoped to advance even further. As for the heavenly eye and earthly pupil, they went without saying, they were the foundation of her supernatural abilities. She truly wondered what kind of person the Yuan family ancestor was to leave behind such a powerful inheritance. Could he have been an immortal? These contents really shouldn't appear in the mortal world. Chapter 715, Revisiting Old Haunts 5. Aside from herself, Quan Xingnan had never seen another person with supernatural abilities. Li Feng called out from outside the door. When he passed through the door panel and entered, he felt a dazzling brilliance before his eyes. Quan Xingnan seemed different somehow. He scrutinized her carefully and finally noticed the difference. Quan Xingnan's skin had always been extremely fair and lustrous, as white as ice and snow, as smooth as crystal jade. But now, her skin seemed even more exquisite than before, as if a layer of dust had been shed, making it appear even clearer and more translucent. After her breakthrough, Quan Xingnan stood up in high spirits and greeted Li Feng. "Master, you're here." Li Feng smiled and said, "You really were in seclusion practicing your skills?" "Of course. Don't you believe me?" "I do. How could I not?" The martial arts heritage of our country has a long history. However, with the passage of time and several wars and upheavals, it has long been lost in the river of history. Li Feng sighed, feeling quite emotional. "Master, you came to see me. Is there something you need?" Li Feng usually enjoyed wandering around households with book collections and rarely appeared at the Yun family home. Remembering his purpose for coming, Li Feng quickly said, "I stayed at an elderly person's home for half a month and finally memorized a book I hadn't recited before in its entirety." Knowing his obsession with books, Quan Xingnan hurried from the practice room directly to the study, taking out paper and a brush. She recorded everything according to Li Feng's dictation. To her delight, Quan Xingnan discovered that after listening to Li Feng recite it once, the content was deeply engraved in her mind. What surprised her even more was that her speed in writing with a brush had increased significantly compared to before. Previously, her brush writing speed was about the same as others writing with a pen. Now it was almost twice as fast. It seemed this breakthrough had brought great benefits. After finishing writing, Quan Xingnan checked from beginning to end to ensure there were no omissions before putting down her brush. Once it dried, she bound it into a booklet. Quan Xingnan checked the time and realized a whole day had passed. She hurried out to reassure her family. She saw Hua Xuedong sitting in the hall, chatting and laughing with her grandfather. At this time, aside from her grandparents, only the 3 brothers Ying, Hu, and Shi were at home. The others were either out visiting friends or busy with their careers and weren't constantly at home. She didn't know what Hua Xuedong had said, but Yun Jianjun laughed heartily, looking very pleased. Grandpa, what are you talking about? You seem so happy. Quan Xingnan walked over. Not seeing her grandmother and younger brothers, she glanced around. Through the window, she saw her grandmother and several nannies watching the three little ones, Ying, Hu, and Shi, playing with mud in the yard. They were poking each other and getting covered in dirt, each looking like a little painted cat. Nan, you finished your seclusion? Tong is here. Why didn't you change your clothes before coming out? Yun Jianjun's smile remained on his face. Although his tone was reproachful, it was filled with deep affection. This life now was something he had never dared to imagine. He knew Quan Xingnan had a close relationship with Hua Xuedong in her previous life. Moreover, Quan Xingnan wasn't an ordinary young girl, so he didn't mind the deeper bond between them compared to others. Quan Xingnan hugged the old man's arm and said coquettishly, I was just in a hurry to see you, wasn't I? Mr. Hua isn't an outsider. After confirming their feelings, she never called him fourth uncle or fourth brother in front of others, always addressing him as Mr. Hua or Hua Xuedong. A brilliant smile flashed in Hua Xuedong's eyes. Old Mr. Yun, I'm not an outsider. At home, why should Nanan be as reserved as she is outside? This is just fine, naturally graceful and charming. Chapter 716, Revisiting Old Haunts 6. A loose white practice robe concealed her graceful figure. Her jet-black long hair was loosely tied up in a bun, looking somewhat disheveled. Yet, seeing her like this was unbelievably beautiful. Starting with the sweet talk again, Mr. Hua. Quan Xingnan glanced at him. Not seeing him for over 20 days felt like a century had passed. The changes that Li Fang could notice, Hua Xuedong naturally detected with his keen senses. Nanan, it seems your seclusion this time has yielded significant gains. She was already beautiful enough, but now she appeared ethereal and transcendent, almost breathtaking. Hua Xuedong felt his heart beating fiercely. The most important thing to do now was to hide her away, to prevent others from glimpsing her beauty. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly, pursing her lips. Of course. When I say I'm in seclusion, I truly am. My divination skills have advanced a step further. By the way, what brings you here today? Yun Jianjun patted the back of her hand. Does Autumn need a reason to come? Among the younger generation, Yun Jianjun admired Hua Xuedong the most, both in character and in his way of handling matters. I never said that, Grandpa. Quan Xingnan cried out in protest, but her eyes were filled with laughter. Hua Xuedong interjected, Uncle Yun, don't blame Nanan. She really didn't mean that. You, always protecting Nanan. I'm just telling the truth. Hua Xuedong's expression told Yun Jianjun he was absolutely sincere. Yun Jianjun shook his head with a smile. Quan Xingnan quickly asked, Mr. Hua, if you don't have anything urgent, could you help me with something? With what? Hua Xuedong stood up. After hurriedly saying a word to her grandparents, Quan Xingnan led Hua Xuedong to the basement where she stored her jadeite rough stones. After closing the door and turning on the light, before Quan Xingnan could even tell him what to do, Hua Xuedong pulled her into his arms. Looking down with a smile, he kissed her forehead. After being apart for so long, did you miss me? Quan Xingnan gave a light hum. Would you dare do that in front of Grandpa? Hua Xuedong laughed heartily. Letting go, he instead took her jade-like hand. Hua Xuedong surveyed the mountain of rough stones and raised an eyebrow. You've stockpiled this many rough stones? Want me to help you cut them? While looking at the stones, he also noticed a set of stone-cutting machinery. Quan Xingnan pointed to the rough stone containing the 5 blessings jadeite. I bought this stone a very, very long time ago. I have a very strong feeling about it, thinking it might yield fortune, prosperity, longevity jadeite. I originally intended to use it as a promotional gimmick for Weshing Jewelry Company, but later, after cutting out a colossal piece of jadeite at the rough stone shop, I changed my mind. How about we cut it open together? If it really is fortune, prosperity, longevity jadeite, we can ask Master Chow to craft some jewelry from it as gifts for the elderly ladies, your 2 grandmothers and my 2 grandmothers. For Zhao Yuzhen, Grandma Lin, Madame Qin, and Madame Hua, each would receive one. Quan Xingnan remembered the kindness Madame Qin and Madame Hua had shown her. Naturally, she wouldn't forget them when she had something good. Good. Hua Xuedong agreed happily. Working together, the radiant 5 blessings jadeite was soon freed from its ugly outer shell. It was an irregular rectangular prism, about 20 centimeters long, 15 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters thick. Seeing this 5 blessings jadeite, whose name he had only heard but never seen in person, even the exceptionally calm Hua Xuedong was slightly moved. Nanan, this isn't fortune, prosperity, longevity. Its 5 blessings descend upon the household. Red, green, white, yellow, purple, fortune, prosperity, longevity, happiness, wealth, the 5 blessings of life. P.S. Yesterday's updates really drained me, especially since I finished around 2 p.m. So, I couldn't write today's full quota. I'll finish the remaining 6 chapters before 9 p.m. Chapter 717, Revisiting Old Haunts 7. When she first saw it through her clairvoyance, she already thought this piece of jadeite was beautiful. Now that it was fully uncovered, it possessed a kind of beauty that was truly awe-inspiring. Quan Xingnan hugged the 5 blessings jadeite, caressing it, unable to put it down, her eyes crinkling with a smile. I thought getting a piece of Fu Lu Shou jadeite would be pretty good. After all, old mine glass type Fu Lu Shou is definitely not inferior to Imperial Green. Who knew it would actually be a piece of 5 blessings? Its value is simply incomparable to Imperial Green, right, fourth brother? Right? A 5 blessings jadeite that has never appeared in reality before, and you still plan to carve it into jewelry to give away. For such jadeite, the best destination would be carving it into an ornamental piece, priceless beyond measure, definitely more suitable than carving it into jewelry. Hua Xuedong was considered quite knowledgeable, yet he had never seen 5 blessings jadeite before. Forget a whole piece. Even if just a small piece of jadeite gathering all 5 blessings were brought out, it could fetch a sky-high price at auction. Fu, good fortune; Lu, prosperity; Shou, longevity; Shi, happiness; Kai, wealth. The symbolism is too auspicious. The wealthier people are, the more they tend to like such rare and meaningful things. Quan Xingnan nodded. Of course. The best things should be kept for ourselves. We shouldn't follow the example of some of our countrymen, keeping the inferior for ourselves to enjoy and selling or exporting the good stuff. That's treating ourselves too poorly. What's the use of carving an ornamental piece and locking it away at home? So, the destination for this jadeite is to make it into jewelry for the elderly ladies. 5 blessings arriving, what a wonderful meaning. The elderly ladies are all getting on in years. Although their health is still quite robust, each has white hair and white eyebrows. Wearing some jewelry symbolizing longevity would make them look more spirited, and their mood would brighten along with it. All right, our Nan Nan is always so generous. Quan Xingnan shot him a playful glare. She felt her approach was quite normal, nothing particularly praiseworthy, yet he always had to compliment her a few times. Hua Xuedong smiled. She took it for granted, but many people didn't think that way. Few could be like her upon obtaining the best things, thinking first of their elders rather than themselves. The two wrapped up the jadeite, placed it in Quan Xingnan's room to be given to Chao Shuaqin another day, then looked up at each other and both laughed. They had been cutting the stone in the basement. Stone dust and powder were everywhere, covering their heads and clothes. Especially Quan Xingnan's white outfit, which had turned grimy black. Quan Xingnan was particularly image-conscious. Seeing her own reflection in Hua Xuedong's eyes, she let out a startled cry and rushed off to take a bath. Before leaving, she took a bag from the wardrobe and tossed it to Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong had given her many things, but she didn't know what he lacked or what would be appropriate to give him. She felt Hua Xuedong lacked nothing. In the end, she spent half a month making a set of clothes for him. After his bath, he put them on and they fit perfectly. They weren't Tang-style or antique-inspired clothing, but modern-style attire, handmade. It was already early summer. Hua Xuedong wore just a pearl-white silk shirt with some subtle white patterns embroidered on the cuffs, paired with matching dark gray casual trousers made of linen-cotton blend, cool and breathable. When Quan Xingnan came out and Hua Xuedong saw her attire, the curve of his smile deepened further. A pearl-white knee-length dress with a stand-up collar, diagonal front closure with knotted buttons, rich in classical charm. The hem flared like an open lotus leaf, lightly outlined with white silk thread in a circle of interlocking lotus vine pattern. Seeing them dressed like this, Yun Jianjun's eyes flickered slightly, and he warmly invited Hua Xuedong. Ah Tong, it's so late now. Stay the night tonight. Since you insist so kindly, I shall obey. Hua Xuedong had been thinking the same thing. Chapter 718, Revisiting Old Haunts 8. The next day, Quan Xingnan went to invite Chao Shuaqin, and Hua Xuedong accompanied her. Previously, when carving the Fu Lu Shou jadeite, Chao Shuaqin had completed the work at their home. He said the security at his own place wasn't ideal, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving such valuable jadeite there. Now, with a piece of 5 blessings to send jadeite, Chao Shuaqin was even less likely to keep it at his own home. Upon hearing that Quan Xingnan had cut open a piece of 5 blessings to send, Chao Shuaqin immediately couldn't sit still. He packed his familiar carving tools into a case and urged, let's go, take me to see it. I've been in the jade carving industry my whole life and have never seen the legendary jadeite. Arriving at the Yun family and after meeting Yun Jianjun, Chao Shuaqin headed straight for Quan Xingnan's courtyard. Soon, he was holding the 5 blessings to send and wouldn't let go. After inquiring about what needed to be carved, especially the bracelet sizes, Chao Shuaqin went directly into the carving studio in the adjacent courtyard. He didn't even ask what processing fee Quan Xingnan would pay him for carving these items. Quan Xingnan also knew how to carve, so the Yun family had a dedicated carving studio and tools. Not only that, but there were also music rooms, chess rooms, study rooms, practice halls, and so on, each occupying a large area and fully equipped. However, the carving studio Chao Shuiqin entered was not Quan Xingnan's personal one. After all, Quan Xingnan was a young woman, and Chao Shuiqin couldn't linger in her courtyard for long. Therefore, the Yun family had set up a larger carving studio in the neighboring courtyard with even more comprehensive tools. Just as he was closing the door, Chao Shuiqin poked his head out and said, "Nan, aside from mealtimes, please don't let anyone disturb me. My family knows my temperament anyway. I'll just give them a quick call before I turn off my phone." Quan Xingnan smiled and agreed. After coming out with Hu Xuedong, he asked, "I remember your grandmother is also skilled in carving, her reputation even surpassing Chao Shuiqin's. Is it because she's older now that you're not entrusting the carving to her? Don't even mention it. I truly feel inferior to grandma's carving skills." Didn't Quan Xingnan cut open a piece of Fu Lushou jadeite 7 or 8 years ago? Old Mrs. Lin insisted on carving the Fu Lushou Sanxing Bao Shi, 3 stars herald joy, herself, feeling it more meaningful to carve a gift for her husband's birthday herself. So, Chao Shuiqin was responsible for carving the jewelry. Chao Shuiqin finished the jewelry long ago, and it had already been delivered to the elders. Old Mrs. Lin's Fu Lushou Sanxing Bao Shi still isn't finished to this day. Hu Xuedong raised an eyebrow. Not finished. Right? Not finished. Quan Xingnan nodded emphatically, amused. Grandma vowed back then that 2 years would be enough for her to carve it. But then, on the eve of Grandpa's big birthday, she sheepishly told me she had only carved a little bit. She was afraid I'd be angry and didn't dare tell me. It wasn't until the day before Grandpa's birthday, when she felt she couldn't delay any longer, that she told the truth. Upon hearing this news, Quan Xingnan was dumbfounded. Grandpa's birthday was imminent, but the originally planned birthday gift was nowhere in sight. In the end, she personally painted a calligraphy and painting piece, had it mounted overnight, and gave it to old Mr. Lin as the birthday gift. Since then, Quan Xingnan never dared to trouble the old lady to carve jade again. To this day, that Fu Lushou Sanxing Bao Shi is only 70% complete. Old Mr. Lin was both exasperated and amused, saying he might be lying in his coffin before he ever gets to see the old woman's Fu Lushou statue. Hu Xuedong coughed lightly twice, forming a fist with his hand and pressing it against the corner of his mouth. Slow work yields fine results. When the old lady's work is finally unveiled, it will surely be awe-inspiring. Chapter 719, Revisiting Old Haunts 9. As they spoke, they arrived at the front courtyard. After explaining Chao Shuiqin's decision to Yun Jianjun smiled. Old Chao's obsession with jade has truly reached its peak. Just saying, "It's time to eat," might get him to come, but when the time comes, he'll complain that the person delivering the food disturbed him. Yun Jianjun naturally understood the extreme rarity and preciousness of the 5 blessings. He completely understood Chao Shuiqin's dedication to the point of forgetting food and sleep. He glanced at their attire, which was no different from last night's. "Are you two heading out?" "Yes, since we rarely get back to the capital, I thought I'd take Nanan out for a stroll to relax," Hu Xuedong replied with a smile. "Then you should hurry. It'll get hot later," Yun Jianjun said, waving his hand. They were adults. He believed they knew what they should and shouldn't do and didn't plan to interfere. After bidding farewell to Yun Jianjun, they also informed Zhao Yuzhen. As the two reached the door, they heard a patter of footsteps. Little Lion, like a cannonball, rushed to Quan Xingnan, hugged her leg, and shot a challenging look at Hu Xuedong. "Sis, I want to go out and play too," Little Lion loudly declared. Following behind Little Lion, Little Eagle and Little Tiger, though 2 years older, also showed eager looks in their eyes at the mention of playing. 3 little ones of varying sizes, 6 sparkling eyes. Patting Little Lion's head, Quan Xingnan's heart melted. She looked at Hu Xuedong. 4th brother. Hu Xuedong raised an eyebrow and looked down, meeting Little Lion's gaze. Little Lion snorted and hugged even tighter. Hu Xuedong's eyes darkened slightly. "Little Lion, how about you wait at home obediently and let your sister buy you fun toys and tasty treats? The latest Transformers, airplane models, she can get them all." Little Lion shook his head, not falling for the temptation. Quan Xingnan chuckled. "We're not short of those things at home. Your offer isn't tempting. Although the family says we should pamper daughters and raise sons austerely, these 3 brothers of mine are all dearly loved. They lack for nothing, so they won't be easily swayed by others offering them things." "Is that so?" That made things a bit tricky. He had finally stolen a rare half-day of leisure, hoping for a world for just the 2 of them, and didn't want these little nuisances tagging along. Hu Xuedong suddenly gave a low laugh, then adopted a concerned expression. Speaking to Quan Xingnan, he said, "If they come along, you'll have to bear the burden, not just 1, but 3 of them." We're going to climb the Great Wall. Their little short legs won't be able to manage it. You'd have to carry all three. Could you manage that? Quan Xingnan was taken aback, then saw a flicker of hesitation appear on the three little ones' faces. Though young, they had been to the Great Wall many times. Each time, adults had to carry them, and it was very, very tiring. Their little minds couldn't grasp that there were 7 or 8 bodyguards around the two of them, so their sister wouldn't get tired at all. Finally, the eldest, Little Eagle, spoke up. All right, Little Lion, you're so heavy. Sis can't carry you. She'd get tired and out of breath. Let's wait until our brothers are home, then we can all go out with Sis. Little Lion looked at his chubby little body, thinking with a troubled frown, why did everyone say he was heavy? Sis would get tired? Sis won't get tired. Little Lion will wait at home for Sis. Little Lion quickly relented, saying pitifully. His chubby face wore such an expression, making it especially heart-wrenching. Just as Quan Xingnan was about to speak, Hua Xiuedong cut in first. That's a good boy, Little Lion. If Little Lion doesn't go, Sis won't get tired. Chapter 720, Revisiting Old Haunts 10. And so, the three little ones turned and left just as they had rushed out. The Little Lion waved his chubby paw behind his back at Quan Xingnan, then clasped his hands behind his back, trying hard to act like a sensible older child. Hua Xiuedong nodded with satisfaction. Once they left the house and got into the car, Quan Xingnan reached out and gave Hua Xiuedong a light smack. You're an adult. How could you trick children like that? When did I trick them? I told them the truth. Hua Xiuedong leaned close to her, letting her see his sincere and innocent eyes. It's because they care about you. So, as soon as I said it would tire you out, they immediately decided not to come. Your bond is really strong, always considerate of each other. Or perhaps, you'd prefer our date to be interrupted by 3 little ones. By the end, he narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. Quan Xingnan immediately denied it. Of course not. Even if she did, she wouldn't say so. She glanced at the direction they were heading. It wasn't the way to the Great Wall, and she understood. Where are we going? Hua Xiuedong played with the strands of her dark hair left framing her face after she had put it up in a bun, answering casually, I have an appointment with a friend. He holds quite a prestigious position in the art world. I'm taking you to meet him. A friend with a prestigious position in the art world? Quan Xingnan couldn't think of who it might be. Anyway, Hua Xiuedong had a wide circle of friends and acquaintances in every field. Quan Xingnan knew Hua Xiuedong was planning for her future, and her heart was filled with gratitude. She leaned against Hua Xiuedong's shoulder. Actually, there's no need to rush. The art world has always valued steady accumulation and a late bloom. We aren't constrained by life's hardships, so focusing on practice might be even better. I just want you to meet him, make another friend. It'll make things easier for you in the future. The car wound through the streets. Sitting in the back seat, they chatted and laughed, their warmth and sweetness evident in the simplicity of the moment. When the car stopped and they got out, Quan Xingnan was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected their final destination to be Shikahai. It was a place they had often visited in their past life. Shikahai covers a vast water area, including Qianhai, Hohai, and Shihai. Hua Xiuedong owned several large Sahyuan courtyards in Shikahai. The princely mansion that served as the number 6 clubhouse was located in Hohai. He had a fondness for buying old Sahyuan courtyards, each with its own purpose, though he rarely lived in them himself. However, today Hua Xiuedong didn't take her to his most recently purchased Sahyuan. Instead, they walked up to the gate of a relatively small one. Hua Xiuedong raised his hand and knocked on the brass lion head door knocker, producing a clear, ringing sound. The door opened quickly. A crack appeared, and a head of graying hair peeked out. Seeing Hua Xiuedong, the owner of the head immediately opened the door wide, bouncing excitedly. Little four, you're here. Then, his eyes widened even larger than copper bells as he pointed at Quan Xingnan. Little girl, aren't you the one who uncovered that colossal piece of jadeite the other day? What are you doing here? Quan Xingnan was surprised to find that this was Zhang Baixing's residence. In her past life, she had visited Zhang Kuan's home, but it was in an ordinary residential complex, not a Sahyuan. Hello, Elder Zhang. So, the esteemed senior artist fourth brother brought me to meet as you. Quan Xingnan stepped forward respectfully to greet him, her face lit with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Hua Xiuedong asked in surprise, Elder Zhang, you and Nanan have met before? Nanan? Is the little girl called Nanan? That's a childhood name, right? Little four, your friend here isn't very considerate. Not only did she refuse to transfer the jadeite rough to me, but she also wouldn't tell me her name. Zhang Baixing led them inside, muttering complaints to Hua Xiuedong. P.S. I woke up late. There are still 2 more chapters, probably able to be updated before 10 o'clock. Chapter 721, Revisiting Old Haunts 11. Quan Xingnan smiled serenely. Upon entering, she noticed the courtyard's ground was exceptionally level. It wasn't the common pebble path but a concrete one. There were no obstacles in the yard, not even any doorsteps. Half of the steps had been filled in, creating gentle slopes. There must be someone with mobility difficulties living here, Quan Xing'an thought. Old man, you're starting to act crazy again. Careful, people will laugh at you. Following a scolding voice that was aged yet held hidden concern, an elderly lady emerged from the main hall and descended along the unfilled steps. Her steps were light and vigorous, her spirit lively. Upon seeing Hua Xuedong, the elderly lady's face immediately lit up with pleasant surprise, forgetting about her husband for the moment. Tong is here. Hua Xuedong greeted her respectfully and then, pulling Quan Xing'an forward, introduced her, Nan. This is the elderly lady, surnamed Jean, given name by Feng. Like Elder Zhang, she is also a painter and calligrapher. Hello, madam. In her previous life, Quan Xing'an had never met Elder Zhang's wife, Jean Bai Feng. Zhang Baixing had remained active in the gambling stone world, losing every bet he made, all because of his wife. Madame had passed away, but Zhang Baixing always remembered the promises he had made to her. Jean Baifeng walked up to Quan Xingnan's hand, looked her up and down, and clicked her tongue in admiration. What a beautiful girl. Whose daughter is she? Ah Tong, you've kept her hidden so well. Hua Xuedong smiled. His girlfriend was outstanding, and he knew bringing her here would lead to such a scene. Jean Baifeng was a painter and calligrapher who particularly loved all things and people of beauty. After Jean Baifeng finished her praise, Hua Xuedong calmly said, her name is Quan Xingnan, nicknamed Nan. He did not mention her family background. Jean Baifeng didn't mind and led them inside, chatting as they walked. There are quite a few children with the same name these days. Among Kun students, there's one named Quan Xingnan, very lively and straightforward. There's also a male classmate at their school named Quan Xingnan. I've met him too, a very fine young man. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. Madam, I am also teacher Zhang's student now. Before Jean Baifeng could react, Zhang Baixing jumped 3 feet high. What? Your Kun student? How come that brat never mentioned it to me? He had been trying to find out the name and background of the stone-cutting girl. Who would have thought his grandson knew but never told him? Jean Baifeng frowned slightly. Old man, does Kun need to report all his students to you? Zhang Baixing rushed to his wife's side, smiling ingratiatingly. Phoenix, do you remember the girl I told you about? The one who cut out the colossal jadeite and promised to sell me 2 sets of jadeite jewelry? Who do you think she is? Actually, it was Quan Xingnan who cut the jadeite and Qiu Shenghua who promised to sell the jewelry. But in Zhang Baixing's mind, Quan Xingnan was definitely Qiu Shenghua's superior. Hadn't he seen how respectfully Qiu acted? So, saying they were the same person wasn't wrong. It couldn't be you, could it? Nan. Jean Baifeng was exceptionally clever and immediately looked at Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan smiled. At the time, I didn't want to become famous, so I didn't give my name to Elder Zhang or Teacher Zhang. I didn't expect that after transferring schools, I would become Teacher Zhang's student, and that 4th brother would bring me to visit you both. That's understandable. Meeting for the first time without any prior connection, why would you reveal your name? Jean Baifeng waved her hand, not finding anything wrong with Quan Xingnan's approach. Only Zhang Baixing was left stomping in fury, with no one paying him any attention. Just then, a soft, clear voice came from outside the door. Grandfather, has grandmother been scolding you again? As the voice faded, a nanny pushed a wheelchair inside. On it sat a girl of about 17 or 18. Chapter 722, Revisiting Old Haunts 12. The girl was not exceptionally beautiful, but she had a very pleasant appearance. Her eyes were like autumn water, filled with a deep and lingering sorrow. Yet, her expression was resolute, and the smile on her face was gentle. She did not abandon herself to despair because of her disability. Upon seeing her, Zhang Baixing immediately quickened his steps, his face full of concern as he took over from the nanny to push the girl inside. Xuan, weren't you practicing calligraphy in the study? Did Grandpa disturb you? No, I heard we had guests, so I came out to meet them, the girl replied softly. Jean Baifeng said to Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, this is Mai and Lao Zhang's granddaughter. Her surname is Li, and her given name is Qianxuan. Li Qianxuan. Hua Xuedong nodded to her in greeting, but Quan Xingnan was completely stunned. Li Qianxuan, wasn't that the name of Li Feng's daughter? She studied the Li Qianxuan before her carefully and noticed a strong classical elegance about her, but she couldn't be sure if she was related to Li Feng. After all, there were many people in the world with the same name. She and Daquan shared the same name and gender, let alone others. Without Li Qianxuan's consent, she felt it inappropriate to pry into her privacy. Meanwhile, Li Qianxuan listened as Jean Baifeng introduced Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan to her. She gave them a gentle smile and said, Mr. Hua, Miss Quan, welcome to our home. It's been a long time since I've seen grandfather so spirited. Zhang Baixing huffed and puffed. Xuan, when was I spirited? I'm angry. Li Qianxuan soothed him. I know, grandfather, but being angry means you have the energy to be angry. Seeing Jin Baifeng about to make tea, Li Qianxuan quickly stepped forward to help. Although she had difficulty walking, her movements while making tea were fluid and graceful, a pleasure to watch. Seeing her technique and posture for making tea, Quan Xingnan felt a degree of certainty in her heart. This method was uniquely passed down within the Li family. Li Feng had taught it to her. Li Qianxuan must have a deep connection to Li Feng. But if it was a case of reincarnation, shouldn't all past memories be forgotten? How could she still know a tea-making technique that had been lost for centuries? With her mind full of doubts, Quan Xingnan decided to wait and see how things unfolded. After drinking tea, Xuedong stated his purpose for the visit. Old Zhang, when are you going to give me those 6 pieces of ancient ink? At the mention of the ancient ink, Zhang Baixing's face fell like a bitter melon. Quan Xingnan asked curiously, "Fourth brother, did you come to ask old Zhang for something? Ancient ink?" She was very interested. Xuedong nodded. I made a bet with old Zhang. If he lost, he had to give me the 6 pieces of Ming Dynasty ancient ink he collected. If I lost, I would give him my Jiaoya Bai inkstone. In the end, I won. Today, I'm mainly here to collect my prize. It's very suitable for you to practice calligraphy. Zhang Baixing had never won a single bet in his life. It was truly innate luck. Many people wanted to lose to him but couldn't. Yet, he refused to believe in his bad luck and particularly enjoyed betting with others. Really? Old Zhang, when are you going to give fourth brother his prize? I'd really like to see what kind of ancient ink it is and if it's different from what I've used before, Quan Xingnan said, rather mercilessly adding insult to injury. A bet is a bet, old man. Jin Baifeng ordered him to fetch the ancient ink, then asked Quan Xingnan, do you understand calligraphy? Quan Xingnan replied modestly, I know a little, just the basics. Come, let's go to the study. Let me see your handwriting. Jin Baifeng, who loved seeing younger generations practice traditional arts, immediately pushed her granddaughter ahead and led them into the study. She personally laid out paper, ground ink, prepared everything, and then yielded her position to Quan Xingnan. Under Xuedong's approving gaze, Quan Xingnan did not decline. Her fingers glided over the brushes on the brush stand, paused slightly, and she picked up one brush. Seeing Quan Xingnan's action, a glint flashed in Jin Baifeng's eyes. This brush was the best on the stand. She had spent 5,000 yuan to acquire it. It seemed Quan Xingnan was a connoisseur. The brush moved like a dragon and snake, completing the work in one go. The admiration in Jin Baifeng's eyes grew even stronger. After the ink dried, she lifted the paper with both hands. Li Qianxuan, who had been watching with a smile, suddenly dropped her handkerchief. She sharply looked up, her eyes fixed intently on the handwriting on the paper. P.S. Finished updating, coughing up blood. Chapter 723, Father and Daughter Meet One. Jin Baifeng didn't notice her granddaughter's unusual behavior. Except for Xuedong, who was observant and alert, and Quan Xingnan, who had deliberately imitated Li Feng's handwriting. Xuedong was slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He had heard Quan Xingnan tell Li Feng's story, admired Li Feng's integrity, and knew that Li Feng had a daughter who had hanged herself for love. However, he didn't know that Li Feng's daughter was named Li Qianxuan. Quan Xingnan, on the other hand, was trying to confirm her suspicions. The facts proved that this Li Qianxuan must have a deep connection with Li Feng's daughter. Jin Baifeng praised for a while and suddenly asked, Nan, how many years have you been practicing calligraphy? I've been learning calligraphy from my grandfather since I was little, so it's been over 10 years now, Quan Xingnan replied. Among the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she had learned the most from Li Feng. However, Li Feng's existence couldn't be known to others, so they all claimed to the outside world that her calligraphy was learned from Yun Jianjun, while painting, piano, and other skills were learned from Lin Xiaoxue. For Go, embroidery, and traditional Chinese medicine, they hired famous teachers in Jinling to teach her, using this as a cover. The latter only learned the basics from these famous teachers, with traditional Chinese medicine being the only subject she truly studied in depth. Jin Baifeng placed the calligraphy on the table and said, incredible, limitless potential. Li Qianxuan reached out to pick up the handkerchief from the ground, clutching it tightly in her hand. After a moment's thought, she wheeled her chair closer and carefully examined the calligraphy written by Quan Xingnan, graceful as floating clouds, powerful as swimming dragons. She asked, Grandmother, this calligraphy is truly excellent. Are you saying Miss Quan has limitless potential? What do you mean by incredible? The calligraphy shows at least decades of skill, worthy of a master. Nanan says she's only practiced for over 10 years, so I naturally find it incredible. Jin Baifeng said to Quan Xingnan with great satisfaction, keep practicing diligently. I believe your future achievements will be extraordinary. The essence of our nation's culture should be passed down by someone. At the end of her words, she sighed, saddened by the gradual loss of the nation's cultural heritage. The country has so many people, yet very few study its cultural essence. Most of those who do have the means to learn, while countless talented individuals without the means remain undiscovered. Quan Xingnan respectfully agreed. At that moment, Zhang Baixing entered, holding a brocade box. He blinked and asked in confusion, "What's going on here?" "Grandfather, grandmother just tested Miss Quan's calligraphy. Come and take a look." Li Qianxuan hurriedly called out to him. Zhang Baixing huffily shoved the brocade box into Hu Xuedong's hands, snorted through his nose, and then rushed to his granddaughter's side. One look was all it took. He nearly sprawled over the large table. "Did this little girl write this calligraphy?" Zhang Baixing stood up, his face full of disbelief. Jin Baifeng laughed and said, "What? Don't believe it? I watched Nan write it myself. Her grandfather must be a master calligrapher to have taught such a skilled student." Zhang Baixing circled Quan Xingnan twice, scratched his head, and looked puzzled. "It doesn't seem possible. Even if she started practicing from the womb, it's only been a little over 10 years. How is her writing only slightly worse than mine?" He, after all, was Zhang Baixing, a senior among seniors in the world of calligraphy and painting, a towering figure among towering figures. To be nearly caught up by a little girl, no matter how he thought about it, it left a sour taste in his mouth. Hearing Zhang Baixing say that her skill was only slightly worse than his, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh. Hu Xuedong, Jin Baifeng, and Li Qianxuan also wore faint smiles on their faces. Chapter 724, Father and Daughter Meet Too. Jin Baifeng was both annoyed and amused. "Are you just blowing your own horn? I think Nanan's future achievements will surpass yours. She's only in her teens, she has a long future ahead. You only reached your current level with 1 foot already in the grave. You're far behind." "Oh, old woman, you make a good point." Zhang Baixing nodded with an air of seriousness. Li Qianxuan watched quietly for a moment before suddenly speaking to Quan Xingnan. "Miss Quan, I really like your calligraphy piece. Could you give it to me?" "Of course." Having confirmed Li Qianxuan's connection to Li Fan, Quan Xingnan didn't mind parting with the piece. Instead, she gave Li Qianxuan a deep look, wondering how to inquire about her story without using her clairvoyant abilities. Unaware of Quan Xingnan's thoughts, Li Qianxuan happily asked her grandfather to mount the piece for her. Zhang Baixing was well-versed in painting and calligraphy. While not a master mounter, he knew a thing or two. Seeing his granddaughter so delighted, he smiled and said, "Little girl, feel free to come visit our home often to play with Xuanxuan. Our Xuanxuan is usually quite lonely and doesn't have many friends." Certainly. A flicker of pleasant surprise appeared in Li Qianxuan's eyes, and she specifically exchanged contact information with Quan Xingnan. Clearly, she very much wanted to associate with Quan Xingnan. Hu Sitong accepted the prize, but prepared a gift of equivalent value. When the bodyguard presented it, Zhang Baixing clutched it tightly, beaming with joy. "Xiaoxi, you're quite thoughtful. I plan to open an art gallery, primarily dealing in traditional Chinese painting and calligraphy to promote our national culture. I wonder if the elder and madam would be interested." Hu Sitong stated his purpose. Zhang Baixing and Jin Baifeng were leading figures in the painting and calligraphy world. Having their works appear in the gallery would instantly elevate its status. Quan Xingnan glanced at him. Jin Baifeng thought for a moment and asked with keen interest, "Where will the gallery be located?" "Hong Kong. I plan to open it in Hong Kong. What do you think?" Jin Baifeng nodded, falling into thoughtful silence. Zhang Baixing wasn't particularly concerned about this. He whispered with his granddaughter, discussing how to mount the calligraphy piece. Seeing that Jin Baifeng agreed to Hu Sitong's proposal and moved aside with him to discuss the details, Li Qianxuan coaxed her grandfather into mounting the piece for her first. Then, she turned her gaze to Quan Xingnan. "Miss Quan, your calligraphy is truly excellent. Did you learn it from your grandfather?" Quan Xingnan understood the question she wanted to ask and smiled slightly. "I learned calligraphy from my grandfather, but the script style imitates the handwriting found in artworks passed down from a predecessor, not my grandfather's own handwriting." A trace of disappointment flashed across Li Qianxuan's face. Soon, she asked again, "May I know which predecessor's handwriting you imitated?" "A great scholar from Yangzhou during the late Ming and early Qing dynasty, surnamed Li, given name Fong, courtesy name Lu Shi." This time, Quan Xingnan did not deliberately avoid the pronunciation of Li Feng's name. She spoke word by word, her eyes fixed on Li Qianxuan. She noticed that upon hearing her words, Li Qianxuan immediately lost her composure and said urgently, "Can I see the artwork you mentioned?" She seemed to realize her own loss of composure and hurriedly cover up Lyi touched the hair at her temples, saying stiffly, "Your calligraphy is too good. I admire it greatly. So I wanted to see the artwork you mentioned. The original must be outstanding, especially since I haven't even heard of this ancient person you mentioned. I'm very curious." Quan Xingnan smiled. Of course, I will definitely let you see it. Li Qianxuan somewhat sheepishly asked for her home address. If there's a chance, I would like to pay a visit. Chapter 725, Father and Daughter Meet 3. Jin Baifeng was discussing gallery matters with Hua Xuedong, but her mind was on her granddaughter. After hearing her granddaughter's words, she hurriedly interjected, Nan, please agree to Xuan's request. She hasn't gone out in a very, very long time. This is the first time in a year that I've heard her express a desire to leave the house. Since her parents passed away, her disabled granddaughter had refused to step even half a foot outside the house, living every day like a startled bird. At the hospital, she refused to leave her ward. After being discharged and returning home, her mental state gradually calmed down. Although she was willing to appear in the courtyard, she absolutely refused to leave the house or step outside the main gate. No amount of persuasion worked. Now, hearing that she was willing to visit Quan Xingnan's home, Jin Baifeng fully supported the idea. If it weren't for the fact that this was her first time meeting Quan Xingnan and their relationship wasn't deep, she would have immediately taken her granddaughter out. Quan Xingnan smiled and told Li Qianxuan her address. Upon hearing her home address, Li Qianxuan didn't think much of it, but Jin Baifeng gave Quan Xingnan a surprised look. A large quadrangle courtyard in the West City district, that was not something an ordinary family could possess. However, recalling what her husband had said, and considering she was brought by Hua Xuedong, with a demeanor and attire not far from his, it was clear this was no ordinary young woman. Hua Xuedong and Jin Baifeng had reached a preliminary agreement for cooperation. The subsequent contract details and other trivial matters would be handled by designated personnel. Declining their invitation to stay for a meal, the two left the Zhang residence. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan didn't get into the car, but instead walked along the seaside. Hua Xuedong handed the brocade box containing the antique inkstick to a bodyguard behind him and then asked Quan Xingnan, Nan, is there something about Li Qianxuan? I noticed she seemed quite shocked by your calligraphy. You're very sharp to have noticed that. Neither Zhang Baixing nor Jin Baifeng picked up on it. Quan Xingnan praised him, then whispered, I think she might be related to Master Li. Hua Xuedong knew Quan Xingnan hadn't hidden it from him. She was just speaking cautiously because the bodyguards were still behind them. Master Li? Mr. Li Fong. The only masterly ghost Quan Xingnan ever mentioned was Li Fong. MHM. Quan Xingnan nodded and said quietly, the calligraphy I wrote today imitated Master Li's handwriting, and the poem was also one composed by Master Li. Li Qianxuan's reaction suggests she recognized the handwriting. As for what the connection is, we'll need to investigate further. Hua Xuedong raised his hand and stroked his chin, retrieving from his memory some information about the Zhang family. I've been acquainted with Elder Zhang for many years, but I've never met Li Qianxuan. However, I've heard that the Zhang family has such a granddaughter. She is 18 this year. A year ago, while traveling with her parents, they were involved in a horrific car accident. Both her parents died. Although Li Qianxuan survived under her parents' protection, she sustained severe injuries and can no longer walk. A car accident? Another car accident. Quan Xingnan sighed. Cars have made travel convenient for humanity, but they have also increased the likelihood of accidents. In his previous life, Hua Xuedong was disabled for years due to a car accident. In this life, he had avoided that calamity. But Li Qianxuan had not. Her parents died, and she herself was disabled. A once happy family was shattered. It's remarkable that despite such great misfortune, she still possessed a resilient spirit and did not blame fate or others. She was quite composed. Apart from her shock at the handwriting and the name Li Fong, she didn't reveal any other clues. If Quan Xingnan didn't know the whole story, she might have truly believed Li Qianxuan was just astonished by her calligraphy skill. Chapter 726, Father and Daughter Meet 4. Let's confirm this matter after Li Qianxuan comes to you. For now, please remember your identity, Miss Quan. We have more important things to attend to. Hua Xuedong's expression was exceptionally gentle. More important things? Quan Xingnan caught on and felt both amused and exasperated. Isn't it just a date? Quan Xingnan linked her arm with his. All right, I have the whole day. Shikahai is a summer resort with a large water area and cool summer breezes. Once aboard the rowing boat Hua Xuedong had arranged in advance, drifting on the water, their minds broadened along with the ripples. Lunch was enjoyed on the boat. As it was already summer, though not yet the hottest weather, the 4 dishes and 1 soup for lunch were mostly vegetarian choices, light yet delicious. Only 1 dish, steamed carp, contained meat. The dessert after the meal was bird's nest coconut sago soup, which was both beautifying and cooling. The two nestled together at the bow of the boat, casting aside all worldly affairs, exceptionally relaxed and leisurely, like mandarin ducks with necks entwined, their sweetness enviable to others. Both were busy people, so their conversation consistently revolved around their careers. Huo stroked his girlfriend's beautiful hair and said, I have a series of upcoming engagements in Europe. I'll be very busy and won't have time to return to Beijing. Once I'm finished, you'll probably be on vacation. How about we go to France for a holiday then? We can see the lavender in Provence, taste wine in Bordeaux, and then go to the US. I'll make arrangements in advance. What do you think? A holiday? That's really tempting. Quan Xingnan was somewhat tempted. Over the years, she had gained a lot and learned a lot. But at the same time, she had almost no rest, studying intensively every day until she finally completed her training. Your suggestion is great, of course. I'm just afraid I might not have the time then. Since the major human trafficking case, people had been continuously coming to her for help. In Nanjing, it was a daily occurrence. Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui sought her out during that time. After returning to Beijing, almost every few days, Foundation staff would accompany people searching for relatives to see her. Of course, she met them at the Foundation's office then, not letting them come to her home. She didn't want her address known for the time being, to avoid the household becoming too bustling and disturbing her family. If she went abroad on holiday with Huo, she would be relaxed and carefree, but what about those coming to her for help? Wouldn't they be anxious? Hearing her reason, Huo sighed. Are you going to lose all your free time because of this? If they come, you see them. If something very important at home requires your attention, will you still see them if they come? A little help fosters gratitude, too much creates entitlement. There needs to be a limit in everything. Otherwise, they'll take your kindness for granted. If you don't see them promptly, they'll get angry and say you're not dedicated. Compared to Quan Xingnan, Huo understood the phrase, human hearts are inscrutable, better. Helping them a little when they are in difficulty makes them feel honored and deeply grateful. Helping them too much, too comprehensively, makes them think you can help even more, leading to endless demands. Once they don't get what they want, they develop resentment and hatred. He spoke earnestly and thoughtfully. After you return, discuss with the Foundation and establish a suitable protocol. Set a fixed time each month to help those people. You can't be arbitrary, seeing them whenever they come. What if you marry and move to Hong Kong later? If they can't go to Hong Kong to see you, will you have to fly back to the mainland every time to meet them? Chapter 727, Father and Daughter Meet 5. How could such a good thing be possible? Quan Xingnan's foundation was already doing well enough, better than any other charitable foundation. But one must always be prepared for everything. Huo believed that, given Quan Xingnan's way of doing things, such a situation was very likely to occur in the future. Quan Xingnan had a clear bottom line in her actions, especially when it came to helping others. Over the years, she had never helped those who sought to gain without effort. Her foundation was responsible for teaching orphans practical skills, enabling them to support themselves in society. This was already done very well. It wasn't about indiscriminately helping others out of overflowing love, without any expectations. However, no matter how well or thoroughly things were done, not everyone would be grateful. Were there ungrateful people? Yes, and quite a few. If someone with ill intentions exploited this, they would certainly do things detrimental to Quan Xingnan. Just take the major human trafficking case as an example. With a single move, Quan Xingnan had offended many people, not only the criminal gangs and the common folk who bought orphans to pass off as their own children, but also some officials and businessmen who colluded with the criminal gangs, acting as their protective umbrella. Were there few people who knew about such things? No, there were many. In fact, many officials understood this clearly, but no one dared to touch it. They didn't want to meddle in others' affairs, and they were afraid of retaliation. Only Quan Xingnan was soft-hearted and foolishly charged right into it. The shocking major case stirred public sentiment. Many people found their loved ones, and many families were reunited. And after that? Apart from feeling grateful to Quan Xingnan in their hearts, they could do nothing. Except for people like Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meijin, Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui, the others had neither power nor influence. Having neither power nor influence meant none of them could become Quan Xingnan's support. As her boyfriend, Huo naturally used all his influence to nip these potential future incidents in the bud. He was exceptionally intelligent and had unparalleled means, but he was never arrogant. He would never believe that he could protect his girlfriend flawlessly. No matter how capable a person was, there would always be oversights. He could only be careful, careful and more careful, cautious, cautious and more cautious. He carefully explained the severity of the situation to Quan Xingnan. They couldn't change what had already happened, nor could they eliminate the enemies they had already made. So, they should start by making changes in other matters. Quan Xingnan said shamefully, I thought I was doing well enough, but now I still have to make you worry for me. When it came to understanding human nature, she was never as adept as Huo. Perhaps this was the reason. This was why he could succeed, becoming the richest man in Hong Kong despite his disability, while she, no matter how powerful her supernatural abilities were, could never reach his level. Hua Xuedong held her close. You're my girlfriend. If I don't protect you, who will? I absolutely won't allow anyone else to. Quan Xingnan humbly accepted Hua Xuedong's suggestion. When I go back, I'll discuss future approaches with Brother Xue. Hua Xuedong was right. She couldn't let this matter affect her freedom. When she helped ghosts fulfill their wishes, she never let them affect her real life. Now, helping people, she certainly couldn't let this matter turn her life into a mess. Ultimately, she wasn't a purely benevolent person. She had her own selfish motives. Only when her own interests weren't harmed would she help people and ghosts. Hua Xuedong expressed great satisfaction. Then it's settled. When your vacation starts and my European trip ends, we'll go on a holiday. For now, this was the most important goal. Chapter 728. Father and daughter meet 6. Having set a date for their holiday outing, they played even more happily afterwards. Shikahai was originally the place they were most familiar with. Now, revisiting it felt as if even the breeze carried a sweet fragrance. They didn't return until the sun set, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Hua Xuedong escorted Quan Xingnan home, greeted Yun Jianjun and his wife along with Quan Shuang, presented some snacks and food he had bought on the way back, then took his leave. He arrived by car at his residence in Shikahai, which was not within the red-walled compound. Secretary Chen handed him the documents in hand and said respectfully, Sir, the land parcel you were interested in has been secured. The price is 60 million. We certainly didn't shortchange the government. The relevant departments would like to invite you to a meal. How should we schedule the time? Given Hua Xuedong's status, when he wanted to get things done, the process was smooth and unobstructed. Those government officials who cooperated with him couldn't wait for Hua Xuedong to host them first and instead took the initiative to extend the invitation as a gesture of gratitude. Other businessmen, whether wanting to purchase land or handle affairs, typically had to seek favors from officials. With Hua Xuedong, it was precisely the opposite. Schedule a time before I leave for Europe. The venue will be at Private Club number 6 and they won't need to pay the bill, Hua Xuedong said, flipping through the documents with a hint of satisfaction. Secretary Chen acknowledged and noted it down. Thinking of this vast land parcel, Secretary Chen asked curiously, Sir, you acquired this land without going through our real estate company. Is this intended as a private investment? This piece of land isn't massive enough to reach hundreds of thousands of square meters, but it's not small either, a full 60,000 square meters. Moreover, it's not included in the real estate company's future projects. Spending 60 million to buy a land parcel without involving the real estate company, what was Hua Xuedong planning to do? To fully acquire the land and carry out reconstruction, the current residents had to be properly resettled, each step requiring significant expenditure. Not counting subsequent costs for design, construction, and decoration, just securing the land and relocating the residents would total over 100 million. To complete the entire project, 300 to 400 million wouldn't be enough. Because this land was located in the city center and connected to the Panjiayuan market, the land price was exceptionally high, reaching 1,000 yuan per square meter, making it particularly suitable for constructing residential areas and commercial streets. Secretary Chen could see the prospects of the Panjiayuan antique market and believed Hua Xuedong could as well. Building a commercial street here would surely yield enormous profits. Hua Xuedong smiled faintly, put down the documents in his hand, and said, I plan to build a private museum here, modeled after the Forbidden City, with an estimated completion time of 3 years. Private museum? Secretary Chen repeated in surprise, full of doubts. When did you plan this? Are we starting to collect antiques now? Since we're building a museum, we'll definitely need various kinds of antiques. After all, it would be a joke if the museum were built, but ended up without any antiques inside. He knew the Hua family's heritage. He wasn't sure if they had tens of thousands of antiques, but they certainly had more than just a few thousand. Having worked with Hua Xuedong for so many years, he knew Hua Xuedong brought back large quantities of antiques from abroad every year to enrich the Hua family's treasure trove. Just the antiques Hua Xuedong brought back from overseas numbered no less than 1,000. He had personally witnessed the obsession and fervor of Big Hua and Mrs. Hua towards antiques. Hua Xuedong said, the expenses for this project will be drawn from my private account and should not be entangled with other group projects. Starting today, we do need to collect some antiques, also through the private account. Private account? Secretary Chen grew even more curious. Hua Xuedong didn't tell him that this museum was intended as a gift for Quan Xingnan's coming of age. Of course, describing it as a betrothal gift would be more accurate. Chapter 729. Father and daughter meet 7. Quan Xingnan was currently swamped with work and couldn't immediately think of how to arrange the batch of antiques she had collected, even though she was still continuously purchasing antiques to enrich her collection. The trend of collecting antiques was just beginning to rise, so she still had many opportunities to buy the pieces she desired. In her view, antiques only became more valuable over time. She wasn't afraid of the passage of years. Her passion for antiques was exactly the same as that of the Hua family. Fortunately, her discerning eye had never failed her. Hua Xuedong had visited Quan Xingnan's antique treasure trove. The variety and staggering value of the collection were truly astonishing. According to his calculations, Quan Xingnan had already collected over 100 pieces of precious Ming and Qing dynasty furniture to date, including 3 complete sets. There were also over 200 calligraphy and painting works, along with countless Shang and Zhou dynasty bronze vessels, goldware, jade, pottery, porcelain, copperware, lacquerware, wooden artifacts from various dynasties. Additionally, there were many dragon robes, phoenix gowns, various embroideries and textiles, sutras, Buddhist artifacts, carvings, stationery items, and so on. It was a dazzling array, too many to take in at once. Her library contained many books with content no longer found elsewhere. Although they were modern handwritten copies, their value was inestimable. These handwritten copies could also be exhibited. This was the reason why Quan Xingnan had originally planned to open an antique shop, but ultimately let the idea drop. Opening an antique shop would inevitably mean selling antiques, and she couldn't bear to part with a large portion of her collection by putting them in the shop for sale. She treasured many of these items dearly. Since that was the case, she might as well keep them. After all, the Hu family lacked no money, and the Qin family lacked no influence. They had the full capital and capability to preserve this batch of antiques. As for what would happen after they were gone, that was beyond their control. Quan Xingnan was very generous-hearted. She had always felt that hoarding antiques away from the world was a rather poor practice. He intended to build the most perfect private museum, with state-of-the-art fire, moisture, and theft prevention, and gift it to Quan Xingnan. It would serve to house her antique collection and exhibit it to the public, fulfilling her wish not to keep them hidden away. Her collection, although not comparable to everything the Hua family possessed, was sufficient to open a private museum. In a private museum, all the items are one's own and can be arranged as one pleases. Of course, the prerequisite was that cultural relic-level items could not be traded arbitrarily or allowed to flow out of the country. The plan had just begun, and he didn't want to reveal it to anyone, not even his most trusted confidant. He wanted to give Quan Xingnan a surprise. He believed she would be very happy to receive this gift. Thinking of his charming and clever little girlfriend, a touch of tenderness flashed in Hua Xuedong's eyes. Secretary Qin rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, Sir was no different from usual. Sir, you estimated a 3-year completion time. Now that the land has been purchased, demolition needs to start soon to keep up with the schedule. Should we arrange for the residents still living there? Even though it's from your private account, the group's staff will need to handle it. Also, we need to establish plans for the proposal, design drawings, etc., to proceed smoothly and avoid last-minute chaos. Don't worry, I already have the design drawings ready, and the proposal as well. During my trip to Europe, instruct the team below to arrange for the local residents. I hope construction can begin by the time I return. Don't we have several real estate projects that just finished? Compensate them with houses from those projects based on their current living area. For those with less than 60 square meters, compensate with a 60 square meter residence. For residents who want larger homes, allow them to pay the price difference for a bigger house. Hua Xuedong had everything planned out confidently and well in advance. Chapter 730, Father and Daughter Meet 8. Secretary Qin diligently took notes. These matters were easy to talk about, but the process was quite cumbersome and required careful handling. Hua Xuedong smoothed the subtly embroidered pattern on his cuff, thinking of the 6 pieces of Ming Dynasty antique ink he had already given to Quan Xingnan. He said, I have reached a cooperation agreement with the elderly couple, the Zhangs. In Hong Kong, their calligraphy and paintings will only be exhibited and sold in our newly opened gallery. Since I won't be in Beijing, please personally follow up on this matter. Yes, sir. Secretary Qin silently admired how thoroughly considerate Sir was towards Miss Quan. As for the gifts Hua Xuedong had secretly prepared for her, Quan Xingnan hadn't heard a single whisper. Nor did she know what kind of emotion and shock she would feel upon receiving them. Upon returning home, she immediately called Xue Xiaojun. Finding Hua Xuedong's words reasonable, she promptly discussed future approaches with Xue Xiaojun. After hearing the reasons, Xue Xiaojun fell silent. Quan Xingnan was far away in Beijing, and with her noble status, no one dared to show dissatisfaction in front of her. Without someone to lead them, people couldn't even find her. But he, in Nanjing, had encountered quite a few awkward situations. After Chen Boying's donation, the foundation's funds had already exceeded 800 million. Following Quan Xingnan's instructions, apart from retaining sufficient funds for various projects, he invested the remaining capital and vigorously directed funds towards medical care, education, environmental protection, and other causes. However, he encountered many people. In truth, although they were poor, they weren't destitute. They could fully support themselves with their own hands. Their poverty lay in not being well off, unable to enjoy certain things. So, what if they had debts? Repaying debts is a matter of course. Although they owed money to others, the creditors hadn't pressed them to the point of bankruptcy. Yet, these people frequently appeared at the Foundation's doorstep, kneeling, kowtowing, pleading for them to let a little money slip through their fingers to improve their lives and conditions. Xue Xiaojun was utterly fed up. They were doing good deeds, but that didn't mean they had to help everyone. They practiced charity, true charity. Did helping others become something taken for granted? That not helping those people became their fault? How ridiculous. Although facing such situations was awkward, Xue Xiaojun handled them perfectly. Not only did he resolve them, but he also provided detailed explanations and reports, leaving no room for anyone to find fault. He had been worried that Quan Xingnan might also encounter such awkwardness in the future, especially since some people searching for relatives could be extremely stubborn. If they arrived in Beijing while Quan Xingnan was taking exams or occupied with important matters, and she didn't see them or perform divinations for them immediately, they would surely resent her. Perhaps if they found their child suffering, they would also blame Quan Xingnan, feeling she had delayed, thinking that if she had helped sooner, the child could have escaped misery earlier. Although these scenarios were imagined, they weren't impossible. Mr. Huo was right. It was indeed necessary to establish fixed rules, to devise a method that would prevent people from resenting Quan Xingnan instead of being grateful. Quan Xingnan didn't consider herself a saint. Of course, she wouldn't insist on helping those who clearly harbored hatred towards her. After finalizing future regulations with Xue Xiaojun, Quan Xingnan took out the antique ink Hu Xuedong had given her. She wanted to tell Li Fang about meeting Li Qianxuan today, but Li Fang had wandered off somewhere, nowhere to be found. Chapter 731, Father and Daughter Meet 9. Quan Xingnan had originally intended to give up and wait for his return, as she was still uncertain whether Li Qianxuan was Li Fang's daughter. But thinking of how, ever since she had revealed the truth, Li Fang's sole wish had been to see his daughter once before following the Zhan family to reincarnate, Quan Xingnan expanded her divine sense further, enveloping the entire city. Avoiding places she could not pry into, she soon found Li Fang at the Palace Museum. Master, when are you coming back? Today I met a girl named Li Qianxuan, and she seemed to recognize the calligraphy I wrote imitating your handwriting. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Fang interrupted excitedly, Nan, you found Qianxuan? As he spoke, he tried to float toward the Yun family's direction. Quan Xingnan replied honestly, Master, I didn't calculate her past or future, so I'm not sure if she is. Li Fang moved with unprecedented speed and soon rushed back, asking for details. When he heard Quan Xingnan say that Li Qianxuan was disabled, a pained expression immediately appeared on his face. Regardless of whether she was his daughter or not, the shared name filled him with affection for Li Qianxuan. She recognized my handwriting and was full of curiosity about my calligraphy and paintings. I think it's very likely she is related to Qianxuan. Perhaps she is Qianxuan. Li Fang couldn't help but complain, Nan, when you saw her, you should have calculated to confirm whether she is or not. That way, I wouldn't have to be anxious, and I could go see her immediately. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan smiled wryly. In the past, she would often pry into others' pasts and futures. Now, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate and rarely did so. What right did she have to pry into others' privacy without their permission, as long as they weren't evil or involved in major cases? Master, don't worry. Miss Li Qianxuan said she would visit another day. Wait at home, and once you see her, you'll know if she's your daughter, my senior sister. Quan Xingnan comforted him. That's the only way. Quan Xingnan had initially thought that, given Li Qianxuan's personality, she wouldn't visit too soon. Unexpectedly, the very next day, she heard that guests had arrived. She went out to the living room and saw it was Zhang Baixing and his wife, along with Li Qianxuan. Both Zhang Baixing and his wife were elderly, well-informed, and not rigid in character. With children as a topic of conversation, they quickly hit it off with Yun Jianjun and his wife. Especially since they remembered Quan Xingnan saying her calligraphy was learned from her grandfather, Zhang Baixing and Jin Baifeng became even more curious about Yun Jianjun, and their conversation was filled with insights on calligraphy. Yun Jianjun, elegant and refined, felt a strong affinity for Zhang Baixing and his wife, who were also artists in the calligraphy and painting world. Li Fang followed Quan Xingnan, eagerly looking at the guests. His gaze fixed on Li Qianxuan, his eyes filled with tears as he said excitedly, Nan, she must be my daughter, she must be. The same name, the same appearance, even her mannerisms are similar. She must be my daughter reincarnated. Perhaps it wasn't reincarnation. Quan Xingnan thought to herself. If it were reincarnation, she should have drunk Ming Po's soup, yet she recognized Li Fang's handwriting. Urged by Li Fang, Quan Xingnan apologized to the elders and took Li Qianxuan to her study. As soon as she entered the study, Li Qianxuan exclaimed in admiration. Miss Quan, sorry to disturb you. Your study is so spacious, and everything is so complete. With a keen eye, she noticed that almost everything in the study, from the furniture to the decorations, were antiques. Chapter 732, Father and Daughter Meet 10. Well, except for the writing brush, paper, and ink sticks. Although her grandfather's antique ink was placed on the table, many of the ink sticks were not antique, but high-quality modern ones. Quan Xingnan pushed her to the table and said with a smile, it's the result of daily accumulation over time. I'm afraid I've embarrassed myself. Li Qianxuan smiled. If one didn't put in the effort, how could it reach this level merely through daily accumulation? Remembering the purpose of her visit, Li Qianxuan quickly said, Miss Quan, may I appreciate the calligraphy and painting by that predecessor you mentioned? Quan Xingnan nodded and turned to fetch Li Fang's works, which she had prepared earlier. Li Qianxuan sat properly in her wheelchair, neither looking around randomly nor rummaging through the items on the table. Her gaze was fixed intently on a piece of calligraphy and painting hanging on the wall, such brushwork. Quan Xingnan handed her the scroll. This is the painting. I brought it back from abroad. Li Qianxuan slowly unrolled it. The moment she saw it clearly, tears welled up in her eyes. Miss Li. Quan Xingnan hurriedly tried to comfort her. Li Qianxuan bit down hard on her handkerchief, not uttering a word. Li Fang, too, was in tears. Qianxuan, my dear, tell her I'm here. Master, don't be anxious. First, I need to confirm whether she is indeed your daughter. Only then did Li Fang calm down a little. Quan Xingnan said gently, Miss Li, is there something unusual about this painting? Why did you cry so intensely upon seeing it? Hearing her words, Li Qianxuan suddenly looked up. She wiped her tears and pointed urgently at the calligraphy and painting hanging on the wall. Can you tell me who taught you your calligraphy and painting? Please, you must tell me. Calligraphy? Painting? Li Fang looked at the wall, feeling deeply saddened. These were all part of the Li family's heritage. Anyone who had learned from the Li family would recognize their origins at a glance. Qianxuan, she must have recognized it, right? Quan Xingnan sighed. At this moment, she was already certain that Li Qianxuan was Li Fang's daughter. She had just activated her upgraded heavenly eye, not to pry into her past or future, but to observe her appearance. She discovered that although Li Qianxuan's soul and body were well matched, they were not naturally so. The body belonged to the granddaughter of Zhang Baixing and his wife, but the soul came from hundreds of years ago. Possession of a corpse. Only this explanation could account for Li Qianxuan's current state. Why do you want to get to the bottom of this? Could it be that my calligraphy and painting are somehow connected to you? Quan Xingnan asked. Li Qianxuan seemed to think of something, but kept her mouth tightly shut and said nothing. Quan Xingnan traced her finger over the characters Lu Shi on the painting in Li Qianxuan's hands. Aren't you curious, Miss Li, how I guess the owner of this calligraphy and painting based on these seemingly random characters? After all, these are just the two characters Lu Shi gifted to a friend. Yet I know that during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, there was a great scholar from Weiyang named Li Fang, courtesy name Lu Shi, meaning to leave a lasting fragrance for 100 generations. Li Qianxuan stared at her in shock. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. When I was very young, I apprenticed under a renowned master, a wandering spirit who has lingered in the mortal world for hundreds of years. His name is Li Fang. Under Li Qianxuan's astonished gaze, she continued, he had a daughter who hanged herself for love. Her name was Li Qianxuan. Li Qianxuan suddenly leaned forward and grabbed Quan Xingnan. Where is he? Tell me, where is my father? Where is my father? Why can't I see him? As she spoke, she anxiously glanced around but couldn't see even a trace of a ghost. P.S. Ning Xiaobai, who doesn't stay up late, says there are 2 more updates before 8 p.m. Chapter 733, Father and Daughter Reunite 11. Unable to find what she was looking for, Li Qianxuan immediately turned her gaze to Quan Xingnan. Your father. Quan Xingnan feigned surprise. Li Qianxuan was taken aback for a moment, realizing that Quan Xingnan had been guiding her all along, and she had unwittingly revealed her identity in her excitement. She nodded earnestly, yes, my father. My name is Li Qianxuan. I am from Weiyang. I am the Li Qianxuan who died by hanging. The body I have now is not my original one. Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, Li Fang couldn't help but say, Nan, stop being mischievous. All right, master, Quan Xingnan responded telepathically. In reality, she sighed and made a gesture. Li Fang's figure gradually became clear, appearing distinctly before Li Qianxuan. After her supernatural ability leveled up, Aside from gaining new powers, Quan Xingnan could now make ghosts appear for up to 10 minutes at a time and could summon them before people without limit. She had a feeling that her supernatural abilities would grow stronger in the future, and her ghost-controlling skills would become even more formidable. Upon seeing Li Fang's appearance, Li Qianxuan was overwhelmed with emotion. Father, is it really you? Have I truly seen you again? As she spoke, she broke down in tears. Li Fang floated to her side and placed his hand on her head. Even though he couldn't physically touch her, he still made the gesture. Qianxuan, your father never imagined he would see you again before entering the cycle of reincarnation. During the 10 days of Yangzhou, how many wrong souls perished? Countless descendants of the Li family were scattered and lost. Li Fang had always thought he would never see his descendants again. Who would have thought he would encounter Quan Xingnan and be granted this opportunity? Despite having lived through countless years, he couldn't hold back his tears at this moment. Li Qianxuan choked back sobs. Father, have you been here all along? Have you been wandering in the mortal world all this time? If she remembered correctly, Quan Xingnan had indeed said so. She glanced at Quan Xingnan with gratitude. Yes, your father has wandered the mortal world for hundreds of years. I met Nanan in Jilin. The Li family has disciples all over the world, and I could not bear to see our legacy cut off. So, as a ghost, I took Nanan as my disciple and have been teaching her meticulously ever since. Counting the years, it has been nearly 8 years now. 8 years. Li Qianxuan was deeply moved. She knew the purpose of the Li family's legacy. She had once thought about inheriting what the Li family passed down, but unfortunately, she was young and had only learned and remembered a fraction of it. Moreover, now, she had forgotten much of it and couldn't recall it no matter how hard she tried. After explaining what had happened since his death, Li Fang began to show concern for his daughter. Qianxuan, your father remembers that after your death, your soul did not linger in the mortal world. Did you reincarnate? If so, why do you still retain your memories? By the banks of the Naiha Bridge, there is Meng Po's soup. Could it be that his daughter never drank it? Mentioning herself, a look of confusion appeared in Li Qianxuan's eyes. It seems I did not reincarnate, father. I never entered the underworld. After I hanged myself, I woke up and found myself in this state, lying in a place called a hospital for a full 6 months. Li Fang exclaimed in surprise, what is this situation? He looked to Quan Xingnan for an explanation. Senior sister likely experienced a soul transmigration, borrowing another's body to return. Even though it spanned hundreds of years, it is still a case of soul transmigration. This body is highly compatible with senior sister's soul, and their magnetic fields align. That is why she was able to cross the river of history spanning a century and possess it. In truth, describing Li Qianxuan's experience as ancient crossing into modern times would be more fitting. Everyone is the protagonist of their own story. Quan Xingnan never considered herself to be unique. Chapter 734, Father and Daughter Reunite 12. Possessing a corpse to return one's soul? Both Li Fang and his daughter showed expressions of sudden realization on their faces. It indeed made a lot of sense. Li Qianxuan hadn't entered the underworld, hadn't drunk Meng Po's soup, hadn't crossed the Naiha Bridge, and to this day, she still retained her memories, although a part of those memories was missing. How could it be missing? Your father has wandered for hundreds of years, yet my memories have only grown clearer. Li Fang grew very anxious, worried that something might have happened to his daughter. Li Qianxuan shook her head, she wasn't sure either. But she comforted her father, saying, this is already very good. It hasn't affected my life. I'm just missing some parts about our Li family's heritage. I remember everything else. I even remember the memories of this body I'm in now. When I possessed it, I vaguely saw a young girl similar to me, urging me to live well. After saying that, the young girl vanished into the void. Perhaps the modern Li Qianxuan couldn't bear the grief of losing both parents and being left disabled, so her soul left her body and entered the cycle of reincarnation. When she departed, the Li Qianxuan from the late Ming dynasty seized the opportunity. Li Fang didn't mind this much. He was just grateful to the heavens for giving his daughter a chance to live and for allowing him to see her again. For Li Qianxuan, it had only been a year since she last saw her father, but for Li Fang, it had been hundreds of years. He had so much he wanted to say to his daughter, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know what to say. Quan Xingnan thoughtfully left the space to them and walked out on her own. She stood in the courtyard for a moment, as if sensing something, and looked toward Hu Xuedong, who had appeared at the entrance. Tall and slender, with an elegant and mature demeanor. The dappled shadows of flowers couldn't obscure his extraordinary grace. How do you have time to come? I thought you were preparing to fly to Europe. Quan Xingnan ran up to him in delight, looking up at him, her eyes filled with threads of affection, receiving the same in return. My flight is in the afternoon, so I can spend half a day with you. If the Zhang family doesn't stay for lunch, we can have a meal together. Hua Xiuedong took her hand and walked into the courtyard, leaving several bodyguards at the entrance. Hearing soft voices coming from the study, he remembered Li Qianxuan, whom he hadn't seen in the front hall. It was her voice, speaking to someone, likely Li Feng, who had become a ghost. So, he didn't go in to disturb them. Instead, he went with Quan Xingnan to the chess room. Quan Xingnan perked up, setting out the chessboard and taking out the pieces. The chessboard was made of small leaf sandalwood, quite valuable, something she had acquired from a scrap collection station as a child. Back in the 1980s, many cultural relics confiscated during the turmoil were piled up there. If others hadn't gotten ahead by bribing the staff to take away many artifacts, she would have obtained even more. Even so, she and her grandfather had managed to buy quite a few, which were now stored in the warehouse. The chess pieces were a gift from her grandmother, all made of jade. One set black, one set white. The black ones were Lantian ink jade, and the white ones were Hutian white jade, each piece flawless, crystal clear and glowing with a warm luster. Mr. Hua, today I'm going to dominate the board and leave you utterly defeated, Quan Xingnan declared ambitiously. Hua Xiuedong smiled at the corners of his mouth. I'll be watching. Quan Xingnan had deep expertise in chess, and she had a natural talent for it. Li Feng was very strong, and she had gained plenty of experience from frequently playing against him. However, Hua Xiuedong's chess style was unpredictable, changing every time. Fortunately, she knew Hua Xiuedong well and had seen many of his strategies. For a while, they fought fiercely on the board, evenly matched and intensely competitive. Amidst the battle, she didn't forget that Li Feng's time to appear had come, and she used her spiritual sense to control his reappearance. P.S. Finished updating, seeking praise. Chapter 736, Birthday Gift 2. Having experienced life and death, Li Qianxuan was not concerned about whether she could stand again. What would it matter if she could stand? Here, there was only her, without her parents or family. She was all alone, her heart ashen. Her fiancé was not here. It would be better to just sit in this wheelchair for a lifetime, faithfully guarding her heart for him, and it would also serve as a reason to never marry again. After all, who could accept a cripple without any reservations, right? No one knows a daughter better than her father. How could Li Feng not understand his daughter's thoughts? He sighed softly. Do you still remember Chen? Qianxuan, are you content to live like this forever? I can linger in the mortal world for hundreds of years. You can cross time and space to borrow a body for rebirth. Perhaps Chen also has his own destiny. If you just sit here without seeking treatment, and one day you do meet him again, wouldn't you regret not having accepted treatment? He knew full well this was an impossibility, but if it could motivate his daughter to accept treatment, what harm was there in deceiving her? Her death had been for love. The weight of love is as heavy as a mountain. Li Feng praised her loyalty to her fiancé, but he could not bear to watch his daughter remain despondent for a lifetime. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, a brilliant light shone in Li Qianxuan's eyes, like dazzling stars. Father, are you saying your daughter might see Brother Chen again? That's right. If I have had such a fate, then Brother Chen, such a good man, loyal and righteous, heaven surely would not forget him. They say heaven favors the good, don't they? Xia Chen, he was a good man, a very, very good man. At the thought of possibly seeing Xia Chen again one day, Li Qianxuan felt her heart begin to beat, begin to burn with warmth. Li Feng nodded without hesitation. You will definitely see him. So now, you must properly accept treatment. Your father has asked Nanan to help you. She is very capable and will surely heal your injuries. After her initial joy, Li Qianxuan was stunned. Gazing at her father's confident expression, Li Qianxuan asked doubtfully, Miss Quan knows medicine? Wasn't she the fortune teller who could see ghosts? Besides being skilled in calligraphy and painting, was she also proficient in medicine? What didn't she know? Li Feng laughed. Yes, medicine, divination, astrology, physiognomy, Nan and excels in them all. Do not forget that our Li family's heritage also includes medical principles. The medical texts alone are countless. When Nan apprenticed to learn medicine, your father passed them all on to her. One could say her medical skills now surpass her teachers. It's just that she is young, hasn't practiced publicly, so outsiders don't know. After Quan Xingnan achieved proficiency in medicine, she did not practice independently. She only assisted Jiang Ziming, the traditional Chinese medicine master she apprenticed under in her current life. Old Master Jiang Ziming had sharp judgment. He was astounded by his young closing disciple's talent and wished to promote her into the medical field. Unfortunately, she was young and looked even younger. No one trusted her medical skills. Each time, she tactfully declined their offers, and ultimately, the old master had to step in himself. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Jiang Ziming became so frustrated he stopped bringing it up. He indignantly told Quan Xingnan that when he could no longer wield a needle, he'd see who those people would find to treat them. At the time, Li Fong, Zhang Shi, and the others had laughed for a long time. Others might not believe in Quan Xingnan's abilities, but he did. He had personally witnessed her growth step by step. Seeing her father's full confidence, Li Qianxuan couldn't help but feel anticipation. Originally, she sat in the wheelchair intending to guard her chastity for Xiaochen. Now, with the possibility of meeting Xiaochen again, she absolutely did not want him to see her in this state. Chapter 737, Birthday Gift 3. Li Qianxuan's death was because of Xiaochen. The rekindling of Li Qianxuan's hope for life was also because of Xiaochen. Xiaochen occupied an immensely important position in her life, one that was almost irreplaceable. Under Li Fong's deliberate guidance, Li Qianxuan was so caught up in her joy that she never stopped to consider how Xiaochen, who had been reincarnated and had drunk the mangfa soup, could possibly remember their past love. Not everyone is fortunate enough to avoid reincarnation, to not drink the mangfa soup, and yet still exist in this world. By the time they finished their discussion, the battle between Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong in the chess room was also nearing its end. Quan Xingnan, with the experience of 2 lifetimes, ultimately lost to Hu Xuedong by just 1 piece. She glared unhappily at the chessboard, filled with densely packed black and white pieces, a sight that was dizzying to behold. Mr. Hua, when will you ever let me win once? Seeing her concede defeat by abandoning her pieces, Hu Xuedong knew when to stop while he was ahead. He smiled and said, "Before we started, you yourself said you didn't want me to go easy on you. It's a bit late to say that now, Nanan. Besides, you played very well. Do you remember last time? Last time you lost by 3 pieces, but today you only lost by 1. That shows you're constantly improving. Given time, next time you might even draw with me, and the time after that, I might lose to you." Playing chess with Quan Xingnan gave Hu Xuedong a feeling of exhilarating satisfaction for the first time. Ever since he learned to play Go, he had never encountered a true opponent, though, of course, he usually played under a different identity. After finding no worthy opponents in Go, he started playing against himself. White in his left hand, black in his right. He often split himself into 2, battling it out on the chessboard. Quan Xingnan's heart was gentle. In daily life, she often acted without thorough consideration and frequently overturned her original plans. But when playing chess, she was aggressive step by step, with a fierce and ruthless style that stirred an excitement in his blood, the excitement of meeting a true rival. It had been a long time since he felt this way. He very much enjoyed playing chess with Quan Xingnan and decided that from now on, he would often challenge her to settle their matches on the chessboard. Quan Xingnan had been feeling a bit down after losing, but upon hearing Hu Xuedong's words, she immediately cheered up. That's right, not regressing meant she was improving, and improvement was enough. Victory and defeat are common in battle, Mr. Hua. Just wait until next time when I defeat you. Quan Xingnan clenched her small pink fist, her expression resolute. Although she had complained, she remained calm and composed, showing no sign of being a sore loser. Hu Xuedong picked up the pieces from the chessboard one by one, dropping them into their respective pots. Quan Xingnan helped him. The jade pieces clinked as they fell into the pots, producing a clear, pleasant sound like music. With each piece she picked up, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but glance up at Hu Xuedong, and each time she found him looking back at her. Their eyes would meet, and they couldn't help but share a knowing smile. They were taking their time, but Li Fong was growing impatient. He had already finished speaking with his daughter, yet Quan Xingnan still hadn't come in. Finally, he couldn't help but call out, "Nanan, Nanan, where are you? Come quickly, I need to talk to you." Knowing Quan Xingnan's ability to transmit her voice over long distances, he simply spoke aloud. He appeared from time to time, so he knew Quan Xingnan had been keeping an eye on him and his daughter all along. Coming, Quan Xingnan said to Hu Xuedong. Seeing that Hu Xuedong had no intention of going with her, she left the unfinished chessboard behind and hurried out of the chess room into the study. Chapter 738. Birthday Gift 4. After Quan Xingnan went out, Hu Xuedong sped up. His fingers flew, as if phantom shadows were weaving through them, and he quickly packed the black and white chess pieces into their respective jars and sealed them. Following Quan Xingnan's usual habit, he placed the chessboard and jars back in their original spots one by one. Only then did Hu Xuedong, with his hands clasped behind his back, leave the room. However, he did not approach the study. Instead, he stood under the eaves. The plants cultivated in the courtyard were the 3 friends of winter: pine, bamboo, and plum. The pine stood tall, the bamboo was emerald green, and the green plums were like jade. It was picturesque. Seeing this through the gauze window, Quan Xingnan thought to herself that the person was even more picturesque. Graceful in demeanor, elegant, and handsome. Snapping out of her brief reverie, Quan Xingnan had already heard Li Fong's request. She said in surprise, "Master, you want me to help treat Shiji's legs? You trust me that much? I don't have any medical license. Li Fong said lightly, those with medical licenses haven't been able to get Qianxuan to stand up either. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh. She squatted beside Li Qianxuan and gently stroked her legs with her hand. Earth pupil activated, first to see through. Bones, flesh, and blood meridians all appeared before her eyes. Even before her heavenly eye and earth pupil were upgraded, she could heal people's injuries, let alone now after the upgrade and having newly obtained the medical chapter, which contained lost medical techniques. After just a few days of study, she felt she had gained a lot. After the insight, Quan Xingnan held Li Qianxuan's wrist, her crystal-clear, jade-like fingers resting upon it. Li Fong and Li Qianxuan held their breath, watching her every move carefully. How is it? Is there a chance for a cure? As soon as Quan Xingnan withdrew her hand, Li Fong spoke first. Li Qianxuan also couldn't help but stare intently at Quan Xingnan. Before, not wanting treatment was one thing, but the fact that many doctors couldn't cure it was also an important reason. To be honest, so many highly respected doctors had said there was no hope. Her grandfather and grandmother had worried their hair white. When she heard from her father that Quan Xingnan's medical skills were very good, she wasn't very convinced. She was only 15 years old. How much skill could she have learned? Li Qianxuan's current desire for treatment was not without the intention of comforting her father. The truth was, she really held no hope for her own legs anymore. It can be treated. I've looked at Shiji's condition. It's not too severe. Moreover, the injury is only a little over a year old. There is full hope for a cure. Using Chinese medicine to assist acupuncture will suffice. In her previous life, Hu Xuedong had been crippled for over 20 years, and she had cured him. How much more so for Li Qianxuan's injury, which was far less severe than Hu Xuedong's. Most importantly, it was a new injury, making it easier to treat. Li Fong was extremely excited. Before he spoke, he wasn't without worry. Now, hearing her confirmation, he finally felt relieved. He didn't know about others, but he understood Quan Xingnan's character very well. 1 was 1, 2 was 2. If she said it could be cured, then it definitely could be cured. Li Qianxuan said incredulously, Shimi, can I really stand up? Since Quan Xingnan had called her Shiji, she quickly changed her form of address. Shimi sounded much more intimate than Miss Quan, didn't it? Moreover, Shimi had kept her father company for a full 7 or 8 years. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the father and daughter, Quan Xingnan smiled and said, Don't worry, Shiji. Within a year, you will definitely be able to stand up. A year is a conservative estimate. In terms of effectiveness, you might be able to stand up after half a year. Actually, the spiritual power of the earth pupil could completely heal her within 3 months, but that would be too miraculous. It was better to take it a bit slower. Li Qianxuan said happily, that's good. When can we start? The sooner he saw his daughter stand up, the sooner he would be at ease. Quan Xingnan hesitated for a moment and said, We still need to get Elder Zhang and the madam's consent. Chapter 739, Birthday Gift 5. Acting rashly was not her style. Li Qianxuan was currently living with Zhang Baixing and his wife. Acupuncture aside, acquiring the necessary medicinal herbs would definitely require the 2 elders to step in and purchase them. Of course, given Quan Xingnan's financial means, she could easily afford Li Qianxuan's medical expenses. However, proceeding behind the elders' backs wasn't ideal. Li Qianxuan said decisively, Leave this matter to me. After I return home, I will do my best to persuade my grandparents. By the way, junior sister, who is your esteemed master in the medical arts? Invoking Quan Xingnan's master would make it easier to gain the trust of the 2 elders. My master's surname is Zhang, his given name is Ximing. Master Zhang Ximing? Li Qianxuan was stunned. Noticing her unusual reaction, Quan Xingnan asked curiously, What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? My master enjoys a high reputation in the medical field, but he settled in Jinling in his later years and often travels around, enjoying the mountains and rivers, so his fame has gradually diminished somewhat. If it weren't for this, she should have visited the old master during her last trip back to Jinling. It had been a long time since she last saw this old master. To be honest, she missed him dearly. Li Qianxuan snapped back to reality and said dazedly, Master Zhang is my grandfather's cousin, my granduncle. When I was injured, granduncle came forward to treat me. He said he was powerless, but he had a closed-door disciple who was very skilled. My grandparents were somewhat moved, but at that time, I didn't really want treatment and said I didn't believe in the skill of his disciple. Quan Xingnan was taken aback. The world is truly small. Zhang Ximing was actually Zhang Baixing's cousin, likely a distant cousin, as she had met all the close cousins in Jinling herself. Zhang Ximing was indifferent to fame and fortune and rarely mentioned his own famous relatives. This was also one of the reasons why Quan Xingnan didn't know Zhang Baixing was Zhang Ximing's cousin. After all these twists and turns, it ultimately falls upon you, junior sister. I somewhat regret it now. If I had agreed to granduncle's suggestion back then and sought you out for treatment, could I have met father earlier? Li Qianxuan was filled with deep regret and remorse. Do not dwell on regrets. It is not too late for us, father and daughter, to meet now, Li Feng said with a smile, comforting his daughter. Father is right. Regretting is useless, Li Qianxuan responded earnestly. She only wished to stand up soon and appear before Brother Chun in the form of a normal person. She longed for this day to come early. Brother Chun. In their past life, they were fated not to stay together. In this life, could fate allow them to reunite? With the identity of Zhang Ziming's closed-door disciple, Li Qianxuan gained confidence in persuading her grandparents. During lunch at the Yun family, she was afraid her grandparents wouldn't believe in Quan Xingnan's medical skills in front of the Yuns, so she didn't bring it up. Since she didn't mention it, Quan Xingnan naturally didn't either. Only after returning home did Li Qianxuan tell the two elders about this matter, expressing her desire to frequently visit Quan Xingnan, firstly because they got along very well, and secondly to ask her to perform acupuncture on her. Her father was there, and she longed to reunite with him at every moment, especially since her father said he was also about to reincarnate. She treasured this time before his reincarnation immensely. Upon hearing that their granddaughter's legs could be saved, the two elders hurriedly inquired about the details. After understanding, they first called Zhang Ziming to ask. Zhang Ziming had just arrived at Changbai Mountain, preparing to traverse the mountains to dig for wild ginseng. Hearing the purpose of his cousin's call, he rolled his eyes. Didn't I tell you back when Xiaosun was seriously injured? My disciple is more skilled than I am. Her talent in the medical arts is nothing short of divine, especially her superb and miraculous acupuncture skills. It was you people who looked down on others and didn't believe me. Others see my ruddy complexion and energetic spirit and think my medical skills are high, that I understand health preservation. In reality, it's all thanks to my disciple. Chapter 740, Birthday Gift 6. The saying, a physician cannot heal himself, was most fitting for Zhang Ziming. His medical skills were exceptional, yet he alone was uncertain about his own pulse. Others might not believe in Quan Xingnan, but he did. Ever since his disciple had taken action, the old internal injuries he had sustained during that past turmoil had healed. He felt vigorous and even lighter than in his prime. When his disciple performed acupuncture, a warm current would slowly nourish his internal organs. It was truly remarkable. With a physician's compassionate heart, Zhang Ziming truly wanted to introduce his young disciple to treat others. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Judging a book by its cover has existed since ancient times. Zhang Baixing opened his mouth to say something, but the phone was snatched away by Jin Baifeng. Elder brother, is that little girl really your disciple? How come we never heard about it? Hearing Xuanxuan say she could cure him really gave us a shock. We could hardly believe it. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Why ask so much? Zhang Ziming muttered discontentedly a couple of times before seriously answering his cousin's wife's question. I don't want to repeat myself. My disciple is named Quan Xingnan, surname Quan, given name Xingnan, childhood name Nanan. She's from the capital. Her parents are in Jinling, surnamed Yuan and Lin, of quite high standing. Nanan herself looks like a delicate little dumpling, only 15 this year. If the person you saw is her, then she is indeed my last disciple. You can trust her. After saying this, Zhang Ziming added, there are many people with the same name or imposters these days. Don't mistake someone else for my disciple, lest something happens and you come to settle accounts with us, the old and the young. With his words, Zhang Baixing and Jin Baifeng felt mostly reassured. Early the next morning, they prepared generous gifts and took Li Qianxuan to seek medical treatment. Over the years, whenever anyone in the Yun family had minor ailments, as long as Quan Xingnan was present, she would handle it. Often, no medicine was even needed. So, seeing the Zhang family seeking treatment didn't surprise them. Unfortunately, Quan Xingnan had gone to school and wasn't home. She had taken 3 days off specifically for her breakthrough, so today she couldn't skip school again. They finally waited until evening when Quan Xingnan returned from school. After explaining their request, Jin Baifeng couldn't help but ask, Nan, can Qianxuan be cured? Quan Xingnan took off her backpack and replied with a smile, don't worry, I'm very confident. I'm at least 90% sure I can cure Sister Qianxuan. Actually, Sister Qianxuan hasn't been injured for very long. She hasn't missed the optimal treatment window. It's just that the previous practitioners didn't find the right method, couldn't prescribe the correct treatment, and thus were at a loss. However, without the spiritual power from her earth pupil assisting the acupuncture, even the correct treatment wouldn't be able to cure Li Qianxuan. The spiritual power of the earth pupil was more important than the acupuncture itself. Before she could finish, Li Qianxuan interrupted her, Grandmother, I believe Nan and can definitely cure me. Let her treat me. Jin Baifeng looked at her granddaughter a few times and nodded. Her granddaughter hadn't been this cheerful in a long time. Moreover, she was actually proposing to receive treatment. Jean Baifeng was surprised and very happy because, in the past year, it seemed her granddaughter had been too heavily affected by the blow, showing little will to live. Having weathered countless storms herself, how could Jean Baifeng not see her granddaughter's despondency? That's why, upon hearing that her granddaughter had gotten along very well with Quan Xingnan, she decided they must interact more with the Yun family. Seeing this, Quan Xingnan expressed her satisfaction. Since you both agree, I'll arrange a time to treat Sister Qianxuan. The first acupuncture session is quite time-consuming. The time after school isn't enough. How about we schedule it for the weekend? Then we'll combine it with medicinal baths and oral decoctions, a two-pronged approach. Chapter 741, Birthday Gift 7. Zhang Baixing and Jean Baifeng thought for a moment and agreed. Quan Xingnan's attentiveness was exactly what they hoped for. For this first acupuncture session, such caution was most appreciated by them. Being in someone else's home, Zhang Baixing had been somewhat restrained in his temperament. After hearing them talk so much, he finally couldn't hold back. Little girl Nanan, what should we prepare? Should we start with the medicinal bath or the herbal decoction first? We'll prepare the herbs for both the bath and the decoction. I have a few friends who run pharmacies and can get the best medicinal ingredients. Zhang Baixing began considering which old friends could be of help. Quan Xingnan patiently explained, starting today, Sister Qianxuan needs to take a medicinal bath every day. It will help unblock the meridians, activate blood circulation, and promote the flow of qi and blood. She must also consistently drink the herbal decoction. Both are beneficial for her health. This way, when I perform the acupuncture, it will yield twice the result with half the effort. Of course, after the acupuncture, I will adjust the prescriptions for both the medicinal bath and the decoction. After speaking, she took paper and pen from her school bag and wrote swiftly. Influenced by her grandfather and master, Quan Xingnan preferred using a brush pen over a fountain pen. Previously, her writing speed with a brush was comparable to that with a fountain pen. After a breakthrough, her speed increased significantly. As her brush pen writing speed improved, her fountain pen writing naturally kept pace, also becoming much faster than before. When writing this list, she habitually thought of using a brush pen. But remembering that the 4 treasures of the study were all in the study, and going back and forth would waste time, she chose to write with a fountain pen. As she wrote, Jean Baifeng stood by her side. She had already seen Quan Xingnan's brush pen calligraphy, grand and majestic, with the force of a swimming dragon. Now, Quan Xingnan's fountain pen writing opened her eyes once more. Writing in the delicate, elegant, manhwa shaokai style with a fountain pen, it was exceptionally refined, handsome, and lively. Watching her write was truly a pleasure. Handing the list to Jean Baifeng, Quan Xingnan said earnestly, "This is the quantity needed for the entire month, before and after. After the medicinal ingredients are purchased, I need to inspect them, and I will personally prepare the medicine." After a pause, she explained, "It's not about keeping the prescription secret, but I need to personally ensure the quality of the ingredients. If someone else prepares the medicine, even a slight difference in the quantities can greatly reduce its effectiveness." She was very uneasy about this. Without your acupuncture, even if someone else got the prescription, it would be useless. How could I suspect you of being stingy? Jean Baifeng said with a laugh. She carefully examined the list. The variety of medicinal ingredients was dazzling. Some she recognized, but others she had never heard of. She wasn't sure if the unfamiliar ones could be obtained. Zhang Baixing stood beside his wife. Seeing the list, he first praised, "Excellent handwriting, truly excellent. It's no less impressive than the large characters you wrote the other day. Between the lines, there's a vitality that us old folks lack. Little girl Nanan, your handwriting is really superb. You should visit our home often in the future." Quan Xingnan smiled and agreed. Seeing Jean Baifeng put away the list carefully, she added, "When purchasing these medicinal ingredients, pay close attention to their place of origin and age. Different origins and varying ages affect the efficacy. Each batch of ingredients must be carefully packaged separately to avoid absorbing the scent of others. Sometimes, if different herbs come into contact for a period, their effects can also change." Jean Baifeng nodded. "I see you've noted that on the list. Don't worry, I'll be mindful of it." This concerned her granddaughter's legs. She would never be careless under any circumstances. They set the date for the first acupuncture session, deciding to hold it at the Yun family home. They also agreed to visit Quan Xingnan tomorrow evening to prepare the medicine. After repeatedly expressing their gratitude, the elderly couple took Li Qianxuan and said their goodbyes. Chapter 742, Birthday Gift 8. As usual, Quan Xingnan called Hu Xuedong after dinner. By now, he had already arrived in Europe and was currently in the Kingdom of Belgium. Yesterday, the Yun family stayed for a meal at the Zhang family's, so they couldn't have dinner together. Although she had lunch with her family, it still felt somewhat incomplete. When the Zhang family left, Hu Xuedong also set off on his journey. On the phone, They still just talked about the various things that had happened to each other after they parted. Belgium ranks among the top in the world for finished diamond exports, but it completely relies on imports for rough diamonds. Hua Xueding's trip was to manage some business for Tongxing Diamond Company. They even own a diamond vein. At the same time, he acquired a textile factory and a diamond processing company, with the latter being directly merged into Tongxing Diamond Company. Belgium has a developed industry, and its economy heavily relies on international trade. Naturally, Hua Xuedong seized the opportunity to get involved in trade. When he heard Quan Xingnan say she would be treating Li Qianxuan soon, he wasn't surprised at all. In his dreams, Quan Xingnan had already cured him. If she could cure him after being disabled for so many years, how could she not cure Li Qianxuan, who had only been disabled for a little over a year? You will definitely cure Li Qianxuan. I believe in you, Hua Xueding said. Mr. Hua, you have more confidence in me than old Mr. Zhang and his wife. It's not just because I'm your girlfriend that you blindly trust me, is it? Quan Xingnan chuckled. Of course not, Hua Xueding replied with a smile in his voice. I believe in your abilities. Quan Xingnan didn't know he had once had some fragmented dreams. Of course, even without those dreams, he would still believe in her. Quan Xingnan thought it felt pretty good. Being trusted by him felt really good. Zhang Baixing and his wife, along with Jin Baifeng, seemed to have a bit less confidence in her. After hanging up the phone, Quan Xingnan quietly practiced calligraphy in her study. After finishing her calligraphy practice, she took a shower and returned to continue the meticulous brushwork painting she hadn't finished yesterday afternoon and evening. It wasn't finalized yet, just a draft. The painting featured Hua Xuedong and the courtyard scenery. Green eaves, red pillars, white walls, black tiles, the three friends of winter, and a peerless gentleman. Unlike ink-wash freehand painting, meticulous brushwork focuses more on realism. In the finer details, Quan Xingnan muttered to herself, but her hands didn't stop combing her hair. From left to right, from front to back. As usual, she combed her hair about 1,000 times before stopping. When she stopped, her eyes lit up slightly. She had an idea. P.S. For more chapters to go, to be updated before 8 p.m. I've ruthlessly deleted 7.5 chapters and am rewriting them. Chapter 743, Birthday Gift 9. She could never compare to Hua Xuedong. He had everything she had, and he also had everything she didn't have. Since that was the case, why dwell on it? Wasn't the sincerity of her gift enough? After all, Hua Xuedong lacked nothing. It was meaningless to only consider monetary value. For him, the thought was what mattered most. Having made up her mind, Quan Xingnan informed the Zhang couple the next day that decocting the medicine required an earthenware pot, and the medicinal bath required a wooden tub. She had always used a tub made of 100-year-old cypress for her own baths, so she naturally assumed the Zhang family would also use a wooden tub. Thinking about it now, it was better to remind them. Jin Baifeng indicated that their family did use a wooden tub, and also had an earthenware pot for decocting medicine. After Li Qianxuan became disabled, they had considered every detail meticulously. The tub was for Li Qianxuan's baths, and the earthenware pot was for decocting her medicine, as she had taken traditional Chinese medicine for quite some time back then. Hearing about their preparations, Quan Xingnan was very satisfied. Then, she busied herself with Hua Xueding's birthday gift. After school in the evening, the Zhang couple brought Li Qianxuan as promised, carrying a large bundle of various medicinal herbs. The quality of the herbs was indeed good. 99% were usable. Only one herb had a slight issue. Quan Xingnan picked out this herb separately and said to the Zhang couple, who were watching her, "This herb isn't fake, but it's not wild-grown. Moreover, it's not from the specific origin I requested, and its age is insufficient." Insufficient age meant insufficient medicinal potency. One must be extremely careful with Chinese medicinal herbs. If one herb in a prescription is inappropriate, it can have a significant impact, either reducing effectiveness or even causing harm. Although this particular herb wouldn't cause harm, it would reduce the treatment's effectiveness by at least 50%. Zhang Baixing flew into a rage. I repeatedly emphasized that they must strictly follow the list of herbs you provided. How could they give me one that's subpar? I'm going to settle accounts with old Du. Zhang Jifeng grabbed his arm. What's the rush? Maybe old Du didn't know either. Madam is right, Quan Xingnan said. The difference between this herb and the one I need is extremely subtle. Without careful examination, it's hard to notice the origin and age. At least 9 out of 10 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners wouldn't be able to spot the difference. The other herbs are perfect, which shows the pharmacist who prepared your medicine was very careful. This incident was likely because he was deceived by the herb supplier and didn't notice the trick himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knowingly given you herbs that didn't meet the origin and age requirements. Jin Baifeng sighed. These days, there's counterfeiting and substitution in everything. The price difference between genuine herbs and inferior substitutes is not insignificant. For some herbs where the distinction is hard to detect, unscrupulous suppliers pass off inferior products, and buyers simply can't tell the difference. The elderly couple felt 3 parts more confidence in Quan Xingnan. If she could detect such a subtle difference with such precise discernment, her medical skills must be truly remarkable. Zhang Baixing made a phone call. The nanny who had come with them went out and soon returned with a new packet of herbs. Quan Xingnan checked them. This batch met the requirements. She portioned out the herbs needed for each dose, wrapping each type separately in paper, labeling it with the name and dosage. Each complete dose was then wrapped in a larger sheet of paper containing all the smaller packets, done with great care. Seeing her prepare the medicines so quickly without even using a scale, Jean by phone worriedly asked, "Is it accurate?" Chapter 744, Birthday Gift 10. Grandma, don't worry, I believe in Nanan's skills. If you don't believe me, go weigh it. The amount will definitely be correct. Watching Quan Xingnan concentrate intently on portioning the medicine, Li Qianxuan's eyes were full of admiration. She truly was her father's successor. This technique was even more deft and accurate than the best doctors in Weiyang. As the young lady of a wealthy family, she had also learned a bit of medical theory when she was young. She learned these things to understand her diet and medicine after marriage, to avoid being harmed without her knowledge. Although she had forgotten many things from the Li family's heritage, the forgotten parts were those lost texts of the Li family. She hadn't forgotten the skills she had once learned and mastered, such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, tea, and medical theory. She was still very familiar with them. However, the original body's level was very poor, so she didn't dare reveal her abilities in front of her grandparents for fear of raising suspicion. Zhang Baixing, who was extremely curious about this, immediately took action. He borrowed a small steelyard from Zhao Yuzhen, believing it to be more precise for traditional Chinese medicine. On Quan Xingnan's list, the medicines were measured in qian, a traditional unit, not grams, which was very classical, so using a steelyard was most appropriate. 3 fin half a qian, 1 qian and 2 fin. The medicines Quan Xingnan had portioned were placed separately on the table. Zhang Baixing weighed them, and Jean by phone leaned in to look. They were actually exactly right. Seeing their expressions, Li Qianxuan smiled and said, "How about it, Grandpa, Grandma?" Zhang Baixing put down the steelyard in his hand and gave Quan Xingnan a thumbs up. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. Combining her past and present lives, she had practiced portioning medicine for many years. Coupled with her recent breakthrough in spiritual cultivation and advancement, all her senses had become very acute, and her skill in portioning medicine had improved, becoming even more precise. She hadn't reached the point of being absolutely flawless, but such minuscule errors wouldn't affect the efficacy of the medicine. She wrote out the prescriptions for the decoction and the medicinal bath, recording details like the required heat and when to add which herbs. Worried they might not remember, she specifically demonstrated for them. Zhang Baixing and Jean Baifeng had brought a nanny precisely for this purpose. The nanny was very serious and focused entirely. Quan Xingnan decocted the first dose of medicine and handed it to Li Qianxuan. Once it reached a moderate temperature, the latter drank it all in one go. Seeing her expression unchanged, Zhang Baixing immediately took out some preserved fruit from his pocket and offered it to his granddaughter. "Xuanxuan, was the medicine bitter? Here, Grandpa prepared some preserved fruit for you. Here, sweeten your mouth. Don't. Just rinse your mouth after taking medicine. Definitely don't eat anything randomly." Quan Xingnan quickly stopped him. She was joking. The medicinal soup had just been swallowed. Eating other things would mix in the stomach and greatly affect the medicinal properties. Li Qianxuan smiled and said, "Grandpa, I don't find it bitter." She wasn't a modern person who couldn't swallow bitter concoctions. Before she hanged herself, whenever she fell ill, the medicine she drank was like this. She was long accustomed to it. Hearing this, Zhang Baixing felt heartbroken. Quan Xingnan suggested taking Li Qianxuan to her bedroom to massage her legs to promote circulation and invigorate the blood. Jean Baifeng immediately shooed her husband out and followed along with the nanny. She was old and her hands lacked strength, but her memory was still good. The nanny was also very diligent and responsible, humbly learning while Quan Xingnan massaged Li Qianxuan. While teaching her, Quan Xingnan said, "The medicine should be taken 3 times a day. The medicinal bath is needed only once each night. Massage Qianxuan's sister before the medicinal bath. It will make it easier for her body to absorb the medicinal properties during the bath." "Miss Quan, is massage only needed once a day?" the nanny asked. "Once is enough, but each session should not be less than half an hour and should not exceed 1 hour. Chapter 745, Birthday Gift 11. While Quan Xingnan was giving Li Qianxuan a massage, the spiritual power from her earth pupil flowed through her fingertips and into Li Qianxuan's body. At the time, Li Qianxuan only felt a warm, comfortable sensation. After returning home, she mentioned it to her grandparents. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple felt even more confident. They carefully followed Quan Xingnan's instructions, having the nanny massage Li Qianxuan. When the medicine for ingestion and the medicinal bath were being prepared, they watched closely, fearing the slightest mistake that might affect the efficacy. They eagerly awaited the day of the acupuncture treatment. This week, Quan Xingnan took 3 days off, attending only Thursday and Friday, thus completing the week's classes. Saturday was the day she would perform acupuncture on Li Qianxuan. A day or two passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Quan Xingnan finished the preparatory work for the acupuncture, Zhang Baixing, his wife, and Li Qianxuan arrived. The acupuncture was performed in the outer room of Quan Xingnan's bedroom. Li Feng had long been floating in the courtyard, waiting. In reality, Jin Baifeng once again unceremoniously shooed Zhang Baixing out and stayed herself to watch Quan Xingnan arrange for Li Qianxuan to lie on the chaise lounge, wearing only her undergarments. Li Qianxuan felt somewhat shy, a flush appearing on her pale face. Sister Qianxuan, there are no outsiders here. Please relax a little. Quan Xingnan prepared the silver needles for acupuncture and swiftly inserted them into the acupoints on Li Qianxuan's legs. In a short while, dozens of silver needles of varying lengths were inserted, their tails trembling slightly. If Zhang Ziming and other elderly figures from the traditional Chinese medicine community were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. This was clearly a lost acupuncture technique. Jin Baifeng didn't understand the origin of the technique, but she understood the importance of the acupuncture. She didn't dare to breathe heavily, afraid of disturbing Quan Xingnan's movements. Quan Xingnan preferred this kind of silence, as it allowed her to focus more on the acupuncture. She inserted the last few silver needles into Li Qianxuan's acupoints. Starting from the first needle, she gently rotated and manipulated them. Her earth pupil activated, and spiritual power emerged, flowing along her arm and fingertips into the silver needles. After the earth pupil's upgrade, it was no longer necessary to stare at the injured area to channel spiritual power. She could now control the earth pupil's spiritual power at will. If she were treating Yuan Jitu's injury now, she wouldn't need to give him a healing talisman or directly gaze at his wound with her eyes. She would only need to insert acupuncture needles into his injured areas and use spiritual power to repair the damaged meridians. Li Qianxuan only felt a warm energy circulating between her legs. It was comfortable at first, but the numbness remained. Soon, she felt a slight, tingling pain. It wasn't severe, not enough to make her cry out. But the sensation was very clear. This was a long-lost feeling, indicating that her legs were no longer devoid of sensation. Li Qianxuan's face lit up with surprise and joy. Jin Baifeng saw this and wanted to ask, but fearing she might disturb Quan Xingnan, she forcefully held back from speaking. She noticed that Quan Xingnan's nose was covered in a thin layer of sweat, clearly indicating that the acupuncture was quite mentally taxing. Nanan, I feel pain, a very real pain, unlike the previous warmth which felt illusory. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, I used acupuncture to dispel the cold energy from the meridians in your legs and unblock them. Of course you have sensation now. This is the first acupuncture session. Tomorrow will be the second, and your sensations will become increasingly real. The most important part was actually the spiritual power repairing her meridians, but she couldn't reveal that. The earth pupil's spiritual power repaired wounds and meridians relatively gently, not causing significant pain. Hearing this, Jin Baifeng happily wiped her tears. This indicated that the treatment was effective. Having sensation in the legs meant it was effective, didn't it? After about an hour, Quan Xingnan had rotated, manipulated, and infused spiritual power into each silver needle. Starting from the first needle, she removed them one by one in order, cleaned them, placed them in the needle case, and wiped the sweat from her face. Acupuncture every day, persist for 1 week. After 1 week, it can be changed to twice a week. After 1 month, once a week. After half a year, it will conclude. Chapter 746, Birthday Gift 12. After it's over, she can stand up. To be like a normal person, she needs to undergo half a year of rehabilitation. Regarding this point, Quan Xingnan did not hide it from them. The doctor holds the most important position in the treatment, but the doctor is not omnipotent. Recovery after treatment requires the patient's mental effort, perseverance, and action. Jin Baifeng helped her granddaughter get dressed and nodded, saying, I understand. I'll have someone prepare the rehabilitation equipment when we get back. Li Qianxuan asked, so, can I stand up half a year from now? Actually, you won't need half a year to stand up. Half a year is a conservative estimate. Based on my confidence, you'll be able to stand up in at most 3 months. It's just that walking normally will take some time. Upon hearing this, Li Qianxuan was especially excited. She truly wished to recover soon, then find the husband she missed in her previous life and appear before him whole and complete. Hearing her granddaughter describe the feeling after the treatment, Jean Baifeng's confidence greatly increased, and she turned to inquire about the medical fee. Quan Xingnan put away the silver needles and other tools, smiling as she spoke. I felt an instant connection with Sister Qianxuan. The medicinal herbs and such were all purchased by the two of you. I only helped Sister Qianxuan with acupuncture. What's there to say about a medical fee? That's too formal. If my master found out, he would definitely scold me for not treating his grandniece as one of our own. For others, she would certainly charge a consultation fee, but for Li Qianxuan, it wasn't necessary. This was her Master Li's daughter, her senior sister, not an outsider. Zhang Baixing and Jean Baifeng felt quite embarrassed, but upon mentioning Zhang Ziming, they smiled and accepted it graciously. Even so, Zhang Baixing and Jean Baifeng still gave Quan Xingnan many gifts. Among them, what Quan Xingnan liked most were the couple's calligraphy and paintings, which she treasured greatly. Their life experiences were something she couldn't match, and their experience in calligraphy and painting was something she needed to learn from. Learn from others' strengths to make up for one's own weaknesses. In the following period, Quan Xingnan was busy with school, giving Li Qianxuan acupuncture, preparing a birthday gift for Hu Xuedong, scheduling time to practice music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and spending time with her family. She was swamped. Amidst her busy schedule, she didn't forget to call Hu Xuedong. Sometimes when Quan Xingnan forgot, Hu Xuedong would call her. Similarly, when Hu Xuedong forgot, she would call him. Both were busy, and sometimes they would be so busy they forgot about it. Neither of them was overly sentimental. If the other forgot to call, they didn't get angry. Instead, they were very understanding of each other's busyness. One day, when Hu Xuedong called Quan Xingnan, it was Yun Jianjun who answered, saying Quan Xingnan had gone out on some business and hadn't returned yet. Hu Xuedong paused slightly, his tone showing no abnormality. After inquiring with concern about some daily life matters with Yun Jianjun and sending regards to the other elders, he learned that Li Qianxuan's treatment had shown initial results and had been changed to acupuncture once a week. He immediately praised Quan Xingnan, the key contributor, generously without stint. After hanging up, he felt a bit regretful. Today was his birthday, but he was too busy to go back. Unless necessary, he didn't really like holding birthday parties. But not being able to reach his girlfriend on his birthday, not hearing her voice, turned a hint of regret into countless ones. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Hu Xuedong lowered his head to look at the documents in his hand and calmly called out, "Come in." The door opened, but no footsteps were heard. Suddenly, he had a feeling. Raising his head, he saw a delicate, crystalline, pretty face appear before him. Nan? Hu Xuedong was so incredulous he was almost flustered. Quan Xingnan, looking travel-worn, smiled radiantly and said, "Fourth brother, happy birthday." "How did you get here?" Hu Xuedong stood up and quickly walked over to her. "It's your birthday today. I came to give you your birthday gift." Hu Xuedong held her hand. "Your arrival is the best gift I've received today. P.S. Finished updating." Deleting text is tiring, rewriting is even more tiring. Seeking praise, seeking sympathy. Chapter 747, A Step Further 1. Is your wish really that small, Mr. Hua? Quan Xingnan tilted her head slightly, smiling as she looked at the man before her. The young woman's beautiful eyes sparkled like shimmering water, her weariness unable to conceal her elegance. Hu Xuedong gently brushed away the traces of fatigue from her brow and said softly, "No, my wish is not small at all. It's the greatest hope. The moment you appeared, it gave me a feeling of ecstasy." "Ecstasy? Were you really that happy?" When she celebrated her birthday, Hu Xuedong had personally arranged everything. She was delighted, but not ecstatic. Was she too careless, or had she not been attentive enough? Quan Xingnan deeply blamed herself. In matters of love, she was always slow to realize things, and far less attentive than Hu Xuedong was toward her. While instructing his subordinates outside not to disturb him unless it was important, Hu Xuedong answered her question with great seriousness, "Very happy, extremely happy." As he spoke, including when he gave instructions to his subordinates, he never let go of Quan Xingnan's hand. Their fingers remained tightly interlocked, inseparable. The subordinates, accustomed to such scenes, listened to all the instructions and quietly withdrew, considerately closing the door behind them. Just as the door was about to close, Alexander poked his head in. "Sir, which room should we arrange for Miss? Also, Miss mentioned something very important. Should I bring it in?" Daniel kicked him from behind. His usually sharp partner, why was he so tactless today? Sir and Miss hadn't seen each other for a long time. Now that they were finally reunited, and it was Sir's birthday, surely they had countless sweet words to share. Couldn't matters like luggage, accommodation, or other things wait a little longer? Alexander felt helpless. He wasn't foolish. Why would he disturb Sir and Mrs. time together? But Miss had repeatedly emphasized that he should remind her to take out the item as soon as she saw Sir. It was probably a birthday gift prepared for Sir. Miss's presence here was, as Sir said, the best gift he could receive, but Miss had another gift, didn't she? Interrupted by Alexander, the tenderness in Hua Xuedong's heart, though not entirely gone, no longer held any intention of putting on a show for his subordinates. Holding Quan Xingnan's hand, he led her to the mistress's bedroom. He owned his own house in London and had always conducted his work here. There were 2 master bedrooms, one for the master and one for the mistress. Alexander quickly brought in the luggage and, without waiting for Sir's instructions, silently withdrew. Seeing him come downstairs, Daniel rolled his eyes. Time was scarce. Quan Xingnan's schedule was extremely tight. She had booked her return flight right after getting off the plane and had neither the mind nor the time to dress up glamorously during the journey. At that moment, she caught her reflection in Hua Xuedong's eyes and let out a shriek. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked quite disheveled. Hua Xuedong kissed her. You're still beautiful, so don't worry. Quan Xingnan pushed him away in a huff, covering her forehead where he had kissed her. Looking so messy, how could you even kiss me? I need to freshen up. Wait for me outside. There's a surprise. I'm looking forward to it. Hua Xuedong smiled slightly, refraining from teasing her further. Instead, he left the bedroom and considerately closed the door behind him. Walking downstairs, Hua Xuedong sat in the hall, his gaze fixed on Alexander and Daniel. Unable to withstand the dignified and sharp aura emanating from Hua Xuedong's gentle demeanor, the two spoke in unison to defend themselves. Sir, this matter is entirely not our fault. Miss wanted to surprise you. Chapter 748. A Step Further Too. It truly was a surprise. Hua Xuedong withdrew the imposing aura he had released, transforming it into something gentle and harmless. Alexander and Daniel immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sir's presence was growing stronger and stronger. Hua Xuedong asked thoughtfully, how many days can she rest this time? Knowing how long Quan Xingnan would stay in London would allow him to plan his upcoming schedule accordingly. Although work was very busy, he could still carve out time amidst his hectic schedule to accompany her. He couldn't let her come all the way to London for his birthday only to be left alone. Alexander quickly replied, Miss only has 2 full days, which fall on a weekend. But she found an excuse to request leave and got 3 days off, so she booked a return flight for 3 days later. To be precise, she could only stay in London for 2.5 days. It was nearly noon already. The time is too short, the trip too rushed. Why didn't you try to persuade her? Hua Xuedong's face showed a pained expression. Such a round trip would be exhausting. Moreover, after returning, she would need to perform acupuncture for Li Qianxuan and also complete her schoolwork. Alexander and Daniel both silently grumbled in their hearts. Did he think they hadn't seen the joy on his face? In truth, Sir was probably happier about this than anyone, right? After all, Miss Quan had specifically flown from the capital abroad just for his birthday. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan talked on the phone almost every day, sharing the events happening around them. Trivial, yet very heartwarming. Although they weren't yet husband and wife, the steady, flowing simplicity between them was the most enviable. This way, Quan Xingnan was fully aware of Hua Xuedong's whereabouts. She could easily find out where Hua Xuedong was staying. Once she confirmed Hua Xuedong would be in London for over a week, she immediately booked a flight to London. For this matter, she came up with a rather amusing excuse. She said that Britain, being the leader of the 8-Nation Alliance, had surely plundered countless national treasures, and she was going to Britain to find some and bring them back. After Arthur donated 10 cultural relics to China last time, and she subsequently handed over artifacts like the Night Pearl and Bronze Dagger to Elder Lin, officials from the Cultural Relics Department had personally come to express their gratitude. Several senior cultural relic experts, who were acquaintances of Yun Jianjun, specifically urged her that if she ever saw good items abroad in the future, she should not hesitate to bring them back, and they would request funding from higher authorities for her. Quan Xingnan hadn't really taken this matter to heart, but it served as a useful excuse now. She couldn't very well say she was going to celebrate Hua Xuedong's birthday, could she? What if she was found out? So, she could only say she felt Britain had good items attracting her, and she believed she could bring back a few antiques of cultural relic grade. Which of the elders in their family wasn't patriotic? Especially Elder Lin, who agreed without a second thought. Hearing Alexander and Daniel recount Quan Xingnan's excuse for going abroad, Hua Xuedong curved the corner of his mouth, his smile growing even gentler. Since his girlfriend used this as an excuse, then he needed to make some arrangements on this point. He looked up and saw Quan Xingnan, freshly washed, coming down the stairs. A simple white tank-style top paired with a vibrant pink chiffon pleated skirt, elegant and graceful. She carried a bag in her hand and soon reached Hua Xuedong. Seeing this, Alexander and Daniel, along with the others, tactfully withdrew from the living room, intending to wait outside and leave them with the private space they most desired. Your arrival is already the best gift. No other gift is needed. Huo Xuedong guessed the bag likely contained a gift for him, but he spoke these words anyway. Chapter 749, A Step Further 3. Quan Xingnan sat opposite him. How did you know it was a gift for you? Because I know you very well. Huo Xuedong stood up, stepped over, and moved from sitting opposite Quan Xingnan to sitting beside her. His face was full of tender affection, making his fine features and elegant demeanor even more pronounced. Huo Xuedong looked at the bag and smiled. May I open it? Quan Xingnan mumbled something and pushed it toward him. Is it clothes you made for me? Huo Xuedong guessed, looking at the shape of the bag. As he guessed, he opened the bag. Sure enough, it was a set of clothes. A set of beige Tang-style clothing. To be precise, it was a set of modern Tang-style clothing. Modern Tang-style clothing refers to fashionable Chinese-style garments, not the retro-style Tang suits she had made for her uncle and aunt. Huo Xuedong immediately went to the bedroom to change. White looked indescribably handsome and ethereal on him. The weather was hot, so Huo Xuedong only wore a shirt on top, no jacket. The shirt was white, and aside from the cuffs, the fabric had no intricate embroidery, only faint, subtle patterns. When he raised his wrist, his Buddhist bead bracelet inadvertently showed, adding to his transcendent aura. Quan Xingnan examined him for a moment, very satisfied with her handiwork. Huo Xuedong was busy with work and needed to attend many formal occasions. She felt she should learn how to hand-sew modern Western-style suits. She really enjoyed making clothes now. Seeing the clothes she had sewn worn by her family gave her a special sense of accomplishment. On my birthday, seeing the person I love most and wearing clothes made by that beloved person is the greatest happiness in the world, Huo Xuedong said as he sat down, his smile deepening. Quan Xingnan felt particularly pleased hearing this, and handed him a brocade box. Huo Xuedong had only noticed the bag earlier and didn't know where she had hidden this brocade box. Besides clothes, do I have another gift to receive? I truly am fortunate to receive more than one gift. Facing the genuine joy radiating from Huo Xuedong, Quan Xingnan found it somewhat amusing. Is it really that happy? I thought, even though you didn't hold a birthday party, the gifts for you must have piled up like a mountain. Birthday parties for high society individuals are less about celebrating the birthday and more about socializing with acquaintances. Given Huo Xuedong's status and position, even if he wasn't in Beijing or Hong Kong, she believed many would still send gifts. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with Huo Xuedong. That's why I don't like birthday parties with a socializing nature. What should be the simplest day becomes busy and vulgar because of social obligations, lacking only sincerity, Huo Xuedong said. After speaking, he opened the brocade box. A tie clip and a pair of cufflinks lay quietly on the bright red cloud-patterned brocade. Made of platinum, they reflected a pure white luster under the light. Both the tie clip and the cufflinks were each inlaid with a blue diamond, deep blue diamonds, dazzling and brilliant. A circle of white diamond chips surrounded the central blue diamond, like stars surrounding the moon. Blue diamonds, white diamond chips, pure platinum. Platinum is the most natural metal, diamonds are the most expensive gemstones, and blue diamonds are the king of diamonds, second only to red diamonds. But these three blue diamonds were rare treasures, their value certainly not inferior to red diamonds. Because, when observed from different angles, the color of the blue diamonds changed, varying between purple, blue, and green. They likely came from the same blue diamond, a flawless blue diamond. Chapter 750, A Step Further 4. Three colors intermingled, blending into a noble and dignified aura. The tie clip and cufflinks were exquisitely crafted, with diamonds cut to perfection, forming a seamless whole. Neither of these were products circulating in the market, they bore no brand, no markings. Yet, their exquisite craftsmanship and understated style exuded an aristocratic air. Generally, such precious and delicate items should be designed by renowned masters and could not possibly remain unknown. Yet, Huo Xuedong had never seen them before, and he knew they were specially designed and crafted. Born into high society, he was well-versed in such matters. He reached out and picked up the tie clip, examining it carefully for a moment. His slender fingers turned it over, revealing a deeply engraved T on the back. T, the first letter of his English name. Each stroke was deep and elegant, revealing the engraver's emotions filled with love and longing. Not only that, but the back of the tie clip was also adorned with an openwork dragon pattern. Two dragons coiled around the T, soaring through clouds, vivid and lifelike. When Huo Xuedong looked up, a gleam flashed in his eyes, his demeanor elegant and charming, his delight unmistakable. You made these yourself. I love them, I really do. Quan Xingnan blinked. How did you know I made them? She hadn't even said anything. Were the things she made that recognizable? She remembered that she had just finished the tie clip and cufflinks and left them in her bedroom when Xia Tingyin, who had come to pick up Little Eagle for a stay, saw them and asked where she bought them, wanting to get some for her third uncle as well. Her third uncle worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and often needed such high-end, elegant accessories. See, even her third aunt didn't think she had made them herself. When she said she made them, her third aunt didn't believe her. To make the tie clip and cufflinks for Hua Xuedong, she had sought out master craftsmen with deep expertise in this field. Wesheng Jewelry Company dealt in jewelry, but also offered men's accessories. Men's accessories included items like tie clips, cufflinks, and rings. After several considerations, she finally chose platinum and blue diamonds as the main materials. The platinum was sourced from the company, while the blue diamonds were a gift from Arthur as thanks for helping him retrieve his contract. An 80-carat blue diamond was divided into 4 pieces, each about 20 carats, though their value had significantly diminished. Arthur gave her 2 of the pieces. Both blue diamonds were rare treasures. She humbly sought guidance from the master craftsman, learning how to make tie clips, cut diamonds, set and fuse them, and carve openwork patterns. Everything was done entirely by hand, wasting a lot of materials and producing many substandard products before she finally created something that satisfied her. How did Hua Xuedong recognize it? Quan Xingnan was curious. Hua Xuedong smiled. Other than you, who would take such care to engrave the first letter of my name on the back? Quan Xingnan shook her head. I could have asked someone to engrave your name on it too. Based on that alone, how can you be so sure I made it? Look, such a noble design style, such meticulous handiwork. It's clear they must have come from the best designer and the finest craftsman. Is this praising yourself? The best designer, the best craftsman, and to that, we must add the most important line, the most thoughtful, meticulous, and perfect girlfriend. Hua Xuedong did not hesitate to express his praise for his girlfriend. Quan Xingnan tugged at his sleeve unwillingly, puffing out her cheeks, her eyes wide and round like glass or gemstones.